At that moment the shoe that had fallen from the sky stopped a mere 0.01 centimeters away from my handsome face, and from the corner of my eye I could see the infatuated gaze of the beauty beside me. I believed that in a quarter of a second I would be able to catch that shoe with one hand. A sharp smack rang out. The so-called master of the tan legs, Ye Tian, made his clumsy debut. Faintly Ye Tian heard these words. After that the ambulance arrived. The siren wailed shrilly. With a shoe print stamped across his face, Ye Tian lay inside the ambulance. Because of that damned martial arts conference, even a passerby like me ended up getting dragged into it. His mind was muddled, a splitting sensation, making him cough up blood. Precisely in this hazy, half-conscious state. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed within Ye Tian's mind. Ding, 10,000 worlds traversing creator system has detected a host. Host, please choose to bind. After binding succeeds, the host must complete missions as instructed by the system. Those who disobey will be erased. His thoughts were already a chaotic mess, and now this grating voice intruded again. He was annoyed, deeply annoyed. As an outstanding Zhuan youth, Ye Tian relied on his stubborn instinctive will, and snapped back, without the slightest hesitation. Bind your sister, stop making noise. After all, he was an eternal diamond rank player. This damned voice wanted him to bind. Bind what exactly? Bind a bank card. Did it want his 6 yuan as a first-time recharge? Not a chance. Ding, please choose whether to bind host. Bind my ass. He simply could not stand that voice, and Ye Tian had already made up his mind. The system fumed silently. Ding, please choose whether to bind host. Get lost. Bind your grandpa. Ding. Ding, ding, ding. One chime after another overlapped and stuttered like a program stuck in an endless loop, and Ye Tian was driven to the brink of insanity. Ding, 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 ding. Why don't you just blow up together with Ding talk? Ye Tian's eyes snapped open from his coma, veins bulging, and right after he spat out this line, his ears finally welcomed 2 breaths of silence. Why say 2 breaths? Because after exactly 2 breaths, a deafening boom erupted within his mind. The system exploded. Having just come to, Ye Tian's eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. When Ye Tian awoke again, it was in his mind an entire swathe of new memories had appeared. As for what had just happened, Ye Tian understood everything the instant he opened his eyes. He could not help but feel a lingering sense of dread. He had nearly been bound by a system with sinister intentions. After binding, this system treated its host like a puppet, issuing missions solely to strengthen itself. After playing several hosts to death, and seeing several basic functions activated just as it was about to take off, the system set its sights on Ye Tian, who did not exactly look very bright. What the system had never imagined was that it would encounter someone like Ye Tian who refused under any circumstances to bind with it. After repeated rejections, the system itself blew a gasket in fury. Now Ye Tian had inherited the system. In other words, Ye Tian had become the system. Looking across all those overpowered novel protagonists, which of them did not treat their systems like their very own fathers? The 10,000 worlds traversing creator system, as its name suggested, could travel across countless worlds. Yet it was not quite as omnipotent as one might imagine. Originally, the system had been nothing but an empty shell. After the painstaking development of the previous system, what Ye Tian now inherited amounted to only a few basic functions. For example, creation, bestowal, calculation, duplication, recording, summoning, and hundreds of other abilities. These were all basic functions still in their initial stage. To reach the point where he could defy heaven, earth, and even the air itself, he still needed to traverse myriad worlds and select hosts for further development. Of course, Ye Tian could also choose to go solo in another world. After all, unlike the previous system, which was merely a program that required a host like a parasite to survive, he, as the new system, possessed the ability to act and think independently. Ah, you're awake. The nurse beside him, in the middle of changing his 4 bottle, let out a startled cry when she saw Ye Tian open his eyes. The patient is awake. The patient in bed number 6 is awake, the young nurse shouted as she ran out of the ward. Ye Tian was still puzzled when in the next moment a vigorous old man brimming with energy dashed into the room. The old man's hands clasped Ye Tian's tightly. With a sharp smack, his tiger-like eyes brimming with tears. Young brother, it's old Yang who has wronged you, putting your very life in danger. And you are? I am Yang Tanleg, master of the Tanleg sect. Oh. Ye Tian seemed to contemplate for a moment, then gripped the old man standing by the bed with both hands. 20,000, or I'll call the police and let them handle this. Yang Tanleg was utterly dumbfounded. In the end, Ye Tian got what he wanted. After completing the discharge procedures, he walked out through the hospital's main entrance. As a system, Ye Tian's power output was fully unleashed. Extracting energy from the natural world. 0.01. 0.01. As a system himself, Ye Tian knew far too many methods for acquiring system points. Extracting energy from nature was one way. The faith and emotions of people was another. With his many functions, Ye Tian needed a constant supply of points to operate. If he wanted to run at full capacity, points were absolutely indispensable. Once he had sufficient points, Ye Tian would be no different from Aladdin's lamp. There was nothing he could not do. In the days following his discharge, Ye Tian extravagantly rented a private room in an internet cafe. He was not there to play games. As a system, Ye Tian naturally threw himself into frantically enriching his knowledge base using a single computer in that internet cafe. For 5 days and 5 nights straight, Ye Tian recorded tens of thousands of films, over 100,000 songs, millions of voluminous novels and similar texts, as well as all kinds of academic materials. Finally, when he had painstakingly and meticulously recorded the last film, starring a certain teacher from Neon Country on a train, only then did he wearily log off the machine. Only now does the system finally resemble a true system. The moment one opens the interface designed by Ye Tian, the omniscient, omnipotent stream of information within it could rival that of Dunyang. In this era already steeped in Dunyang's big data, Ye Tian's creation might seem unnecessary. Yet once he begins traversing the myriad worlds arriving in ancient times, or in a modern entertainment metropolis akin to Blue Star, everything changes. In such worlds, this system would become the most practical form of external cheat. His preparations were almost complete. "All right, in that case, I choose you," he murmured. "My first world to traverse." With that gloriously adolescent declaration, Ye Tian's fingertip landed on a novel. In the next breath, a flash of white light erupted, and Ye Tian vanished. With a soft thud, the novel fell to the floor, closing shut. On the cover, the title gleamed: Urban Omnipotent Expert, the National Goddess, and the Sweet Taste of Kept Man. This was a fully realized world. It possessed a complete entertainment industry, a coherent global structure, and a continuous historical progression. In Mo-Hai City, within the dazzling sprawl of the metropolis, brightly lit office towers rose high as busy figures moved ceaselessly within. According to the most recent census, the world's population had already reached 9.6 billion. The sheer density of humanity pressed down on everyone with crushing work and employment pressure, leaving them scarcely able to breathe. For ordinary people, relaxation largely came through films, television, and music. As a result, the entertainment industry in this world had reached an unprecedented level of prosperity. Today, one of the entertainment giants, the Lee Group, was on the brink of collapse. Its sordid misdeeds had been unearthed by a top-tier hacker and laid bare before the public, driving the company to near disintegration. The incident shocked the entire entertainment circle, becoming a phenomenon-level topic constantly on everyone's lips. In Mo-Hai City, at the top of the Tangshan building, events were unfolding in the dead of night. Inside a 600-square-meter luxury apartment, all the lights were out. Cold wind howled in through shattered windows. A handsome man in a tailored suit knelt on the floor, eyes vacant, his forehead already a bloody, mangled mess. Beside him lay the corpses of a middle-aged man and woman, their bodies already cold in a congealed pool.
He hadn't been active on Douyin lately, but he spent 2 of his row on Douyu to arrange a meeting with a female streamer who was currently by his side. The female streamer...
In that moment, Li Quan's heart was cold as dead ashes. Before him stood a man with a cruel smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Your kowtows were not loud enough. That is your failure. Your failure led to your parents' tragedy." The words left the man's lips with chilling casualness. "I only wanted them to live. They did nothing to offend you." Li Quan's fingernails dug deep into his flesh as he knelt, pain mixing with rage. "They are already dead now. What meaning is there in saying more?" The man's words drew a bitter, broken laugh from Li Quan. "Our Li family lost, that much is true, but we did not lose to you, Lin Fan. We lost to the woman standing at your side." As soon as the words left his mouth, a dull thud sounded. Li Quan's muddled mind, crushed under extreme emotional pressure, could no longer sustain his body. He collapsed into unconsciousness on the floor. "Heh, and what difference does that make?" The other man shook his head. "With pickup skills that poor, you thought you could compete with me." As he spoke, a silver needle appeared between Lin Fan's fingers. "If not for your sister being my little concubine, you would already be a dead man." With a flick of his finger, the silver needle shot out with a faint whisper. Enveloped in a trace of spiritual energy, it pierced a particular acupoint on Li Quan's unconscious body. "To turn you into a eunuch and an idiot. Living like that isn't so bad," he murmured, lips curling into that signature devilish smile unique to a so-called protagonist. Lin Fan did not linger. Stepping through the cold blood belonging to Li Quan's parents, he departed without a change in expression. The wind that blew was not strong, yet its chill cut to the bone. Deep into the night, Li Quan awoke from his coma, his eyes stripped of all clarity. In that daze, he began to laugh madly as he opened a bottle of red wine. He staggered past the corpses of his parents and made his way to the apartment's balcony. Climbing onto the railing, Li Quan gazed down at the ceaseless river of neon-lit traffic, then tilted his head back for a long swig of wine. "Lin Fan, ha ha. Lin Fan, In his madness, Li Quan's words dissolved into incoherent sound. The hatred in his heart had already been etched into his very bones. Yet that sense of utter powerlessness suffused his entire being. His parents had been slain by Lin Fan. His fiancée had stood with Lin Fan all along. Even his younger sister had been coaxed and ensnared by Lin Fan. Now the Li group was in ruins, torn apart. He could even feel with every pulse of blood his mind growing more and more clouded. Lin Fan could turn people into idiots, and Li Quan had not escaped that fate. Li Quan, once the foremost talent of the younger generation among the 4 great families of Mo High City, had fallen to utter ruin because of that freeloading scoundrel. He now possessed nothing at all. What a wretched life I've led. So be it. There is no meaning in living on as a fool. Staring at the streets below from the outer ledge of Tongchen's top floor, a glint of death flickered in Li Quan's eyes. Ding, emotional fluctuation detected. Requirements met. Bind Ye Tian brand villain system. Just as Li Quan was about to relinquish all attachment, a voice made him freeze. Ye Tian brand. Villain system. Ding, speech detected. Binding requirements fulfilled. System binding in progress. 100. In less than half a breath before Li Quan could even react, the process was complete. Before Li Quan had time to understand, Ye Tian, now incarnated as the system, had already impatiently completed the binding. Unlike the previous system, Ye Tian had independently altered several core mechanisms. Previously, when the old system asked will the host bind, it had to wait for the host to explicitly answer yes before proceeding. Now, however, Ye Tian had changed it, so that once the question was posed, as long as the host spoke at all, it would be taken as consent to binding. Thus Ye Tian, like some rogue piece of software, completed the binding with Li Quan, while the latter was still staring in stunned disbelief. At the same time, Ye Tian dutifully transmitted all basic information regarding the system's functions directly into Li Quan's mind. Simultaneously, he scattered and dispelled the lingering power that Lin Fan had left within Li Quan's brain. Villain system. Cold wind brushed against him as he stood there absorbing it all. Holding the bottle of red wine, Li Quan slowly digested the information that had been poured into his mind. Gradually, clarity returned to his eyes. In this world, such a thing actually exists. Armed with the data provided by Ye Tian, Li Quan regained his rationality and, slightly exhilarated, called up the system's redemption page. Entertainment category. Songs Blue and White Porcelain, 500 points. Glorious Years, 500 points. Summer of Kikujiro, 500 points. Literature, The Three-Body Problem, 5,000 points. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, 3,000 points. The Hunchback of Notre Dame, 3,000 points. Screenplays, Iron Man, 4,000 points. Naruto Complete Series, 1,000 points. Kind Little Pancreas, 1,000 points. Skills locked. Current host points 0. For more than half an hour, Li Quan continuously scrolled through the Azure system panel before his eyes. Gazing at each item capable of unleashing a torrential entertainment storm upon this world, he grew increasingly excited. His grip on the wine bottle tightened. The deathly despair in his gaze had vanished, only deep, smoldering hatred remained. Lin Fan, he breathed. Things between us are far from over. System, how do I acquire points? And like every other cultivator who had awakened a system, Li Quan felt an urgent need for points, especially after glimpsing the extraordinary items within it. Points may be obtained by seizing the protagonist's fate destiny. Ye Tian withheld no information. This very mechanism was one of his primary avenues to extract profit from this world. Only when the narrative laws of this novel world grew unstable could Ye Tian slip through its fissures and siphon vast quantities of primordial essence native to this realm. And those narrative laws revolved entirely around the protagonist Lin Fan. Ye Tian conveyed this truth to Li Quan in his cold mechanical system voice. Lin Fan's foundational profile flooded Li Quan's mind. Upon receiving Lin Fan's dossier, Li Quan sighed deeply. So he is the protagonist, and I the antagonist. And yet what does it matter? I possess a system. That alone is more than enough. My parents' blood debt shall be repaid in yours, Lin Fan, drop by drop. And Li Quan spoke with chilling composure. Observing his swift emotional recalibration, Ye Tian, residing within his spiritual sea, gave a faint, approving nod. This first chosen host would not disappoint. And having read the entire novel, Ye Tian knew full well Li Quan was a major antagonist in the early arcs. He had contended with the protagonist across over 100 chapters, his intellect and foresight both to undermine the world's celestial favorite, the so-called fate-blessed sun, and thereby fracture its foundational laws. Li Quan was the perfect pawn. Whether it was his seething hatred toward the protagonist or the fact that Lin Fan had usurped his fiancée, the rightful heroine Qi Li, both offered ample leverage. In fact, before entering this novel world, The all-round urban expert, the national goddess's deliciously comfortable life on her husband's income. Ye Tian had conducted meticulous research. He chose this world for two principal reasons, and first, it leaned heavily into entertainment and romantic cultivation, lacking formidable martial power, so he faced no risk of detection by peerless experts. Second, though seemingly mundane, the world retained vestiges of an ancient martial lineage, known as the ancient martial arts. And from the omniscient perspective of the novel's narration, Ye Tian had known of its existence long before arrival. The ancient martial arts were precisely one of Ye Tian's chief objectives here, and mastering them would grant him foundational credibility, enabling future traversals into higher-tier cultivation realms with confidence. Elsewhere on the outskirts of Mo City stood an opulent estate, its grandeur unmistakable. Its value rivaled that of downtown penthouses spanning hundreds of square meters, each worth over 100 million yuan. Inside one of the estate's chambers sat two women. Sure you don't grieve. Father and mother acted far too ruthlessly. I had no choice but to stand with Lin Fan. A woman, still breathtaking even in simple sleepwear, her makeup washed away, spoke tenderly to the girl buried beneath the covers, barely 15 or 16. None exuded serene elegance, the other pure radiant charm, both exquisite beyond measure. Anyone even casually familiar with the entertainment industry would recognize her, the current national goddess. I understand. It's not your fault, Sister Chili. Li Shurya pressed her lips together. The moment I severed ties with father, I ceased to be a Li clan member. Yet now that he's bankrupted and my brothers, who've always cherished me, face homelessness, my heart aches. And tears traced silent paths down her cheeks. A gentle voice sounded from beyond the door. Your parents and elder brother fled to the United States last night. And they'd long secured lavish properties and enterprises there, more than enough to live out their days in comfort. Brother Lin Fan. Li Shurya's eyes brightened at the sight of him. Is everything you said true? When have I ever lied to you? Lin Fan smiled, a knowing, self-assured grin, as he instinctively reached to ruffle her hair. And then, catching Chi Li's unyielding gaze nearby, he faltered, slightly abashed. Father and mother settling in the United States may in truth be the kindest outcome for them. And Chi Li murmured beside him, her voice layered with complex, bittersweet resonance. Her father and the Li family had been generations-long allies, hence her prior betrothal to Li Quan. And today's downfall stemmed partly from her public denunciation of the Li clan. Yet how could the Li family commit such sordid deeds behind closed doors? Their fate was merely poetic justice. Beep, 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 and Li Shurya's phone chimed. Seeing the caller ID, she hesitated before answering. Hello? Brother, as her sweet voice floated into the air, Lin Fan, who had been covertly admiring Chi Li's graceful silhouette, froze mid-thought. Li Quan, her elder brother. And hadn't he been rendered brain-damaged by Lin Fan's poison needle? And how could he possibly be calling now? A chill of foreboding crept up his spine. Silence stretched from the other end. And Li Shurya frowned, her pulse quickening. And she had defied her family's wishes to follow Lin Fan, shattering all ties. This was their first contact since the rift. Brother, are you there? She felt no fear, not toward Li Quan, who had always doted on her. He had never raised his voice to her. Yet something in the air now felt profoundly wrong. And could it truly be Li Quan? Unlikely. Lin Fan exhaled, relieved, only for the voice to pierce through the line. And Shurya? Mother and father are dead. And Li Quan stared at their lifeless forms beside him, his tone hollow, weighted with irrepressible desolation. That single sentence, carried across the call, froze all three occupants of the room. And Li Shurya and Chi Li reeled, unable to accept that the two were gone. Lin Fan meanwhile staggered, not at their deaths, but at Li Quan's lucidity. Impossible. I saw them on the news yesterday. Brother, are you deceiving me? Li Shurya clung to composure, yet her voice trembled like a taut string, on the verge of snapping, of unleashing a flood long held back. I've never lied to you. Li Quan steadied his spirit, sighing softly. Shurya, come home. Tomorrow we bury them. Clack. The phone slipped from her fingers, shattering upon impact, its screen fracturing beyond repair. Li Shurya stood motionless, numb. That instant memories surged, her parents' voices, their faces, their love, vivid, overwhelming. If you leave with that man, our father-daughter bond ends, forever. Her father's words had been absolute. Shurya, do you know how many women he keeps outside? And how young are you truly? Her mother's desperate plea echoed anew. Father, mother, I'm sorry. I must pursue my love. You'll never understand. And then, she turned resolute, unwavering. How short a time had passed. It felt like a mere quarrel. Just moments ago, all had been well. And now they were gone. Irrevocably, utterly gone. She rose from the bed, her vacant, shattered expression tightening Lin Fan's brow. Shurya, calm yourself. We can't yet confirm whether that caller truly was your brother. Get out. Do you think I wouldn't recognize my own brother's voice? You liar. Why did you say they'd fled abroad? They're dead. And you killed them. Your coercion drove them to ruin. Tears streamed down Li Xia's face as she questioned why she had left with Lin Fan in the first place. Lin Fan's creation of Tianyu Company had forced her parents into bankruptcy. The death of her parents was undoubtedly linked to the bankruptcy. Without pausing, Li Xia rushed out of the room, while Lin Fan, standing still, had an uncertain glint in his eyes. What on earth was happening? Was Li Quan's mind still sane? Had his silver needle missed? Lin Fan, uncle and aunt are dead. Chili, still in the room, covered her mouth, disbelief etched across her face. I don't know, ill-investigated. Seeing the expression on Killa's face, Lin Fan's thoughts became chaotic. He hurriedly spoke a few words before leaving the room. He arrived at the estate. Lin Fan just caught sight of a car leaving the estate. Watching Li Xia drive away, his expression darkened completely in that moment. The spiritual power emanating from him even caused the ground to crack slightly. He had thought Li Xia wouldn't get far and could be stopped. To his surprise, she drove away directly. He couldn't let Li Xia meet Li Quan. Otherwise, the fact that he had personally killed their parents would definitely be exposed. At that point, even Chili might find out. The danger was evident in his eyes. Lin Fan looked at the car, which had long vanished from sight, and took out his phone. He found a person and dialed. Hello, Brother Lin. It's been a while since I've heard from you. You really are impressive. Your Tianyu Company has completely taken down the Li family. As soon as the call connected, a rugged voice came through. Wang Biao, I have something to ask of you, my brother. Lin Fan's voice carried an undeniable tone. This made the burly man with a tattoo of a green bull on his chest rein in his emotions. Brother Lin, just tell me what you need. In Magic City, I dare not say anything publicly, but in the shadows I, Wang Biao, am definitely the ruler. I want you to kill someone for me. Lin Fan's voice rang out, causing the bald man on the other end to furrow his brows. Killing was not an unfamiliar task for him. The main question was who it was. Brother Lin, who are we talking about? He thought of the man on the other end who possessed extraordinary medical skills and astounding combat abilities. Wang Biao did not refuse immediately. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Quan. He already understood that Li Quan was not a fool, which made him a ticking time bomb for Lin Fan. As long as he was alive, Li Quan, who knew the truth, would undoubtedly bring endless trouble to him. Now this trouble must be eliminated. Hiss. Upon hearing this name, Wang Biao couldn't help but gasp. Brother Lin, if you really kill him, the aftermath won't be easy to handle. Wang Biao was now in a bit of a dilemma. Li Quan was certainly not a nameless nobody. Though the Li family had collapsed, they had once been the top of the 4 young masters of the Demon Sea. Some of his subordinates had benefited from this young master. If something goes wrong, he'll take the blame. You just need to kill this person, and he'll promise you a pay-you-on pill. Pay-you-on pill. Upon hearing Lin Fan mention the reward, Wang Biao involuntarily raised his voice. Yes. Lin Fan's response was concise. All right. What is Brother Lin's business is mine. Rest assured I will call you in an hour and ensure he's taken care of. At that moment, Wang Biao's enthusiasm soared to unprecedented heights. It's in your hands. After the man dies, clean up the body. With Wang Biao's agreement, Lin Fan felt relieved. After all, Wang Biao was an ancient martial artist. Ancient martial artists surpassed ordinary people, and even the most basic yellow tier possessed strength comparable to a ferocious beast. Moreover, ancient martial artists were a rarity among millions. This was why Lin Fan had taken Wang Biao, who had some utility, under his wing. Just like with his women, they had to have remarkable looks. An 8 or 9 out of 10 would suffice as a lover. At the Tang Chun building on the top floor, Li Quan sat by the shattered window. Below, the bodies of his parents had already been taken away by the coroner. The vast house was devoid of any light. Lin Fan, in order to be with Chili, devised a brilliant scheme to eliminate Mikila's fiancé. He framed our Li family for exploiting several top-tier female stars, and contacted a world-class hacker, Dark Rose, to steal a large amount of assets from our funds, creating a false appearance of tax evasion for our company. The entire world believes the Li family is corrupt. In their eyes, Lin Fan has rid the world of evil. Even Chili was deceived by Lin Fan and testified against us. In the empty house, Li Quan was left muttering to himself. Ye Tian listened attentively, not sensing any ulterior motives. After all, he had read the entire story of this novel world. Defeating a villain and gaining 2 love interests was the basic operation of the protagonist. The author of this novel was indeed a peculiar person. In the author's description, the protagonist Lin Fan was not a man overflowing with righteous courage. He was a protagonist willing to do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. The tone was somewhat dark, yet despite this the book was still favored by a considerable portion of people on Blue Star. Snapping back to reality, Ye Tian did not forget the basic intentions of the system. At this moment, Deng Lixia's affection for Lin Fan decreased by 20, rewarding the host with 2,000 points. Deng Qila's perception of Lin Fan decreased by 2, rewarding the host with 2,000 points. The protagonist's luck decreased by 200 points. The voice of the system made Li Quan regain some focus. The points were the gains from his recent phone call. Sure enough, this is also a way to gain system points, he muttered, pulling up the system interface. There were so many things he wanted to exchange. Ye Tian observed all of Li Quan's actions. In just a few hours since arriving in this world, he had already felt the enormous benefits Li Quan brought him. Binding with Li Quan had caused this villain who was supposed to die by jumping off a building to survive, creating chaos in the world's rules. Just now, after Lixia received the news of her parents' deaths, through Li Quan it had further deepened the rift between one of the female leads and the protagonist. In this situation, the world's flaws were evident. Even though the world's rules would soon repair it, Ye Tian had in just that brief moment extracted a significant portion of the world's essence. If measured by the amount of points, the world essence he extracted was equivalent to 4,000 points. He would take 1/10 of this to give to Li Quan, his host. That's very system-like. He'll exchange for a handgun, Li Quan said softly to the system after searching for a while. Handgun, Ye Tian murmured, waving his hand. On the system interface, 2 large characters appeared, none. Li Quan's brow involuntarily twitched at the system's reply. It was naturally time for Ye Tian to step forward and offer an explanation. A chime announced that the weapon shop had not yet been unlocked and required an additional 1,000 points to open. Upon seeing the demand, Li Quan muttered under his breath at the system's greed. He decided to unlock it without further hesitation. Weapons would prove useful in the days to come. Ye Tian chided him, remarking that he was still too young to fritter away points so freely. Ye Tian waved a hand, and a mechanical voice proclaimed that the weapon shop had been opened. The announcement concluded with an officious chime. Li Quan opened the weapon shop with a hint of expectation. Items were listed one by one: brick, 5 points cleaver, 10 points dagger, 12 points baseball bat, 15 points, and so on. At the very bottom, he found the last most costly item, a diamond-studded empty wine bottle priced at 90. A twitch crept at the corner of his mouth. Even his cultivated restraint bristled at the thought. Among these offerings there was not a single firearm. What he had pictured were pistols, machine guns, Barrett rifles, tanks, warships, planet-shattering cannons, something altogether grander. System, is that all? He asked. Li Quan asked with persistent displeasure. Ye Tian could only profess helplessness. He was after all still a low-level fledgling system. The distance between this and the ability to conjure objects by mere thought was vast. In truth, the weapon shops had been temporarily copied and fabricated by Ye Tian himself. The brick had been replicated from the wall of the Tangchun Yiping residence. The cleaver was modeled after the kitchen knife. Had it not seemed inappropriate, even the toilet plunger might have been reproduced. When Li Quan voiced his complaint, Ye Tian replied in an official tone, "The weapon marketplace is being continuously updated." That remark was not emotion, merely humoring Li Quan. Continuous updates were indeed possible for Ye Tian. If a tank appeared near Li Quan, Ye Tian could copy the entire vehicle in one go. He could then fabricate the tank and place it in the weapon shop for sale. With that explanation, Li Quan felt marginal, yet the blow still stung. Those 1,000 points felt thrown away, making scarcely a ripple in the short term. A chime suggested a newcomer points use plan. Seeing Li Quan poised to stop using his points, Ye Tian hurriedly issued the reminder. But what about those 3,000 points? It felt better to keep them than to lavish them on Ye Tian's system. After the prompt sounded, a conspicuous option box appeared on the exchange interface. It displayed a 1/10 price storage space, 1,000 points per cubic clearance sale. That single option stood alone. The nature of the exchange made Li Quan's eyes brighten. That item would indeed bring him considerable convenience. It consumed 1,000 points. Ye Tian did not skimp. Magnanimously, he granted Li Quan a cubic of storage. In the next moment, Li Quan felt his spirit link with some inexplicable space. He picked up a jagged shard of glass with his long fingers and silently willed store. The space trembled, and in an instant the shard in his hand truly vanished. A subsequent thought brought the glass back into his palm. After a pause, Li Quan opened the weapon shop once more. He selected and exchanged a dagger. 12 points. A plain dagger, unremarkable save for its keen edge, materialized in his hand. With a flick of thought, he flipped the blade and placed it into his storage space. A single dagger may do little harm, but a dagger hidden away can still yield an unexpected advantage. A faint click sounded as he sat by the window. His ears twitched. He knew the door had opened. Only his sister Lixia possessed the key. The lamp inside clicked on, bathing the room in light. A tremulous voice called out, "Brother, I'm home." Li Quan replied, turning to look at his sister, who stood a head shorter than him. Relief softened his expression. "Brother, what happened to you?" Seeing the wounds on his body and the blurred blood on his forehead, Li Xia's heart lurched with pain. I knelt and pleaded for our parents, but he still showed them no mercy. Li Quan's voice was flat, and Li Xia felt as though her heart had been wrung. Who did this? Who's responsible? Staring at the two stark pools of blood on the floor, Li Xia's reddened eyes brimmed with absolute hatred. She had at first believed their parents had been driven to suicide by overwhelming debt, but arriving here, she discovered the truth. It was murder. There are things you do not want to know, Xia, Li Quan said. Seeing his sister on the brink of collapse, Li Quan knew she could not endure another blow. Is it Lin Fan? Li Xia suddenly lifted her head, her sixth sense uncanny in its precision. Faced with her gaze, Li Quan fell silent, then answered, yes. It was him. He did not hide it any longer. He murdered our parents, and he even tried to reduce me to a fool to cover his tracks. In that instant, Li Quan laid the facts bare. A chime announced that Li Xia's perception of Lin Fan had dropped to -100%, turning into outright enmity. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20,000 points and a silver draw card. Ye Tian could only imagine applause. This development was a trump card of the highest order. To Li Xia, the protagonist Lin Fan had effectively lost a female lead. An absence complete. Ye Tian clearly detected the consequence. With one fewer heroine attached to Lin Fan, the world's rules slipped into chaos, and the world's source gushed out, as if a breach had opened. Ye Tian seized the opportunity and ravenously consumed the spill of source. Li Quan had not concealed the truth from Li Xia. He had briefly considered doing so. His hesitation stemmed from dread. Once his sister knew Lin Fan was the killer, Lin Fan's nature suggested Li Xia would become a target for elimination as well. But Li Quan could not bring himself to hide the truth. She had the right to know how their parents had died. With the system at his side, he believed he could keep her safe. He'll go find him. Li Xia's voice trembled as she wavered, and then collapsed to the floor. Li Quan sighed deeply. He scooped her up from the ground. I will avenge our parents, you must rest, he said. Meanwhile, as the world's rules rapidly mended, Ye Tian, having siphoned a vast amount of primordial source, murmured with relish that it still was not enough. Li Xia's rupture with the protagonist was complete. From that rupture, Ye Tian reaped a profit of more than 500,000 points. 50,000 points, more than enough for Ye Tian to reinvent himself. Simulate martial arts technique. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Level 9, Level 10 maximum costing 10,000 points. In simulate danger forewarning. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Level 9, Level 10 maximum costing 10,000 points. And having pushed both critical skills to their apex, Ye Tian retained the remaining 30,000 points untouched. The host might run out of points, but as a system he must retain some. And should the host ever face utter despair, the system could still bestow upon him a decisive, game-changing ability. Ding skill marketplace updated. After soothing his younger sister Li Xia to sleep, Li Quan was drawn by the system's chime. In the skill marketplace. Master level martial arts technique 100 points and master level danger forewarning 100 points, and though only 2 entries appeared, Li Quan's eyes gleamed unmistakably at the sight. Ever since learning that Lin Fan possessed the prowess of a legendary martial arts master, Li Quan's yearning for power had intensified with every passing moment. These 2 offerings in the system's skill marketplace would undoubtedly transform him from an ordinary man into something extraordinary. End system purchase both skills. Ding, purchase confirmed. Points deducted. The very next instant, Li Quan felt his blood surge violently through his veins. A long-blocked acupoints were forcibly unsealed, and a torrent of ancestral memory flooded his consciousness. So this is what power feels like, and he clenched his fist. Ni's raw physical strength had increased little, but armed with master-level martial arts technique, he could now overcome 100 versions of his former self. Ding-dong, and the doorbell rang outside. In peering through the wall-mounted surveillance screen, Li Quan narrowed his eyes. Ah, they've arrived. Lin Fan's lapdog. Standing outside was a burly man, thick-bearded and imposing, a figure Li Quan knew all too well. Wang Biao. Not sworn to serve Li Quan unto death, yet the moment Lin Fan arrived in Mo High City, he swiftly switched allegiance. On more than one occasion, Li Quan's attempts to subdue Lin Fan had failed, only because Wang Biao leaked intelligence. How else could Lin Fan have escaped so effortlessly? And now his arrival, and Li Quan already grasped his purpose. Li Quan opened the door, and their gazes locked. And, did Lin Fan send you to take my life? Li Quan asked, voice calm. And, looks like young Master Li has finally seen reason. Wang Biao offered no denial, merely sighed, feigning regret. Young Master Li, I'm truly sorry. Lin Fan is not a man you dare cross. And as he spoke, a flash of lethal intent flared in Wang Biao's eyes, and his hand shot forward, claws raking toward Li Quan's heart. Wang Biao offered no denial, merely sighed, feigning regret. Young Master Li, I'm truly sorry. Lin Fan is not a man you dare cross. Yet his assumption was fatally idealistic. In the instant Wang Biao launched his clawed strike, Li Quan's danger forewarning surged to its absolute peak. Thud. Nina flash. Li Quan dropped low, evading the strike, then drove a crushing elbow into Wang Biao's flank. One elbow equals 3 fists. Though Li Quan's physical strength remained within mortal limits, even so the blow staggered Wang Biao backward. His footing shattered, his balance lost. Regaining his stance, Wang Biao was seized by searing pain. And he glanced down. Nan found a dagger embedded deep in his side. Impossible. He hadn't seen Li Quan draw any blade. Li Quan. Blood gushed forth as thick cords of muscle bulged across Wang Biao's body. You're courting death. A dense ochre-hued spiritual energy coiled around Wang Biao's entire arm as he charged forward like a rampaging ox. End system. Purchase another dagger. Ding. 12 points deducted. Remaining points 1976. In Mu. Before Wang Biao's assault even reached him, a low thunderous bellow, like that of a blue ox, lifted Li Quan's hair with its concussive wave. Even a yellow rank attack from an ancient martial cultivator far surpassed anything Li Quan could withstand at present. And to meet it heat-in would mean utter, humiliating defeat. Thus, Nei targeted Wang Biao's flank, and empowered by master-level martial arts technique, Wang Biao's ferocious assault left his entire body riddled with openings. Shank. A dagger materialized midair, spun once, and plunged blade deep into Wang Biao's abdomen. And right-up. Channeling every ounce of strength, Li Quan, eyes unblinking, dragged the dagger sideways with brutal precision. The air stilled, then thickened with the coppery tang of blood. And Wang Biao stared disbelieving at his ruined abdomen, eyes wide as oxen's, before collapsing lifelessly onto the floor. And ding. Host has slain Lin Fan's underling. Lin Fan loses a vital limb. Reward 15000 points. 1 bronze lottery card awarded. NAS. Wang Biao's corpse vanished into Li Quan's storage space, leaving no trace. Calmness, decisiveness, and intellect converged in perfect harmony. Ye Tian witnessing it all since Li Quan's profound metamorphosis. At this very moment, if Li Quan were to open his system interface, he would discover a newly unlocked ancient martial marketplace, within which lay a scroll, the Oxbrute secret art and very cultivation manual Wang Biao had mastered. A bronze lottery card, and I still hold 1 silver lottery card. What might these yield? Li Quan felt genuine curiosity about the system's rewards. Let me try the bronze lottery card first. In silently reciting the command, Li Quan crushed the azure card. Boom. Amidst a radiant burst of light, a metal hovered before him. Gentleman's metal description. A gentleman walks like jade on spring grass, peerless among mortals. Wearer radiates innate unshakable virtue and moral authority from soul to surface. The gentleman's medal. Holding it in his palm, Li Quan murmured inwardly. In regarding demeanor. After years spent as a dissolute scion, his aura had grown unervingly cold and shadowed. Even strangers upon first glance would recoil, not with fear, but instinctive aversion. Chi Li had always kept her distance. Surely this aura played no small part. And demeanor is forged over decades, altering it is near impossible. This medal, utterly unforeseen, now kindled a deeper anticipation. If bronze yielded such refinement, what marvel might silver unveil? He withdrew the silver lottery card, and crushed it. Boom. And within the shimmering radiance, Na towering figure, over 2 meters tall, materialized, emanating overwhelming pressure. Summoned entity Oxbrute description. A humble villager summoned from primordial chaos. His mastery of the Oxbrute secret art complete. His cultivation rank, profound rank, peak perfection. Note: so long as fed and housed, Oxbrute pledges absolute unwavering loyalty to his host. NAS. Ye Tian narrated, he simultaneously imprinted the hierarchy of ancient martial cultivation ranks into Li Quan's mind. Profound rank. So Lin Fan and Wang Biao are ancient martial cultivators, and Wang Biao stands merely at the threshold of yellow rank. In absorbing this revelation, Li Quan's entire worldview began to reassemble. Gazing upon Oxbrute, whose oppressive aura dwarfed Wang Biao's by tenfold, Li Quan understood no matter how refined his technique, not even a single cut would mar Oxbrute's flesh with his dagger. Had Oxbrute stood beside him earlier, his parents might yet have been spared Lin Fan's cruelty. The barbaric bull was actually an unintended creation of Ye Tian. Originally, he only wanted to experiment with perfecting the barbaric bull's secret art, but unexpectedly succeeded. He then replicated Wang Biao's corpse using it as a vessel, and under the constant impact of the perfected secret art, it transformed into this figure over 2 meters tall. Finally, he altered its appearance and filled in some basic knowledge. A brand new summoned figure appeared. Ye Tian was genuinely shocked by his own operation. It seems that if there is a sunflower scripture in the future, one could completely create an invincible figure of the East. With the evil repelling sword manual, one could also forge Ubuchuan. As a system, there are still many abilities that he had not grasped. Late at night, dingling. The cold ground vibrated violently as the broken phone rang. Long fingers picked up the phone, the caller ID displayed, Lin Fan. The call connected. Hey Wang Biao, how is it? Have you dealt with Li Quan? And Li Xia just used spiritual power to turn her into a fool. I still want that woman. Lin Fan's voice came through the phone. However, he did not hear Wang Biao's response. One breath, two breaths. On the other end of the line, Lin Fan's brow involuntarily furrowed, and a bad premonition arose. Sure enough, a cold voice came through the phone, echoing in his ears. Lin Fan, my sister and I are doing just fine, disappointing you. Lin Fan, you scum. Murderer. I will definitely take revenge. Just wait. The woman's hysterical voice came through halfway before the call was disconnected. Doo-doo. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Lin Fan's gaze gradually darkened. Crack, crack, crack. The phone in his hand slowly fractured and twisted, mirroring his current expression. On the other side, after hanging up, Li Quan constantly comforted the crying Li Xia in his arms. Why aren't you asleep at this time? Woo. I miss mom and dad. Brother, don't leave me, you're my only family. I want leave, I will protect you from now on, go to sleep now. Brother, stay with me. The next day, the news of the chairman and his wife of the League Group's passing spread across the world like it had grown wings. The entire entertainment industry was in an uproar. Many felt that a change was about to occur in the cultural world. Outside, it was drizzling. In the hall, two portraits caused everyone in black suits to bow their heads in silence. Li Quan stood beside his parents' portraits, watching one person after another step forward to offer white chrysanthemums, his heart heavy with grief. Beside him, Li Xia was already in tears. A faint, fragrant breeze wafted by, and Li Quan looked up to see a woman in a black dress, her skin as white as snow, approaching his parents' portraits, gracefully bowing slightly. As she was about to place the white chrysanthemum down, a hand gripped her wrist tightly. Miss Chili, you need not attend my parents' funeral. Li Quan's voice, devoid of much emotion, emerged, causing Chili to tremble slightly. Looking up at Li Quan's cold eyes, she opened her mouth to say something, but finally could only utter, I'm sorry, I didn't expect uncle and aunt to take their own lives for this. Suicide. Li Quan stared intently into Killis' eyes. Only Mr. Lin Fan, who is always by your side, likely understands the true cause of my parents' death. His voice, devoid of any disguise, rang out. In an instant, everyone at the funeral exchanged glances, all of whom were astute individuals capable of discerning the truth. In a mere breath, they captured an enormous amount of information from Li Quan's words. Li Quan, what do you mean? Chili indeed did not quite understand what Li Quan was implying. It's nothing. Li Quan released Killis' wrist. Why haven't I seen Mr. Lin Fan today? Isn't he always following you around? He is unwell. Chili recalled Lin Fan's words. Is it really unwell? Who knows? Li Quan took out a document and handed it to Chili. Please inform Mr. Lin Fan that I, Li Quan, am formally suing Tianyu Company Director Lin Fan for the murder of my parents. Wow. After this statement was uttered, everyone present was instantly in an uproar. This news weighed at least 100 pounds. Li Quan, what nonsense are you talking about? Chili looked at the document in disbelief. Only now did she realize that today Li Quan was different from before. At this moment, Li Quan appeared to embody absolute justice, his demeanor so convincing. The light shimmering in his eyes was filled with disappointment towards her. Just listen carefully. Li Quan took a deep breath, his expression becoming complicated but ultimately firm. Moreover, I will voluntarily withdraw from the engagement we have set for next month. There will be no relationship between us. Under such solemn words, Li Quan's eyes were already moist, as though he were utterly disappointed in someone he loved deeply. What acting! No wonder it was a master-level performance exchanged with me for 5,000 points. Ye Tian observed the scene seriously. Withdraw from the engagement. Chili was stunned, looking at Li Quan's reddened eyes. It seemed that Li Quan was genuinely heartbroken. Seeing Li Quan like this, Chili felt her emotions were stirred, and for a moment, she even thought that Li Quan's current state was caused solely by her actions. If it weren't for her delivering the final blow to the Li Group, leading to his parents' suicide, Li Quan wouldn't be in this state, right? But then she thought, that Li Quan fellow had squandered many women in the entertainment circle, ending up in this state, so he wasn't deserving of sympathy. Gripping the document tightly, I will inform Lin Fan, and I hope Master Li will grieve in peace. As people gradually dispersed, the rain outside grew heavier. Ding, the host, has caused Lin Fan to be suspected by the masses, disturbing the female lead Killis' mindset, rewarding the host with 2024 points, current points 1. For W. Lin Fan's protagonist luck decreased by 100 points, remaining protagonist luck 7,500 points. Listening to the system's voice, Li Quan reined in his emotions. He took Li Shi's hand and gently called out behind him, "Let's go, it's time to head to the company." Bang! The bodyguard barbaric bull splashed through the water, closely following behind Li Quan. On the other side, in the manner Lin Fan received the document from Killa's hands. "Lin Fan, tell me honestly, is Uncle and Aunt's death really related to you?" Chili did not hesitate much, directly asking Lin Fan. At the funeral, every word uttered by Li Quan adorned with the gentleman medal tugged at her emotions. Although Li Quan's character was not good, Chili did not believe that he would speak recklessly regarding such matters. "Chili, don't you know what kind of person Li Quan is? He is merely full of slander without evidence. This way of accusing others is just like a child." Lin Fan gently took the woman's hand in front of him. "Li Quan clearly has his eyes on you, and he must still want to eliminate me to possess you exclusively. Li Quan has proposed to dissolve our engagement." Pulling her hand from Lin Fan's, Chili recalled Li Quan's expression of disappointment towards her at the funeral, feeling somewhat flustered. "There are matters at the company. I will head back first." Chili left. Lin Fan, alone in the manor, had a noticeably darkened expression. "Sumi, Li Quan, you still don't understand the power I possess." The document in his hand turned into a pile of shredded paper. Lin Fan slowly closed his eyes, calming himself. "It seems I will have to activate the assassin organization left by my master. Li Quan, you won't survive tonight." In the car, Li Quan was browsing the system interface. "System, how many points are needed to exchange for all the parasites in the Li group and the commercial spy data?" Tisk finally remembered to ask the system. Ye Tian shook his head, waving his hand. "A complete set of data exchange requires 4,000 points. 4,000 points. Li Quan hesitated for a moment, but thinking of the company's current situation, a fierce look appeared in his eyes. "Exchange." A USB drive appeared in his hand. Taking out his computer, he plugged in the USB drive and browsed the information on it, Li Quan's eyes shining brighter. The system's products are guaranteed to be top-notch. This information is simply too comprehensive. It has reached the point where he could hand the documents to the police, letting them arrest people based on the information within. "I didn't expect there would be so many infiltrators from Tianyu Company." Looking at these documents, Li Quan directly dialed the police. Yesterday, just before going to sleep, the system gifted him a comprehensive guide on how to counter the protagonist. The various methods opened Li Quan's eyes. And calling the police was one of the clever moves. When Li Quan arrived at the company, the police were already escorting confused individuals out of the company. "Li Quan, what is going on?" Several company veterans were being detained as they walked past Li Quan, calling out his name in inquiry. "Quick, find a way to get us out, or tell the police clearly that we haven't committed a crime." Li Quan, who reported it? "We must find that person. Everyone is at this age, why are you still so naive?" Li Quan shook his head and chuckled. "It was me who... Everything you have embezzled from the company over the years, I will make you all spit it out. My legal team will pursue your crimes to the end." "What a..." Listening to Li Quan's words, everyone present trembled all over. The many employees following behind also felt shocked hearing Li Quan's nonchalant words. In their exchanges of glances, they were all stunned by Li Quan's methods. They initially thought that the arrests of these company people were due to targeting from other companies. After all, among these people there were many key personnel, veterans, and even shareholders from various companies. "Are you crazy? Li Quan, do you think this will save the company? Removing us veterans will only lead the company into an irretrievable abyss. Even your father turns a blind eye to us. What do you think you are? Dare to call the police?" One by one, the people being restrained by the police cursed at Li Quan. However, this was merely impotent rage. They never expected that the always docile Li Quan would do such a thing today. Li Group CEO's office. After purging the company from within, Li Quan undeniably became the president of the company. Looking at the documents on the desk, Li Quan felt relatively calm, having mentally prepared himself. Since the negative news about the company was extensively exposed online, the stock market of Li Group has plunged to a dismal state. Film, music, literature. If it weren't for the lack of sufficient evidence preventing official action, Li Group would likely have been completely shut down. Even so, the public's aversion to Li Group has reached an exaggerated level. After cleansing the company from within, everything is ready to start anew. Habitually opening the system interface. Among these are songs, film scripts, and literary masterpieces. Although they could spark a cultural frenzy, they are not suitable to be brought out at this moment. Li Group, branded with infamy, would not attract much attention even if they had the best works. This made Li Quan think of the main figure responsible for the company's downfall. Dark Rose, a top-tier hacker in the world. If it weren't for Dark Rose exposing all the company's scandals and fabricating those fictitious events, Li Group would not have faced such a catastrophic downfall overnight. Ding, system character data updated. Ye Tian's timely reminder sounded. Li Quan's intelligence was indeed remarkable. Given the company's situation, he needed to find a breakthrough. and Dark Rose was evidently one of the breakthroughs. After the sound prompt from Ye Tian, Li Quan opened the system. Character Data Marketplace. Dark Rose 2000 Lin Fan 8000 Chi Li 3000. Scattered information with dozens of characters data visible at a glance. Li Quan hadn't even heard of many of the names. System, I can know all their information by consuming the corresponding points, right? Ding host answered correctly. I didn't expect the system to have such capabilities. Glancing at the list of character data, Li Quan's gaze lingered on Lin Fan for a moment before fixing on Dark Rose. System exchange for Dark Rose's data. Li Quan didn't hesitate. For him, Dark Rose was like a thorn lodged in the company's throat. If not resolved, even if the company survived this crisis, a similar situation would inevitably occur again. Ding points deducted. Host has 8,000 points remaining. Dark Rose name Hei Mei, age 18, measurements experience at the age of 8. Her family suffered a fire and her parents perished. She was saved by a boy who later left, leaving Hei Mei to grow up as an orphan in an orphanage. As Hei Mei grew up, she displayed genius-level skills in computers. Relying on her hacking abilities, she has never given up on uncovering the true cause of the fire and finding the boy who saved her, yet she inadvertently leaked information about a foreign assassin organization and is now facing pursuit. Current status: facing pursuit, seeking help from Lin Fan. Coordinates map. Facing pursuit, seeking help from Lin Fan. Seeing these words, Li Quan raised an eyebrow and smirked. At such a time, Lin Fan must not be allowed to meet with Dark Rose. It would be best if those pursuing Dark Rose could succeed in killing her. With this thought, Li Quan picked up his phone and directly called his legal team. Hello, young Master Li. How is the lawsuit against Lin Fan for the murder of my parents coming along? Young Master Li, we still lack sufficient evidence. Li Quan was not surprised by the lawyer's response. Then go gather evidence, involve the police, and ask Lin Fan to cooperate at the police station. The lawyer on the other end sounded puzzled. They could indeed use some existing evidence to get the police to invite Lin Fan. But they were the ones suing for murder. How could they expect him to provide any useful information? Do as instructed. With that, Li Quan hung up the phone. He never really thought he could take Lin Fan down with the lawsuit, given that there was indeed too little evidence. Moreover, Lin Fan's connections clearly reached the military. The main purpose of filing the lawsuit was to distract Lin Fan, just like this. Without Lin Fan's help, Dark Rose will likely be doomed. Leaning back in his chair, Li Quan envisioned the rewards the system would give him once Dark Rose was dead. However, at that moment, the system's notification sound caught him off guard. Ding, system mission issued. Make one of the female protagonists, Dark Rose, fall in love with the host. Time limit 5 days. Mission success, reward a golden lottery card. Mission failure, system departs. System mission. Li Quan was clearly taken aback for a moment at the task issued by Ye Tian. The penalty for failure is that severe. The system departing was something Li Quan absolutely could not allow. Without the system, he wouldn't even know how to deal with Lin Fan, let alone manage Li Group's operations. Yet this mission posed a dilemma for him. As a villain, doesn't he know that stealing the protagonist's woman is the key to breaking the protagonist's mindset? Why do I have to teach him? Ye Tian shook his head, realizing that finding a time traveler or reincarnator for the next host was indeed necessary. Ultimately, Li Quan rose from his seat. With a brute protecting Li Xia home, he drove off toward the location of Dark Rose. Since he needed to complete the system's mission, Dark Rose could not be allowed to come to harm. At the same time, he needed to understand her information more deeply. System, was it Lin Fan who saved Dark Rose during that fire all those years ago? Yes. Ye Tian did not conceal this matter, as the information had been purchased entirely about Dark Rose. Did Dark Rose know that Lin Fan was her savior? No, because some evidence from that year is difficult to find. They only have a friendship. What evidence? Li Quan caught on to the key point in Ye Tian's words while keenly sensing his entry point. To answer Li Quan's series of questions, Ye Tian conjured a light screen before him. This was an event that happened 10 years ago in Hei Mei's family. Inside the house, flames raged. A girl was pulling her barely conscious mother, and beside her was a boy with an anxious expression. The mother handed a necklace to the boy, which contained a photo of the three of them. Take Mei Mei away. The girl cried out while the boy gritted his teeth and carried her away. The girl struggled wildly, and a red-hot steel pipe struck the boy's back. The girl fell silent, staring blankly as the boy, bearing the pain, saved her from the sea of fire. The brief image was watched by Li Quan in the time it took for a traffic light to turn red. I didn't expect Lin Fan to possess such qualities. The cause of the fire was a botched assassination target by Lin Fan's master. It's just that no one knows. Ye Tian revealed directly. Li Quan was instantly choked up. The system was indeed omniscient. Then the lost evidence should be that necklace, right? Li Quan was not foolish, and after watching the entire image, he gathered the information himself. After all, it was an external object. Could it really be like in dramas, not falling for 20 or 30 years? And the scars. Ye Tian added, simultaneously pulling up the scene where the steel pipe struck Lin Fan's back. Lin Fan recently obtained the transforming pill, and his entire body has been elevated, leaving no scars. After witnessing the system's omniscient explanation, Li Quan felt utterly bewildered. With both crucial pieces of evidence missing, it's no wonder Dark Rose never thought of Lin Fan as her savior. Does the host wish to spend 200 points to obtain 2 pieces of evidence? Yes. Li Quan had barely contemplated the idea when the system anticipated his decision. Anticipated. And Li Quan remained unaware that Ye Tian had from the very beginning patiently steered him toward this path, like a masterful conductor guiding an orchestra. Having mastered the novel's entire narrative, Ye Tian knew precisely how to magnify the world's inherent flaws. Ding! Points deducted. The host now has 6 points remaining. And glancing at the necklace around his neck and tracing the faint scar slowly emerging along his spine, Li Quan's lips curled into a subtle knowing smile. Now his authenticity as He Mei's life-saving benefactor 10 years ago far surpassed Lin Fan's claim. He wondered, what expression of remorse would cross He Mei's face upon learning she herself had reduced her childhood savior's company to ruins. Of course, this was merely the foundation. And Li Quan had not forgotten the system's directive: within 5 days make He Mei fall in love with him. And even bearing the weight of a life debt, meticulous orchestration remained essential. Inside a luxury apartment building, a woman sat on the sofa, her slender porcelain-fair legs elegantly crossed, her nimble fingers dancing across the keyboard, raven black hair cascading freely down her back. She glanced at the clock, and sucking thoughtfully on a lollipop, she picked up the telephone from the coffee table and dialed. And hello? Brother Lin, weren't you supposed to rescue me? Judging by your coordinates, you're currently at the police station. Mischievous glint shimmered in her eyes. Wearing pink over-ear headphones, she twirled strands of dark hair around her fingertips. On the other end of the line, Lin Fan exhaled deeply as he faced the officer before him, and the row of attorneys standing silently behind. I have something urgent to handle here. Give me just a few more minutes. Hurry then. I'm just a fragile woman. I can't possibly fend off those people alone. Understood. I'll be there shortly, Lin Fan replied, his tone tender. Yet beneath it a flash of possessive intensity flickered across his gaze. After hanging up, Lin Fan turned his steady gaze toward the officer across from him. If there's anything else you need to ask, please do so now. 5 minutes later. The officer closed his notebook and nodded politely. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. You're free to go. I'll remember your face. Such dedication deserves recognition. I'll certainly commend you to your chief. That's kind of you, Lin Fan murmured with a faint practiced smile, as if genuinely praising the officer. And he rose to his feet. But just as he reached the police station entrance, several officers blocked his path. Mr. Lin, we'll need to detain you a little longer. What is it? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, his patience worn thin. To delay him repeatedly, without compelling justification, would invite consequences. We've just interrogated a group of individuals laundering money under the guise of a certain corporation. In multiple confessions, both your name and Tianyu Entertainment were cited. Therefore, we have sufficient grounds and legal necessity to request your presence at the station for further clarification. Money laundering. They named me. Lin Fan let out a cold, mirthless laugh, icy glints piercing his pupils. Take me there. Let me see which rivals dare accuse me. And he followed the officers into the interrogation wing. A large cluster of detainees filled the area, all apprehended in the same sweep. As Lin Fan scanned their faces, his initial curiosity hardened into grim stillness. These people, weren't they all his corporate spies planted deep within the group? Chairman Lin, you're finally here. Get us out of here. Several middle-aged men rushed forward, sobbing uncontrollably, clinging to Lin Fan, only to be brusquely shoved away. What evidence do you have? How dare you detain them without proof? Though repulsed by their desperation, Lin Fan still regarded them as his own agents he'd deployed, thus obligations he'd uphold. Perhaps you'd like to review the evidence we've gathered. An officer rotated his laptop screen toward Lin Fan. They're laid out with chilling precision. Dates times transactions were irrefutable records of criminal acts. Lin Fan's breath caught. How could this be? These documents constituted ironclad proof, not mere allegations. To publicly defend these criminals would transform his role entirely, from patron to accomplice. Who provided this evidence? Lin Fan inhaled sharply. Chairman Lin, it's Li Quan. He somehow acquired these files and reported us all. Chairman Lin, save us. If Li Quan's lawyers proceed unchecked, we'll spend our lives behind bars. Li Quan. At that name, disbelief flooded Lin Fan's mind. Impossible. Such data couldn't even be compiled by his own father, let alone by Li Quan. How had he obtained it? Had Li Quan been feigning weakness all along? Was his cunning truly this profound, this abyssal? Mr. Lin, you are now suspected of orchestrating money laundering, tax evasion, and embezzlement of substantial corporate funds. We must temporarily detain you. Let me make one call first. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Fan reluctantly activated his connections. Back at the apartment building, the woman stretched languidly, eyes fixed on Li Quan's live location displayed on her laptop screen. Still at the police station, her delicate brow furrowed in mild distress as she lifted her phone. 7 or 8 red dots, each converging unmistakably upon her location. Looks like I'll have to rely on myself after all. She slid the laptop into her bag, fastened her network-linked bracelet, grabbed her phone, and stepped out the door. Thud. A heavy blow struck her head, fooling. When Mei regained consciousness, she found herself inside a swaying vehicle, mouth bound with gauze, wrists and ankles tightly restrained. Inside the dim cabin, 4 burly white men glanced briefly at Mei, then exchanged terse, wordless looks. The constant rocking confirmed the car was still moving, its destination unknown. Her phone, laptop, even the smart bracelet synced to her network, had vanished. That instant, Mei's heart plummeted into icy despair. She had trusted the digital world too completely. Had she simply checked the peephole before leaving, none of this would have happened. Now her only hope lay with Lin Fan. No one else knew her predicament. Screech. Suddenly Mei felt the entire cabin lurch violently forward. The vehicle halted. Had they arrived? Her pulse quickened with dread. Bang. 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 Gunfire erupted without warning. The driver slumped lifeless instantly. In that split second, the 4 men exchanged a single glance, then snatched their weapons and burst out the door. Outside, gunfire intensified, rapid, chaotic, unrelenting. Mei shrank into a tight, trembling ball inside the cabin. Was Lin Fan coming to save her? Or had these men stumbled upon an even more ruthless faction? Her thoughts spiraled wildly, until the gunfire gradually faded into silence. Absolute quiet settled, but no member of the Ghost Fong assassins returned to the cabin. You may come down now. It's safe. A calm, reassuring voice came from beside her. Mei. A man stood there, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his eyes radiating scholarly grace and quiet composure. His gentle, harmonious features carried an aura as soothing as spring breezes. Her first impression soared, yet something about him stirred vague familiarity, though his identity eluded her memory. Inside the steadily driving vehicle, Mei still could not quite believe her eyes as she looked at the man beside her. Did you really kill all 5 of them by yourself? Li Quan replied briefly. His mind was mostly focused on the system. The host has saved Mei in place of the protagonist Lin Fan, rewarding the host with 3,000 points, current points 7,000. The protagonist Lin Fan's luck points have decreased by 100. System, can I return these guns I just bought? Li Quan looked at the guns in his storage space with a pained expression. Just moments ago, the system updated the weapon store, and guns finally appeared in the shop. However, these guns were only compatible with 1 magazine, and the shop did not sell bullets at all. The prices of the guns were exorbitant. System product non-returnable. Well, even though he had anticipated it, Li Quan still felt the system's overwhelming malice. This host doesn't understand that relying on firearms is futile. In a world where ancient martial arts exist, engaging more with ancient martial arts is the true path. Thinking of this, Ye Tian suddenly had an inspiration. System updated to version 2.0. Version 2.0 Villain system update. Content recycling. Recycling. The host can convert anything deemed valuable into points through the system. Tip: ancient martial arts manuals have a very high recycling value. They actually updated this feature. Li Quan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Then who are you, and why did you save me? Mei was astonished by the man's calm demeanor. I didn't save you, I just have a grudge against those people. Saving you was incidental. Is that so? With a hint of doubt in her gaze, Mei found no other reasons. Cough, cough. Just then Li Quan coughed up a mouthful of blood. What happened to you? Seeing the man's ashen face, Mei's delicate brows furrowed. In the next moment, she clearly saw a large pool of blood on Li Quan's driver's seat. Upon closer inspection, the man had been shot in the back. You're hurt. Looking at the blood, Mei's heart tightened. We need to go to the hospital. This is a gunshot wound, go to the hospital. Li Quan shook his head, stubbornly parking the car in the garage. During this time, his face was visibly becoming pale. All right, you can leave now. And you? What will you do about your injury? Mei closely watched the wound on Li Quan's back, unable to understand why the man still insisted on holding on. I handle my own injuries, been used to it. As Li Quan spoke these words, a sense of desolation emerged, amplified by the aura of the gentleman metal. Mei felt a lump in her throat, unable to voice her thoughts. In her eyes, this man had a story. Thud. The clearly overexerted Li Quan fainted. Unknowingly his access card fell beside He Mei. If I really leave I fear I would never forgive myself in the future. Looking at the unconscious Li Quan, He Mei's heart was moved. Although this man had a grudge against those killers, he was still her savior. Picking up the access card, He Mei supported Li Quan and got out of the car. System, I didn't expose anything, did I? Li Quan in his unconscious state communicated with Ye Tian in his mind. Please trust the master-level acting skills produced by the system. I trust you. After a moment of hesitation, Li Quan asked Ye Tian, System, does the recycling channel you updated allow for anything to be recycled? The system will assess the value of recycled items. If the value is less than 1 point, it will not be exchanged. Ye Tian said this while faintly sensing what Li Quan intended to do. Does the system recycle corpses? I have 6 corpses in my storage space that won't fit anymore. Ye Tian. Good grief, treating him like an incinerator. After evaluation, total value 6 points. Would you like to recycle and convert to points? Ye Tian did not refuse. If he wanted, he could inject energy into these corpses to directly create 6 muscular men at the peak of the mysterious rank. A guaranteed profit. Recycle. Although the points were ridiculously low for Li Quan, the main goal was to clear space in his storage. On the other side, after resolving matters at the police station through connections, Lin Fan arrived at He Mei's apartment. Upon seeing the empty house, Lin Fan dialed He Mei's number. No one answered. Something happened. Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt a surge of inexplicable anxiety, as if something that should have belonged to him had been taken away, which made him very uncomfortable. Unable to contact He Mei, and with no word from her, it seemed likely that she had been taken away by the killers of Ye. If it weren't for those troublesome guys delaying him, he could have arrived here much earlier. Thinking of the source of the trouble, Lin Fan made a note of Li Quan. He searched through his phone for a string of numbers. This was given to him by his master belonging to an assassin organization. He originally intended to contact them to kill Li Quan, but now had to use it in advance. Ye was also an assassin organization. The assassin organization left by his master would definitely have information on Ye, thus leading to He Mei's whereabouts. When Li Quan opened his eyes, his upper body was already wrapped in a bandage. And He Mei was sitting not far away on the sofa typing on his computer. Seeing this scene, Li Quan did not mind. The system had already hidden some secrets in the computer, so he was not afraid of He Mei discovering anything. You're awake. Upon seeing the man open his eyes, a complex expression appeared in He Mei's eyes. You are Li Quan, the current director of Li Corporation. For He Mei, as long as she had a device that could connect to the internet, it was not difficult to find someone. She was not unfamiliar with the only son of Li Corporation. The reason she didn't recognize him was that the Li Quan she saw today was completely different in temperament from what she had seen online. A gentle and melancholic aura contrasting with what she had originally found. You know, Li Quan slowly sat up, displaying a hint of surprise. My personal appearance is confidential. How could you find my information just through a computer? Are you very good with computers? I was just randomly searching. He Mei instinctively denied it. Little did she know what kind of joke fate was playing. Just days ago, to help Lin Fan, she had deliberately smeared Li Corporation, leading to its complete collapse. Yet today she was saved by the very person she had harmed. Though their interaction was brief, He Mei's view of Li Quan had fundamentally changed. She even felt like she was the one who had done something wrong. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can leave now, Li Quan said casually while putting on his clothes. He Mei felt a bit embarrassed. Can I stay with you for a couple of days? I just saw that more Ye killers have arrived in Mo High City, and I fear that I will be caught as soon as I step outside. Expected words. Li Quan was impressed by the system's capabilities. Even the top hackers in the world would struggle to avoid the false information released by the system. Can you cook and do laundry? I can. Hearing Li Quan's question, He Mei's eyes sparkled. I'm really good. Then go cook first. There are ingredients in the fridge. He Mei's small face drooped. A few minutes later, she ran out of the kitchen, clutching her finger that was cut, while chopping vegetables, looking pained. Ding. Given your current condition, the system recommends acquiring master-level culinary arts. Ye Tian's voice chimed in at just the right moment. Li Quan immediately opened the system's skill marketplace. Master-level culinary arts, 5000 points. 5,000 points. A steep price, especially since he only had 7006 points remaining. System confirm acquisition. He proceeded anyway. In Li Quan's experience, every prompt the system displayed was trustworthy, never deceptive. Ding. Master-level culinary arts successfully acquired. The system recommends acquiring a corresponding recipe set, otherwise the skill cannot be activated. Divine grade scrambled eggs with egg, 2000 points. Perfect seafood soup, 3000 points. Heavenly fortune, mapo tofu, 5000 points. Must I spend more points on recipes too? Li Quan froze in disbelief, then recalled yesterday when had spent 100 points merely to unlock the weapon marketplace. indeed had been deceived. In the end, Li Quan acquired the divine-grade scrambled eggs with egg. Seeing him head toward the kitchen, He Mei watched with unrestrained curiosity. Soon the rhythmic sizzle of cooking echoed from within, and an irresistible aroma wafted out. Delicious. Instinctively drawn by the fragrance, He Mei followed it into the kitchen. There Li Quan moved with practiced grace. Hot oil crackled fiercely in the wok, and beaten eggs cascaded in smoothly. Rich golden egg fragrance enveloped the air as a mound of steamed rice tumbled into the pan. With a swift, expert flick of his wrist, Li Quan tossed the wok. Each grain of rice separated cleanly, while delicate gossamer thin strands of egg unfurled, like fine craftsmanship, wrapping each morsel in perfect luminous harmony. Under such transcendent technique, the scent of the fried rice seemed to coalesce into something tangible. He Mei, standing behind him, could only stare and inhale, her mouth watering uncontrollably. What level of mastery was this? Li Quan's hands never paused. With his free hand, he reached for soy sauce and poured it in. Like ink bleeding across a scroll, each grain transformed instantly, its hue deepening with startling elegance. Adjusting the flame precisely, he sprinkled finely chopped scallions from the side into the wok, then sealed it with the lid. Within the warm embrace of the vessel, the verdant aroma of scallions and the rich warmth of egg fused into sublime unity. Done, time to eat. At the perfect moment, Li Quan lifted the lid. A dense, intoxicating fragrance exploded forth, instantly filling the entire kitchen. Living room. He Mei eagerly scooped a spoonful into her mouth. Instantly, tender velvety rice burst softly on her tongue, while springy, lively strands of egg danced. So vivid, so alive, she hesitated to chew. With eyes closed, she envisioned boundless golden rice fields, where tiny chicks pecked peacefully among the stalks. It felt like rebirth itself, cradled in maternal warmth, bathed in the first light of dawn. Pure, profound, utterly entrancing. After just one bite, tears streamed down He Mei's cheeks. She remembered her mother, who had passed away 10 years ago. Is this truly just scrambled eggs? Clutching her bowl, she declared inwardly this was the finest thing she'd ever tasted. Li Quan's own eyes reddened as he ate. His mother, too, rose vividly in memory. Ye Tian's divine-grade scrambled eggs operated without bias. Even Li Quan, its creator, experienced it purely as a diner. Together they finished the entire pot amid soft sobs. Ye Tian rubbed his brow. His host's unguarded emotion was frankly undignified. Having shared a meal at the same table, He Mei and Li Quan shifted from strangers to familiar companions. Your cooking, it's extraordinary. He Mei spoke sincerely, and felt profoundly certain her decision to stay had been absolutely right. Li Quan steadied himself, recalling the system's directive to maintain a cool, aloof persona, and replied casually, wash the dishes. Got it. She accepted cheerfully. Shall we have scrambled eggs again for midnight snack? Indeed. Winning a woman's heart begins with winning her stomach. So perhaps the system's master-level culinary arts weren't entirely a trap. That night, the dazzling nocturnal skyline of Mo High City shimmered, as ever. On the rooftop of a high-rise tower, wind howled cold and sharp. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes at the figure before him, a silhouette seemingly fused with the night itself. You are Shui Tong, the contingency left by my master. This humble servant greets the young master. The figure knelt on one knee, voice rasping like ancient bark grinding against stone. Pray tell me, what is the present scale of our assassination syndicate? As you command, young master, Shui Tong replied, still kneeling reverent. When the master departed, he entrusted us with abundant ancient martial inheritances. Leveraging these legacies, I have elevated our covert organization to the apex of power in the United States. We now field over 1,000 conventional assassins, and 69 ancient martial cultivators, including myself. 5 of us have already brushed the threshold of Earth rank. Pride swelled in Shui Tong's tone. Lin Fan nodded subtly, deeply satisfied. In this age of waning Dao Earth rank, ancient martial cultivators were exceedingly rare, true unicorns among mortals. 5 cultivators hovering at the cusp of Earth rank. Such a force, even in its nascent stage, held parity with minor sovereign nations. No wonder the master had reserved this syndicate as his contingency. Now, however, deploying it against Li Quan seemed gross overkill. Yet there was no choice. Wang Biao, the man entrusted with handling his dirty work, had failed utterly. Only this syndicate remained viable. Tell me, do you know of the assassination syndicate called Guaya? Recalling He Mei's disappearance, Lin Fan turned to Shui Tong. Guaya? Shui Tong visibly stiffened. Young master, the name of our syndicate is Guaya. Oh, only then did Lin Fan grasp the truth. The syndicate my master bequeathed to me is you Guaya. This servant's fault. We failed to disclose it to the young master immediately. Shui Tong lowered his head. No blame lies with you. Knowing now is sufficient. With that settled, Lin Fan returned to the matter at hand, Did your syndicate apprehend a woman named Hei Mei in Mo High City today? Hei Mei. She is in Mei Gui, Dark Rose. Yes, young master. She was indeed taken. Hearing the alias, Shui Tong's memory stirred. Release her immediately. She is mine. This. Shui Tong hesitated. Young Master Dark Rose was seized by another party mere hours ago. Who? Murderous light flared in Lin Fan's gaze. Why of all days did everything go awry? Unknown. Their assailant slaughtered 5 of our Guaya operatives, and we are still hunting them. Incompetence. Lin Fan roared. Shui Tong bowed lower silent. Mobilize every operative in Mo High City. Find Hei Mei now. As he spoke, spiritual energy surged violently around him. Whoever took Dark Rose, regardless of motive, locate them and execute them without mercy. Yes, sir. Shui Tong instantly grasped the gravity of the matter. Lin Fan turned away, calming his breath. One more task. The young master commands. This servant listens. Eliminate someone for me. This servant stands ready, no question asked. In Shui Tong's understanding, there are few souls in this world beyond Gui Ya's reach. His name is Li Quan, a mundane man residing on the penthouse floor of Tangchun Tower. I demand his death before tonight ends. On the top floor of Tangchun, after a day had passed, the damaged parts of the house had been nearly repaired. In the boudoir, Li Xia wore her long hair down and donned a pink and white long dress. Her delicate face made her look like a princess from a fairy tale. However, this princess was sitting on the bed hugging a pillow with red eyes, lost in thought. She still had not emerged from the grief of her parents' passing. Why hasn't my brother come back yet? Li Xia pouted, glancing at the burly man by the door who resembled an iron tower. The burly man was quite sullen, and after a few seconds of silence he replied with a somewhat honest tone, I don't know. You fool, don't you know why my brother made you my bodyguard? Li Xia was frustrated. Throughout the day she and the ever-present man Nyo had exchanged no more than 5 words. This big guy was utterly taciturn. In response to Li Xia's complaints, man Nyo lowered his head and fell silent again. Suddenly the doorbell. It's my brother back. Hearing the doorbell, Li Xia's eyes brightened, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, she wouldn't have to face this taciturn man anymore. Miss, it's not the young master outside. Man Nyo looked at the monitor outside and became serious. Li Xia paused slightly. Through the monitor, she could see a figure clad in a black robe outside the door. Ding dong. The figure in black pressed the doorbell again. There was still no response from inside. As if sensing something, the blood-eyed figure slowly raised his head. He saw the camera. Meanwhile, Li Xia, witnessing the true face of the person outside, let out a terrified. Those were eyes red as if dripping with blood. The face resembled crumpled rice paper, as pale as a bloodthirsty ghost. So you saw me, hee. The blood-eyed figure chuckled ominously, but with his keen hearing, he naturally heard Li Xia's scream. Since that's the case, I'll have to be rude. Extending his withered hand, the blood-eyed figure struck the metal. Crash. In an instant, the entire door was pierced by the blood-eyed figure's palm. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of strange sounds, he tore the door apart with his hands. At the Xian level, he could spread his spiritual power throughout his body. A mere door could not possibly withstand the blood-eyed figure. Seeing Man Nyo and Li Xia in the house, he grinned. 2 people. Recalling the photo Lin Fan had shown him before, his brow furrowed again. Where's Li Quan? Who are you? What do you want? Tearing open the alloy door with his bare hands was a shock to Li Xia, to the point where her voice trembled. Little girl, it seems your brother isn't home. His cold pupils scanned the surroundings, and the blood-eyed figure confirmed that there was no 4th person in the house. In that case, I can only take you to the young master first. The blood-eyed figure had not forgotten his second target given by Lin Fan, Li Xia. This woman the young master had said belonged to him. With a strange smile on his face, the blood-eyed figure morphed into a dark red shadow, directly approaching Li Xia. As for Man Nyo standing next to her, he completely ignored him. An ordinary bodyguard, even if armed, posed virtually no threat to him. Soon the blood-eyed figure would pay the price for his disdain. Boom! A heavy yellow spiritual power instantly swept across the entire living room. Man Nyo stepped forward, and with a fist as heavy as a mountain struck directly at the blood-eyed figure's face. What is this? Looking at the fist that instantly magnified in his vision, the blood-eyed figure's pupils constricted. An ancient warrior. This turn of events happened too quickly. Spiritual power surged wildly within him as he tried to evade Man Nyo's punch. But it was already too late. Dong! The entire floor shook. The windows of several floors below shattered in an instant. In the neon-lit night, it shone magnificently. When looking at the blood-eyed figure, he was completely wedged into the wall opposite Man Nyo and Li Xia, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating from him in all directions. Puff! Mixed with internal organs, blood spurted from his mouth. The blood-eyed figure stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the guy he had ignored from the start. Great perfection at the Xian level. Force extreme realm. How is that possible? His words brimmed with intense astonishment, and the pain throughout his body made him tremble uncontrollably. As long as I'm here, you can't harm the young lady. Man Yo's heavy voice exuded absolute loyalty. Behind him, Li Xia was completely shocked and speechless. She could never have imagined that the bodyguard Li Quan had given her would possess such superhuman strength. I didn't expect someone like you would willingly become a bodyguard for an ordinary person. The blood-eyed figure's voice was still hoarse, but the eerie laughter had vanished. Chunks of debris fell from the wall as he coughed up blood, gritting his teeth to pull his body out of the wall. We the Ghost Fangs will remember this humiliation. Leaving behind a harsh remark, the blood-eyed figure cast a deep glance at Man Yo before ultimately departing with injuries. Man Yo did not pursue him. His speed was not fast. If he strayed too far from Li Xia, he could not ensure her safety. This incident in the house. Li Quan was unaware. However, as a system, Ye Tian was fully aware through Man Yo. He had no doubts about Man Yo's strength, and the final result was just as Ye Tian had predicted. The blood-eyed figure ultimately retreated in a sorry state. I didn't expect the Ghost Fangs to appear in the secular world at this time. Ye Tian obviously thought much more about what had transpired with Man Yo. In the original novel, Lin Fan had summoned the Ghost Fangs assassin organization only when he discovered the spatial barrier. The premature appearance was undoubtedly due to Li Quan. So eager to eliminate my host, I have not agreed to that. Secretly speaking, Ye Tian glanced at the points he had amassed. In the process of repeatedly exploiting the loopholes of this world, in just one day, he had accumulated 1.2 million points. With so many points, he should be able to manifest his true form in this world for quite some time. In a corner of a city filled with lights and nightlife. In a dark alley, the blood-eyed figure endured the pain from the large bruises on his body, slowly sitting down to mend his injuries. He was seriously injured. No matter how he thought about it, he could not fathom that an ordinary person would have such a powerful expert to protect them. The Xian level was his level of perfection. But the opponent was also at the Xian level's Force Extreme Realm. Force Extreme Realm, Speed Extreme Realm, and Control Extreme Realm. These refer to an ancient warrior achieving the pinnacle of their current realm in a particular field. That big guy had definitely cultivated a certain type of power-based ancient martial arts manual to its utmost peak. Coupled with the fact that he had completely overlooked the opponent, he had suffered a significant loss. It seems to accomplish the young master's task, I need to call upon 2 top assassins from the Ghost Fangs. The blood-eyed figure thought to himself. After witnessing Lin Fan's temperament, he dared not report back under such circumstances. However, as the saying goes, what one fears most often comes to pass. Just as he was thinking of avoiding Lin Fan, Xue Tong raised his eyes and saw the entrance of the alley where the alluring figure of a man appeared before him. And master. Upon seeing the newcomer, beads of sweat broke out on Xue Tong's forehead as he endured the pain and knelt on one knee. Did you fail the mission? Lin Fan's voice carried an invisible pressure. It is this old servant's incompetence. I didn't expect there to be a master at the perfect level of the Xian stage there, and he is. Enough. The words, laced with anger, made Xue Tong instantly fall silent. A moment of silence followed. Lin Fan took a deep breath as if calming his emotions. Set aside the matter with Li Quan for now. Oh, I have a new task for all the assassins of the Ghost Tooth to undertake. Please speak, master. Xue Tong's face was serious. He understood that Man Yo was a tough opponent, and he hoped that this new mission would allow him to prove himself again. I want you, Ghost Tooth, to assassinate Cheng Jun, the one from the military district of Mohai City. Cheng Jun. Xue Tong instinctively frowned. Isn't he the registered disciple of the master, and also your senior brother? Humph. This guy is filled with greed, always coveting the treasure vault left to me by my master. If he is not eliminated, he will be a future calamity. Do you have any issues with killing him? And no. Xue Tong lowered his head, his tone gradually firming up. Compared to Li Quan, who was protected by a master at the perfect level of the Xian stage, the biggest difficulty with Cheng Jun was merely those soldiers. Alright, I will give you 3 days. In 3 days, I want to see Cheng Jun's head. Lin Fan patted Xue Tong on the shoulder. If the mission is not completed, do not let any of you from Ghost Tooth appear before me. This old servant understands. Xue Tong forced a bitter smile, not expecting that their world's top assassin organization, Ghost Tooth, would be looked down upon by Lin Fan, the young master. Alright, get out of here. Yes, yes. Enduring the excruciating pain in his body, Xue Tong left the empty alley. After everything fell completely silent around him. In the midst of his words, Lin Fan's appearance gradually transformed, finally reverting back to Ye Tian. In the midst of his words, Lin Fan's appearance gradually transformed, finally reverting back to Ye Tian. Indeed, the Lin Fan who had just given the mission to Xue Tong was actually Ye Tian. With control over human cells, Ye Tian could easily change his appearance to look like another person. Coupled with his master-level acting skills, as long as he wished, he could even perform a true and false version of the Monkey King with Lin Fan. However, the worlds might not allow it. Having only appeared in this world for about an hour, Ye Tian discovered that his points had already consumed a staggering 6-0 in resisting the rejection from the world's will. However, this expenditure of points was not a loss in Ye Tian's eyes. A new manual had appeared in his ancient martial arts shop. The secret art of the Man Yo, the Black Blood secret art, the additional Black Blood secret art, was replicated from Shui Tong. This manual's level is obviously higher than Wang Biao's secret art of the Man Yo. The perfect realm of the secret art of the Man Yo is at the level of a perfect Xin stage like Man Yo, while this Black Blood secret art can reach the level of a perfect Earth stage. With this gain, Ye Tian was completely unafraid of Lin Fan beating Li Quan. Of course, this Black Blood secret art was obviously not worth 6,000 points. What truly made Ye Tian feel that this trip was worth it was the task he had just given to Shui Tong: to kill Qing Jun. Qing Jun. This was a very crucial character in the original novel. He and the protagonist Lin Fan are sworn brothers, sharing a bond akin to that of true brothers. But that is not the key. The key is, Qing Jun is the head of the military district of Mo High City. If Ghost Tooth, this assassination organization, and the likes of Wang Biao represent Lin Fan's manifestation in the underworld, then Qing Jun is Lin Fan's umbrella in the righteous path. No matter what powerful figures he offended, what villains he killed, or what mistakes he made, Qing Jun could ensure Lin Fan's safety with all his strength. In the novel, Qing Jun exists solely to help Lin Fan clean up his mess and bolster his facade. Ye Tian was well aware of Lin Fan's strong backing, which is why he had previously instructed Shui Tong. Ghost Tooth is Lin Fan's underground force, while Qing Jun is Lin Fan's righteous power. These two forces, which should have functioned as 11 in Lin Fan's hands, became 11 due to Ye Tian's intervention. When Lin Fan's left and right arms collide, the gains Ye Tian could reap would definitely exceed 6,000 points. This was the true purpose behind revealing his true self. Compared to Li Quan, Ye Tian's methods against Lin Fan were undoubtedly more seasoned and deadly. As Ye Tian transformed back into the system and returned to Li Quan's mind, he also learned through Li Shi's phone call about Shui Tong's intrusion. Lin Fan really doesn't know when to give up. Without a second thought, Li Quan immediately understood that the assassin was Lin Fan's man. He also felt relieved, grateful that Man Yo was by Li Shi's side. However, relying solely on Man Yo was not a solution. It's not that he didn't trust Man Yo's strength. It's just that given the current situation, they were obviously in a passive position. Who knew how many ancient martial artists would come next time Lin Fan sent his people? To deal with ancient martial artists, even hiring a bodyguard group wouldn't truly guarantee Li Shi's safety. Ding Bodyguard Shop is open, the host can check it out. Ye Tian's voice appropriately rang out. Li Quan opened the system panel and found the bodyguard shop. Man Aaron Yo 1000 points, monthly strength, perfect level of the Xian stage, power extreme realm. Man San Yo 1000 points, monthly strength, perfect level of the Xian stage, power extreme realm. Man Lun Yo 1000 points, monthly strength, perfect level of the Xian stage, power extreme realm. There were a total of 6 individuals, all with the same strength, the same price, and even remarkably similar names. Li Quan naturally did not know that these 6 bodyguards were all created from the corpses Ye Tian had recycled from him, using 1 point. If it weren't for Ye Tian's reluctance to spend large amounts of points to deduce the Black Blood manual, at this moment these 6 characters in the bodyguard shop would all have been at the perfect Earth stage. Li Quan had already adapted to the system's behavior of haphazardly opening shops. What he cared more about was the strength of these 6 bodyguards. To his surprise, they were all at the perfect level of the Xian stage, an absolutely formidable realm. If he could have these 6 bodyguards along with Man Yoshi's safety, would be completely assured. However, looking at these bodyguards, Li Quan couldn't help but feel troubled about his points. Points he still needed more. Whether it was dealing with Lin Fan, reviving the company, or protecting his sister, it all required a large number of points to operate. But now he only had 6 points. Thinking of the constant threat posed by Lin Fan, Li Quan's desire for points grew even stronger. This is how it should be. As a host, one should have an insatiable thirst for points, so as not to become a useless person. On the other side, inside the manor, Lin Fan had been waiting alone for a long time. As time passed, his expression gradually darkened. Does it really take the top assassin of the Blood Eye organization so long to deal with an ordinary person like Li Quan? This made Lin Fan somewhat doubt the capabilities of this assassin organization. He wanted to ask what was going on with Blood Eye, but ironically he had no contact information for them. Therefore he could only waiting and waiting. Until late at night, Lin Fan, filled with rage, left the manor. He wanted to personally check the situation with Li Quan. Not long after, Lin Fan appeared on the rooftop of a tall building and could clearly see Li Quan's residence. From the large area of shattered glass outside, it was evident that there had been a disturbance of spiritual energy from ancient martial artists. Lin Fan was unaware of the situation inside. He now had one major question: where's Blood Eye? Clearly Blood Eye was not dead, so where had they gone? Even if they had failed the mission and didn't dare to see him, they should at least give him a message, right? Just like yesterday, when Wang Biao had no information prompting him to contact Lin Fan. Little did he know the person who had previously impersonated him, Ye Tian, had already given Blood Eye a harsh reprimand, and now all the assassins from the organization dared not appear before Lin Fan. With a belly full of questions, Lin Fan returned to the manor. If it weren't for being accused of murdering his parents by Li Quan, Lin Fan wouldn't have to deal with such trouble. He would have directly brought his silver needles and paid a visit. Now due to the lawsuit, everyone's focus was on Lin Fan, making him unable to act recklessly. In Lin Fan's view, the urgent matter was to find He Mei. Only with her help to conceal his whereabouts could he freely engage in more activities. The next day in the morning, inside the luxurious house, He Mei got up early and began cleaning the room. Why was she so diligent? Of course it was because of Li Quan's fried rice. With saliva secreting in her mouth, He Mei accidentally swept a necklace off the floor. Seeing the necklace, she felt a sense of familiarity as she picked it up. The necklace had some unremovable burn marks, and at the center was a heart-shaped pendant which could be opened. By some strange fate, He Mei opened the familiar heart-shaped pendant. What appeared before He Mei's eyes was a yellowed photograph. Upon seeing the family of three in the photo, He Mei felt as if she had been struck by lightning. This necklace. Why do you have my thing? Li Quan placed the fried rice he made on the table and took the necklace from He Mei's hand. That's mine. My necklace. Give it back to me. He Mei looked at the necklace that Li Quan had taken with uncontrollable emotions, her eyes turning red, tears streaming down her face for some unknown reason. I've kept this thing on me for 10 years, how can it be yours? Li Quan's words left He Mei momentarily stunned. In an instant she recalled the fire from years ago, thinking of the little boy who was injured while saving her. You? He Mei looked at the man in front of her, feeling somewhat at a loss. She remembered. When she bandaged Li Quan's back yesterday, he indeed had a distinct scar. That scar. At this moment, it was as if He Mei had discovered something, as she seemed to have found the boy she had been searching for over the past 10 years. You are that boy. What? Li Quan looked confused. The little girl in that photo is me. It's me. He Mei pointed at the necklace while staring intently at Li Quan. Did you save a girl 10 years ago? Is it you? In an instant, Li Quan's face showed surprise, joy, and shock. Yes, it was me. He Mei's tears of excitement flowed continuously, her delicate face appearing disheveled. She never imagined she would recognize her childhood savior under such circumstances. Saved by Li Quan in her childhood, and again yesterday, what a twist of fate. Ding, the host replaces Lin Fan and becomes He Mei's savior, gaining 2,000 points. Main character Lin Fan deducts 200 fortune points, remaining fortune points 7,300. If you are that girl, then this necklace should indeed be returned to you. Li Quan handed the necklace to He Mei, his tone filled with relief. He Mei did not refuse, her clear eyes gazing at the man before her, still choked with emotion. As the relationship of being a lifesaver was solidified, He Mei and his relationship noticeably drew closer. For the past 10 years, He Mei had been tirelessly working towards two things. One was to clarify the cause of the fire years ago, and the other was to find that boy who had carried the pain to save her. Now she had already found the answer to one of those matters. In He Mei's eyes, Li Quan had become her only family in this world. Brother Li, I contacted Brother Lin through email, and he said the assassins from Blood Eye will no longer bother me. He Mei shared this good news with Li Quan. It seems that Brother Lin is a very impressive person. Li Quan smiled lightly. If I have time, I would like to meet. Hearing Li Quan's words, a fleeting, unnatural expression crossed He Mei's face. She was well aware of the conflict between Li Quan and Lin Fan. If taken seriously, the two could be considered mortal enemies. As a friend of Lin Fan, and also a friend of Li Quan, He Mei was in a very difficult position. She did not dare to reveal her identity as the dark rose in front of Li Quan. She feared that if she spoke out, Li Quan would leave her. This feeling of concealment tormented her to the extreme. Brother Lin also said he wanted to meet you, but unfortunately, he doesn't have time. He Mei fabricated a story. What a pity, Li Quan sighed without suspicion. This trust made the guilt in He Mei's heart weigh heavier. Brother Li, I need to go out this afternoon. It should be quite safe if there are no people from Blood Eye. Li Quan did not ask further. In the afternoon, He Mei arrived at a well-furnished house. In front of her stood a young man who did not seem to be in a good mental state. Lin Fan. Xiao Mei, I finally found you. Upon seeing her, Lin Fan excitedly stepped forward, intending to embrace He Mei and offer her comfort. However, He Mei took a step back. Lin Fan, did you bring me out for something? He Mei directly cut to the chase. This somewhat unfamiliar attitude and tone made Lin Fan's smile freeze. Could it be that he was angry for not arriving on time to save her yesterday? Xiaomei, I do have something to ask of you. As Lin Fan spoke, he picked up a document from the desk. I want you to help investigate how these documents were obtained by the Li Group. The documents laid out on the table were clearly information about corporate espionage. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fan had been troubled by this matter. In order to keep this matter hidden from the media, Lin Fan even had Cheng Jun help. This matter must be resolved quickly, otherwise if Cheng Jun couldn't handle it, the fate of their Tianyu company would not be much better than that of the Li Group. Are you going to investigate the Li Group? He Mei frowned. Yes, what's wrong? Lin Fan did not pick up on her tone yet. Can't we coexist peacefully with the Li Group? Coexist peacefully? Lin Fan looked up, feeling that this touched his bottom line. Hey Mei, why do you have the Tianyu company must completely swallow the Li Group? Is there no possibility of reconciliation between you? Isn't that what we've always planned? Lin Fan sensed that He Mei was acting a bit strangely today, took her hand, and spoke gently. When the time comes, our Tianyu company will become the largest company in the entertainment industry, and you will be a key contributor. If that's the case. He Mei took a deep breath, shook off Lin Fan's hands. I'm sorry, Lin Fan, I can't help you investigate the Li Group's information anymore. What did you say? Lin Fan's entire demeanor changed, his gaze sharp as he looked at the woman before him. No matter how many times I say it, it remains the same. Facing the subtly dangerous aura radiating from Lin Fan, He Mei's eyes were filled with disappointment. All along she had misjudged Lin Fan. Through today's conversation, she deeply realized that harming Li Quan for Lin Fan was simply not worth it. Seeing the unwavering attitude of the woman, he had set his sights on Lin Fan, took a deep breath, slowly retracting his imposing aura. The inexplicable irritation he felt over the past few days had made him irritable. Just moments ago he had exuded pressure towards He Mei, and now he felt a twinge of regret. However, He Mei was not like Li Xia, a little girl who would stand there dumbfounded waiting for him to comfort her. From now on I will secretly ensure the cybersecurity of the Li Group. Given our friendship, I will not take any action against Tianyu Company. With that final statement, He Mei put on her headphones and turned to leave. Watching He Mei walk away, Lin Fan could no longer contain himself and punched the air with great force. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed throughout the entire floor. What on earth is happening? Lin Fan roared, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration with no outlet. First, Li Xia betrayed him. Then there was no news from Wang Biao. Next, spies from the company were discovered. And now Guya had mysteriously lost contact. Now, even He Mei treated him this way. Lin Fan felt as if some entity was manipulating everything from behind the scenes. A vast net was continuously closing in on him. And until now he didn't even know who this entity was. Buzz buzz, on the ground his shattered phone vibrated, displaying an incoming call. Cheng Jun. Calming his restless emotions, Lin Fan answered the call. Hello Jungu. Xiao Fan. Great news, unbelievable news. On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man's deep voice came through. What great news? Lin Fan asked, somewhat puzzled. The location of the treasure left by Master has been found. Really? Lin Fan was initially startled, followed by pure joy. Where? Let's meet and discuss in detail. When He Mei returned to the house with her computer bag, Li Quan had already left. A small note lay on the table. There's something at the company. This house is a gift to you. Let's get together when we have time. This guy. Looking at the cold house, He Mei's tone was filled with melancholy. But thinking about it, she sighed inwardly. Indeed, the Li Group was in an unstable situation, and Li Quan couldn't possibly take the time to accompany her. Back to being alone again. He Mei opened her computer, preparing to surf the internet for a while. A news push caught her interest. Li Group press conference, current director Li Quan present. She clicked on the news. It was a live broadcast of a press conference. Already 200,000 people were watching live, and the number was still rising. On the stage of the press conference, Li Quan stood calmly in front of hundreds of reporters. Watching this scene, He Mei fell silent. Meanwhile, the live chat was buzzing with activity. I didn't expect Li Quan to be quite handsome in person. Mfal looks, who knows how many detestable things he has done behind the scenes. Sai, speaking of which, he's quite pitiable. When the sky fell, both of his parents died. How young was he when he had to step up? Front row, sunflower seeds, beer, drinks, and fruits. Mr. Li, may I ask if the rumors about your company from the Dark Rose are true? The questioning reporter's inquiry was particularly blunt. For such questions, Li Quan replied with a faint smile. I believe there will come a day when the truth will be revealed. He did not answer directly, and could not answer directly. Li Quan understood that if he said anything now, he did not know how deeply the media would analyze it later. The day the truth is revealed. He Mei's heart trembled. Then may I ask, Mr. Li, did your parents commit suicide due to the company's bankruptcy? Another reporter asked. The information regarding the Li Group in any aspect had the potential to make, this time being present at Li Quan's press conference, they naturally wished to clarify everything about him. Upon seeing this reporter's question, Li Quan paused, then slowly shook his head in front of 100 reporters and millions of viewers in the live broadcast. They did not commit suicide, they were murdered. Wow. In an instant, everyone present gasped in shock. Mr. Li, are you serious? Do you know who the murderer is? I know who the murderer is, and I have already initiated legal proceedings against them. Li Quan's tone remained calm. However, the reporters and viewers in the live chat could not remain calm. Murder. Li Quan claimed that his parents had been killed. Who is it? Can you tell us, Mr. Li? The reporter clearly sensed the potential for headlines and immediately inquired. In response, Li Quan shook his head. This is my family matter. I will ensure the criminal receives the punishment they deserve, but I cannot disclose more. In fact, the purpose of this press conference is to announce that I, Li Quan, have directed a grand film, which took 5 years to create, and it will officially premiere at the end of this month. The film premiere. Upon hearing this statement from Li Quan, everyone exchanged glances. The live chat quickly shifted away from the topic of Li Quan's parents. Haha bro, is this the time to promote a movie? I laughed. Is he using the impending bankruptcy of the company to hype up his movie? What a move. A press conference turned into a movie promotion event. Just a clown. Does Li Quan really think he can revive the company with a movie? A company with such a dark heart, no matter what movie they release, I won't watch it. The entire press conference was thrown into chaos. Seeing that his objectives were basically achieved, Li Quan did not linger and left directly. When Li Quan returned to the company, the internet was unsurprisingly dominated by the revelations he had just made. At the press conference, Li Quan mainly disseminated 2 pieces of information. One was the death of his parents, and the other was the film. Both pieces of news had their own purposes. The news of his parents' death was directly revealed by Li Quan to put pressure on Lin Fan. With countless netizens closely watching, Lin Fan would have to think carefully before taking action against him or Li Xia. As for the second purpose of promoting the film, it was because of Qi Li. Buzz buzz, Li Quan's phone rang. The caller ID displayed, Qi Li. Seeing this call, Li Quan knew that the fish had taken the bait. He answered the call. Hello? There was silence on the other end for 2 breaths, then the woman's voice came through. Our engagement is set to be cancelled next month, right? Yes. Then your movie is set to premiere at the end of this month. There was confusion in Qi Li's words. This is a promise we made, and even though it may not lead to anything, I will still fulfill it. Li Quan spoke calmly. 5 years ago, both he and Qi Li were 18 years old. Due to family circumstances, both entered the entertainment industry. From that time on, their parents had arranged their engagement, and Qi Li, dissatisfied, sought to annul it. Li Quan naturally could not tolerate being rejected by a woman, so they made an agreement. On a certain day, 5 years later, they would present their best cinematic works. Whose work was better would determine whether the engagement would be annulled. Neither Li Quan nor Qi Li had forgotten this agreement. Silence reigned on the other end of the call. After a long while, Qi Li finally spoke. At the end of the month, my movie will also be released. If you honor your promise, I will win, and the request to annul the engagement should be made by me. Has still as strong-willed as ever. Without saying more, Li Quan hung up the phone. Opening the system panel, Li Quan saw that he had accumulated 3,000 points. These points were a result of the rift created between He Mei and Lin Fan. Finding the Entertainment Mall. Forrest Gump, 20,000 points. The Truman Show, 20,000 points. Your Name, 18,000 points. These films could be watched for just 1 point each. Having watched 6 films, Li Quan was utterly amazed by these movies in the system. Almost every film requiring over 10,000 points had climbed to the pinnacle of this entertainment explosion era. Defeat in this 5-year agreement had become inevitable for Qi Li. System exchange my 3,000 points for Qi Li's personal information. Taking a deep breath, Li Quan no longer hesitated. Through the system, he realized that Qi Li was the female lead, the so-called woman of Lin Fan, the protagonist. As the antagonist, Li Quan knew he had 2 choices regarding the female lead: to make her his woman or to kill. Ding, points deducted. Host information exchange successful. Name Qi Li. Age 23. Measurements 926,088. Background: had a crush on the host before turning 18. Her carefully prepared confession was rejected by the host that year, leading to love turning into hatred. She refused to get engaged, ignored the host for 5 years, and during that time became thoroughly disappointed with the host's various despicable behaviors. Recently, after letting Lin Fan play the hero to save her, she had him act as her boyfriend to impress the host. Now their relationship had entered the realm of close friends. Looking at the information before him, Li Quan was momentarily confused. Did Qi Li confess to me? Why don't I have any memory of it? Isn't this why they say the host is a scumbag? Ye Tian rarely teased, but then projected a segment of footage before Li Quan. In the clear footage, a girl in a purple dress stood on a patch of grass with violets, holding a gift box, her bare face exuding pure innocence. She occasionally paced back and forth, glancing at the nearby 1-meter-tall castle model, her small face radiating shy laughter. The girl was Qi Li, and from her demeanor, she seemed to be preparing to confess. Taking out her phone, Qi Li seemed to muster all her courage and sent a pre-edited message. Li Quan, if you declare me too, can you come to the castle we've built? After sending the message, the young girl Qi Li immediately covered her face, her neck flushed pink. Soon the phone vibrated, and a reply came. Get lost, don't appear in front of me again. Staring at this message, the girl was dumbfounded. Confused, and without any worries, she couldn't understand why Li Quan would reply this way. After preparing for so long, how could it turn out like this? Tears streamed down her face as Qi Li slowly crouched down, crying. Did I send such an outrageous... Seeing the message in the footage, Li Quan expressed deep skepticism. To clarify, Ye Tian switched on the soccer field. Li Quan was sweating profusely. Outside the soccer field, a woman with a charming face held his clothes, gazing at Li Quan on the field with infatuation. At this moment, Li Quan's phone set aside vibrated. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Quan began to understand. As expected, the next moment the woman picked up the phone from the ground, smirking, and directly edited that outrageous message to respond to Qi Li. Afterward, she deleted the message. So that was it. Li Quan smiled, but felt a chill in his eyes. He recognized the woman with the fox-like face. Her name was Qiu Mei, a person who climbed to the top purely through her body. Now she had become a top star, just slightly below Qi Li in status. If it weren't for her despicable actions, my ending with Qi Li would likely have been different. Li Quan felt regret, realizing that if he had noticed Qi Li's distance and inquired deeply, they wouldn't have ended up in their current situation. The host's thoughts are misguided. Ye Tian interjected, interrupting Li Quan. This is the arrangement of the heavenly Taoist will. Even without Xiao Mei, there would be others like Li Mei, Yang Mei, and Wu Mei to obstruct you. This is what they mean by saying that one cannot defy fate. Is that so? Hearing Ye Tian's words, Li Quan felt slightly reassured, but still felt quite displeased. Ding, the Assassin Mall is now open. If the host needs anything, you can place an order. First order is free. Is there more free stuff? Li Quan was drawn in by the voice and opened the Assassin Mall. Level 0 Assassin, 50 points each, first order free. Level 1 Assassin, 100 points each. Level 2. Level 9 Assassin, 20,000 points each. Scanning over these assassins, Li Quan could already guess the system's hint. System, do you want me to hire a killer from the mall to kill Qiu Mei? Ding, host, please do not slander the system. Ultimately, Li Quan activated the free first order from the Assassin Mall. Online, the statements made by Li Quan at the press conference had reached a peak after several hours of fermentation. Most netizens were curiously focused on this matter. Who is the murderer of Li Quan's parents? What does Li Quan think about releasing a new movie? Li Group once again became the focal point of everyone's attention. Inside a room was Mei. Her delicate hands danced quickly across the keyboard, typing out line after line of code on the computer before her. Before long, the computer displayed a dozen surveillance feeds. These feeds were all from the surveillance cameras inside the Tangshan building. Li Guest's parents were killed by him. Who could the murderer be? Previously, Mei would never have bothered to investigate this, but now she was determined. But since Li Quan was her benefactor and friend, Mei approached the matter with the intent to thoroughly investigate. The time was from the surveillance footage the night before last, and Li Quan's parents were at home then. Talking to herself, Mei's fingers flew across the keyboard with incredible speed. Before long, the footage was adjusted. The day before yesterday, there were no anomalies in any area before 7 o'clock. At around 7:30, several camera feeds suddenly lost signal. Subsequently, one after another, the cameras kept losing their footage. This was not a network outage. Someone had applied external force to destroy the cameras instantly. Observing the sequence in which the cameras were destroyed, it was evident that the perpetrator was gradually approaching the top floor, which was Li Quan's home. There were no visuals at all. The perpetrator meticulously destroyed all the cameras without leaving a trace on it. This kind of power was simply unfathomable. Since the cameras are useless, the facial recognition system should have some information. The perpetrator would never expect that the facial recognition locks on every household door in the hands of Mei, a top hacker in this world, could also serve as a vague micro-monitoring system. Numerous properties in Tangshan were equipped with facial recognition locks. Finding the time around 7:30, she uncovered a scene in the facial recognition locks. In the recognition videos, a figure appeared that was unclear, yet not entirely indistinct. The timing of the person's appearance coincided perfectly with when the cameras in the building were damaged. Ding! Mei's affection toward Lin Fan has dropped to 0, her disillusionment absolute. The host has earned 800 points. Lin Fan's protagonist aura has decreased by 500 points, leaving him with 7100 remaining. Li Quan, mid-conversation with the supermarket owner, paused abruptly upon hearing the system's chime. System, what has happened with Mei? The female lead Mei has uncovered the truth. Lin Fan murdered the host's parents. Ye Tian's voice, mechanical and unfluctuating, delivered the report. He discovered it. Li Quan raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. All surveillance cameras had been destroyed by Lin Fan. No trace, no evidence remained. That was precisely why even Li Quan's legal team had been utterly powerless against Lin Fan. Yet in such a short span, He Mei had already pieced together the full sequence of events and grasped the unvarnished truth. This, one might say, is self-factualized conquest. Gazing at the newly acquired 800 points on his interface and recalling the brutal fate of his parents that fateful night, Li Quan's expression darkened. "Young sir, are you truly buying my entire supermarket? Or is this just talk?" The shopkeeper's voice snapped Li Quan back to reality. "Yes, I'll buy it." Li Quan drew a deep breath, voice resolute, then drafted a check and handed it to the owner. "You may leave immediately." Li Quan swept his gaze across the store. "Excellent. Excellent." Clutching the check, the owner still looked dazed, disbelief clinging to his features. "System, if I recycle every item in this supermarket into points, what is its total value?" Li Quan asked, Ye Tian, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, he had purchased the entire supermarket solely to dismantle and convert its contents into points. Ding! Total value of all supermarket inventory, 300 points. Ye Tian stated the figure without hesitation. To him, these items would merely populate the system shop as minor additions, enhancing its catalog's diversity, nothing more. They might prove useful should he later be transmigrated into a post-apocalyptic wasteland. But ultimately, Ye Tian himself could replicate any of them using points, rendering physical acquisition unnecessary. Thus, for Ye Tian, these goods held negligible allure. Upon hearing the valuation, Li Quan inwardly, this was a medium-sized supermarket. Its inventory easily worth over 5 million yuan, yet it yielded a mere 300 points. Does the host wish to recycle all items within the supermarket? Ye Tian inquired. Proceed with recycling. Though pitifully few, even a fly's leg was still meat. In the blink of an eye, the entire supermarket, including shelves, signage, and stock, vanished without a trace. Ding! 300 points credited. Current balance, 8300 points. At the system's chime, Li Quan checked his point balance, then glanced at his bank account. Converting cash into points was unsustainable, not with his current assets. Yet those extra 800 points now made possible the item he'd long coveted in the system shop. System, acquire Grandmaster level hacking expertise. Ding! Acquisition successful. 500 points deducted. Remaining balance, 3300 points. Grandmaster level hacking expertise. He sought this ability specifically for He Mei. Li Quan had not forgotten the mission assigned by the system. His parting from He Mei earlier that day was deliberate, a calculated shift in approach, a new way to engage with her. 5 days. No single day could be spared in cultivating their bond. Back home, Li Xia, having not seen him all day, clung to Li Quan like ivy, refusing to let go. True, the Bull and Superman were formidable, but for Li Xia, the sole source of unwavering safety had always been her elder brother Li Quan. After considerable effort to gently disengage Li Xia, Li Quan retreated wearily to his bedroom. He powered on his computer. As the screen glowed softly to life, he felt as though a door to another world had begun slowly to open before him. Grandmaster-level hacking expertise. Forged by Ye Tian through extrapolation, he had taken He Mei's LV9 hacking technique, extracted it, and elevated it to an unprecedented pinnacle. In other words, Li Quan's hacking prowess now surpassed He Mei's. His fingers flew across the keyboard, swift, precise, relentless. Within minutes, window after window bloomed across his desktop, each revealing precisely the intelligence. Regarding the false accusation of tax evasion leveled against his company with a single query, Li Quan uncovered the truth. Tianyu Group itself was guilty, fabricating evidence and framing Li Corporation as the scapegoat. As for the media's slanderous claims of his coercing A-list actresses, Li Quan unearthed irrefutable proof, not only names and dates, but encrypted chat logs detailing negotiations between those actresses and Tianyu executives, outlining the very scheme designed to tarnish Li Corporation's reputation. Is this the true allure of Grandmaster-level hacking? Staring at his own hands in awe, Li Quan realized the crises confronting Li Corporation were in truth trivial, mere ripples on a still pond. With this power at his command, he could expose Tianyu Group's corruption, layer upon layer, until every damning secret lay bare before the world. The public would finally understand Li Corporation was the victim, Tianyu the architect of malice. Yet Li Quan restrained himself. This was his ace, the ultimate trump card, reserved for Lin Fan's final hour, ensuring no chance of reprieve, no path to redemption. Calmly centering himself, Li Quan traced the digital footprint He Mei had left behind on Li Corporation's secure network, and successfully identified her clandestine email address, Dark Rose. Hello? You are Dark Rose, correct? Li Quan composed the message directly, and sent it without masking his identity or IP address. In the hushed stillness of her room, He Mei, deep in her investigation of Lin Fan, burned with incandescent fury. All afternoon, driven by the horror of Li Quan's parents' fate, she had probed Lin Fan Tianyu Group and every connection shielding him, leaving no stone unturned. What she uncovered staggered her beyond belief. Lin Fan, director of Tianyu Group, had seized his seat through coercion, threatening the families of major shareholders. He Mei verified chilling details: dissenting shareholders and their kin had been brutally executed by Lin Fan's underground enforcers. And behind him stood military figures, covering up his crimes. In just months in Mo High City, his hands had grown slick with blood. He Mei shuddered to imagine how many lives he had claimed before this. How bitterly ironic that she once considered him a friend. She had unwittingly aided a monster. Ding dong. A new email notification drew He Mei's attention. Her Dark Rose alias was virtually untraceable. Yet there it was: hello? You are Dark Rose, correct? The moment she saw the sender and the message itself, her mind went blank. It's Li Quan. Does he already know I am Dark Rose? Panic surged through her chest. But then, after a breath, she realized the message was addressed to the Dark Rose email, not her personal account under the name He Mei. Li Quan had found Dark Rose, but he did not yet know that He Mei was Dark Rose. With a sigh of relief, He Mei looked at the message, hesitated for a moment, and then replied, "How did you find me? Looks like I didn't find the wrong person." Li Quan's message quickly followed, "I heard you are a top hacker in the world. Can you help me investigate something?" Investigate something? He Mei, sitting in front of the computer, responded with confusion under the alias of Mei Gui. "Don't you resent me for what I've done to the Li family? If you find out, I won't hold your actions against the Li family against you." Li Quan's words were simple, yet revealed a sense of sincerity. Reading this message, Mei Gui felt a surge of joy within her. Li Quan was saying he could forgive her, meaning He Mei no longer had to be troubled by hiding this identity. "What do you want me to investigate?" He Mei had no doubts. On the other side of the computer, Li Quan shook his head while reading the message. Indeed, a woman in love often loses her sharpness. If they were strangers, He Mei would definitely scoff at Li Quan's forgiveness. How could there be any further conversation? However, Li Quan didn't push the issue but continued the conversation. "Can you find out how the fire in the happy community of Mo High City on the night of May 7th, 2 years ago started?" This. Upon seeing this message, He Mei was momentarily stunned. This timeline and location were crystal clear to her. The fire Li Quan mentioned was the one that had caused her to lose her parents 10 years ago. Why investigate this matter? It seems unrelated to you, right? A friend of mine lost her parents in that fire. I want to help her uncover the truth. Li Quan said this while He Mei, reading the message, was instantly dumbfounded. It turned out Li Quan was doing it for her. Was he willing to reconcile with Mei Gui to help her investigate that fire? On impulse, He Mei typed a message: "Why are you so good to your friend?" As soon as she sent it, she regretted it. She was currently speaking to Li Quan as Mei Gui. Asking this question seemed problematic in any way. Just as she was about to retract the message, Li Quan's message came through. "I like her." Looking at this message, He Mei's beautiful eyes went wide, and she instinctively covered her blushing face, unable to stop the smile from spreading. Li Quan's unconventional confession filled her heart with joy. However, regarding that fire from years ago, she had investigated for so long, without finding answers, making it evident that she couldn't respond. "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I'm afraid I can't find out anything." After sending the message, He Mei prepared herself for Li Quan's resentment. However, thinking that all of this was because Li Quan cared about her, He Mei felt a wave of relief. The words of hatred she had imagined did not appear. Li Quan sent a folder. "And here are some things I've collected that may be useful for the investigation of that fire. I await your news." After sending this message, Li Quan went offline. Information regarding that fire. He Mei became serious and opened the document. Target: Mo Duanjiang. Strength peak, Earth stage. Current residence: Mo High City Happy Community. Task recipient: Ghost Tooth number 1 Killer Lin Tianhong. May 7th, task submitted. Task completed. Ghost Tooth Killer Lin Tianhong. Seeing this information, He Mei's fair brows furrowed tightly. Previously, it was because she discovered the connection between that fire and Ghost Tooth that she had gone to investigate the internal messages of Ghost Tooth, leading to her being chased by them to this day. As for Lin Tianhong, He Mei was not unfamiliar with him. This person was not someone she had discovered online. He was mentioned by Lin Fan, who had said Lin Tianhong was his master. His master, the number 1 killer of Ghost Tooth. Yet when she investigated that fire and came across Ghost Tooth, so many Ghost Tooth killers came after her. Lin Fan always came to rescue her, but he never mentioned his relationship with Ghost Tooth. As the disciple of Ghost Tooth's number 1 killer, didn't Lin Fan know about the relationship between Ghost Tooth and him? How ridiculous. Every time Ghost Tooth killers pursued her, Lin Fan always appeared in time. Was that really just luck? This is the question. Lin Fan has been hiding his relationship with Ghost Tooth from her. If he had no ulterior motives, why hide it from her? The answer to the source of the fire was becoming clearer. So that's how it is. Hey Mei trembled all over, feeling a mix of anger at being deceived, relief at the truth being revealed, and more so regret for becoming friends with Lin Fan back then. A strong woman with a vivid imagination often does not need much guidance. In the room, Li Quan, spending time browsing the system page, received a notification sound from the system. Ding. Hey Mai's perception of Lin Fan has reached a negative value of 100, a deadly feud. Congratulations host, you have gained 2,000 points. 1 silver lottery card. Lin Fan's protagonist luck has decreased by 1,000, current protagonist luck at 6,100 points. It's done. Li Quan smiled knowingly. System, what is the purpose of this protagonist luck stuff? Seeing Lin Fan's protagonist luck drop from the initial 100 to now 610, Li Quan was also somewhat curious. Protagonist luck represents the degree to which Lin Fan is protected by the world's will in this world, and can be seen as the strength of the protagonist's halo. Oh. Hearing Ye Tian's explanation, Li Quan understood, so as long as Lin Fan's protagonist luck is worn down completely, it will be time to kill him. The host can think of it that way. It's almost there. Li Quan thought of his parents lying in a pool of blood. His killing intent towards Lin Fan had never diminished. System, use the lottery card. Coming back to his senses, Li Quan did not forget the rewards the system had given him. Compared to points, the lottery card had a significant effect on him. Ding. Congratulations host, you have drawn the beautiful castle. After Ye Tian's system voice sounded, the introduction of this item also appeared. Item, beautiful castle. Address, no. 1 Xianglin suburb, Mo High City. Introduction, this is the fantasy castle the host once promised to build with Qi Li, carrying many of the host's regrets. The beautiful castle. Looking at the introduction in the text, Li Quan felt an unshakable emotion. In his mind, it seemed that some memories resurfaced. Getting up, he took the car keys. Li Quan decided to go take a look. Xianglin suburb was free from the hustle and bustle of the city center. When Li Quan arrived at the destination, he paused for a long time, gazing at the scene before him. In his view was a castle that seemed to emerge from a fairy tale. The castle was surrounded by a meticulously constructed wall. Within the walls, a sea of violets lay before his eyes. The gently swaying flowers danced in the breeze. The faint fragrance of violets wafted clearly. Through the path among the flowers, Li Quan arrived at the castle's grand entrance. It's completed, just as she had. Li Quan took a deep breath in admiration. This grand gift from the system overwhelmed him with emotion. He reached out to push open the castle doors. The castle's decor was beautiful and warm. What caught his attention were the photos hanging on the walls. The first photo showed 2 children. In the photo, the girl innocently held the boy's hand, looking at the camera. This is our beginning. The second photo depicted a 7-year-old girl and a 7-year-old boy, both with dirty faces, but laughing widely while pointing at each other. At this time, we both loved to laugh. The third photo. After that, each subsequent photo showed the 2 as they grew older. Looking at these warm photos of childhood friends, a smile unconsciously appeared on Li Quan's face. The photos continued until they reached the age of 18. In the photo, the boy and girl held hands, the girl tilting her head to sneak a glance at the boy, her face revealing a shy hesitation. At this moment, I didn't realize you liked me. The photos abruptly ended here. Looking upstairs, Li Quan stepped up. On the wall, unsurprisingly, hung the subsequent photos. On a nearby table were several diaries of varying ages. The system has found all the diaries you lost over the years. Ye Tian said this, feeling a bit melancholic. Those diaries recorded the most sincere emotions of Li Quan, the antagonist in the story, towards Qi Li, who had grown up alongside him. After spending several hours in the castle, Li Quan left with a heart full of melancholy. Just as he returned home, Ye Tian's voice echoed in Li Quan's mind. Ding. Level 0 Killer 001 has completed the task. Has the killer's task been complete? Assassination mission. Don't get me wrong, Li Quan didn't send the level 0 assassin to kill Qiu Mei, but rather gave her a chance to be a good person. In a certain blog, the words spoken by Li Quan at today's press conference have already occupied a large part of the trending list. Tonight, the audience is exceptionally numerous. Under such circumstances, a post from the frontline star, Qiu Mei, directly shifted the focus of the entire internet. I am guilty. At the age of 17, I stole a month's living expenses from a female classmate in the dormitory, causing her to go without enough food for a month. At 18, I tampered with Li Quan's phone information, leading to a misunderstanding that severed our relationship. At 19, I pursued Li Quan to no avail and slandered him as having a chaotic private life, resulting in him facing online bullying to this day. Now at 23, I deeply realize the numerous crimes I have committed. I confess everything. I want to be a good person. The full text is a lengthy 500 words. Qiu Mei's fans, upon reading it, instantly felt their worldview shatter. Is this really the true nature of their idol? As more and more spectators arrived, they were all astonished after reading the entire piece. Wow. This is so intense. How could a woman be this rotten? Is you're even given a chance? If you want to be a good person, go ask the police. To acknowledge one's mistakes and improve is a great virtue. Let me first make a call to the police. Awesome. This scoop can last at least a month. It exploded. The comments section of Chiu Mai's post was completely on fire. In this explosive era of the internet, any slight movement can stir up a crowd. It hasn't even been in. Chiu Mai's post received over 100,000 shares. The resulting traffic was terrifyingly high. The trending list was directly updated. Topics surrounding Chiu Mai's post sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Here is an independent makeup room. On the wall there is a large movie promotional poster. In front of the makeup table, Chi Li wore a shoulder-bearing long dress, her ample bosom wrapped tightly, and her clear collarbone highlighted her graceful figure. On that fair neck the outline of her oval face was distinctly visible, and her lightly tinted lips were alluring. Above her delicate nose, Chi Li's eyes, resembling those of a deer in a deep forest, contained a hint of unspoken regret. Sister Chi Li. Sister Chi Li. Outside the makeup room, the agent rushed in excitedly. What's wrong? Why so happy? Chi Li slightly turned her head, curiosity sparkling in her beautiful eyes. It's Chiu Mai. The agent suppressed their excitement. The Chiu Mai who has always bullied and ostracized you, Sister Chi Li, is done for. While speaking, the agent handed their phone to Chi Li. Look, she publicly admits to her crimes. This is just indescribable. Chiu Mai is finished. Chi Li received the agent's phone with confusion. Chiu Mai's 500-word confession essay directly fell into Chi Li's sight. I am guilty. At 17. At 18, I tampered with Li Quan's phone information, leading to a misunderstanding that severed our relationship. At 19, I pursued Li Quan to no avail, slandering him for a chaotic private life, resulting in him facing online bullying to this day. Just by reading the first part of this post, Chi Li was completely stunned. At 18, she tampered with Li Quan's phone information, leading to my falling out with him. Seeing this, Chi Li felt a sharp pain in her heart. So she misunderstood Li Quan back then. After finishing reading the subsequent messages, Chi Li sighed softly. In the end, it was a missed opportunity. If she had known the truth about that matter before turning 20, Chi Li might really have started anew with Li Quan. But now she was no longer that impulsive little girl. Alright, let's prepare for the promotional video of our movie. Time is tight, stop playing on your phone. She stuffed the phone back into the agent's hand, and Chi Li's expression tightened. Yet within her heart, layers of waves had already begun to rise. Has the theme song for our movie been composed yet? Chi Li asked the agent. In response, the agent shook their head helplessly. Sister Chi Li, your demands are too strict. With so many songs you find none satisfactory, we can't find any good quality ones in a short time. Contact a few top composers in the industry, and I can also post a search for songs on my blog. We've prepared for this movie for so long, the theme song cannot be careless. Understood. Although this matter left her mentally and physically exhausted, the agent still treated it seriously. Because the scandal involving Chiu Mai was too big, Li Quan's blog account, which was scolded by tens of thousands of people in one day, received many mocking comments. I didn't expect Mr. Li you actually had something with Goddess Chi Li. Wow, if what Chiu Mai said is true, then I'll have to see you in a new light, Mr. Li. You could reject that vixen Chiu Mai, or it's not like you have some orientation issue, right? Oh my, the scum isn't going to say anything. This is a golden opportunity to prove your innocence. The comments section was bustling. Most of it was mockery, and some people's tongues were still merciless. Looking at these people's IDs, Li Quan's fingers covered the computer keyboard. Amidst a haze of phantom hand shadows, one by one, Li Quan, using master-level hacking skills, directly released those individuals' browser search histories to their respective friend circles. Do you really think you can take advantage of me on the internet? After this commotion, the comments section indeed quieted down instantly. The vast majority of people were frantically trying to deal with that latest post in their friend circles. However, Li Quan locked these people for a day. They were doomed to witness their innocent personas gradually fade away. As the hype around this scandal quickly diminished, an even bigger scoop emerged. World-class hacker Dark Rose went to the police station and confessed to defaming Li Corporation. At the same time, she reported Lin Fan, a director at Tianyu Company, for suspected murder. This information spread. The entire entertainment industry was in an uproar. What the hell is this week? The super earthquake week for the entertainment industry. First, the Li Corporation was exposed for scandals, then Li Quan's parents were murdered, and now the incident with frontline star Chiu Mai, and today we have this. Wow, Dark Rose has admitted to her crimes. It turns out we wronged the Li Corporation. I apologize for previously scolding the Li Corporation. This twist is something even novels wouldn't dare to write. Waking up in the morning, while washing up, Li Quan saw this news, and was utterly astonished. Dark Rose actually turned herself in and directly dragged Lin Fan into the abyss, clearing the clouds for the Li Corporation. Although her actions could restore the reputation of the Li Corporation, she could not escape her own prison disaster. What a foolish girl thinking she could deal with Lin Fan this way. He still has over 6,000 luck points. Going to the police station like this is just giving it away, and it could alert the snake. Indeed. As the entire internet erupted, Tianyu Company finally spoke up. It's utterly ridiculous to distort the truth. Can anyone just step up and declare absurdities as truths? Our board members at Tianyu Company have always been open and upright. If an investigation is warranted, we welcome the police at any time. If there is no evidence, we hope the authorities will severely punish those who slander our company and board members. A lengthy statement ensued. Each word conveyed a sense of righteousness, and many netizens who had been spiritedly debating fell silent upon reading it. So confident. Li Quan looked at the post in astonishment. Do they really think they have eliminated all the evidence? Li Quan instinctively thought this way. But it didn't seem right. A hacker of Hey Mice caliber could easily uncover Tianyu Company's flaws. Host, I have bad news for you. Ye Tian's voice suddenly emerged. What news? Li Quan's heart raced, sensing something ominous. Lin Fan has already gained the leverage to negotiate with the nations of this world, so he doesn't need to hide the crimes he committed before, as each country will help him cover them up. How is that possible? Li Quan was utterly shocked. Does the host wish to spend 800 points to purchase Lin Fan's personal information? For more details, Ye Tian timely suggested what Li Quan needed to purchase. Purchase. Li Quan did not hesitate much. The system's sudden remark about the other party having negotiating power with the nations filled him with urgency. Ding, purchased successful, 800 points deducted. The host now has 15300. Name Lin Fan. Age 23. Level early Earth stage, capable of battling across levels. Background: became a disciple of Lin Tianhong at the age of 7, learning the medical sage needle technique. When he was 14, Lin Tianhong reached the perfect heavenly stage and broke through the spatial barrier to ascend to the upper realm. Before ascending, Lin Tianhong left Lin Fan with 2 items. First, the Ghost Tooth Organization. Second, the Treasury Key. The Ghost Tooth Organization was founded by Lin Tianhong and is the largest assassin organization gathering ancient martial artists in the world. The Treasury Key is the key to unlock the ancient martial treasury, which is filled with ancient martial arts manuals and spiritual medicines collected by Lin Tianhong from slaughtering various ancient martial families. Lin Fan's current situation: having discovered the location of the treasury, he now possesses the capital to negotiate with the nations. So the ancient martial treasury is the reason. After reviewing this information, Li Quan felt it was troublesome. Indeed, the protagonist is the protagonist. No matter how challenging things get, they will still encounter great opportunities that directly reverse the situation. System: if Lin Fan completely digests the benefits from the treasury, won't I be at his mercy? The host understands correctly. Then I must go to the treasury and stop Lin Fan. Li Quan's words were somewhat hesitant. Not necessary. Ye Tian appropriately pointed out the ancient martial treasury has already become the focal point of the world's elite. The likelihood of the host being able to deal with Lin Fan if you go there is extremely slim. The host can think differently. Ye Tian displayed Lin Fan's personal panel and highlighted the protagonist's luck. Sometimes weakening the protagonist's luck is the most lethal method to deal with him. Protagonist's luck. Upon hearing this term, which had already been mentioned by the system several times, Li Quan began to pay more attention. The host must understand that an ordinary person with 10,000 points of protagonist luck is far more challenging than a master at the perfect heavenly stage. In that case, the period during which Lin Fan digests the inheritance from the treasury is actually my opportunity. After Ye Tian's almost casual hint, Li Quan suddenly understood. The methods to weaken the protagonist's luck are nothing more than eliminating his subordinates and taking away his women. Lin Fan is giving him and Chi Li time to bond. Just then, Li Quan saw a new post from Chi Li's vlog, seeking a theme song for the movie. Outside the Bund area in Mo High City, in a huge studio, Chi Li spoke the final promotional words to the camera, releasing a sigh of relief. Come on, sister Chi Li, have some water, it's all done. The manager stepped forward, twisting open a bottle of mineral water and handing it to Chi Li. The promotional video has been completed, but there is still not a hint of news about the theme song. Chi Li took a sip of water, feeling somewhat fatigued. She actually had a few candidates for the movie's theme song, but none met her expectations. If there wasn't a good one by the end, she would have to settle for them. Oh, don't worry. Sister Chi Li, director Lin has already contacted me. He said he has a suitable theme song for our movie. Now the people director Lin arranged should be arriving soon. Lin Fan is helping us find a theme song. Chi Li's brows furrowed slightly. Although Chi Li did not dislike Lin Fan, the person who had saved her once, his strong purpose made it difficult for her to adapt. Not long after, a man appeared before Chi Li and the filming team outside the studio. The man wore a simple trench coat, and his clean tousled hair slightly covered his forehead, his starry eyes deep and calm. It was not someone sent by Lin Fan, but Li Quan. Upon seeing this man, Shi Li instinctively flinched her moon-like eyes. After seeing Chiu Mai's explosive post yesterday, she couldn't sleep after returning home. In the past, she had detested and rejected Li Quan because he had ruthlessly rejected her, and his personal life was very chaotic. But now, due to Chiu Mai's revelation, Chi Li realized that she had misunderstood Li Quan all along. Now she was at a loss about how to face him. I saw you seeking a theme song for the movie online, so I came. Li Quan directly stated his purpose. Chi Li's delicate face lifted in confusion. This movie was the one she had agreed to make with Li Quan 5 years ago. Why would Li Quan help her? Does Director Li understand music? The manager looked skeptical. To the manager's words, Li Quan replied with a gentle smile, not really. I only understand a bit because of someone. As he spoke, Li Quan's calm gaze turned towards Chi Li. This strange yet plain look stirred complex feelings within Chi Li. TSK. A disdainful voice emerged from behind. Is your Li family out of money? Has even the chairman resorted to writing songs to earn money? Wu Liang. Director Lin actually sent you. Upon seeing the newcomer, the manager hurriedly approached him with enthusiasm. Li Quan slightly turned his gaze. Because of the treasury matter, Lin Fan indeed lacked the time, and could only send an artist from the company to Chi Li's side to assert his presence. Compared to your director Lin, making money by killing what I do is indeed a bit lacking. The gentleman's mettle gave Li Quan's words a sense of nonchalance. Li Quan's words clearly struck a nerve with Wu Liang. It's ridiculous to keep talking about things without evidence. Alright, you two stop arguing. At this moment, Chi Li finally spoke. Since you both are here to provide a theme song for the movie, you can give me the song. Hearing Chi Li's words, Wu Liang shook his head. No, Miss Chi Li, your movie is a love story, and the boss requires me to sing the song for you. Let Li Quan just give you his lyrics, and then leave. I need to sing my own song, Li Quan stated plainly. Both men wanted to sing, and Chi Li frowned slightly. Let's go to the recording studio. Who will sing first? In the recording studio, Chi Li asked the two. You go first. I'm afraid that if I sing first, you won't be able to gather the courage to sing. Wu Liang's words were quite blunt. The song he brought today was co-created by several top composers in the capital circle at the request of his boss Lin Fan. It wouldn't be a problem for it to rank among the top 100 in today's music charts. Wu Liang himself was also a top singer, and in singing he held complete disdain for Li Quan. Then I'll go first. Li Quan did not refuse. First, tell me the name of the song. Chi Li watched Li Quan with curious eyes from the side. This song is called Later. Ding. The host consumes 3,300 points to exchange for a song, leaving 12,000 points remaining. Ding. The host consumes 5,000 points to exchange for master-level singer skills, leaving 7,000 points remaining. In Li Quan's mind, two mechanical system voices rang out. In the recording studio, all the equipment was fully set up. Li Quan picked up a guitar, sat in the recording chair, and tuned the strings. It may have been an illusion, but at that moment Chi Li felt that Li Quan seemed to exude an inexplicable aura. It was as if he had returned to the place that rightfully belonged to him. The guitar in hand, and the zither nearby, slowly wove a melancholic background melody. Hearing this tune, Chi Li suddenly looked up. At that moment, Li Quan's gentle and melancholic voice gradually emerged. Later, I finally learned how to love. Unfortunately, you have long gone disappeared into the crowd. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was the climax of the music. The entire recording studio fell silent. At this moment, there was only music, only listening. Later finally understood in tears, some people once missed will never return. Once missed will never return. Hearing these lyrics, Chi Li was stunned. The white petals of the gardenia fell on your blue pleated skirt. You softly said you loved me. I lowered my head and smelled the fragrance. Do you feel the same? Are you also silently regretting? If we hadn't been so stubborn back, then it wouldn't be so regrettable now. Later finally understood in tears, some people once missed will never return, will never come again. There was a boy who loved that girl. After 5 full minutes of the song, Chi Li's eyes had turned red, glistening with tears. Li Quan's deep voice and impeccable singing skills were undoubtedly the result of countless days of practice. This song by Li Quan was clearly written for her. Is missing truly just missing? This song made Chi Li think of the precious moments before she turned 18, the innocent times spent with Li Quan. Now there was no way to go back. Chi Li felt a sudden pang of heartache. What kind of situation could have compelled Li Quan to write such a song? I've finished singing, do you want to go next? Putting down the guitar, Li Quan looked at Wu Liang not far away. In response to Li Quan's words, Wu Liang opened his mouth, but was left speechless. As a singer himself, he understood very well that no matter the aspect, singing skills, songwriting, he was in no way comparable to the other party. If he forced himself to sing, it would only be self-deprecating. Li Quan, don't get too arrogant. After awkwardly dropping a harsh remark, Wu Liang left in a dejected manner. In the recording studio, only Li Quan and Chi Li remained. This song. Chi Li didn't know what to say. Is it suitable as the theme song for your movie? You want to give this song to me? Aren't you afraid my movie will surpass yours? Chi Li also collected her emotions and shifted the topic to movies. I just don't want you to lose too embarrassingly. Li Kuan's words instantly wiped away all of Chi Li's feelings. Such arrogance. Chi Li's delicate face puffed up, rarely showing a bit of pride, although I admit your song is good, movies are a different matter. In this field, the older generation of directors have failed against me multiple times. Confidence is good. Li Kuan replied indifferently, and added, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. You. Wanting to say something to keep him, Chi Li found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps I was too harsh on him in the past. Alone in the recording studio, Chi Li's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Leaving Chi Li's filming team, Li Kuan went straight to the police station. It was still because of He Mei. She had caused such a huge mess, and Li Kuan naturally had to come and clean up the mess. It's not that He Mei's method of attacking Tianyu Company online was ineffective. It's just that he didn't expect Lin Fan would coincidentally find the location of the treasure. This allowed him to gain support from various countries, completely unafraid of any public opinion. When Li Kuan arrived at the police station, He Mei had just been kicked out. You are colluding with them, both are the same kind. He Mei extended her slender hand, gritting her silver teeth, pointing at the two who had kicked her out. Squeak. A black McLaren stopped beside He Mei. The window rolled down, and Li Kuan said, get in the car, shouting will only waste your breath. Li brotherly. He Mei looked at the man before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Inside the car, sitting in the passenger seat, He Mei stuttered for a long time after getting in, unable to say a word. I didn't expect you to be Dark Rose. Li Kuan sighed, his tone revealing a sense of helplessness. I actually didn't want to hide it from you. I was afraid that once you knew I was Dark Rose, you would despise me. He Mei fiddled with the black skirt on her long jade legs, gazing ahead, sitting upright, looking quite nervous. If someone else were Dark Rose, I would never let her live, but since Dark Rose is you, I can only punish you to do a month's worth of housework for me. Just housework. He Mei's rosy lips parted slightly, feeling that Li Kuan was being too lenient. How about helping me with housework for a lifetime? He Mei's pretty face turned bright red. Occasionally glancing at Li Kuan, she seemed lost in thought. Ding. Congratulations, host. One of the female leads, He Mei, has fallen in love with the host. Reward 1 golden lottery card. In his mind, Ye Tian's voice made Li Kuan shudder, almost losing grip of the steering wheel. Had the task of winning over He Mei been completed? This was too unexpected. A golden lottery card. Warm reminder to the host, don't get too carried away. You are now being ambushed by a large number of people. What? Li Kuan's heart jumped, and he looked out the window. The sky was overcast, and he was driving on a road flanked by unfinished buildings. I am being ambushed. Li Kuan's brows gradually furrowed, and after continuing for a while, a row of triangular stakes blocking the road appeared in front of him. Behind those triangular stakes was a large group of armed white men. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Li Kuan immediately turned around. However, the road behind him had also been blocked by a large number of people. Are these people coming for me? The host consumes 100 points. The system can inform the host of the origins of these people. Click, click. With still 7,000 points left, Li Kuan could afford to spend 100 points. Ding, the host's remaining points are 6,900. Ye Tian didn't hesitate and immediately replied to Li Kuan. Not long ago, Lin Fan, who was able to enter the treasure alone, said that regardless of which country, as long as they bring the heads of you and He Mei, they can obtain 2 quotas to enter the treasure from him. I see. A chilling killing intent flickered in Li Kuan's eyes. After getting the treasure, they still want to eliminate me. And they want to kill He Mei as well. It seems that what He Mei did today has indeed crossed his bottom line. These American soldiers are willing to take such great risks to act as pawns for others. Looking roughly, there were over 500 of them. Each one was armed to the teeth. This left Li Kuan deep in thought about how he could escape. Facing so many guns, even a cow charging in would be futile. The host seems to have forgotten that you still have a golden lottery card. Right, I still have the golden lottery card. Li Kuan felt a glimmer of hope. System, use the lottery card. Li Kuan felt a surge of anxiety. He hoped for a stroke of luck to help him through this crisis. Ding. Use successful. Congratulations to the host, you have summoned a character. Summoned character Ye Tian. Description: this is a powerful being unrivaled in this world. Combat power. Summoned character Ye Tian. Introduction: he is a powerful being unmatched in this world. Combat power. Note: the host can summon the other party once a day. Whether the other party appears depends on their mood, and both the host and the other party are of equal status. A character panel appeared before Li Kuan's eyes. Seeing this, Li Kuan gasped in surprise. It seemed he had hit the jackpot and drawn a golden legend. In a desolate area of unfinished buildings, over 500 heavily armed American soldiers watched mockingly as a McLaren boldly intruded into their encirclement. A black lieutenant approached an old white general adorned with military medals. "General, we need to move quickly. If the military of Xia country discovers us, it will be quite troublesome." "Xia country's military?" The white-bearded old general scoffed. "The Chung army is merely our support. There's no need to rush." "I don't understand. How can two young men with no backgrounds convince Lin Fan to release 2 slots? The old general furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, the car parked in the middle of the road opened its door. Click. A young man stepped out. The man, dressed in a well-tailored suit, showcased his tall and strong physique. His exceptionally handsome face held a pair of dark red pupils, as if concealing a bloodthirsty demon. The charming corners of his mouth perpetually wore a playful smirk. "Who is he?" At the moment Ye Tian got out of the car, the general and the lieutenant exchanged glances. This man was not their target. "He is with the target, general. How should we handle this?" The lieutenant directed his questioning gaze at the old general. With a furrowed brow, after 2 breaths, the old general waved his hand casually. "Kill him. Since he is not the target, there's no need to leave a complete corpse." "Understood." The old general's orders were relayed in layers. In just a moment, dozens of soldiers behind the barricade aimed their AKs at Ye Tian. In this situation, anyone would likely hesitate, even fleeing in panic. But that man seemed completely unfazed by the guns pointed at him, leisurely walking as if strolling through his backyard. However, the 30 or so American soldiers facing Ye Tian felt their hearts pounding violently. As Ye Tian gradually approached, they had a strange illusion that this man was like a reaper disguised in Brother Li Quan. Who is he? Can he really handle those soldiers? Inside the McLaren, He Mei looked nervously at Ye Tian's back. Just moments ago, Ye Tian had suddenly appeared in the car, leaving her utterly bewildered. Ye Tian simply said to Li Quan, "Leave it to me," before getting out of the car. Even now, He Mei was filled. He should be able to write. Li Quan swallowed hard, his gaze also fixed tightly on Ye Tian. "Fire!" The commander's voice jolted the 30 or so soldiers back to reality. In that brief moment, they suddenly realized they were drenched in sweat. Steadying their nerves, the soldiers did not hesitate and pulled the triggers aimed at Ye Tian. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets intertwined to form a web tearing through the air. In an instant, the barrage struck Ye Tian. At that moment, Li Quan and He Mei, who were watching from behind, both thought they were doomed. Meanwhile, the surrounding American soldiers shook their heads disdainfully, thinking it was nothing serious. "No, the bullets didn't hit him," a perceptive soldier suddenly shouted. All the American soldiers looked over in astonishment. In their shocked view, the bullets hung just a few centimeters in front of that man's body, failing to hit him at all. "Oh God, is this a superpower?" An ordinary soldier gasped at the sight. The old white general's pupils constricted sharply. "He is an ancient martial artist, no weaker than Lin Fan." Huang-level ancient martial artists can enhance their physical bodies with spiritual power. Xian-level ancient martial artists can cover their bodies with spiritual power. Meanwhile, De-level can separate spiritual power from the body. Just like this young man casually stopping bullets, he must at least be a De-level ancient martial artist. Why didn't Lin Fan mention that these 2 ordinary people had a De-level ancient martial artist protecting them? The old general's bad premonition intensified. Looking at the nearly 1,000 AK bullets before him, Ye Tian's dark red eyes narrowed. "Let me try the feeling of claiming a life, showing off." Jump. A sound like a broken string resonated. In the next moment, blood-red energy traces appeared in the air. Each bullet transformed into a death warrant, shooting into the heads of the 500 American soldiers around. Puff, 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 puff. On the silent road, splashes of blood unfolded like an artistic painting beneath the dark sky. In just a breath, all the American soldiers fell to the ground, and the world fell silent. Not everyone died. Ye Tian left the old white general alive. "Lin Fan knew I was here, and still sent you to your deaths. Oh, what a brilliant scheme." With those words, Ye Tian continued walking past the stiff, old white general. He vanished at the end of the road. How could this be? Burton's lips trembled. He had brought 500 elite soldiers, and in just one encounter they were all wiped out. The reason he spared him was probably due to disdain. After a long while, on the empty road, the thick smell of blood filled Burton's nostrils, and his mind cleared slightly. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the words of that reaper-like man as he left. "Lin Fan knew I was here, and still sent you to your deaths. Oh, what a brilliant scheme." Lin Fan, Lin Fan. Burton's eagle-like eyes were about to burst with murderous rage. Before coming, Lin Fan had said they were just 2 ordinary people. He had already begun to doubt how 2 ordinary people could be worth 2 slots in the treasure vault. It turned out they had fallen into Lin Fan's trap. Lin Fan had never mentioned the existence of that reaper. The purpose was to use that reaper's hands to send them to their deaths. In an instant, Burton understood. The root cause of it all was Lin Fan. In comparison to Ye Tian, who personally killed all his soldiers, Burton now hated Lin Fan, who had plotted against him even more. Humans just love to overthink. Ye Tian secretly chuckled at Burton's situation. The reason for not killing him was precisely to let him deal with Lin Fan. What he said to Burton as he left was of course fabricated, and the goal had been achieved. System, where did the senior Ye Tian go? After leaving that stretch of road, Li Quan's wildly beating heart was still unable to calm down. Back to the system, Ye Tian casually replied. It wasn't simply reverting back to the system. The will of this world was filled with malice towards him, an outsider. Every second required tremendous points to counteract the world's will. In the future, unless it is a matter of life and death, for Li Quan, Ye Tian does not intend to go out. System, that senior, if classified according to the ancient martial realm, what kind of strength should they possess? Li Quan still felt uneasy thinking about the massacre feast Ye Tian had casually unleashed. Such a level of strength surpassed the limits of his understanding. The other party had previously unlocked a small portion of their power using the complete power of the Earth Grade when annihilating the American soldiers. Ye Tian continued to weave his narrative. By stating it was merely a small portion of their strength, the image of this master became even more deeply rooted. However, using the complete power of the Earth Grade to deal with those soldiers was indeed true. After obtaining the blood pupils, black blood secret art, Ye Tian directly deduced it to the perfected realm, simultaneously endowing it upon himself. Consequently, he noticed some changes in certain physical traits, for instance that pair of blood-red eyes. Although the Earth Grade perfection was still a significant stage away from the highest level of ancient martial arts in this world, the power manifested, however, had already exceeded the standard. Familiar with the original plot, Ye Tian understood that the strongest ancient warrior in the world at this moment was Lin Fan, at the early stage of the Earth Grade. To casually unlock such strength and reach Earth Grade perfection, is it really that strong? Li Quan was filled with exclamations. He increasingly felt that the golden lottery card drawing Ye Tian was akin to a stroke of luck. On the other side, Lin Fan was swaying a glass of red wine in his villa, humming a tune, his mood appearing quite good. Although He Mei had betrayed him, and Ye had inexplicably gone silent, he had discovered the treasure trove left by his master. This alone brought him immense joy. However, a series of bad news had also worn down his patience. Casting a sideways glance at the young man before him, Lin Fan slowly parted his thin lips. Did you mess up the song I sent to Qi Li? A terrifying pressure enveloped Wu Liang. In response, Wu Liang was drenched in sweat, desperately defending himself. Director Lin, it's really Li Quan, who is too hateful. Relying on his acquaintance with Miss Qi Li forced her to accept his song. Is that so? Lin Fan set down his wine glass and slowly rose from his chair. He approached Wu Liang. I am a doctor, and I can see that you are lying. Faced with Lin Fan's direct exposure, Wu Liang was at a loss for words. Alright, I was just joking with you. How could you lie? Suddenly Lin Fan smiled and patted the other's shoulder. Messing up is just messing up, it's no big deal. This sudden change in attitude made Wu Liang swallow hard. However, he also felt a sigh of relief, immediately bowing. Thank you for your forgiveness, Director. Thank you, Director Lin. Thank you, Director Lin. I have a new task for you. Lin Fan's words made Wu Liang freeze. If given a choice, he wanted to refuse outright. As expected, the new task Lin Fan mentioned left Wu Liang with a face full of disbelief. I have a pill, you need to find a way to make Qi Li take it. As he spoke, Lin Fan placed a transparent pill in Wu Liang's hand. What kind of pill is this? Wu Liang's voice trembled with fear. She must take it before 8 p.m. tonight. Lin Fan did not answer Wu Liang, instead patting his shoulder this time. Don't mess up. Okay. Wu Liang nodded mechanically. He could hear the threat hidden within Lin Fan's calm words. Lin Fan had no intention of letting that matter go. This task was his final chance. As Wu Liang left, Lin Fan gazed at the flawless photo of Qi Li on the wall behind him. His eyes filled. In my first trip into the treasure trove, I found the most suitable, harmonizing pill for dual cultivation. Qi Li, even the heavens are signaling that we are meant to be together. Lost in thought, while looking at the photo on the wall, Lin Fan recalled the time he had failed to kill Li Quan. With those Americans involved, Li Quan should have died too. But I wonder why Ye's group suddenly went silent, otherwise there would be no need for those Americans to intervene. Suddenly his phone buzzed, indicating an incoming call. Seeing it was Chung Jun calling, Lin Fan answered. Brother Lin, is there something wrong? Fan Jr. Brother, did you give the wrong information? On the other end of the phone, a slightly plump man wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking anxious. What information? Didn't you take 2 spots for entering the treasure trove to exchange for Li Quan and the Dark Rose's heads? Chung Jun's tone slightly raised. Those Americans sent over 500 people and took action against Li Quan in our Mohai city. Oh, the bodies are still intact, right? A smirk appeared on Lin Fan's face, surprised by the Americans' capability. It would be best if they delivered Li Quan's body to him fully intact. The puppet technique passed down by his master he had not practiced for a while. Intact. Cheng Jun suppressed his anger. They are intact. 500 bodies aside from the holes in their heads are indistinguishable from living people. That's good. Lin Fan paused mid-sentence, suddenly taken aback. What did you say? 500 bodies. Yes. Those 500 American soldiers were completely annihilated. Cheng Jun emphasized with a heavy tone, if my people hadn't discovered it first, this matter would have been exposed on. These people died because they were besieging Li Quan. Fan Jr. brother, did you conceal something in the information you provided? Impossible. Lin Fan directly denied. How could Li Quan have the strength to annihilate 500 armed soldiers? But that is the fact. Cheng Jun was filled with worry of those 500 American soldiers. Only their general is still alive. Not long ago, that general represented the American military and directly accused us of plotting against him, even stating that there would be no more negotiations regarding the treasure trove, but rather a forceful seizure. We must also pay the price for plotting against them. Absurd. Lin Fan found it hard to describe his inner feelings. He felt he had been played. What should we do now? Cheng Jun clearly considered Lin Fan as the center as he had in the past, but now that Lin Fan had gained the treasure trove, it was even more so. Investigate. Lin Fan's words were cold. Thoroughly investigate the matter, and see whether Li Quan has the capability to annihilate those 500 soldiers, or if the Americans are up to something. Until the truth is uncovered, do not engage with the Americans. Understood. Cheng Jun nodded. The phone call ended. Bang. Lin Fan slammed his phone against the wall. To annihilate 500 soldiers, Li Kuan Yu are hiding it well. He was not foolish. The Americans actually had no reason to act against him. The current situation likely indicated that something had genuinely gone wrong. However, he could neither deny nor admit it, as that would reveal his stance. For now, he could only delay until he absorbed all the inheritance from the treasure trove, until he achieved the heavenly grade. When Li Quan returned home with He Mei, Li Xia's brows were furrowed, her lips pouting, and her small face was filled with anger. Brother, who is she? Upon seeing He Mei for the first time, Li Xia displayed strong hostility. Li Quan raised an eyebrow and casually replied, she is the housekeeper. He Mei thought that was Li Quan's confession to her heart racing all the way. But now what was going on? Had she really become a housekeeper? Housekeeper? Li Xia's face was filled with skepticism. This woman before her was so beautiful that she could easily be a top model. Alright, at such a young age, acting like a resentful woman from a deep palace. Li Quan flicked Li Xia's forehead directly and said, I am your brother, not your man. What kind of tone is that? Hearing Li Quan's words, Li Xia was momentarily speechless, puffing up her cheeks, her face full of anger, yet she didn't know how to retort. She took out her phone and angrily threw it onto the sofa. Chili just messaged me to invite you, see for yourself. After saying that, Li Xia picked up a nearby plush toy and angrily returned to her room. Chili. A hint of surprise appeared in Li Quan's eyes. Picking up Li Xia's phone, he began to browse through her chat history with Chili. It was Chili who reached out to Li Xia for a chat. In the chat messages, Li Xia's attitude was not good. Indeed, even though Chili had always taken good care of Li Xia since the last fallout with Lin Fan, Li Xia had categorized Chili as an enemy. In the chat messages, Chili's main point was that her concert would start tonight, and she hoped that both Li Quan and Li Xia could come to watch. Concert. Recently, he had been so busy that he almost forgot about it. A week ago, before he obtained the system, he had been busy preparing for Killis' concert, demonstrating what it meant to be. Considering how he was a week ago, this concert was a sacred platform for the diva, Chili, the crowned queen of the music industry. The past was too painful to recall. Now that he thought about it, Li Quan felt that it was all black history. This was also a result of his change in mindset after obtaining the system. Now he had little interest in Killis' concert. However, thinking about how Lin Fan had already obtained the treasure trove and activated his rapid growth mode, Li Quan understood that he needed to speed up his progress in wooing Chili. Therefore, he still needed to attend this concert, an opportunity to get close to Chili. As night fell, after having dinner with He Mei and Li Xia, Li Quan switched to a white Pagani and headed to Killis' concert. Since Li Xia wasn't going, he went alone. The concert venue was the Central Stadium in the heart of Mohai City. As a recognized national goddess of the entertainment industry, Killis' popularity was terrifying. Even with the Central Stadium having over 100,000 seats, it was sold out early. As the concert approached, tens of millions of internet users were already waiting in various live streams, eager for the show to begin. She is already the best actress. After tonight, her aura will shine even brighter. At the bustling crossroads, Li Quan looked at the red light ahead, feeling a bit sentimental. Ye Tian did not respond. Calculating the time according to the plot of the original story, tonight was when the male lead Lin Fan would confess his love to the female lead Chili and establish their relationship. But because Li Quan didn't die, Chili still couldn't let go of her feelings, so tonight, it was obviously impossible for Lin Fan and Chili to have a happy ending. However, the will of heaven would definitely not allow this loophole to exist. It would guide Lin Fan to do something. I'm afraid something is going to go wrong. Ye Tian had a vague premonition. When Li Quan entered the concert venue, it was already a sea of people. It was so lively even before it started, clearly showcasing Killa's popularity. Avoiding the audience area, Li Quan went straight to the backstage of the concert. Compared to the audience area, it was much quieter here. At the same time, he ran into a familiar face. Wu Liang, you came to sing too. Looking at this somewhat sneaky guy, Li Quan casually called out. Li Quan, seeing the person before him, Wu Liang stiffened a bit, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and forced a smile, saying, Sister Qili needs someone to accompany her in a song, so I came. Is that so? Li Quan looked at him strangely. This guy was actually explaining himself to him. Why are you so sweaty? After all, it's such a big concert, I'm a bit nervous. His excuse was decent, but the mistake was trying to explain it to him. Li Quan had a very keen sense, this Wu Liang definitely had some issues. Just as he was about to ask something, a woman's soft voice floated in. You're here. Killa's voice made Li Quan turn his head to look. Tonight, Qili wore a light purple long dress, her hair elegantly styled, which made her look less innocent and more dignified. Her eyes, unadorned, sparkled like countless stars. Under her delicate nose, her lips were adorned with a hint of lip gloss, exuding a touch of sensuality. Her swan-like fair neck, exquisite collarbone, and the body wrapped in the long dress remained perfect and flawless. Is she not coming? Killa's eyes dimmed slightly. It seems she still hates me. After all, you stand, Li Quan stated directly. This made Qili a bit anxious. My relationship with Lin Fan is not what you all think. Almost instinctively, Qili wanted to clear up any misunderstandings with Li Quan. Perhaps it was due to Chiu Mai's previous self-exposure that proved Li Quan's innocence, or maybe it was because of the heartfelt rendition of Later that Li Quan sang today. Killa's originally hostile attitude toward Li Quan had undergone a certain transformation. Oh really? Li Quan said with a hint of self-deprecation, you don't need to explain anything to me. The woman opened her mouth, but was left speechless. Sister Qili, it's time. The manager beside her glanced at the time and reminded Qili. Got it. Qili nodded and turned her gaze back to Li Quan. You can go to the resting area behind, it's quieter. Li Quan didn't say much, just nodded. Sister Qili. At this moment, Wu Liang ran out from behind. This first performance will last half an hour, which is very taxing on the voice. Water. Qili looked at Wu Liang strangely, but still nodded. I've already had some. That's good. Oh, everything should center around protecting your voice. Although today's concert is quite grand, you mustn't strain your vocal cords. Wu Liang breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of a genuine smile appearing on his face. Thank you, Qili politely nodded to Wu Liang. At 7:30, when Qili took the stage, the entire concert erupted in excitement. Major live streaming platforms captured Killa's presence clearly. On stage, Killa's voice, accompanied by a few graceful dancers, slowly emerged. With the opening of a song, she calmed the restless atmosphere of the entire concert. Backstage, Li Quan sat in the resting area, able to see Killa's figure through the screen. Time slowly passed. After more than 20 minutes, the atmosphere of the concert had completely intensified. However, Li Quan, who was backstage watching Qili, furrowed his brows slightly. With his keen insight, he could clearly see that for some unknown reason Killa's condition was rapidly declining. After a song concluded, Qili leaned against the grand piano on stage, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The sweat even smudged her makeup, revealing her delicate, yet slightly pale, beautiful face. Alright, dear audience, that concludes the first act. For the next performance, I have prepared more new songs for you, she said to the audience in a relatively calm tone. The audience murmured in confusion. Wasn't the first act supposed to last 30 minutes? It ended in just over 20. Qili clearly had no explanation for the audience's questions. She had been enduring the odd sensations in her body and returned to the backstage area. Unseen by the audience, Qili could no longer hold on, nearly stumbling and falling. Sister Qili, what's wrong? Her female manager rushed to support her, panic etched across her face. Take me to the lounge. Gasping sweetly, Qili's face had inexplicably turned crimson. Okay, Sister Qili, hang in there. The manager suppressed her inner doubts as she helped the swaying woman to her designated lounge. Along the way, many people backstage noticed something was amiss and curiously peered over. Inside the lounge, the manager laid Qili on the sofa and immediately said, I'll fetch a doctor. Qili, clutching her arms and biting her lip on the sofa, appeared increasingly disheveled. No need to fetch a doctor, I'm here. A man walked into Qili's exclusive lounge with a gentle tone. Director Lin Fan. The manager's face lit up upon seeing him. This is perfect timing. Please check on Sister Qili and see what's wrong. The manager had known Lin Fan for some time. She also knew that his medical skills were absolutely formidable. This might be a bit troublesome. Lin Fan said, frowning slightly. You should step outside. I need to administer acupuncture, and I can't concentrate with someone nearby. Okay. The manager nodded repeatedly, not realizing that Lin Fan's request was in any way inappropriate. This was the effect of the protagonist's halo on intelligence. No matter what sounds come from inside later, don't come in, and don't let anyone else in. Lin Fan instructed the manager. Understood, she replied, nodding. Watching her leave, Lin Fan smiled and sat beside Qi Li. He picked up a cup of tea from the table and savored a sip. How do you feel? Did you have Wu Liang drug me? Qi Li was not foolish. Having achieved this status in the entertainment industry at her age, she was smarter than many. Wu Liang's words to her when she took the stage made her realize she had been drugged. And the appearance of Lin Fan at this moment was undoubtedly orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. I know this isn't right, but we're out of time. Lin Fan did not deny it. His words effectively confirmed it. Qi Li, do you know? In our world there exists another world, one that is far more splendid than this one. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with longing. The Hehuan pill I gave you can maximize the potential of your physique. After tonight we will both significantly increase our strength. Reaching the higher realm is merely a matter of time. At that point we can go to the higher realm to punish the wicked and become a divine couple. How wonderful would that be? Lin Fan. Qi Li clutched the edge of the sofa, her breathing becoming increasingly erratic, yet her eyes remained clear. I am so disappointed in you. Ha ha ha, it's alright. When you can no longer endure the effects of the drug and fall into my arms, I will make sure you are satisfied. Lin Fan leisurely sipped the bitter tea, confident that with the secret techniques from the Medical Immortals Manual, he could make Qi Li completely infatuated with him. After all, he had used it on numerous women before, and those women had all become lovesick over him. In the backstage rest area, Li Quan was gripping Wu Liang's neck, his face icy. Upon noticing Qi Li's distress on stage, he immediately thought of the previously erratic Wu Liang and sought him out. Under the pressure of Li Quan's fists and kicks, Wu Liang cowardly spilled everything. Lin Fan. Upon learning the whole story, Li Quan felt a surge of surprise. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to use such methods on Qi Li. Ding system task issued: save Qi Li. Task success rewards silver lottery card. Task failure: Qi Li's chastity lost. Description: Qi Li is in a dangerous situation. Currently, only the host can save her. Friendly reminder: Qi Li is currently in her exclusive lounge. With a clear target, Li Quan wasted no time and dashed straight towards his destination. Along the way, Li Quan also contacted Ye Tian's system. Can that senior Yi still come out today? Li Quan understood that Lin Fan's strength was at the initial stage of the Earth rank. Such a level was far beyond what he could contend with. Even if a brute like a wild bull came, it would be useless. Thus the only hope was for Senior Yi to appear again today, otherwise if he went in, the odds were he'd just be serving as fodder. Ye Tian had anticipated this. There was nothing to be done. The protagonist's overwhelming combat strength meant that if he didn't show up, no one could save the day. However, he couldn't just show up for free, so Ye Tian needed to arrange an appearance fee, considering it was his second appearance in one day. Ding, the character Ye Tian is willing to assist the host, but he requests that the host must personally kill Lin Fan within 1 week. You want me to kill Lin Fan? Why does Senior Yi propose this request? Ding, after the protagonist dies, the other party can gain the world's fortune. Is that so? Li Quan remained somewhat puzzled. Then Senior, you should have the strength to kill Lin Fan, right? Ding, one cannot kill the protagonist of this world if they are not from this world. I see now. Li Quan understood and nodded seriously. In that case, I agree to Senior Ye's request. After all, he and Lin Fan would inevitably face off, and 7 days would spur him into action. Ding, main quest generated. Task: kill Lin Fan. Task deadline: 7 days. After a brief exchange, Li Quan arrived outside Qi Li's lounge. In the corridor, Qi Li's manager paced back and forth, occasionally clenching her fists, hoping Qi Li would recover soon. After all, outside, there were still over 100,000 live audience members, along with tens of millions of netizens watching the concert online. If things went awry, it could bring Qi Li a severe blow. As the manager's worries grew, a figure passed by her, heading straight towards Qi Li's lounge. Li Quan. Hey. Director Lin is administering acupuncture to Sister Qi Li. Don't disturb them. As she spoke, the manager tried to stop him, but it was already too late. Li Quan's hand had already grasped the doorknob. It's over. If I interrupt Sister Qi Li's treatment, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. The beautiful female manager was filled with regret. As she watched with that expression, the door opened, revealing the scene inside the room. Inside, Qi Li lay helplessly on the couch, her long hair disheveled, her elegant gown torn in places, large patches of her fair skin exposed to the air. Meanwhile, the other person in the room, Lin Fan, had removed his shirt and was unbuckling his belt. Upon seeing the door open, both Li Quan and the manager froze. What are you doing? This shocking scene made the female agent widen her eyes and shout in anger. She did not regret not stopping Li Quan, but rather felt fortunate. If it weren't for Li Quan pushing the door open, how would she have known that the truth was like this? If Lin Fan had succeeded, she would have lived her life in guilt. Oh, caught red-handed. Lin Fan's expression showed little change in response to the female agent's question. It must be said as the protagonist Lin Fan's psychological resilience was indeed formidable. You delivered yourself to me. Fixing his gaze on Li Quan, Lin Fan's eyes gradually revealed an icy demeanor. In that case, I would appreciate it if you forever kept this secret. In that moment, Li Quan, with his crisis alert at its peak, could clearly sense the chilling, killing intent surging from Lin Fan. In an instant, 2 silver needles magnified in the pupils of both him and the female agent. The offensive intent of Lin Fan, who was at the early stage of Earth Realm, was simply not something Li Quan and the other could evade. System, if Senior Yi doesn't make a move soon, I'm done for. In this situation, Li Quan had only time to communicate with the system in his mind. What's the rush? Suddenly, a dark red spiritual force emerged, and the 2 silver needles froze in the air. The sudden change caused Lin Fan's expression to shift, and his pupils contracted slightly. In his line of sight behind Li Quan and the female agent, a man with an evil-looking face gradually emerged from the shadows. It's you who has been secretly protecting Li Quan. Feeling the immense pressure, Lin Fan's face turned serious. No wonder Wang Biao fell. The blood-eyed man had gone silent, and even those 500 elite soldiers had perished. Senior, what benefits did Li Quan offer you? Lin Fan can provide double. As long as you follow me, I can even give you a chance to enter the upper realm. Realizing that Ye Tian was a tough character, Lin Fan tried to recruit him. If it were someone else with the protagonist's natural charm, he might have truly been swayed. But for Ye Tian, the protagonist's halo was nothing but a joke. I have no interest in being a bodyguard, but I am quite eager to beat you. With dark red eyes glowing faintly in the shadows, Ye Tian appeared in front of Lin Fan. How could it be so fast? Lin Fan was horrified, his body covered in spiritual energy, as he tried to create distance. However, Ye Tian's hand had already clamped down on his neck like an iron vice. Crack, crack. With a slight lift of his arm, Ye Tian directly raised Lin Fan high. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan's face was filled with veins, struggling desperately, yet found no way to break free. He never expected that this man would use all his strength at the first strike. He was given no chance to adjust. If Ye Tian knew Lin Fan's thoughts, he would certainly look down on him. Did he think he was one of those brainless villains still offering chances? For Ye Tian, as long as the opponent was a protagonist. Once he determined to kill him, even if he were just an infant, Ye Tian would not hesitate to use a nuclear bomb if he had one in his hands. Ye Tian knew that he most likely could not kill Lin Fan, but that did not stop him from trying. Crack, crack, crack. The hand gripping Lin Fan's neck continued to tighten, and Lin Fan's face turned from red to purple. Bastard! Amidst the difficult roar, a muffled sound suddenly echoed within Lin Fan, and a surge of spiritual energy, more powerful than before, reappeared throughout his body. He broke through. At the critical moment, he advanced from the early stage of Earth Realm to the mid-stage. The frantically surging spiritual energy gradually pushed Ye Tian's hand away. Lin Fan raised his head with a fierce expression. You are strong, but you don't know that my true strength is always one realm above my current level. Now in the Earth Realm, I am invincible. With a loud crash, the ground beneath Lin Fan's feet instantly turned to powder, collapsing in layers. He transformed directly into a cannonball, carrying an immense force, charging straight at Ye Tian. I want you dead. In a roar, Lin Fan appeared in front of Ye Tian in an instant. In response, Ye Tian raised his hand. Bang! With a downward slap, the entire backstage of the concert shook violently. In a fit of rage, Lin Fan collapsed like a frog, falling prostrate on the ground. Slowly crouching down, Ye Tian grabbed Lin Fan by the hair, lifting his head like a dead dog. Have you never heard of the peak of Earth Realm? Surpassing realms. You think you have the capability? While saying this, Ye Tian took out a sharp knife from his system space. I've said too much nonsense. As he muttered this, the sharp knife in Ye Tian's hand was thrust down with full force towards Lin Fan's temple. It was also at this moment that a strange wave suddenly enveloped Lin Fan. Clang! Ye Tian's attack was blocked. This was the first time Ye Tian had truly blocked his attack. Though it was relying on an external object, a white pearl slowly flew out from Lin Fan's body, completely protecting him within while rapidly healing his injuries. After several seconds, I remember you. No matter who you are, I will definitely kill you. After recovering from his injuries, Lin Fan looked at the pearl in the air with pain, and his hatred for Ye Tian surged like the sea. See you again if fate allows. Waving at Lin Fan, Ye Tian's attitude made the latter's teeth want to grind to dust. But he dared not linger. The defensive time of the life-saving pearl is limited. He must distance himself from this devil-like man. How infuriating! Everything arranged for tonight was completely ruined by this guy. As Lin Fan left, Ye Tian approached Li Quan, who was still in shock. He patted the other's shoulder. Kid, remember the conditions under which I act. After saying this, Ye Tian did not continue to apply pressure and simply disappeared. This time he had truly met the protagonist of the entire book for the first time. Ye Tian's system shop had been completely refreshed. He did not expect that this protagonist had cultivated more than 20 ancient martial arts manuals. Among them there were 3 that could be deduced to the heavenly rank. There were also several pieces of equipment. For instance, the set of silver needles, the divine pearl, and the Huan pill. Ye Tian had copied their templates. As long as he had points, he could produce them in bulk. System, is there any way to help her recover? In the now Syrian-decorated lounge, Li Quan looked helplessly at the stunning Qi Li, who was blindly groping around him with her eyes closed. Ding, 100 points have been deducted from the host to remove the medicinal effect from the female lead Qi Li. Ye Tian directly deducted this amount from Li Quan's points. He had no interest in watching some kind of sport live. With a moan, Qi Li slightly opened her eyes. Upon realizing her situation, she hurriedly picked up a pillow from the side to cover her exposed beauty, curling up in a corner of the sofa. Thank you for saving me. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Li cautiously thanked Li Quan. Although she had been affected by the medicinal effect, she had a rough understanding of what happened. She understood that it was Li Quan who saved her from the tiger's mouth. Not only that, but he had also helped her remove the medicinal effect instead of taking advantage of her. Just this point alone raised Qi Li's perception of Li Quan several levels. For a moment, there was more kindness in the way she looked at Li Quan. Ding! Qi Li's affection toward Lin Fan has dropped to 0. Utter disappointment. The host has earned 0 points. Lin Fan's protagonist aura has decreased by 3-0, leaving him with only 3100 points. As expected, Li Quan received Qi Li's 200 points, and upon completing the system quest, an additional silver lottery card. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Fan would truly sabotage himself this time, not only losing the heroine, but also suffering a catastrophic halving of his protagonist aura. No need to thank me. We've known each other after all. Li Quan's tone was neither warm nor intimate. Instead, it carried a subtle, unmistakable distance, causing Qi Li's grateful smile to stiffen just slightly. Li Quan, you're not quite the same as before. Brushing a stray strand of hair behind her ear, Qi Li revealed her delicate profile, curling her legs and tilting her head as she gazed at Li Quan. Is that so? Li Quan replied flatly. Perhaps my parents' passing helped me see certain people more clearly. His words silenced Qi Li. Indeed, only after his parents' death had this man begun to change. I treated you harshly and overlooked you far too often. I'm truly sorry. Qi Li's voice softened, laced with quiet hope. If it's possible, could we start over, as friends? There's no need to say such things to me. Li Quan shook his head. The day our engagement was dissolved was the day our ties ended. No further contact is necessary. His reply struck Qi Li like a sudden weight in her chest. At that very moment, Qi Li's female manager rushed in, accompanied by several medical staff, breathless and urgent. Senior Qi Li, have you recovered? Seeing Qi Li seated quietly in the corner of the sofa, calm, composed, no longer dazed or disoriented, the manager's voice brimmed with relief. Much better, Qi Li murmured, offering a faint, gentle smile. Still, we must have the doctors examine you thoroughly. What if lingering side effects remain? As she spoke, the manager gestured for the medical team to step forward. Minutes later, the physicians exchanged silent nods. Miss Qi Li bears no physical injuries, but residual drug toxicity remains. With 1 or 2 days of rest, full recovery is assured. Phew, that's a relief. The manager exhaled, visibly relieved. Then, recalling something, she hastily flagged down a doctor. Oh, by the way, can Senior Qi Li still perform at tonight's concert? I'm afraid not. One physician shook his head. It's not about lasting complications, it's her current physical state. Attempting to sing on stage would almost certainly cause her to collapse from exhaustion. The manager froze, momentarily believing the earlier crisis had passed unscathed, only to realize the situation had spiraled into something far more dire. Outside, 10,000 fans filled the venue, while millions more watched online. Qi Li's premature exit, coupled with this prolonged absence, had already ignited waves of discontent among the audience. If Qi Li withdrew entirely, the consequences would be devastating. Not merely the refund demands from 10,000 ticket holders, but a catastrophic blow to her entire career. I'm fine, Qi Li declared, fully aware of the concert's significance. She gripped the sofa arm and forced herself upright, only to sway violently and slump back onto the cushions. Senior Qi Li, don't hurt yourself. The manager draped a coat over her shoulders. If the concert is cancelled, so be it. Your health comes first. No. A rare stubborn resolve flickered across Qi Li's ethereal pallid face. I spent a full year preparing this concert. I promised my fans an unforgettable performance. I won't break that promise. In your current state, you can't even stand steadily on stage. How could you possibly sing? Her manager's expression twisted with anguish and urgency. Inside the dressing room, Li Quan observed it all, silently. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation in host. New quest activated. Reclaim the concert. Success reward 1 randomly selected film. Failure penalty none. Description: the host personally orchestrated every detail of this concert, handling countless logistical burdens to ensure Qi Li's success. This concert was forged by the host's own hands. Why should its glory belong to another? Step onto the stage that is rightfully yours. Crown yourself the true song sovereign. The system's directive left Li Quan momentarily stunned. Ye Tian, though unseen, shook his head inwardly, ever the diligent overseer. Ye Tian understood Li Quan's intentions perfectly. He wished to salvage the concert for Qi Li, but pride held him back. So Ye Tian offered him a dignified path forward, cloaked in the guise of a quest. The quest made no mention of aiding Qi Li. Instead, it reframed the mission entirely. And Li Quan predictably responded exactly as intended. Inside the dressing room, Qi Li's eyes glistened faintly as she acknowledged at last that she lacked the strength to return to the stage. Inform everyone. The concert is being suspended. Her decision settled the matter. The manager nodded swiftly and hurried off to arrange the announcement. As the room emptied, Qi Li instinctively glanced toward Li Quan's seat, only to find it empty. In the concert's official group chat, Qi Li's manager posted, "All members please notify the audience. The concert ends here tonight." The message exploded across the chat. What happened? There's still so much time left. Why end it now? Exactly. Attendance is surging. How can they cancel at such a critical moment? Did something happen to Senior Qi Li? Message after message flooded in, until Qi Li herself finally typed, "An unforeseen emergency has arisen. Cancellation is unavoidable." Alright then. Since the group leader herself had spoken, others, even those seething with reluctance, could only sigh helplessly toward the heavens. Cameraman, Senior Qi Li, we've captured footage of someone ascending the stage from backstage. Was that part of your arrangement? Someone had taken the stage. Qi Li's brows furrowed at the message. She turned her gaze toward the television mounted on the dressing room wall. On screen, a 360-degree panoramic view of the stage unfolded. The audience seats roared with restless noise. At that precise moment, a lone figure strode onto the stage, drawing every eye toward him. Though the stage lights remained dim, Qi Li recognized him instantly, her breath catching. Li Quan. A single spotlight pierced the darkness, bathing him in radiant isolation. Facing 10,000 pairs of eyes, Li Quan stood centered on the stage, microphone raised. "Welcome everyone, to my concert." His voice, warm, soothing, effortlessly commanding, resonated across the entire arena. Every listener blinked in bewildered silence. "But this is Qi Li's concert. Who are you? What do you mean your concert? Right? Who let you up there? Get off. Bring Qi Li out now. What kind of nonsense is this? Buddy, we don't know you. Get down." Predictably, chaos erupted. Many began shouting for refunds, their voices rising in furious unison. Watching the scene unfold, Qi Li sighed softly, knowing full well that without her presence the audience would never accept this substitution. Yet, facing a sea of anger and disbelief, Li Quan simply smiled, serene and unruffled. "Next I'll perform a song for you, Blue and White Porcelain." As Li Quan's voice echoed, the lights on the entire stage began to shift. Amidst the soft and brilliant illumination, an ethereal background sound permeated the concert. This piece of music brought a momentary hush over the previously noisy concert. Many people were taken aback by the ancient charm of the musical prelude. It was at this moment that some people began to focus their relatively calm gazes on Li Quan, who stood at the center of the stage. Grasping the microphone master, Li Quan unleashed his masterful voice, his lips parting slightly. The raw porcelain outlines the delicate blue and white patterns, as the peony on the bottle resembles your first makeup. The faint sandalwood wafts through the window, revealing my thoughts. The brushstroke on the rice paper rests halfway through. His voice seemed to be imbued with an ancient hue, and under the enhancement of the noble aura, the entire audience felt as if they were in a trance. They seemed to be immersed in the hazy world of the Jiangnan rain as depicted in the song. The beautiful lyrics and impeccable singing skill left everyone in awe. The entire concert fell silent. The music continued to play. The glaze colors conceal the allure of the lady's portrait. Your smile blooms like a bud ready to burst. Your beauty drifts away to places I cannot reach. The sky blue awaits the rain while I await you. Smoke rises, separating us by thousands of miles. On the bottom of the bottle, the Han script echoes the elegance of past dynasties. Let this be a prelude to my encounter with you. The sky blue awaits the rain while I await you. The moonlight is dredged up, fading the conclusion. Like a treasured blue and white porcelain, it remains beautifully self-sufficient. You carry a smile in your eyes. Every single word was impeccable, and Li Quan's voice, neither old nor childish, was like a jade-faced scholar from a book, captivating everyone. The concert attendees had long forgotten their earlier anger. Major platforms showcased images from the concert with countless amazed comments flooding the screen. This song indeed carries something special. Incredible. I have a feeling this song will be a hit. This man's voice is so captivating. Facing countless doubts, the best way to silence them is with strength. Li Quan undoubtedly achieved this. A few minutes later, as Blue and White Porcelain concluded, everyone who had listened once felt a lingering desire for more. Some even called out for an encore. Next, I will present another song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Li Quan's voice was gentle and calm, bringing comfort. In the audience, although some still expressed doubts about Qi Li's absence, there was no longer any animosity towards Li Quan. Under the noble aura, Li Quan gave the impression of being someone one could not dislike. The song Blue and White Porcelain had opened the hearts of many. After Li Quan finished speaking, a prompt sound resonated from the system. Ding, the host has exchanged for The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, deducting 500 points. 500 points clearly could not buy a classic song. The reason was that just before going on stage, Li Quan had crushed a silver lottery card, thus obtaining a discount card for the entertainment mall applicable to songs. This allowed Li Quan to have no more reservations. As for the background music and lighting, they were managed by Ye Tian, who deducted 2,000 points from Li Quan to assist with the arrangements. Now those sound engineers and lighting technicians, hearing the singing from the front stage, felt no sense of immersion. In the backstage, facing the moving equipment, they were already chilled to the bone, almost calling for a priest. Amid the attention of the crowd, the background music for the second song gradually surfaced. This was a different genre of music. As the accompaniment reached its peak, Li Quan picked up the microphone and sang the lyrics with minimal embellishment. Can the brightest star in the night sky hear the one who gazes up? The loneliness and sighs from the depths of the heart. A different style, a different mood. Under the soft neon lights, Li Quan seemed to become a star, shining brilliantly in the eyes of... In the rest area, Qi Li watched the man on stage who resembled a star surrounded by the moon, her eyes filled with surprise, wonder, and a hint of indescribable infatuation. Earlier, when she was about to be assaulted by Lin Fan, this man appeared and saved her purity. When she had been ready to give up on the concert, planning to face the questioning of countless fans, this man once again stepped up to resolve everything for her. So he is this exceptional. He is far more suited to that stage than I am. Oh, can the brightest star in the night sky remember the figure that disappeared in the wind? With a deep voice paired with a high-quality song, the concert was completely in Li Quan's rhythm. One song finished, and then came the next. An hour passed, leaving the concert audience in a state of shock. The viewers in various live streaming rooms were also astounded. How many years has it been? I have finally seen a new star emerge in our music scene. How many songs have been performed now? Every single one is a new song, each an absolute masterpiece. Who is this man? From now on I will only support him. I mean it, not even Jesus can stop me. On this night, countless listeners bore witness to the birth of a musical deity. Ding, the host has completed the task, rewarding a random movie lottery card. After the last song ended, Li Quan let out a long breath. Facing the 100 people present, he opened his arms and bowed slightly. Woo! Wah! The entire venue erupted in cheers, boiling with excitement and applause. Li Quan left the stage. Until the concert concluded, many people did not notice that there was something lacking in this concert. Was it because Qi Li was absent that it felt regrettable? No. Although Qi Li was indeed a goddess, compared to Li Quan, the latter was far more alluring. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for countless people. Qi Li was among those who couldn't sleep. Her light yellow pajamas could not conceal her proud figure. The woman with her long hair pulled back sat on the edge of the bed. Her thoughts lingered on the man who had just been at the center of the stage. She sighed and rubbed her temples. With her fair fingers, she picked up her phone, aimlessly scrolling through the screen before opening the calendar. The day after tomorrow marks the end of the month. That would also be the moment when her 5-year agreement with Li Quan would truly be realized. In the past, Qi Li would have dismissed this agreement with a laugh, not thinking much of it. But now, for some reason, she felt a desire to escape within her heart. Did the conclusion of the agreement mean that her fate with Li Quan would also come to an end? The day after tomorrow is the end of the month. How time flies. After the concert, Li Quan quietly returned home. On the system panel, he still had 1500 points left. System, use the movie lottery card and see what I can get. Ding, successfully used. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the movie, Titanic. Ye Tian's system voice echoed. It's actually this movie. In the system mall, the prices for various films varied. Titanic was among the most expensive of them all. The following day, the entertainment industry predictably erupted in chaos. Last night's concert had triggered an enormous wave of reaction, and Li Quan's true identity was consequently exposed. Upon learning that the enigmatic singer was none other than a director of the Li Group, the frenzied online entertainment sphere fell into an eerie silence. After all, Recently, numerous scandals involving the Li group had surfaced. Originally, Black Rose's confession was intended to exonerate the Li group, but inexplicably the matter faded without resolution. Thus, to many netizens, the Li group remains synonymous with corruption and moral bankruptcy. Yet yesterday, Li Quan's performance had undeniably earned him the title of God of Song. Consequently, public opinion instantly polarized. One faction lauded Li Quan's extraordinary talent, the other questioned his integrity. While countless netizens fiercely debated Li Quan's artistry versus his character, Li Quan, the very epicenter of this storm, posted a microblog. Its content, however, bore little connection to last night's concert. After 5 years of overseas filming, the film Titanic premieres officially at 8 p.m. the day after tomorrow. All are warmly welcome. Had this post appeared earlier, it would have drawn either idle gawkers or vitriolic trolls, generating negligible traction. Now, however, Li Quan's microblog surged instantly onto the trending list. Still promoting a film? Mr. Chairman Li, if singing doesn't work out, we're happy to support your musical career. Where can we listen to your songs? Haven't they been released yet? A 5-year production for Titanic. How old were you, Director Li, 5 years ago? An avalanche of comments flooded in. Riding the momentum of last night's concert, Li Quan no longer required traditional film promotion. Before long, Chili's film trailer also went viral, sparking widespread anticipation among netizens and forming a stark contrast with Li Quan's reception. System: now that Chili harbors no romantic interest in Lin Fan, does the annulment of my engagement to her still hold any significance? Glancing at the microblog's response, Li Quan voiced the question that had lingered since yesterday. His pursuit of Chili had been calculated to deprive Lin Fan of his female lead and thereby diminish his protagonist aura. That objective had already been achieved. Put bluntly, Chili now seemed devoid of further strategic value. To Li Quan's query, Ye Tian patiently explained. Do not underestimate the protagonist. As the chosen vessel of celestial fortune, he accumulates the world's destiny, making counterattacks increasingly likely as the climax approaches. Unless you drive Chili's sentiment toward Lin Fan to absolute hatred, reaching 100, or compel her to fall utterly in love with you, uncertainty will persist. Is that so? Hearing Ye Tian's words, Li Quan regained solemn focus. Amidst fervent online discourse, the day gradually gave way to night. Night descended in serene stillness. Within the opulent chamber, thick waves of spiritual energy continuously rippled outward. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, his surrounding chi growing ever denser, ever more intense. Before long, boom, a mist-like surge of spiritual energy exploded from Lin Fan's core, sweeping violently in all directions. Slowly opening his eyes, a flash of sharp brilliance flickered across Lin Fan's gaze. Unexpected indeed. The divine pill left by Master in the treasure vault has propelled me across 2 cultivation realms straight to the pinnacle of Earth rank. Clenching his fist, the sudden surge of power dispelled much of Lin Fan's inner gloom. Now facing that man again, I will kill him without mercy. Recalling yesterday's humiliating thrashing at Ye Tian's hands, Lin Fan burned with shame. Yet precisely because of that ordeal, he had grown markedly calmer. What he lacked was subordinates. Had Ghost Fang's operatives informed him yesterday of Li Quan's appearance at Chili's concert, he would never have acted so recklessly. After all, knowing his opponent possessed the capability to annihilate 500 soldiers, Lin Fan would almost certainly have devised a meticulous strategy. At this thought, Lin Fan slammed his fist furiously onto the armrest. Why had Ghost Fang vanished for so long? Grabbing his phone, he recalled Cheng Jun, the only person who might help track down Ghost Fang's whereabouts. Beep, beep, beep. No one answered. He redialed several times. Each call met with silence. A faint premonition of dread stirred within Lin Fan. Cheng Jun had never once missed his call before. Click. Outside the window, several black silhouettes darted past. Who's there? Lin Fan unleashed his full Earth rank pinnacle aura, his gaze freezing cold as it locked onto a shadowed corner of the room. Young Master, it is we, your loyal servants. In a hoarse voice, 5 elderly men cloaked in black robes emerged slowly. Seeing Ghost Fang's elite assassins, Lin Fan's expression softened and his oppressive aura receded. Why did you take so long to appear? Where have you been during this absence? His tone brimmed with barely concealed fury. The leader, Blood Eye, trembled slightly. Please calm yourself, young master. During our absence, we carried out the mission you entrusted us with. Blood Eye wore a pained expression. The young master himself had decreed, do not return until the task is complete. Now returning with success, he was instead met with immediate rebuke over their delayed reappearance. Mission? Lin Fan's brow furrowed. Did I assign any mission to you? 2 days ago, did you not command us to lead Ghost Fang's entire assassin network to eliminate Cheng Jun? Blood Eye assumed the young master had momentarily forgotten. Eliminate Cheng Jun. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened into blades. When precisely did I issue such an order? Cheng Jun is my senior brother, and my pillar within the bureaucratic realm. Why would I kill him? But, blood I struggled to comprehend. You truly gave us this command, young master. You claimed Cheng Jun coveted the key in your possession, seeking sole dominion over the treasure vault. Preposterous. A thunderous roar of wrath erupted. Lin Fan cut Blood Eye off mid-sentence, gripping his collar tightly. So, you've returned having completed this so-called mission. Blood Eye choked on air. By protocol, he should now confidently declare mission accomplished and await praise and reward. Yet now, facing Lin Fan's overwhelming, heaven-shaking presence, Blood Eye reluctantly produced a cloth-wrapped bundle from behind his back. This is Cheng Jun's head. You dare court death. At the sight of the bundle, Lin Fan's heart bled. With Earth-rank pinnacle force, he struck Blood Eye's skull with crushing palm impact. Boom. Blood Eye didn't even utter a plea before collapsing lifeless. The 4 elite assassins behind him immediately dropped to their knees in unison. We beg your mercy, young master. Utterly incompetent. What use are you to me? Before Lin Fan's seething wrath, the assassins dared not breathe a word. Silence settled heavily upon the chamber, profound, suffocating, and unbroken. Lin Fan's eyes flickered with a fierce light. Cheng Jun was dead, and his subordinates were severely lacking. With this thought in mind, Lin Fan ultimately refrained from attacking the remaining few. You have 2 hours to gather all the ancient martial artists and Ghost Fong assassins in Mo High City. Yes. The 4 top assassins felt as if a great pardon had been granted. In a room lit by a desk lamp, Li Quan lay on the bed, habitually scrolling through the system interface. Meanwhile, Ye Tian, as the system was frantically absorbing the points generated by the world's emerging loopholes. I didn't expect those assassins to be quite capable. The cause of this loophole was, of course, Cheng Jun's death. If one were to assess Lin Fan's fortune as the protagonist at this moment, he should have only about 2,000 left. The protagonist had reached this state. Ye Tian could distinctly sense that the worlds had begun to panic. This meant that Lin Fan as the protagonist was about to receive the core treatment expected of a child of destiny. Ye Tian vividly imagined a metaphor. Is it time for a rampage? I just don't know whether it will be the protagonist's strength surging, or if he will meet some benefactor. If it is a surge in strength, Ye Tian would be amused. He had copied Lin Fan's legendary ancient martial arts manual and equipment yesterday. In less than a day, Ye Tian had already perfected one of the celestial grade manuals. He had reached celestial grade perfection, the pinnacle of this world. If the enhancement for the protagonist came from other aspects, such as meeting some benefactor, that would be quite interesting. In the glowing orange candlelight, the sprawling massive treasure vault revealed its grand visage. Lin Fan walked ahead. Behind him were 50 Ghost Fong assassins of varying strengths. Though the 50 assassins possessed different levels of power, they were all genuine ancient martial artists. As they followed Lin Fan deep into the treasure vault, everyone could clearly sense a rich aura of spiritual energy. The vault has a total of 5 secret doors. Lin Fan pointed to a certain secret door. I have previously opened 4 of them, and the elixirs and manuals I've obtained are barely sufficient. Tonight you will assist me in opening the last 5th secret door. Yes, young master. The 50 assassins bowed. Soon after, Lin Fan and the others arrived at a stone door. Everyone channel your spiritual energy. Only when the peak spiritual energy reaches the requirement will the secret door open. Saying this, Lin Fan took the lead and placed his hand against the wall. Seeing this, all the Ghost Fong assassins joined in. The combined spiritual energy of 50 ancient martial artists was substantial. In no time, the 5th secret door began to rise slowly amidst violent tremors. If you had been here 2 days ago, I could have opened all the secret doors already and perhaps even begun to use the items from the vault to break through to celestial grade. Watching the secret door slowly rise, Lin Fan's inner rage only intensified. Young master, please calm your anger. The 4 top assassins bowed their heads. Fine, go retrieve the good items from the vault. Lin Fan took a deep breath, not wanting to discuss this matter, and upon hearing Lin Fan's orders, several yellow-grade assassins swiftly entered the treasure area behind the secret door. Bang bang. In the next moment, the several ancient martial artists who had entered the secret door were propelled out by a surge of spiritual energy. Who? A sharp gaze turned towards the interior of the secret door as Lin Fan's celestial grade aura slowly manifested. He didn't expect anyone to be inside. However, a pressure of spiritual energy more vast and magnificent than his emerged from within the secret door. Is this aura celestial grade? Lin Fan's eyes widened slightly. Ha ha, outside, is that not Lin Tianhong's disciple Lin Fan? Amidst the hearty laughter, a fair-skinned scholar, holding a folding fan, appeared before everyone. Senior, who are you? Lin Fan sensed that the person before him bore no ill will towards their group. I am an old friend of Lin Tianhong. The fair-skinned scholar lightly waved his folding fan. You should call me Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai. Lin Fan was initially puzzled, then suddenly trembled all over. Could it be that you are the Bai Yujie, the second person after my master to reach celestial grade in the end of the law era? Bai Yujie nodded. I didn't expect that after so many years you still remember my title, you brat. Uncle Bai, aren't you at celestial grade already? Why didn't you go to the upper realm with my master? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Bai Yujie shook his head. I promised your master to stay and guard the vault until it was opened. If it were anyone else who opened it, I would have killed them. But if it is you, I will assist you in achieving celestial grade, and we will go to the upper realm together. I see. Lin Fan's heart was filled with excitement. This was a celestial grade expert, and moreover a being of exceptional wisdom. After calming down a bit, Lin Fan pondered aloud. Uncle Bai, I've encountered trouble in the mortal world. Can you help me? Oh, Bai Yujie looked somewhat surprised. Tell me your problem. Lin Fan then began a lengthy exposition that lasted over 10 minutes. From meeting the starlet Qi Li to discovering the young lady Li Xia, and then encountering the beautiful hacker Black Rose. Then the focus shifted to Li Quan. Upon hearing that Li Quan had a celestial grade expert protecting him, Bai Yujie raised an eyebrow. As the final exposition concluded, Bai Yujie nodded slightly, revealing a look of understanding. Xiao Fanzi, I have a plan that can reverse your current predicament. The long night stretched on. In the women's prison, Xiao Mei felt as though she had entered hell after spending a day here. She wanted to leave to escape. But that was impossible. She could never return to her former glorious days. Every time she thought of this, Xiao Mei reminisced about that night's experience. The cold-blooded assassin, like a machine, had pressed a knife against her neck, demanding that she publicly disclose all her crimes. Xiao Mei would never forget that moment. As she dazed off, she caught sight of a shadow. Bang! The opponent struck with a hand knife, and Xiao Mei fainted. When Xiao Mei finally awakened, it was already the next day. A few rays of morning light streamed in, and Xiao Mei discovered that she had left the prison and found herself in an elegantly decorated room. Before her stood two men, one a middle-aged man holding a folding fan, and the other a young man in casual wear. Hello, Xiao Mei. Lin Fan spoke first. You are Lin Fan. Yes. Nodding, Lin Fan continued. First, congratulations, Miss Xiao Mei. Your charges could not be confirmed due to insufficient evidence, so you have been released. I have no charges. I don't have to go to jail. Xiao Mei covered her mouth, her face filled with surprise and disbelief. It was as if she had awakened to find the whole world had changed. Yes, you are innocent, Lin Fan confirmed, then shifted his tone. The guilty one is Li Quan. Li Quan. Xiao Mei was puzzled. What happened to Li Quan? He threatened you to publicly clarify his chaotic personal life. He coerced you into writing fabricated stories that never existed just to cleanse his reputation. That can't be true, right? Xiao Mei instinctively replied. To this, Lin Fan's voice grew slightly firmer. It is true. If you cannot expose Li Quan's ugly facade, you may find yourself back in that cold prison. With this, even if Xiao Mei's reflexes were slow, she finally grasped the situation. This was about Lin Fan wanted her to thoroughly discredit Li Quan. Today was the release date of the film. 5 years of promise, fulfilled at last, stirred within Chili a complex tide of emotion. Chili Jia. Look, Xiao Mei has just been released, and she's posted something new. Her manager thrust the phone into Chili's hands. Xiao Mei. Hearing that alto familiar name, Chili took the phone and scrolled to the post. Its headline, Li Quan you scum, made her brow twitch faintly. She read on the evening of April 27th, I arrived at unit of building a high-hung residential complex on the Bund, the secret rendezvous where Li Quan and I had met in secrecy for over a year. I'd hoped this rare tryst would mark both a radiant beginning and a lingering farewell. Instead, the moment I stepped through the door, I was met not only by Li Quan, but by his accomplices who subjected me to inhuman torment. Worse still, Li Quan forced me, under duress, to use my media account to publicly confess and whitewash his sordid misdeeds. I saw through his motive. He's obsessed with Chili. This was his scheme, to cleanse his own tarnished image through me so he could reappear before Chili as a paragon of virtue. He even swore that should this post go live, my future would be assured and unimpeded. I dared not resist, and could not. By dawn I was behind bars. Only then did I realize how naive I'd been. Li Quan had already discarded me. Had it not been for the police's meticulous investigation, how could I possibly have walked free? I misjudged him utterly. The moment I learned he'd been coercing members of the Fuyev girl group, I should have recognized his true nature. A despicable wretch. A sprawling, incisive exposé. As Chili reached its final word, her hands trembled faintly. How could this be possible? Xiao Mei's post sent the internet into near collapse. For days, Li Quan's popularity had soared following his legendary concert. Now this seismic revelation left netizens speechless. Li Quan truly has more stories than anyone else. Naturally, many questioned Xiaomei's claims, especially those who'd fallen for Li Quan's music. They asked, what proof do you offer? If Li Quan is truly such a monster, how could he compose so many soul-stirring love songs and sing them with such haunting sincerity? Xiaomei replied, his songs were ghost-written, commissioned from top-tier composers. Do you honestly believe one man could produce so many masterpieces alone? Then how do you explain his vocal brilliance? Sing? Have you never heard of lip-syncing? With each reply, Xiaomei dismantled every doubt, calm, precise, unyielding. Her unwavering candor lent her words an unsettling air of authenticity. Chili scrolled through Xiaomei's responses beneath the post, her graceful brows drawn tightly together. Unable to contain herself any longer, Chili sent Xiaomei a private message. Why lie? Lie? Xiaomei replied instantly, as if waiting. Li Quan didn't lip-sync during that performance. I watched him closely. Oh, that. Xiaomei shrugged indifferently. My mistake. He does possess modest musical talent after all. Chili stared at the message, startled. She hadn't expected Xiaomei to admit error so readily. Yet that wasn't her deepest concern. After a pause, she typed, do you truly know Li Quan? Is his character truly as vile as you claim? Humph. Clearly you've been thoroughly deceived by Li Quan. A photo popped up in Xiaomei's chat window. It showed Li Quan and Xiaomei lying side by side beneath a single quilt. The second image revealed Li Quan flanked by two women, one draped over each arm. The third image, and others that followed, contained increasingly damning footage Li Quan's most degrading, unforgivable acts. Chili's heart turned to ice. Her fingers trembled as she powered off the device, cold dread flooding her like icy water poured relentlessly over her head. Even her fiercest skepticism crumbled before such irrefutable evidence. Could it be that Li Quan had worn a mask all along? Was this grotesque reality, his true uncle? By what a masterstroke. Truly your intellect rivals that of a celestial strategist. Within a grand estate, Lin Fan raised his wine cup, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. At last, he felt Li Quan, that arrogant rival who ought to have remained beneath his heel, crushed once more beneath his boot. Strategy is but a matter of timing. Nothing more, nothing less. Bai Yujie modestly waved a hand, dismissing the praise. Indeed, Uncle Bai's face-swapping artistry is nothing short of divine. Lin Fan drained his cup. Every photograph, every video, flawless. Merely trivial craftsmanship. Bai Yujie shook his head. Lin Fan, since you remain fixated on Chili, tomorrow offers the perfect opportunity to approach her directly. We'll stage a timely rescue, then let you clarify matters naturally. Uncle Bai understands human nature profoundly. Meanwhile, online chaos raged. Li Quan himself, alerted by He Mei, finally grasped what had transpired. Xiaomei's accusations were blatant slander. System, should I issue a formal rebuttal, or simply erase Xiaomei's account? To Li Quan, such baseless defamation posed negligible harm. Yet he found it intolerable. Focus instead on tonight's film premiere. Ye Tian replied succinctly, offering not just advice but the key to resolution. Having guided Li Quan, Ye Tian materialized on a quiet street. As a system entity, he had long monitored Xiaomei's anomaly, running predictive simulations. Thus he already knew a character destined for Book 2 had inexplicably entered Book 1's world. Bai Yujie, a strategist whose intellect bordered on the supernatural. In the original narrative, his schemes eclipsed even his martial prowess in sheer terror. So this is the protagonist Lin Fan's privilege, Ye Tian murmured, shaking his head with a wry grin. Pity, no matter how meticulously he calculated, he never anticipated me appearing this early. That's handing victory to me on a silver platter. Recognizing the threat's magnitude, Ye Tian resolved Bai Yujie would not survive the episode. Now was the optimal moment to eliminate this grave danger. Still, Bai Yujie stood at the peak of the heavenly rank. Though lacking brute strength, he was no easy prey. Ye Tian knew better than to underestimate him. Glancing into his system space, Ye Tian willed a command. 1.5 million points vanished in an instant, consumed without trace. In less than a breath, 5 figures manifested before Li Quan, each a heavenly ranked sovereign perfected at the apex of cultivation. 6 against 1. Surely victory was all but certain. Bai Yujie must be with Lin Fan. Finding Lin Fan is not a difficult task for Ye Tian. The convergence of the world's fortune is too obvious. With 5 fully realized heavenly tier companions behind him, Ye Tian hurried in a certain direction. Bai Yujie and Lin Fan, still in the manor, were clearly unaware of the impending danger. At this moment, Bai Yujie was seriously teaching Lin Fan. Above the heavenly tier, the realm is called transcendence into the sacred, a symbol akin to an earthly immortal. Transcendence into the sacred. A glint of longing flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Uncle, by your martial arts, should be able to reach that realm, right? As he spoke of this, a hint of pride appeared on Bai Yuje's face. If the rules of this lower realm allow for the existence of those who have transcended into the sacred, I would certainly be among them. Uncle Bai is indeed Uncle Bai. No one can compare with you in terms of intelligence or strength. Since encountering this senior yesterday, Lin Fan had noticed that everything began to go smoothly for him. Once he dealt with Li Quan, reclaimed Qi, Li Hei Mei, and Li Xia, and broke through to the heavenly tier, he could head to the upper realm and live freely. Ha ha ha, you flatter me, you flatter me. Bai Yuje waved his fan, clearly enjoying Lin Fan's praises. However, just as he felt a bit elated, he keenly sensed a hint of danger. In an instant, a silver needle entered his line of sight. Zheng, Bai Yuje's gaze sharpened as he opened his folding fan. With the sound of scarab, a terrifying shockwave swept forth. Lin Fan beside him was directly blown away. The silver needle then flew back, causing Bai Yuje to stagger back several steps. Hua. His gaze swept the surroundings, revealing a hint of seriousness in Bai Yuje's eyes. This level of attack indicated that the opponent's strength was definitely not lower than his own. Questions arose in his mind. Is there another being of the same realm as him in the lower realm? As Bai Yuje's voice fell, Ye Tian playing with the silver needle appeared. It's Yue. Upon seeing the person who appeared, Lin Fan instantly exclaimed. Do you know him? Bai Yuje glanced at Lin Fan behind him. He is Li Quan's Earth Tier protector. Lin Fan's tone was filled with resentment. Earth Tier protector. Bai Yuje squinted his eyes. He is not an Earth Tier, but a heavenly tier. Heavenly tier. How is that possible? Just the day before yesterday, he was only an Earth Tier. Upon hearing Bai Yuje's words, Lin Fan nearly broke down. Originally, after consuming the divine medicine left by his master, and breaking through 2 lower realms in succession, he had almost caught up to this guy. Who would have thought that the opposite would happen, and he was left far behind? I didn't expect you to have a heavenly tier protector. After making his move, Ye Tian glanced at Lin Fan, his expression looking quite ugly. Seeing Ye Tian's demeanor, Lin Fan let out a slight breath of relief. He was also grateful that Bai Yuje was by his side. Since you are aware of my presence, then there is no need to exert yourself. Bai Yuje unfolded his folding fan, his demeanor becoming somewhat casual. From the brief statement of the opponent, he understood that the intention was to kill Lin Fan, but he did not expect that he, Bai Yuje, would be a heavenly tier existence. What a pity that was the best opportunity to kill you. Ye Tian's gaze grew gloomy, and after saying this, he turned to leave with a sense of helplessness. Lin Fan exhaled a breath of pent-up air. After watching Ye Tian completely depart, Bai Yuje's expression also relaxed slightly. But just at that moment of relaxation, 5 terrifying waves of spiritual energy erupted, like 5 erupting volcanoes behind Bai Yuje. At that moment, Bai Yuje's scalp went numb, wanting to retaliate, but there was simply no time. Dong! The ground around was lifted. In an instant, 5 powers at the heavenly tier level directly sent Bai Yuje flying like a piece of torn cloth. Uncle Bai! Lin Fan shouted. Bang! Ye Tian appeared behind Lin Fan, knocking him unconscious. Lying on the ground covered in blood, Bai Yuje felt his mind go blank. In a daze, he saw the 5 who had ambushed him along with Li Quan's protector. He fixed his gaze on these 6 heavenly tier existences. Bai Yuje coughed up blood in agitation. He understood. Ye Tian had just been distracting him. The real goal was to allow the other 5 to circle around behind him. 6 heavenly tier beings. Bai Yuje had never anticipated such a situation. Damn it, you all have 6 heavenly tiers. To deal with just me, you resort to an ambush. However, no matter how unwilling, he had no choice. The leading Ye Tian casually thrust a silver needle into Bai Yuje's death point. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved the body. After finishing all this, Ye Tian glanced at the unconscious Lin Fan, retrieved the 5 heavenly tier beings, and left. If it were possible, Ye Tian would definitely eliminate Lin Fan. But looking at the ever-changing sky, Ye Tian understood that if he acted, a bolt of lightning would surely descend. With Bai Yuje already dealt with, Ye Tian did not return to the system immediately. He had another matter to attend to. Military District. Due to Cheng Jun's death, the military district of Mo High City had become somewhat chaotic. Fortunately, not long ago, a general from the capital was dispatched to stabilize the situation. In an office within the military district, an elderly man with graying hair frowned as he looked over the documents on the desk. These were the documents investigating the murderer of Cheng Jun. After a day and night of serious investigation, the elderly man had already identified the target as Gue Ye. Cheng Jun was also an ancient martial artist, a practitioner at the Xian tier level. To kill him, even if the 5 assassins of Gue Ye were dispatched, it would be impossible to leave no traces. Gue Ye, the old general, was puzzled. How could this neutral international assassin organization assassinate Cheng Jun? Because someone instructed them. A man's voice suddenly emerged. The old man looked up. A young man had appeared in the chair before him, without him noticing. Who are you? With a serious look in his eyes, the old general felt an immense sense of vigilance towards the suddenly appeared man. Who am I? That answer is not important. Ye Tian reclined back. What matters is that I can tell you who the real murderer of Cheng-jun is. Who is it? Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Upon hearing this not-so-strange name, the old man shook his head without thinking. He and Cheng-jun are like brothers. How could he possibly harm Cheng-jun? You have already determined that the killer is a top assassin from Gui. Don't you know that Gui is under Lin Fan's command? Ye Tian poured himself a cup of tea and spoke casually. Gui is Lin Fan's subordinate. Absurd. The old man was furious. The person who was willing to share the ancient martial arts treasury with the nation could never conspire with assassins. The best way to address doubts is to provide evidence. Therefore, Ye Tian placed a stack of photos on the desk of the elderly man in front of him. These photos are the evidence I provided. You can take your time to look at them. The photo is undoubtedly real. For Ye Tian, creating evidence is one of his greatest skills as a system. He noticed the old general in front of him was slightly dazed. Ye Tian also stood up and brushed off his clothes. I have other matters to attend to. I trust you won't let any murderer slip away, right? With a faint smile, Ye Tian did not waste too much time. Watching the man leave, the old man frowned as he picked up a stack of photos left on the table. As the photos were flipped over, the old general was taken aback. In the image, Lin Fan appeared calm, kneeling before 5 ghost-tooth assassins. In the second photo, there lay a strange corpse at Lin Fan's feet. The third. The photos provided by Ye Tian not only pertained to Cheng-jun, but also served as proof of Lin Fan's past murders. After a long while, when the last photo was examined, the old man trembled all over, his eyes brimming with intense rage. It turned out that Lin Fan had been deceiving them all along. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed. Hello, this is the Demon Sea Military District. I am the commander. Issue a nationwide Level 1 wanted order, fully mobilized to hunt the murderer Lin Fan. As the light rain fell from the sky, Ye Tian observed the fortune of the Dao, a slight smirk on his lips. Although he couldn't directly kill Lin Fan, other methods would not hinder Ye Tian from taking action. Upon returning to Liquan, he continued preparing for the film. Within a day, he had thoroughly disseminated news about the movie Titanic through various media. Among them, there was also a brief trailer. While netizens continued to hurl insults and mockery at Liquan, many expressed astonishment at the snippets of the trailer that were screened. Such a style of movie. Rarely seen. Just a few clips left me breathless. How did that ship sink? What a disaster film. The lead group has officially announced that this is a love story boasting the good looks of the leading man and woman. There's something to it. I've heard that the lead group invested over $1 billion in this film. Although many believe Liquan's character is extremely poor, a portion of people directly pre-ordered tickets. Regarding Liquan's character, there has yet to be any clear evidence released. Some rational individuals, relatively speaking, would not blindly condemn him. Even though countless people online shouted that Liquan's movie tickets wouldn't sell a single copy, those tickets were still. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Titanic officially premiered in major cinemas. In a small cinema, a man wrapped up tightly held his phone, beaming at the live stream camera. Guys, you all know about the lead group's Titanic. I'm currently in the cinema that's screening this movie. The man turned his phone camera to face the screen. The streamer bought a ticket for this movie. The streamer actually went back to support Liquan. Sorry, I'm unfollowing. The live stream had very few viewers. After those 2 remarks, viewers in the live stream were planning to leave entirely. In response, the streamer hurriedly pleaded, everyone don't rush to leave. I'm live streaming this specifically to show you all just how terrible this movie is. To avoid detection, I even specially found this small cinema with no specifications. Don't you want to see what Liquan's Hippodup movie is really like? With those words, the viewers in the live stream, it wouldn't hurt to have a look. Oh, I'll see how much I can endure. Some others still dismissed. Not interested. I didn't even watch Violet's Separation, directed by my beautiful goddess. Why waste time on this? Indeed, tonight's screenings included not only Liquan's film, but also the exquisite movie. In comparison to Violet's Separation, Titanic seemed desolate, with many theaters not filling even half of their seats. Everyone just relax and watch. I'll set the angle right for you. After all, there are no security guards here, and there are hardly any viewers. The streamer felt invigorated as the audience on his phone began to increase. Indeed, riding on Liquan's hype was far quicker than his previous streaming popularity. Once the phone was positioned correctly, the movie officially began. The hazy image opened on a large ship docking at the shore. The mournful and sorrowful background music drew everyone in unknowingly. What is this, a black and white film? Immediately, some harsh comments erupted in the live stream. As the somber background music played, the scenes continued to shift. The sea, the submarine, the sinking ship. The story within the film gradually unfolded. As the movie continued, the insults in the live stream gradually diminished. Before they knew it, people began to immerse themselves in the film. Coinciding with the screening, the number of viewers in the live stream slowly increased. 101,000, 10,000, 100,000. 1 million. The streamer beside him hadn't noticed as he had completely sunk into the movie before him. When the audience saw Lucy and Jack standing at the bow of the ship with their arms outstretched against the wind, smiles unconsciously appeared on their faces. When they saw the ship collide with the iceberg, many sat up with anxious expressions. Finally, upon witnessing Jack's fate, countless tears streamed down. What kind of movie is this? I cried. Is this what love looks like? A masterpiece. An absolute masterpiece. From a tiny live stream began the exposure of Titanic, which unearthed countless seasoned film enthusiasts. Some film reviewers and video creators leveraged their abilities to upload the latest videos and clips. If a remarkable work is poorly promoted, it may be overlooked. Then again, a masterpiece, no matter how low-key you are, will be supported by countless people to ascend to the pedestal that belongs to it. Such a huge commotion attracted many onlookers. The movie by Ye Tian. It won't be successful, right? I laughed. Is there really anyone who goes to watch his movie? Some bloggers who vigorously promoted the film inevitably drew abuse. In response, many bloggers directly retorted, "You can question Ye Tian's character, but you cannot insult the Titanic that I hold dear." Those who speak on Ye Tian's character are merely echoing Chiao Mai's one-sided assertions. You love to acknowledge what you recognize without seeking the truth, blindly barking with closed eyes. This kind of dog will be hated by all. Open your eyes and watch the movie. Across the entire internet, the one-sided narrative was no longer prevailing. When Titanic appeared, a large number of Ye Tian's fans sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Although it was unexpected, the ultimate goal was achieved. In the room, Ye Tian removed his hands from the keyboard. Why did the streamer of Titanic have 1 million viewers? Moreover, why was the live stream not shut down? It was because Ye Tian was operating behind the scenes. This fire was sure to ignite. Ye Tian merely shortened the time it took for the flames to catch. On the bed, her exquisite long and supple legs lay intertwined. Looking at the steadily rising box office figures on her phone, she knew that a box office hit was inevitable. Yet she felt little joy. Ye Tian's movie is also being released. Glancing at the box office ranking of Titanic, her beautiful brows furrowed. It's still ranked outside the top 100. He clearly said he would beat me. Has he been pretending all along? After seeing the evidence that proved Ye Tian was scum, she couldn't let it go. Now discovering that the box office for his movie was so dismal, she felt even more disappointed. Ye Tian clearly hadn't taken their 5-year agreement seriously. The film was just a half-hearted effort. Indeed, 5 years had passed. People change. With this thought, she suddenly felt a wave of fatigue. She casually refreshed the box office rankings, preparing to rest. However, after refreshing, she witnessed an unbelievable scene. The Titanic, which had been languishing outside the top 100, inexplicably surged into the top 50, jumping dozens of places. It had surpassed so many films. With a look of astonishment, she refreshed again, and the box office ranking for this movie had risen another 2 spots. It was like a rocket. In less than half an hour, Titanic had already entered the top 10 of this month's box office. It was merely 3 ranks away from her own film, The Separation of Violet. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it surpassed her. How is this possible? Rising from outside the 100 to the top 10 in under half an hour. And with the rate of its box office increase, the 10th place was far from its endpoint. Sensing something, she opened the box office forum. I booked tickets for Titanic, looking forward to it. It's simply a masterpiece, though I swear it's the best movie I've ever seen, bar none. As for Ye Tian's character, let's put that aside. This work is truly remarkable. The entire forum was flooded with comments related to Titanic. This left her in disbelief. Even the top 3 movies at the domestic box office this year hadn't garnered this much discussion. Scrolling through comment after comment on the forum, those who had seen the movie were all captivated, their emotions deeply engaged. Snapping back to reality, she took another look at the box office rankings. To her astonishment, Titanic had already become the #1 film of the month. How long has it been? In just one night, it surpassed the previous #1. And it did so with a staggering margin. His movie has already surpassed the one I spent 5 years meticulously crafting. Seeing that dazzling #1, she momentarily didn't know how to describe her feelings. Admiring Ye Tian's talent while being disappointed in his character. A night passed in a flash. The next day, Ye Tian was awakened by a phone call. On the other end was Chili. Let's meet at the cafe downstairs from your office. A slightly cold voice came from the phone, and Ye Tian yawned. An hour later at the cafe, Chili and Ye Tian sat across from each other at a window seat. Watching the flowing traffic outside, Chili sighed. I lost the agreed-upon competition. So you can dissolve our engagement now. Hearing Chili's words, Ye Tian stretched lazily. Besides dissolving the engagement, it seems the agreement also stated that the winner could keep the engagement going, right? Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Chili's heart skipped a beat. So after winning against me, are you finally showing your true colors? With this thought, Li felt increasingly disappointed in Li Quan. I'm sorry, I can't allow my partner to be someone like you. Heh. Li Quan chuckled dismissively, you think too much. I said I wouldn't regret dissolving the engagement. From now on, Li Quan am no longer your fiancé, and you Li are no longer my fiancé. Adjusting his clothes, Li Quan stood up. If there's nothing else, he'll be leaving now. His straightforward demeanor surprised Li. Wait, don't you have anything to say to me? What is there to say? Do you want me to explain that article by Chiu Mei? Li Quan's words left Li momentarily speechless. You don't believe me, what good would it do to say more? With that, Li Quan walked straight out. Watching the back of the man leaving at that moment, Li felt an emptiness in her heart, as if she had lost something extremely important. He scum unworthy of your emotions, she muttered defiantly to herself. Taking a deep breath, Li. However, just as she reached the door, a man wearing a mask knocked her out with a swift strike and dragged her into. Li Quan returned to the company. Looking at the keys in his hand, he furrowed his brow slightly. It seems I need to deal with that slanderer Chiu Mei first before I can give her the keys to the castle. Ye Tian watched this scene and shook his head secretly. This foolish host, since he has already regarded Killis Castle as the key to pursuing Li, shouldn't hesitate. No matter the situation, he should bring this out first. His favorability could rise above 60. Now look at this, she's been taken away by Lin Fan. I can only use the plan I've set for the host to pursue the female lead. Ye Tian muttered to himself, waving his hand. Ding. System task released. Task hero saves the beauty. Task success, reward of a golden lottery card. Task failure, Killis death. Description: Lin Fan becomes a first-class wanted criminal. In a desperate situation, he kidnaps Li, needing her furnace body to break through to the heavenly stage to resolve the crisis. The host must rescue Li. Ye Tian's task was issued. After reading the entire task, Li Quan's gaze turned cold. Lin Fan is back, and he has directly kidnapped Li. System: how many points do I have left? In a half-finished building, Lin Fan awakened Li. Opening her beautiful eyes, she looked around and fixed her gaze on Lin Fan beside her. Lin Fan. Killis' face showed anger. You brought me here, what do you want? This is kidnapping. Lin Fan sighed. I originally didn't want to do this, but those soldiers were pressing me too hard, and I had no choice but to resort to this. I did save you before, right? Lin Fan continued, and Li fell silent, though the coldness in her eyes didn't diminish in the slightest. If you hand over your furnace body, we can consider it even. How about that? Dream on. Li rarely got angry, as she admitted she had misjudged this person in the past. Ha! Lin Fan sneered. The union would greatly benefit both of us, but since you are unwilling, I want. Saying this, Lin Fan took out a dagger. After all, the blood of the furnace body contains immense spiritual power. Compared to your entire body, your blood holds far greater allure for me. The vehicle sped along the highway. Li Quan at the wheel had long pressed the accelerator to the floor. System: where is Lin Fan? Li Quan's expression remained calm, but Ye Tian could sense his urgency at that moment. Although he didn't express it outwardly, his concern for Li was undeniably intense. Ding! The system has located the target for the host. As Ye Tian spoke, a map appeared before Li Quan's eyes. It would take over 40 minutes to reach. Viru. The vehicle's speed increased significantly again. Seeing Li Quan's state, Ye Tian couldn't help but sigh. The map was accurate, yet he had taken several detours, ensuring that Li Quan couldn't arrive in time. Ye Tian's reasoning for doing this was also to facilitate a connection between Li Quan and Li. This time he had calculated the host into the mix. When Li Quan arrived at the abandoned building, Lin Fan had already left. On the cold ground lay a woman, her body pale, as if made of ice and jade, yet devoid of any color of life. Her blood had been drained. As Li Quan beheld the scene before him, his mind felt as if struck by a heavy bell. Struggling to believe, he hurried to Li's side, his eyes turning red. Memories of this woman surged wildly in his mind. Childhood companions, growing up together, nurturing unspoken feelings. Everything had just begun, so how could she leave so suddenly? System: save her. You can save her, right? Li Quan lost his composure for the second time. The last time he had watched his parents die right in front of him. Ding! The system can help the host maintain Li's last flicker of life. Please take her to the hospital as soon as possible. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. Hospital, let's go to the hospital. Hearing there was still hope, Li Quan grasped at the last straw of salvation. He quickly picked up the cold Li and moved swiftly. Screech! With the vehicle's sudden halt, Li Quan embraced Li as he got out. Having contacted the hospital's director while still in the car, a large number of medical personnel rushed forward as soon as he stepped out. You must save her. Grabbing the director's collar, Li Quan's emotions were on the brink of losing control. Don't worry, we will do our utmost. The director reassured Li Quan. Taking a deep breath, Li Quan still felt distrust toward these limited ability doctors. System: can they really save Li? No, Ye Tian honestly replied. Li Quan momentarily failed to react to the system's answer. No. Li Quan's blood pressure surged. Then why did you let me bring her to the hospital? The female lead Qi Li is in this situation due to excessive blood loss. She needs a blood transfusion to survive, but this hospital does not have a matching blood type for her. Then where can I find one? Li Quan's tone softened slightly. Oh, finding a blood type shouldn't be too difficult. However, the system's next words broke his defenses. No hospital in the entire world has a matching blood type for Qi Li. How could this be? Li Quan clutched his head, unable to accept it. Ye Tian did not continue to keep him guessing. The host's blood type can match Qi Li's. Mine. Yes. Is the host willing to donate all of his blood in exchange for Qi Li's life? As the rain intensified in the night, this evening was destined to be extraordinary. Morning came. The woman's slender eyebrows stirred slightly. Weak morning light painted the woman's profile, resembling a princess waking from a fairy tale. As her gaze wandered, Qi Li looked around the empty hospital room, finding it devoid of anyone. A bouquet of violets by the bedside swayed gently in the light breeze, emitting a fragrant aroma. Observing her surroundings, Qi Li almost believed she was in a dream. Shouldn't she be dead? Creak. The door to the hospital room opened, and a gentle-looking young man walked in. It seems you are recovering well. Ye Tian casually pulled over a chair. Are you that senior I met? Qi Li recognized Ye Tian from the time Lin Fan had drugged her. Call me Ye Tian. I'm a friend of Li Quan. Oh. Qi Li replied, her heart filled with confusion. Did you and Li Quan save me? Yes. And where is Li Quan? Mentioning his name made Qi Li's feelings a bit complex. She never expected that after their unpleasant parting yesterday, he ended up saving her. Li Quan. Lin Fan did not answer immediately, but instead asked, what kind of person is Li Quan in Miss Qi Li's eyes? Him. Qi Li shifted slightly, recalling Li Quan at the concert, a smile unconsciously appearing on her lips. He is a talented man. As she spoke, Qi Li remembered the things Chiu Mei had sent her, a bitter smile forming. However, I cannot accept. If he saved me, I thank him, but as for being friends. His character? Ye Tian casually turned on the television mounted on the wall. On the trending page, the top post was an apology from Chiu Mei. I'm sorry I slandered Li Quan's character. The subsequent content was a clarification. Comments from netizens below the post were filled with harsh words for Chiu Mei. Sometimes seeing isn't believing. Ye Tian stood up and spritzed water on the nearby violets. Clarified. Upon seeing this, Qi Li was momentarily stunned, then furrowed her brows. What a coincidence. I just woke up and saw Chiu Mei's clarification. I'm not a child, you can tell Li Quan not to force Chiu Mei. This will only make me develop a dislike for her. You think Li Quan forced Chiu Mei to clarify? Ye Tian paused his actions, took a deep breath, and his tone suddenly became serious. A man willing to die for you. Does he need to rely on this to prove his true feelings for you? Ye Tian's words pierced deeply into Qi. What? What did you say? Qi Li's voice trembled. What happened to Li Quan? He died. Because you were lacking blood, he willingly let the doctors drain his blood to save you. The blood flowing within you is entirely Li Quan's. Every word Ye Tian spoke etched itself clearly into Qi Li's mind. Li Quan is dead. Qi Li looked at Ye Tian, her heart feeling as if it had been torn apart by a knife. Dead. He died to save me. Tears streamed down Qi Li's face like a burst dam. No, this can't be true. You're lying to me, right? Li Quan isn't dead, he is still alive. How could he die? Qi Li shook her head with great difficulty, her emotions completely spiraling out of control at that moment. Li Quan sacrificed his life for you, and yet you questioned his character. I feel it is unjust for Li Quan. No, it's not like that. Qi Li shook her head frantically, already in tears. Yes, why did she question Li Quan? For her, Li Quan was willing to give up his own life. Is there a more sincere emotion in this world? In a daze, scenes of Li Quan flickered in her mind. The girl said, when I grow up, I will marry you. The boy retorted angrily. You're a girl, ooh, I should be marrying you. Isn't it the same? As long as we can be together for a long, long time. The girl held a bouquet of flowers. For a long, long time, how long is that? The boy asked. As long as the violets last. Fool, those are flowers, they wither in a month. He walked to the bedside. Ye Tian placed 3 items on the nightstand. These things are entrusted to me by Li Quan to give to you. Glancing at the heartbroken Qi Li, Ye Tian chose not to disturb her any further and left the hospital room. Although he felt a bit awkward, he had achieved his purpose. Now, Lin Fan's fortune as the protagonist had completely faded. It was time to deal with him. In the hospital room, as Ye Tian left, only the sound of sobbing remained. After a long time, when Qi Li was alone in the cold hospital room, crying until her voice became hoarse, her gaze finally fixed on the items on the nightstand. There was a letter, a key, and a ring box. These were the last things Li Quan had left for her. She propped up her weak body. Qi Li reached for the letter. Qi Li, meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. Do you know? After I won our bet, the first thing that came to my mind was how to renege and keep the engagement going. But you didn't give me a chance. That confession ring can only wait for the future to be worn by you. There will definitely be a future. Thud. Upon seeing this, Chi Li's tears fell onto the paper. Who would have thought that yesterday's meeting was— Do you remember when we were kids? You once said you wanted a castle filled with violets, and you wanted to be the master of that castle. I thought it was too much trouble and didn't want to accompany you, so you got angry and built your castle all by yourself. Later we gradually became estranged. You grew up and no longer fantasized about castles. You don't know, do you? I've secretly built the castle for you. If you have time, go take a look. This season is when the violets bloom. It must be beautiful. Whoa. With her eyes already dry from crying, the regret in Chi Li's heart was indescribable. Airport. Lin Fan held an ID card in his hand. This was not his ID, but his current face bore a striking resemblance to the person in the ID. The disguise technique passed to him by Yu before his death was now of some use. Lin Fan thought to himself, as long as he got on the plane and went abroad, the world was vast, and he could go anywhere. He didn't believe that a being like Li Quan's guard, who was at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, could be found everywhere abroad. Just as Lin Fan was indulging in this thought, a man casually sat down beside him. This man was none other than Li Quan's protector. Seeing Ye Tian sitting next to him, Lin Fan almost bolted. Although he had advanced to the celestial realm thanks to Chi Li's blood as a furnace, there was a world of difference between the initial stage and the perfected stage. But after a moment's thought, he reasoned that he had already disguised himself. This guy next to him, while formidable, should not be able to see through his disguise, right? Want a cigarette? Ye Tian glanced at the person beside him holding a cigarette in his mouth, while offering one to Lin Fan. With his mind entirely focused on how to distance himself subtly from Ye Tian, Lin Fan instinctively took the cigarette offered by Ye Tian. Thud. Lighting it up, Ye Tian gestured towards Lin Fan. Thank you. Lin Fan forced a smile and asked Ye Tian to light it for him. Out of politeness, Lin Fan took a puff. You're poisoned, Ye Tian said casually, puffing out clouds of smoke, his words drifting into Lin Fan's ears. What? Lin Fan momentarily didn't react. Yet Ye Tian did not explain. Cough, cough. Suddenly Lin Fan covered his throat, his eyes rolling back as he retched. You. Despicable. Lin Fan's words were filled with fear as he looked at Ye Tian. He wanted to say something more, but his body was already collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. Many kind-hearted people rushed over. Who? White smoke billowed from his mouth as Ye Tian turned his back to everyone and left the airport. He accessed the system panel. The protagonist was dead. The points he now possessed were 10 million. In a vast white space. Li Quan had been here for a long time. At a certain moment, the space rippled slightly, and an entity shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see its appearance, appeared before Li Quan. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and saving Chi Li. Reward: golden lottery card. You are my system. Li Quan looked at the being before him in astonishment. This was the first time he had seen the true form of the system. Yes, host. So am I dead now? Looking around at the boundless space, Li Quan asked Ye Tian. Ye Tian nodded. At this moment, the host is a spiritual body preserved in the system space. Can I go back? Li Quan's question came out a bit weak, but was filled with hope. In the mortal realm, he still had family, still had a lover. He did not want to lose them. Regarding Li Quan's question, Ye Tian paused for a moment before replying. Yes, but you will lose something. What will I lose? Li Quan clearly parsed the system's words. You will lose me. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The Titanic, released by Li Quan back then, had now suppressed an era. The songs Li Quan sang at the concert had become phenomenal hits. On this day, the clouds were as soft as cotton and the breeze was mild. In the suburbs of Mo High City No. 1 Xiangling. A car stopped here. The door opened. A flawless jade leg stepped out. Sister Chi Li, do you want me to accompany you? Inside the car, the manager asked again, worried. No need, I want to take a look by myself. Holding a key, Chi Li's somewhat haggard face broke into a forced smile. She stepped forward. A familiar floral scent wafted through her nose. After walking for a while, large swathes of violet, like fairies, came into Chi Li's view. Looking up, the castle amidst the sea of flowers was so dreamlike. Chi Li's castle. Seeing the 5 words on the castle, tears welled up in Chi Li's eyes once more. He did all this by himself. Why didn't he tell me earlier? Why did he endure so much for me? Walking through the sea of flowers in front of the castle. The gentle breeze stirred Chi Li's hair. This sea of flowers was so beautiful. Yet the one who should have been there to enjoy it with her was gone. Chi Li. Suddenly a man's voice floated from behind. This familiar voice. The woman turned around abruptly. It was him. He was not dead. He was still alive. In the flower sea under the white clouds, the woman dove into the man's embrace, like a swallow returning to its nest. Under the starry sky, Li Quan stood alone on the castle balcony. You've confirmed the relationship, yet you shyly ran home. Could it be you haven't succeeded in your pursuit? Li Quan shook the glass of red wine in his hand, looking helpless. By the way, system, is that guy Lin Fan still secretly watching me? System. Sis. A cold wind blew by, and Li Quan fell silent. He fished out the golden lottery card from his pocket and gazed at the starry sky. Thank you for helping me grow from that night. I wanted to jump off a building to who I am now. Perhaps your future is the most exciting one. After returning from the world of the novel, the all-purpose master in the city, the national goddess Delicious Soft Rice, Ye Tian, took stock of his gains. Points 10 million. Ancient martial arts manuals, 47 volumes. Military weapon templates, several. The items in the shop are significantly richer than before entering the novel world. On a panel of the system, the passage to this world was recorded. As long as Ye Tian wished, he could return to the world where Li Quan resided at any time. In the next 3 days, Ye Tian visited the heavy military bases of various countries in the real world. He left no stone unturned replicating the templates of those forbidden nuclear weapons in the system shop. Although the points required to create nuclear weapons using the templates are massive, Ye Tian is the system. Only the host can purchase nuclear weapons. That's about it. Him coming to the second world. Lin Feng never imagined that just 2 days after his transmigration, he would encounter such a situation. It was not he who forcibly seized a woman, but rather a woman who forcefully seized him under the bright daylight. Little man, isn't it better to submit to your sister? A graceful woman in a red dress, her figure voluptuous. She lifted Lin Feng's chin, her soft red lips exuding fragrance. At this moment Lin Feng was in front of a grand mansion. His hands and feet were bound with hemp ropes, his clothes in disarray. Around him women looked at him with lewd expressions. Seeing the embarrassing scene, Lin Feng felt it was absurd. Indeed, as a man one cannot wander around carelessly without any power. This is a fantasy world where men are inferior to women. In this world, the main productive force of society, the labor force, is female. Recruitment in the army is by women, generals are women, officials are women, and even the rulers of the empire must be women. Cultivators, female cultivators account for over 80%. Wandering the rivers and lakes, wielding swords across the world, seeking vengeance and friendships, these are all tasks for women. And the men in this world should be at home embroidering, dressing up, and playing the lute. Men rarely step into the rivers and lakes, and those who do must tread carefully, for a moment's carelessness could lead to being drugged by a woman, resulting in loss of life and wealth. Lin Feng is now deeply experiencing the dangers of the rivers and lakes. Sigh. He sighed, knowing he could not escape. In this fantasy world, women generally possess martial power. How could he resist? Closing his eyes, he was about to silently endure this pain. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from outside the courtyard. The mansion's door was shattered. Who is it? Who dares to intrude into my Chiu mansion? The beautiful woman, upon hearing the loud noise, fixed her gaze tightly on the courtyard outside. Amidst the thick dust, a stunning figure clad in white, wielding a cherry blossom spear, appeared before everyone. It was a woman, her long jade legs sculpted like beautiful jade, her well-proportioned figure making others feel ashamed. On her fair neck was a face that was cold yet exquisite, filled with anger. Chiu Mansion. What great audacity. You dare to touch the men selected to enter the capital. As the woman's cold voice fell, the beautiful woman, Chiu Rong's face, turned pale. Men selected to enter the capital. Her gaze trembled as she looked at Lin Feng, who was bound on the ground. Chiu Rong hurriedly knelt before the woman in white. My lord, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths for my ignorance. It was she who captured him. This matter has nothing to do with me, my lord. Chiu Rong pointed to the female steward nearby, hastily deflecting responsibility. The steward pointed at, turned pale with sweat, unsure of what to say. Humph. A bunch of scum. Forcibly seizing a male citizen is a capital offense. Without listening to their defense, the woman in white swept her spear, and a silver dragon appeared with a loud crash. Boom. In an instant, the mansion collapsed, burying everyone. As for Lin Feng, he was held in the woman's hand. Looking at the innocent Lin Feng, the woman raised her brows. As a man, you are utterly unaware of the dangers of the world. If it weren't for me today, you would undoubtedly have lost your chastity and fallen into an irreversible abyss. As she spoke, the woman cut the ropes binding Lin Feng. From now on, before entering the capital, you are not to leave my side by 100 paces. Understood. Thank you, General Bai Long, for your rescue. Lin Feng felt a pang in his heart. If it weren't for his unwillingness to go to the capital to participate in that so-called selection, he wouldn't have left the group alone. This world, just because the original owner was recognized as the most handsome man in Xingyan City, was labeled as a showman. Showman. This is not a good title for Lin Feng. In this world, being a showman is entirely an unrefined selection of husbands. Men from all over the empire are crowned as showmen and gathered in the capital under the guise of selection. Afterwards, through various assessments, it will be determined whether they advance or not. Those who stop at the first round will attract the favor of some officials, leading to their support or becoming minor husbands. Those who advance from the second round to the third round will be favored by certain female officials. And those who advance from the third round to the fourth round will be in the sights of queens and nobles. In the final rounds it corresponds to the princesses. In the fifth round it will be the empress. In the entire kingdom all unmarried men hope to become showmen and rush to the capital to take the exam, thereby attaching themselves to a big woman they can trust for life. After a night of deep thought, Lin Feng finally deciphered the deep malice this world held against men. This led to his solitary escape. If you truly succeed in escaping, your family cannot avoid the death penalty. On the way with Lin Feng, leaving Shou Mansion by Long's words completely extinguished Lin Feng's thoughts of continuing to leave. It seems that going to the capital is unavoidable. Following by Long, Lin Feng returned to the inn where all Shou men rested in Nanxiong continent. Outside the inn were female guards dressed in battle armor. Inside the inn were men preening themselves in front of mirrors. These men either wore pink clothes or veils, playfully teasing each other with bashful expressions. The first glance Lin Feng had made him almost nauseous. The feeling of being surrounded by effeminate men can only be truly understood through experience. As soon as Lin Feng appeared, several heavily made-up men in the inn immediately swayed their bodies toward him with concerned expressions. "Lin, brother, are you alright? I don't understand your thoughts. So many men want to become showmen, yet you seem so resistant. With your looks you could at least attract the favor of a female official." The men next to him chimed in with their persuasive words. To this, Lin Feng could only force a smile at these effeminate men before finding an excuse to return to his room. Closing the door. "With your looks you could attract a female official." Chewing on this phrase, Lin Feng looked at the pink bedspread and took a deep breath. In this world, do men really have to rely on soft rice? Ding, the host has expressed grievances against the unfairness of heaven and earth. Ye Tian's handsome man system has been activated. System daddy. Finally you've arrived. Lin Feng almost cried with gratitude. Alone facing a world surrounded by women and filled with effeminate men, he felt deeply impacted. Fortunately, the system, a necessary golden finger for transmigration, has appeared. Host Lin Feng. Realm, ordinary person. Appearance 96. Temperament 70. Skill eating. Points 0. Above the system, there was only a personal panel. There was no system shop, no exchange mode, and it looked as rudimentary as it could be. This was not due to Ye Tian deliberately simplifying or hiding the functions of the system. Rather, this time Ye Tian had encountered a setback. However, he underestimated this world, causing him to be almost crushed by the world's will upon crossing over. He barely managed to retain hundreds of thousands of points, but a large amount of data was still lost. Fortunately, he correctly found this host for crossing over. Now successfully bound, it wouldn't take long for Ye Tian to recover his losses in this mystical world. System, what functions do you have? As a traveler, Lin Feng's adaptability to the system was clearly stronger than Li Quan's. Regarding this question, Ye Tian immediately spoke based on the current state of the system. This system primarily focuses on lotteries. As long as the points are sufficient, a level 9 lottery can yield a nuclear bomb. Hiss! Lin Feng gasped in surprise. You could even draw a nuclear bomb. Hearing this, it felt like this system was definitely powerful. How do you obtain points? Lin Feng asked a novice question. Ye Tian patiently explained. The most direct way to obtain points is to devour items and convert them into points. Don't think this method is outdated in this world. There are plenty of treasures worth millions or even hundreds of millions of points. Devour items. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and asked, "System, how many points is this worth?" Saying this, Lin Feng took out a pitch-black jade pendant. Seeing this jade pendant, a cunning smile appeared on Ye Tian's lips. The black jade is worth 1,500 points, and it contains a remnant soul worth 500 points. Is there really a remnant soul inside? But it's only worth this little. Hearing the system's quote, Lin Feng looked at the jade pendant in his hand with surprise. In the past 2 days, a voice that seemed to exist and not exist had appeared from this jade pendant. It claimed to be the ancient emperor of the Black Spring, having fallen to this state due to being plotted against by enemies. It wanted him to take it as a master and seek revenge for it in the future. Originally, Lin Feng was very excited, believing he had become the protagonist, encountering an old man, and it was this confidence that allowed him to dare to escape alone. But today, after activating the system, Lin Feng truly understood. His golden finger was nothing compared to it. Was only worth 500 points, which was even less than the black jade. This type of remnant soul, when alive, might not have been as powerful as the white dragon in the Foundation establishment stage at the inn. With this, you dare to call yourself the ancient emperor of the Black Spring, and still want to take him as a disciple. System converted into points. Lin Feng did not hesitate. As his words fell, a devouring force gradually enveloped the black jade. Under the looming threat the black jade trembled violently. A phantom figure vaguely appeared in the air looking around with a face full of anger and confusion. I am the ancient emperor of the Black Spring. Who is it? Who wants to destroy me? The ancient voice was filled with doubt and unwillingness. However, the devouring force did not pause for the phantom's words. In a difficult struggle the phantom was devoured by Ye Tian in just a breath. What a good host sending a grand gift upon meeting. The ancient emperor of the Black Spring in that jade pendant could naturally not be fake. In the book, in the fantasy world of male inferiority and female supremacy, I am the solitary man. The status of the ancient emperor of the Black Spring was Lin Feng's grandfather. He was the one who initially guided Lin Feng, helping him step by step to reach the peak. Until the end, desiring to seize his disciple's body, he was backstabbed. Ye Tian's move was also an early termination of a threat. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 points. The system's prompt sound rang out. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Now he could conduct 2 level 3 lotteries. Let's try 1 level 3 lottery first. Lin Feng was a bit impatient. He hoped to gain strength. In this world, strength was too important for a man. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 4 points of attractiveness from the level 3 lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a critical hit. Extra 10 points of attractiveness. Host Lin Feng. Realm, ordinary person. Attractiveness 96 410. Charisma 70. Skill eating. What the hell? Looking at the personal panel with an increase of 14 points in attractiveness, Lin Feng was stunned. He wanted to remind the system that this is a mystical world. Do you understand a mystical world? It's a world where a monster can slaughter a city and a demonic cultivator can massacre 2 cities. Shouldn't the lottery give him something to save his life? For example, the Donghuang Bell, the Xinyuan sword, or at least a basic cultivation method. He would not be picky. He too naive. Ye Tian shook his head with a light laugh. Although he devoured the ancient emperor of the Black Spring, the system space had gained thousands of powerful cultivation methods. However, the rules of this world are like this. If you were to take a certain cultivation manual from the ancient emperor of the Black Spring and elevate a man's strength, the cost would be much higher than in other worlds. Thus, before Ye Tian came to this world, he had thought of letting the host develop from another aspect. That is attractiveness. Let the strong women of the world transform into infatuated admirers. Then, when he wants something, he could simply beckon. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Lin Xiaonan, Deputy General Mu Yun, is summoning all Xiaonan down. There is an urgent matter. Understood. Lin Feng in the room looked at his stunning face in the mirror side, put on a mask, and silently accepted this fact. Downstairs it was a bit chaotic. One by one the Xiaonan stood together, glaring at a corner of the hall. There sat a man with an androgynous appearance on a chair. Jing Wenxuan, to investigate something. You actually want to search us? You have gone too far. Gone too far. The androgynous man's gaze was icy. Do you know the value of my barrier-breaking pill? It was procured by my family at a high cost from the Feathered Immortal sect, but today I found out it was stolen. The barrier-breaking pill can only be consumed by men, so one of you must be the thief. Regarding Jing Wenxuan's words, the men on the opposite side were not intimidated. Last time, it was the 5-spirit robe. This time, it's the barrier-breaking pill. How come every time it's your things that get stolen? This question should be asked of yourselves. With so many thieves, you do not deserve to be called Xiaonan. Jing Wenxuan's words were cold, and then he turned to a woman beside him, tears welling in his eyes. General, you must help the little man investigate. That pill was obtained by my family through great hardships. The man spoke to the weeping woman dressed in a light green outfit, her ample bosom and curvy figure outlining an enchanting silhouette. With her hair tied up, a pair of willow-like brows highlighted her eyes with a touch of spirit, and beneath her delicate pearl-like nose was a small mouth that appeared soft and tender. Such a goddess-level youthful beauty should be the object of pursuit for countless people. However, in this world it was clear that she was not. Seeing the handsome man before her on the verge of tears, Mu Yun felt immense heartache. This one was the most beautiful among this batch of Xiaonan. At the same time, she was the male god that this beauty enthusiast had always wanted to pursue. Seeing her male god so distressed, Mu Yun's eyes revealed a sharp intensity. Jing Xiaonan, don't worry, I will definitely root out the person who stole your belongings. Bring a few men here and search everyone. Mu Yun waved her hand, addressing the female guards behind her. In the front hall on the first floor, a curtain was raised behind which were men enduring humiliation as they were forced to be searched. Jing Wenxuan, sitting in a chair, displayed little sign of urgency. General, there is nothing. The guard shook his head at Mu Yun. Any news from those searching the rooms upstairs? Report. The general has found something. A team from upstairs shouted as they rushed down amidst the chaos on the first floor. The room fell silent, and all eyes turned. The leading female guard held a spirit pill in her hands. Behind this guard was a masked man, which raised questions among many below. Seeing that the important spirit pill had been found, Jing Wenxuan walked over with a smile to take the pill. How did you find it? Mu Yun followed Jing Wenxuan and asked the leading female guard. Report to the general, we found the pill in this Lin Ziyunan's boudoir. Upon hearing this answer, Mu Yun's gaze suddenly became piercing. As a Shonan, how could your conduct be so vile? I didn't steal the pill as someone is slandering me. Lin Feng felt a headache, but had to explain. He didn't expect that even before reaching the capital someone would plot against him, trying to eliminate him early. Slander? Why would anyone slander you? Mu Yun's youthful face was filled with anger as she glared at Jing Wenxuan, her desire for drama evident. Maybe it's because I'm quite handsome. Lin Feng replied, genuinely believing this. His narcissistic response left those around him momentarily speechless. In this era where men were as shy as flowers, such shameless men had nearly gone extinct. Ridiculous. Mu Yun coldly shook her head. Which Shonan here isn't of top beauty? Wearing a mask, what mystery are you trying to flaunt? She casually slapped Lin Feng's cheek, a gust of wind brushing past his ear. The mask on his face slipped off. When Lin Feng's face was revealed, Mu Yun and the female guards were momentarily stunned, gazing at his face in a daze. What level of beauty is this? Handsome and dashing, as if he stepped out of an ancient painting. Lin Feng struggled, and the two female guards holding him instinctively loosened their grip. Why have you let him go? He stole my pill. He must be punished and removed from our Shonan team. Jing Wenxuan screeched loudly. Mu Yun glanced at Jing Wenxuan, then looked at Lin Feng. Lin Shonan, are you saying you were framed? Her voice was now incredibly soft, a stark contrast to her earlier tone. This beauty chaser. Yes, Lin Feng replied with a helpless expression. The system had granted him so much beauty that he knew showing it off would lead to this, which is why he wore a mask. Now Mu Yun's attitude made Lin Feng feel like he had become someone who relied on looks to survive. So you were framed? Rest assured, Lin Shonan, I will definitely uncover the truth for you. I will give you justice. She patted her proud chest, a silly smile on her face. Lin Feng was stunned. This attitude. Aren't you going to ask me for key information? I want to clarify how I was framed, why I want to prove my innocence. But then again, once I speak you believe me without needing evidence. The host knows nothing of the power of Ye Tian chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, the first system task was released. Ding's system task proved that Jing Wenxuan framed the host while also proving that the other party is a disciple of the demonic sect. Task success, 1 level 5 lottery. Task failure, no punishment. Description: the host is the third person to become prey in the eyes of this demonic disciple. The other party's plot has failed and subsequent troubles are inevitable, thus the host is advised to fight back. Task duration: 1 incense stick. This task provides quite a lot of information. Lin Feng thought to himself, glancing at the dark-eyed Jing Wenxuan, and looked at Mu Yun in front of him. General Mu, I now know who framed me. Oh. Lin Feng's words surprised Mu Yun. She initially believed the item was indeed stolen by. However, since the other party met her perfect criteria for a partner, Mu Yun had no intention of investigating this matter deeply. Such a perfect man committing a minor error was entirely understandable. But when Lin Feng claimed that the one who framed him truly existed, it was a different matter. Who is the culprit? Him. Lin Feng extended his hand, pointing at Jing Wenxuan. In an instant, the gazes of everyone on the first floor converged directly on Jing Wenxuan. This reversal shocked even Jing Wenxuan herself. This? Mu Yun clearly did not expect this. Lin Shonan, do you have evidence? Yes, evidence. Everything must be backed by proof. Actually, my room has always been very secure. In the past few days, only Jing Wenxuan entered under the pretext of seeking advice on composing, so the culprit can only be him. Lin Feng spoke firmly. As the system, Ye Tian was stunned. This new host's storytelling ability was no less than his. Lin Feng's words were fabricated. Some doubted, some believed. The goal had been achieved. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng continued. General Mu, could you please search Jing Wenxuan's storage? I believe there are compositions in his storage bag that I wrote for him, which can prove he really did visit my room. Is that so? Mu Shonan, could we take a look at your storage bag? Why should I? Jing Wenxuan was somewhat on edge. He didn't understand what Lin Feng was spouting. Seeking advice on composing and entering his room. This was completely false. To check his storage bag just because of this. The demonic weapons and corpses inside would be directly exposed. At that point, no one would care whether he had framed Lin Feng or not. You're afraid that's why you want to agree. Lin Feng delivered a sharp retort. This made Jing Wenxuan's face turn ashen. How can the belongings of a small man be casually inspected? That violates my privacy. If you didn't frame me, I would compensate you, pay you 10,000 low-level spirit stones. Lin Feng said grandly. He had no spirit stones, but saying it felt good. Wow. Those around were clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's boldness. I refuse, Jing Wenxuan gritted his teeth. Jing Wenxuan, hand over your storage bag, we need to take a look. Mu Yun's tone had also turned cold. Lin Feng had offered a sky-high compensation, yet Jing Wenxuan had repeatedly refused this, had already raised her suspicions. Jing Wenxuan never expected the situation to evolve into this. Do you really want to see my storage bag? Give it to me, Mu Yun said directly. Understanding that there was no way to avoid it, Jing Wenxuan coldly glanced at Lin Feng. I admit I framed Lin Feng. Having confessed, Jing Wenxuan, in order to prevent Mu Yun from inspecting his storage bag, begrudgingly accepted this charge. Wow. In an instant, the surroundings erupted in chaos. How could there be such a treacherous and vicious man in the world? The female guards around shook their heads in disbelief. The scheming among men is truly terrifying. What a clever ploy to abandon the vehicle to protect the commander, Lin Feng also praised. However, this made him passive. General Mu, what will be the punishment for such slander? About that, Mu Yun thought for a moment and said, if you forgive him there won't be any consequences. If you don't forgive him you can demand compensation or revoke his qualifications as a handsome man. I see. Lin Feng and Mu Yun's voices were not lowered. Jing Wenxuan heard them clearly, his gaze cautiously directed at Lin Feng. How about this, show me your storage bag, and I will forgive you, Lin Feng casually suggested. Look at the storage bag. Jing Wenxuan instinctively wanted to refuse. However, he quickly thought that Lin Feng was just an ordinary person without any true energy, so there was no way he could open the storage bag. How long will you look for? Just for a moment. I find your storage bag's exterior quite appealing. It cannot be shown to anyone else. Jing Wenxuan emphasized. All right. Lin Feng nodded seriously. Following that, Jing Wenxuan handed the storage bag from his waist to Lin Feng. Looking at the palm-sized storage bag, Lin Feng silently shouted within, System. Devour. Turn everything inside this storage bag into points. Hurry up. So impressive, Ye Tian was amazed by Lin Feng's method. However, his actions were not slow either. In an instant, everything in the storage bag was devoured. Ye Tian earned 100,000 points with 1/10 returned to the host. Ding, all items devoured, host gains 1/0 points, current points 1W. All of this happened in just a breath. The moment everything inside the storage bag vanished, Jing Wenxuan's face flushed instantly. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and the slightly chaotic first floor fell silent. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun gripped the long sword at her waist, her brows furrowed. Lin Feng, what have you done? Why did the many weapons I implanted spiritual marks and suddenly lose contact? Blood dripped from the corner of Jing Wenxuan's mouth, and faint black energy began to emanate from his body. Without the suppression of certain special weapons, the demonic energy on him became difficult to conceal. Demonic sect disciple. Jing Wenxuan did not wait for Lin Feng's response. Instead, he was surrounded by the guards. A disciple of the demonic sect, he is actually one of them. Heavens, there has been a demon among us all along. So scary. The surrounding effeminate men clutched their delicate fingers and shrank behind the female guards. Meanwhile, Mu Yun kept Lin Feng closely protected behind her, looking at Jing Wenxuan. As a disciple of the demonic sect infiltrating our Tianwu Empire's handsome men, what is your purpose? Purpose? What purpose needs to be explained for the methods of the Tianma sect to infiltrate the empire? Jing Wenxuan's fists cracked ominously. It's just so hateful. After hiding for so long, I was exposed like this. His eyes gradually filled with a dark light. Jing Wenxuan stared hard at everyone present, finally locking his gaze onto Lin Feng. It's you, I will remember you. Next time we meet, I will surely kill you. Leaving behind that cruel remark, Jing Wenxuan leapt and flew out of the inn. He is actually a mid-foundation establishment demonic cultivator. Watching Jing Wenxuan leave, Mu Yun furrowed her brows, knowing she couldn't stop him. Roar! Suddenly a silver dragon formed from true energy, surged, carrying the retreating Jing Wenxuan in front of the inn. Boom! A large portion of the floor shattered, revealing a deep pit. Jing Wenxuan lay bloodied at the bottom of the pit, his eyes devoid of spirit. As the dust outside the inn settled, the long and beautiful legs of the White Dragon General slowly appeared. It's General White Dragon. Upon seeing the newcomer, the people inside the inn finally relaxed. How could a demonic cultivator appear? A hint of confusion crossed the cold, beautiful face of the White Dragon. In response, Deputy General Mu Yun approached and recounted the events leading to this. Is that so? After glancing at the lifeless Jing Wenxuan, the White Dragon turned her gaze to Lin Feng. A trace of appreciation appeared in her eyes. Everyone prepare. After a stick of incense, we will continue our journey. So soon? Mu Yun was somewhat surprised. Aren't we staying overnight? To this, the White Dragon shook her head, seriousness evident in her gaze. When we left earlier, I checked the situation outside. Recently there have been frequent disappearances of young men, with the common folk saying it's the work of flower thieves. However, from various signs I believe it's the work of demonic cultivators. To avoid trouble we must leave quickly. Is that so? Mu Yun's expression turned serious as well. In the evening, the convoy escorting the handsome men set off on the long road to the capital. Not long after the handsome men's convoy left, two elderly figures arrived at the inn. Upon seeing Jing Wenxuan's corpse in the deep pit, both elderly figures trembled all over. My precious grandson, my precious grandson. The old woman among them was enveloped in demonic energy, her heart filled with agony. It's that handsome men's convoy. I want them all to accompany my precious grandson in death. The old man beside her nearly crushed his skeletal cane. Looking at the inn still in operation, a skeletal head appearing behind the old man slowly loomed. Amidst the booming sound, the entire inn along with everyone inside was directly turned to ashes. On the tranquil forest road more than 20 horse-drawn carriages moved steadily along. Inside the last carriage, Lin Feng quietly tore apart the pink decorations. Opening the system panel. Host Lin Feng, Realm Ordinary Person Appearance 110, Charisma 70 points. 1W Ding, mission completed, exposing Jing Wenxuan's true face. Host gains a level 5 lottery worth 1000 points. Level 5 lottery. I hope for something to enhance my strength. With hands clasped, Lin Feng silently prayed. Seeing this scene, Ye Tian knew that it was unrealistic for the host's wishes to come true. After all, it was called the Handsome Man system, not the Invincible system. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn the Masculinity Medal. Item Masculinity Medal description. After equipping, the host gains a boost in masculinity characteristics with appearance increased by 10 and charisma increased by 30. A badge of masculinity. Upon seeing this lottery item, Lin Feng was at a loss. He absolutely refused to wear it. He wanted to express his silent protest against the system. System, let's try the level 5 lottery again. Lin Feng was determined. He couldn't believe his luck could be this bad continuously. At least give me something that enhances my strength. Ding, congratulations host, you have obtained the skill, Illusion. Skill Illusion. Description: the higher the host's looks, the stronger the illusion. Finally a skill. Thank heavens, Lin Feng was no longer powerless. However, the higher the looks, the stronger the illusion. He looked at this line of introduction. Lin Feng fell silent as he took out the badge of masculinity from his body. The bumpy journey had brought no interesting events. There were still 1,000 points remaining. Lin Feng, feeling bored, started a level 1 lottery. Ding, consumed 10 points, the host draws and obtains a box of beer. Ding, consumed 10 points, the host draws and obtains 50 skewers. Ding, consumed 10 points, the host draws and obtains a set of seasoning powder. After consuming less than 100 points, a table full of barbecue appeared. The system understands me. Lin Feng took a big gulp of beer and bit into a lamb skewer. The juices burst forth and the tender, bouncy lamb danced on his tongue. A rich barbecue aroma wafted through the carriage. It smells so good. A woman's voice suddenly came from outside. Lin Feng paused in his actions of skewering meat. He pulled back the curtain. A woman dressed in black with a golden lotus embroidered on her chest was riding alongside his carriage. When Lin Feng revealed his appearance, the woman narrowed her long eyes slightly, a teasing smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Is the young master drinking alone? Isn't he lacking a companion for drinking? Lin Feng chewed on the meat in his mouth, immune to such teasing. Do you want some? He took out a skewer and a bottle of wine from the carriage. Oh. The woman in black was surprised by Lin Feng's easygoing demeanor. If it were another man, he might have directly insulted her as a loose woman. Since the young master offers, how can I refuse? A playful smile flashed across the woman's beautiful face as she let down a strand of her silky hair. After handing over the skewers, Lin Feng casually said 10 spirit stones. Spirit stones. The woman was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. Ha ha, you little man, interesting indeed. While laughing, the woman moved closer to the carriage and lowered her voice. Little man, I can offer you 10,000 spirit stones if you spend one night with me. What do you say? Ding, if the host loses his virginity, the system will automatically detach. At that moment, Ye Tian's voice rang out. He intended to create a perfect host, and if the host became attached, wouldn't the number of dog-like followers be greatly reduced? Hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng felt a toothache. It wasn't that he regretted not being able to spend a night with this woman. Rather, what if he was captured and defiled by some demon in the future? Wouldn't that mean the system would be gone? How infuriating. Not much, just give me 10 spirit stones. Lin Feng replied. Hee. The woman held the reins. Little man, you've piqued my interest. Casually tossing a storage bag to Lin Feng, the woman gazed at him for a long while, her eyes lingering on his handsome face. Little man, we will meet again, ha. With a breezy laugh, the woman rode away. You're the little one, your whole family. Lin Feng was filled with resentment. Is Lin Xuanan here? Not long after the woman in black left, Mu Yun hurriedly rode in. Pulling back the curtain, Lin Feng put on half a mask. What's wrong? That woman just now didn't do anything to you, right? Upon seeing Lin Feng, Mu Yun's pure face was filled with concern. In response, Lin Feng looked puzzled. No, why? Do you know her? I don't know her. Mu Yun shook her head, her expression grave. But that woman is very powerful. I can't see through her. You need to be careful. Oh. Lin Feng pondered, just about to pull down the curtain. Mu Yun quickly stopped him. Wait, Lin Xiaonan, I have something to say to you. Today at the inn I was a bit rude to you, so I specially prepared a gift for you. While speaking, Mu Yun somewhat nervously under Lin Feng's gaze took out 2 porcelain bottles from her body. This is a barrier-breaking pill and a spirit-gathering pill. Saying this, Mu Yun handed the 2 pills to Lin Feng. There's no need to be so formal with a gift. Casually accepting the 2 pills, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's masked face. Seeing Lin Feng so happy, Mu Yun also smiled. This is my salary for several months. Thank you. After speaking, Lin Feng closed the curtain. Outside the carriage, Mu Yun wore a lovesick smile. Watching the carriage, she decided to follow Lin Feng closely, silently protecting him. One after another, they all crave my body. Inside the carriage, Lin Feng rubbed his face in frustration. In his left hand were 2 porcelain bottles containing pills, and in his right hand was the spirit stone from the woman in black for the barbecue. It was infuriating that the system wouldn't give him any realm strength. Without true chi, he couldn't even open a storage bag. Who knows if that woman truly gave him spirit stones, or if she just handed him an empty storage bag. System devour. Lin Feng thought silently. A force of devouring enveloped the storage bag in his right hand. Ding, devouring complete. The host has obtained 100,000 points. 100,000 points. Lin Feng's head was filled with question marks. Ding, inside the storage bag there are 10,000 primary spirit stones. Ye Tian provided a timely reminder. What the hell, she just gave me 10,000 spirit stones. Lin Feng was stunned. How rich could that woman in black be to casually give away 10,000 spirit stones? Even golden core stage cultivators would rarely have such financial power to toss out 10,000 spirit stones. Fortunately, he hadn't offended her before. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Does the host think the other party is giving you so many spirit stones for free? Knowing the entire original text, Ye Tian's tone was somewhat constrained. Otherwise, what could she want? Lin Feng's words stopped halfway. The woman seemed to have said something about 1,000 spirit stones for one night. Now, this 10,000 spirit stones seemed to have already been used by him. No way. Lin Feng lost his composure. Woo-woo. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, a black gale, made of demonic energy, swept across the official road outside. The traveling Xiaonan caravan slowly came to a halt. At the front of the caravan, Bai Long held his silver cherry gun, his gaze serious as he looked ahead. On the road ahead, 2 elderly figures, 1 man and 1 woman, appeared, and behind these 2 figures there were dozens of women in black. A wave of demonic energy emanated from these people, blatantly revealing itself. Tian Mo sect, the Bone Elder duo. The Heaven Demon sect, Old Skull and Old Bones. In White Dragon's eyes narrowed with intense gravity. In these 2 were legendary elder demons of the demonic cultivation world, renowned across the realm. Among them, Old Bone Matron was a golden core cultivator at the first heaven of the golden core realm, while Old Skull Master had reached the peak of foundation establishment. In both ranked prominently on the Tier 1 wanted list of the Tianwu Empire. Though he possessed the rare ability to fight beyond his realm, White Dragon harbored little confidence against these 2. You surely know this caravan belongs to the Tianwu Empire. Then why block our path? And having assessed the odds, and found them grim, White Dragon sought to defuse the crisis through words. So, you are White Dragon, the 10th rank prodigy on the Tianwu Empire's celestial prodigy list. I am. White Dragon replied, gripping his cherry blossom spear, brows faintly furrowed. She sensed the demonic energy surging ever more violently from the 2 elders before her. Not clear omen of imminent violence. So it is you. And you are precisely whom I intend to slay. Oomph. With a sharp tremor of his cane, Old Skull Master unleashed a torrent of raging demonic energy that crashed down upon White Dragon like an avalanche. I shall shatter your limbs and forge you alive into a puppet, to serve as my grandson's eternal companion in death. Roar. Amidst a dense surge of genuine chi, a silver dragon coiled around the woman herself. Scatter. Everyone flee into the woods beside us. Guard Lin Xiaonan with your lives. Realizing reconciliation was impossible, White Dragon shouted urgently to all behind him. Humph. Still thinking to escape, Old Bone Matron turned to her disciples, seized them all. And dozens of female disciples from the demonic sect surged forward, eyes gleaming with fervent anticipation. Desire flickered in their gazes. Lin Xiaonan. This Shonan caravan gathered only the most exquisitely handsome men in the land. At last, time to feast. Lin Shonan. Inu Iyun rode straight to Lin Feng's carriage. And what's happened? Lin Feng's carriage trailed at the rear, he remained unaware of the chaos ahead. Yes, something's happened. Mu Yun's face was etched with urgency. Lin Shonan, mount up. They'll carry you to safety. Nas twilight faded, dusk descended swiftly. Along the forest trail, Mu Yun galloped fiercely with Lin Feng aboard. In behind them, 4 black-robed female demon cultivators pursued relentlessly. Daring to flee on horseback before me. And among the 4 a woman with ink-dark lips raised a throwing dagger. In with a surge of genuine chi, the obsidian blade shot forth like lightning. Thwack! And the poisoned dagger pierced the horse's flank. Nay. Tormented by searing pain and venom, the charging steed reared wildly, then slammed headlong into a nearby tree. Lin Feng and Mu Yun tumbled from the saddle. Shadows landed around them. 4 female demon cultivators encircled them, closing in. Lin Feng and Mu Yun tumbled from the saddle. Shadows landed around them. 4 female. She glanced sideways, voice soft yet certain. Ever since I first laid eyes on you, I knew. You were the man who haunted my dreams. If you escape, remember me. Thud, thud, thud. Before she could utter another word, several blows sent Mu Yun crashing unconscious to the ground. Lin Feng's jaw tightened. His lips twitched involuntarily. She talked too much. Otherwise, with her mid-foundational establishment strength fully unleashed, Mu Yun might well have traded blows for several rounds against these for mid-foundational establishment foes. Ha ha ha. Look at that figure. A top-tier specimen. Having subdued Mu Yun, the 4 women fixed predatory gazes upon Lin Feng, his face still masked. Which Shonan isn't top-tier? Compared to those impotent brothel boys, he's worth tenfold. Shall we test him here and now? The 4 exchanged glances, then turned as one toward Lin Feng. And at that moment Lin Feng lifted his mask. Ni's visage emerged, flawless, sculpted as if by divine hands. The 4 demon cultivators froze breathless. A peerless treasure. Absolutely peerless. I'll go first. One ripped open her robes without hesitation. The others followed suit, barely containing their rising ardor, eyes locked hungrily on Lin Feng. System. Activate illusion technique. Lin Feng whispered inwardly. Little man, I'm coming. The dark-lipped woman dashed naked toward a towering oak, straddled its trunk, and began rocking wildly. The remaining 3 likewise paired off, embracing entwined faces alight with imagined triumph as though Lin Feng were already theirs. The power of illusion was no mere trick, it was absolute. Lin Feng averted his gaze from that grotesque spectacle, hoisted the unconscious Mu Yun onto his back, and fled without pause. Onto the imperial road Nei ran, swift but unrelenting. Yet unrefined by cultivation, his stamina soon faltered. Above, a tempest of black wind howled, racing toward him with terrifying speed. Old Bone Matron materialized slowly from the gale. Exquisite features. Such a puppet would be breathtakingly beautiful. Her voice slithered like a serpent tasting air, cold, ancient, lethal. Crushing pressure forced sweat to bead upon Lin Feng's brow. System. Illusion. This illusion technique was his final desperate hope. But the chasm between his strength and hers proved insurmountable. The illusion shattered before it could take root. In contrast, Old Bone Matron merely flicked her wrist. A colossal force struck the nape of his neck. Darkness swallowed Lin Feng whole. He collapsed utterly unconscious. Gazing down at the 2 fallen figures, Old Bone Matron prepared to lift them away. Yet just then, her clouded eyes snapped wide. Ahead on the road, a woman clad in black robes appeared, riding steadily toward them. A crimson vertical mark adorned her forehead. Beneath delicate willow brows, her deep, tranquil eyes radiated quiet authority. Her nose needed no powder, her lips, glossy, faintly streaked with barbecue oil, were both austere and arresting. Her face was unfamiliar to Old Bone Matron. Yet the golden lotus embroidered upon the woman's black robe made the elder's pupils contract violently. This humble elder of the Heaven Demon sect, Old Bone Matron, bows before the golden lotus demon sovereign. She sank to her knees, reverence absolute. Thousands of demonic sects rose and fell across the realm, but only 3 held ultimate dominion over the entire demonic path. Each bore the title Demon Sovereign. Old Bone Matron had never imagined, all the vastness of the world, she would truly encounter one. The Heaven Demon sect. The black-robed woman regarded the kneeling elder, then cast a cool glance toward the unconscious Lin Feng, her eyes narrowing slightly. You dared lay hands upon this man. Old Bone Matron felt suffocation tightening her throat, but nodded, steeling herself. He is Lin Shonan. to touch even a single shonan. Do you wish to provoke open war between the Imperial Court and our entire demonic path? Ilian spoke with grave conviction. Her words left old Bone Matron bewildered. And had not conflict between the demonic path and the Imperial Court long festered? In ambushing shonan caravans, such acts occurred routinely across countless regions carried out by disciples of myriad demonic sects. Ilian continued, voice edged with icy finality, to act alone, disregarding the fragile harmony between our demonic path and the Imperial Court. I deem your heaven demon sect, a third-rate sect, no longer worthy of existence. What a... Hearing those words from the demon sovereign herself, old Bone Matron recoiled in sheer terror. And could it truly come to this? Was annihilation imminent? The Tianma sect practices the Tianma secret classic. The woman said, a bloodthirsty smile creeping at the corners of her mouth. I happen to control the poison within you. As her words fell, the old woman's eyes widened slowly, and streams of blood energy burst from her body like the heads of serpents. With the strength of the Golden Core realm, she couldn't move an inch. Not just the old woman. On the other side, the skeleton man, still battling the white dragon along with those devil cultivators. The blood energy from her entire body was continuously dissipating. This is the Demon Lord. Only the Demon Lord possesses the power to control their lives and deaths. The skeleton man was filled with terror. Why does the Demon Lord want to annihilate their Tianma sect? Thousands of miles away in the demon spirit domain at the junction of the three great empires, the sect headquarters of Tianma sect, tens of thousands of devil cultivators fell to change. The sect master of the nascent soul realm and over 10 female elders flew out with boundless fear. Without a moment's hesitation, all the high-ranking members of the Tianma sect knelt toward a certain direction under the moonlight. That direction was the center of the demon spirit domain. There stood 3 towering statues of the Demon Lord, exuding overwhelming demonic energy. Demon Lord, forgive us. Demon Lord, please forgive us. Under the guidance of the high-ranking sect members, the tens of thousands within the sect worshipped in fear. But unfortunately, they were destined to receive neither response nor forgiveness. The dissipating blood energy was like the scythe of death, continuously draining the life force of everyone in the Tianma sect. In just half a stick of incense's time, the Tianma sect fell silent, leaving behind a lifeless sect. One by one, devil cultivators and practitioners noticed the anomaly and came in small groups. Upon seeing the situation at the Tianma sect, the entire demon spirit domain erupted. It's the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord has made a move. How could this be? What exactly did the disciples of the Tianma sect do to provoke the wrath of the Demon Lord and lead to their annihilation? Silence. This concerns the Demon Lord. Do not delve into the reasons. As Lin Feng slowly regained consciousness, he felt something wrapping around his mouth, a living entity constantly probing within his mouth. For a moment, he found it hard to breathe. Opening his eyes, Lin Feng was first stunned, then his eyes widened in shock. A woman was lying on him. The woman was only wrapped in a thin veil, her soft body continuously rubbing against him. A few strands of falling hair could not conceal her stunning profile. Pat. The woman released his mouth, a teasing smile appearing on her face. You're awake. What are you doing? Lin Feng gasped for fresh air, his face filled with astonishment. Shouldn't he have been captured by that old hag? What was his current situation? Looking at Lin Feng's expression, the woman's lips curled up. Little brother, I saved you. Leaning slightly forward, the woman revealed a hint of cleavage, her lips brushing against Lin Feng's ear, whispering sweetly, so I now want something in return. You saved me, shouldn't you offer yourself in return? Are you trying to force me? You're just too handsome. The woman caressed Lin Feng's cheek, her eyes filled with growing possessiveness. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for you. A demon is still a demon. I don't expect her to treat Lin Feng with respect. System daddy. Lin Feng swallowed hard, frantically calling for Ye Tian. Here. Ye Tian replied casually. System, what do I do? This girl is stronger than that old hag. Am I not jumping from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair? If she forces me, won't I have to endure it? Saying this, Lin Feng glanced again at the woman's enchanting figure. How about you make an exception, System? We'll just try it once. After all, it's a life-saving grace. Ye Tian face-bombed. This is a fantasy world. If you lose your vitality for the first time, it's gone. You can't hide it. Without the first time, how could the second-generation Empress of the Imperial Palace look at him, let alone talk about entering the Imperial Treasury? That's right, one of Ye Tian's purposes for coming to this world is the Imperial Treasury. He had roughly estimated that the items within were worth at least 1 billion points. Once he entered the Imperial Treasury, Ye Tian could ignore Lin Feng, but until then this was the bottom line. Ding, the host still has over 1,000 points, which can be used for a level 6 lottery. Perhaps unexpected gains await. Ye Tian reminded Lin Feng. Level 6 lottery. Lin Feng was initially stunned, then firmly resolved. Well, I can only hope for the lottery now. I hope I'm not a cursed loser. Give me something to escape. With this thought, he deducted points, and the lottery began. Ding, congratulations, host, consuming 100 points in the lottery. You have obtained the Hand of Cato. Item, Hand of Cato. Description. System, are you messing with me? Upon seeing this lottery result, Lin Feng fell into despair. Does this mean that from now on he could only be the man behind this woman? Although Lin Feng didn't mind, the corresponding cost of the system's disappearance would be too great. Ye Tian shrugged. She was the demon lord, one of the strongest in this fantasy world. What could he do? He had only bound the host in this world for less than a day. This woman has a surge in desire due to a flaw in her demonic skills. You just satisfy her once, and it's fine regardless of how it happens. Ye Tian pointed out the final path. Satisfy her. Lin Feng looked at the woman on him, her eyes filled. Slowly lowering his head, Lin Feng glanced at his right hand. The next day, Lin Feng rode a horse hurrying along the official road. Having been captured by that demon yesterday, he had no idea about the situation of the White Dragon and the others. With such events occurring, Lin Feng actually didn't have to participate in the male selection in the capital. But unfortunately today the system issued him a task. Task: first place in the male selection exam. Task: success, reward of a level 8 lottery. Task: failure, erasure of a kidney. Description: the Tianwu Empire's male selection examination is imminent. Outstanding men from various cities and continents have gone. Please head there as well to prove you are the most outstanding man in the Tianwu Empire. System: to be honest, I have no expectations for your level 8 lottery worth millions of points. Lin Feng wore a mask, feeling that even his right hand was getting sore. After so many lotteries, he was truly tired. In response to Lin Feng's complaints, Ye Tian waved his hand dismissively. Ding, system update to version 2.0. Update content: a brand new lottery experience. From now on, each lottery will display a roulette of items. Oh, I can see the lottery wheel now. Lin Feng perked up. If you hadn't updated this, I would have suspected that all the items I drew were manipulated by the system behind the scenes. Opening the system panel. Sure enough, a lottery wheel had appeared beside it. Level 1 lottery: cigarettes, beer, peanuts, sunflower seeds, drinks. Level 2 lottery: good looks, charisma, handguns, breathing techniques. Level 3 lottery. Looking at it this way, there are indeed many good items in the system. He must have just had bad luck before always drawing those items. Seeing the updated system interface, Lin Feng couldn't help but take out a pink storage bag. The pink storage bag. This was compensation given to Lin Feng by that female demon lord when he left. At that time, Lin Feng felt insulted. He wasn't a sellout and resolutely refused to take it. However, after Ye Tian told him there were 100,000 spirit stones inside this storage bag, Lin Feng. System: exchange all the spirit stones for points, and this storage bag will be exchanged as well. Inside a luxurious building, a woman dressed in black leaned against the observation deck, her posture languid. I never expected someone would go to such lengths to preserve their own innocence. Truly a good man. As she spoke, the woman reminisced about yesterday's experiences, licking her lips. Where is the great demon lord? I am here. A woman emerged from the black mist, extending her jade-like long legs, revealing her proud figure. I have a task for you. Please speak, demon lord. The woman slightly bowed to the woman in black. Protect a man in secret. Protect a man. The great demon lord's brows furrowed slightly. Is this crucial for our war against the righteous faction? Very crucial. The woman in black toyed with her loose black hair. If something happens to him, I can't predict what I might do. On the official road. Lin Feng had already traveled quite a distance according to the map provided by the system. During this time, he had participated in dozens of draws, all costing 100 points for a level 5 draw. If the previous host Li Quan could see this level of extravagance, he would certainly exclaim unfairness. However, compared to Li Quan, Lin Feng's experience of using points was quite poor. Having exchanged 100 spirit stones for 1,000,000 points, he had already used up nearly half. What did he draw? Appearance 50, a charm 70, sword 1, mask 1, firearms several. His strength had risen from that of an ordinary person to the late stage of chi refinement. Among these, the only thing that slightly comforted Lin Feng was his improvement in strength to the late stage of chi refinement. However, with such an increase in appearance and charm, he only faced trouble. Now Lin Feng felt that encountering any woman would not be safe. After putting on the mask drawn from the system costing 100 points, he finally felt a bit more. This mask could be adjusted to cover any half of his face, or even fully conceal his face, and it could change colors and styles. This was what Lin Feng needed now. In the vast white system space, Ye Tian looked at his system interface. Having devoured the Black Spring Ancient Emperor and over 100,000 spirit stones, he had basically recovered the losses from coming to this world. Furthermore, there were still over 5 million points in the system. It's time to go out and set things up. With a casual gesture, the perfected nascent soul Tao classics appeared before Ye Tian and integrated into his body. Rich, genuine energy surged into Ye Tian's body like rivers flowing into the sea. Points were consumed rapidly. Perfect foundation establishment. Golden core first layer, golden core second layer. Golden core perfection, nascent soul, first transformation, nascent soul, second transformation. Nascent soul perfection. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, it was as if an old monk who had been in meditation for many years had welcomed his transformation. At this point, there was no tribulation, for Ye Tian did not belong here. After a day of travel, Lin Feng finally arrived in a large city. Ye Tian City. This city had a bustling flow of people. Based on his recollection, Lin Feng knew this was one of the large cities of the Tianwu Empire, but the public order was chaotic. As he entered the city, a golden dragon jade carriage caught Lin Feng's attention. Finding it in, Lin Feng did not wander outside aimlessly. He could sense that even with the mask on, many female cultivators were continuously sizing him up. In fact, along the way, many women even flirtatiously whistled at him. This made Lin Feng's face under the mask darken. Only when he sat in the inn's room could he relax a bit. To him, people were the most dangerous. Rest for 2 days before leaving, Lin Feng muttered to himself, taking out 2 pills from his belongings. These were given to him by Mu Yun yesterday. Now at the late stage of Qi refinement, Lin Feng planned to break through to the perfection stage of Qi refinement in these 2 days, ideally reaching the foundation establishment level. Although the public order in this city wasn't great, as long as he stayed in his room and didn't go out, he shouldn't encounter any danger. The full moon hung high. Temporarily leaving Lin Feng, Ye Tian appeared in the black market of Ye Tian City while wearing a mask. Taking a look around, he entered a small room. "Young master, are you looking for information? The Beggars Guild has every detail about Ye Tian City. What do you want to know? Is it about which royal figure arrived in Ye Tian City today? Or details regarding the young lattice marriage in Ye Tian City?" A shabby-looking woman approached Ye Tian with a lewd expression. "Oh really? So comprehensive." Ye Tian's tone was gentle. The female beggar nodded proudly. "Of course, as long as it's something you want to know, we can provide it. Can it be spread through a secret route?" Ye Tian inquired. "Spread the news?" The female beggar nodded. "They'll take you to meet the leader." Under the guidance of the female beggar, Ye Tian arrived at a room where an elderly woman with murky eyes sat. "Spread the news?" The elderly woman glanced at Ye Tian, who was wearing a mask. "What news do you want to spread, and how wide?" "I want you to promote a man, proclaiming him to be a ancient millennium handsome man, and let everyone in Ye Tian City know within 2 days." Ye Tian did not hesitate. "My." A flash of light appeared in the elderly woman's murky eyes. This was a big business. 100 low-grade spirit stones to be paid in full up front. Clatter. With a casual gesture, Ye Tian dropped 10,000 spirit stones onto the ground. The sight of the scattered spirit stones was indeed impactful. After placing down the spirit stones, Ye Tian provided Lin Feng's relevant information. "I hope you can do this perfectly, or else." As he spoke, an extremely terrifying aura gradually emanated from him. "Nascent soul." The elderly woman and the female beggar almost exclaimed in shock. "Rest assured, we will definitely deliver." The two bowed deeply in respect. At this moment, Ye Tian had already exited the door. Once Ye Tian completely left, the elderly woman and the female beggar gradually regained their composure. "Instruct everyone in the Beggars Guild to take action." The old woman did not dare to slack off in the slightest. If Ye Tian had not revealed his strength, the old woman might have genuinely regarded Ye Tian as a fool. But now he was a nascent soul powerhouse. An existence that could even become an elder in a first-rate sect, someone not to be offended. After leaving the black market, Ye Tian returned to the system. Watching Lin Feng, who was fully refining the breaking barrier pill, Ye Tian felt a sense of comfort. Once the news spread, experienced monsters would continuously come, allowing him to reap rewards. This was not harming the host, this was the treatment a protagonist should have. As for whether it would attract significant trouble, Ye Tian would have considered that before, but now he didn't have to worry at all. After all, Lin Feng now had a bodyguard. Thinking of this, Ye Tian looked towards a certain void where demonic energy surged like the sea. That night, as the Beggars Guild began to take action, within just a few hours, news about the ancient millennium handsome man spread rapidly. What? That man's appearance was like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. That man was the most perfect man in the world. That man was the most enduring. Regarding all of this, Lin Feng, who was diligently cultivating towards the perfection stage of Qi refinement, remained completely unaware. The next day, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes after his training, exhaling a breath of turbid air. "My strength has reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. I truly have a talent for cultivation." Looking at the remaining pill, Lin Feng decided to push forward and directly attempt foundation establishment. However, the commotion outside made him frown slightly. Wearing a mask, Lin Feng opened the wooden window and looked down at the street. For some reason, a large group of women had gathered outside the inn. Where is Lin Feng? Let him come out. Is he really as perfect as they say? I want to see for myself. Aeon Sina Millennium handsome man, how could it possibly be true? The outside was a chaotic mess. From their conversation, Lin Feng heard his name. This left him bewildered. Were these people really here looking for him? How did his name spread? There he is. Suddenly a woman in the crowd spotted Lin Feng peering out the window and shouted. It really is him. Just like in the painting, wearing a mask. Look at that figure, that Adam's apple. He truly is a handsome lad. Lin Feng immediately shut the window, his expression grave. What was going on? He had inexplicably gained fame overnight. Sensing danger, Lin Feng thought it best to leave Jiuxin City early. Arriving at the back door. Haha, I knew this little man would escape this way. A woman clad in a luxurious gold-embroidered gown leaned against the wall looking at Lin Feng with a flirtatious gaze. Let me introduce myself. I am Ye Tian, one of the 4 young ladies of Jiuxin City. The woman confidently stated as she approached Lin Feng, reaching out to remove his mask. Let me see what this so-called Ancient Millennium man looks like. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and stepped back. Don't cause trouble. Oh. The interest in the woman's eyes rose. How about this'll give you 100 spirit stones if you let me see your face. You can keep that amount for yourself, Lin Feng scoffed. Indeed, having witnessed the extravagance of that female demon, 100 spirit stones were hardly significant. Haha, what a big talker, looking down on 100 spirit stones. How about 500 spirit stones then? Upon hearing this offer, Lin Feng fell silent for a moment. How about this? Let's compare our strengths. If you win, I'll show you my face. If I win, you give me 1,000 spirit stones. Oh, you want to fight me? I am a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Ye Tian looked at Lin Feng skeptically. Besides, I don't fight the old or the young, and I don't fight men. Lin Feng was equally irritated. What kind of nonsense was that, not fighting the old or the young? It just sounded so annoying. Lin Feng's words also provoked Ye Tian. Very well, man, I will use only half of my strength and agree to fight you. Let's begin. Are you ready? Lin Feng asked. It has already started. Ye Tian said, charging straight at Lin Feng. In response, Lin Feng raised the gun in his hand. Bang. The bullet fired from the gun. Ye Tian, charging forward, suddenly sensed the danger. Chi surged. He prepared to resist with all his strength. Unfortunately, the bullet was too fast and had enough penetrating power. With a poochie sound, Ye Tian's protective chi was pierced. The bullet exploded on her shoulder. With a pained grunt, the woman staggered back several steps. You lost, Ye Tian. Dropping a storage bag, she huffed angrily. I will come back once I heal. As the woman left, Lin Feng picked up the storage bag on the ground. Is this really 1,000 spirit stones? Looking at the crowd outside the inn, it seemed he had discovered a wealth secret. Not far from the inn, a fighting ring was set up. Win, and you can remove his mask. Lose, and you pay 1,000 spirit stones. This peculiar fighting ring attracted many challengers, but unfortunately, they couldn't afford the spirit stones. However, by the end of the day, Lin Feng had earned 5,000 spirit stones. These mid-stage foundation establishment guys posed no threat at all. Earning 5,000 spirit stones converted to 5,000 points. Lin Feng rewarded himself with a level 6 lottery draw. Ding, consuming 1,000 points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Melancholic Sorrow. Remaining points 5,500. Skill Melancholic Sorrow. Description: by using this skill, it can evoke a protective instinct from the opposite sex. The strength of the skill depends on the host's appearance and charm. Seeing this skill, Lin Feng had no complaints. He even felt quite lucky, as it was at least more acceptable than what he had obtained in the last level 6 lottery draw. In the Jiuxin City Lord's mansion, 4 stunning women sat around a stone table, each absorbed in their thoughts. The 9th princess came to our Jiuxin City yesterday to coerce my mother into aligning with her faction. Right now the palace is rife with undercurrents. It is definitely not the time to take sides. Among these women, one in a white silk long dress with clear apricot eyes revealed a serious expression. Sister Baishao, don't overthink it. Lord City Master can handle it. We just need to avoid causing any trouble for the elders. A woman in a red dress comforted the woman in the white dress. Speaking of not causing trouble, Jean, Yin, who did you offend? Another woman in a black dress fanning herself with a folding fan asked with interest. Jean Yan's expression darkened. Sisters, I told you not to laugh at me. The next day, Lin Feng, wearing a mask and carrying a rifle, returned to the fighting ring. Such a good way to make money, how could he not take advantage of it? After another day of fermentation, Lin Feng's reputation as a Ancient Millennium handsome man had completely spread throughout Jiuxin City. More and more people came to challenge Lin Feng. However, facing Lin Feng's technological weapons, these people who hadn't reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment were completely unable to withstand it. Once again, easily winning a match, Lin Feng earned another 1,000 spirit stones. The crowd below was abuzz. Most of the women scolded the defeated woman for being useless, unable to handle a little man. It was too embarrassing. Is there anyone else? Lin Feng changed the bullets in his gun. If there's no one, let's call it a day. Scanning the surroundings, Lin Feng noticed that more and more people were gathering. With so many people, he could no longer control the situation. I come to seek advice. A female voice emerged, and a woman in a white dress appeared on the fighting stage. Isn't that the city lord's daughter, Bai Xiao? This just got interesting. Bai Xiao, the young city lord, is ranked 9th on our Tianwu Empire's talented youngsters list. Pinnacle of Foundation establishment, even capable of challenging Golden Core strongmen. Pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Can challenge a Golden Core. Hearing this, Lin Feng coughed lightly. I'm done for today, let's meet again tomorrow. Tomorrow? Lin Feng is about to run away. Interesting. Bai Xiao watched Lin Feng's actions, speaking casually. Are you afraid of not being able to defeat me, revealing your ugly face beneath the mask? My. Lin Feng looked at the woman for a moment. You know what I look like? I wouldn't be interested in knowing. Bai Xiao's voice did not conceal her disdain. In just one day's time, your fame has spread throughout Jiuxin City, and do you think I wouldn't know what methods you used? You, a man, know best whether the face under the mask is ugly or handsome. Wow. A considerable commotion erupted among the spectators below the fighting stage. In just a few words, Bai Xiao revealed significant information. At that moment, a woman in a black dress holding a sword and accompanied by 2 others stepped onto the fighting stage. Everyone. The title of Lin Feng as a Ancient Millennium handsome man was spread by the beggar gang. No one knows his true appearance. Just a mask has led to so many speculations. Lin Feng, are you truly that cunning? The woman in black clapped her hands, her tone admiring, but the smirk at the corner of her mouth couldn't be concealed. The young master of the Heiyun family and the 2 from the Jin family and Hong family have also arrived. Many people below the fighting stage recognized the identities of the woman in black and the other 2. Lin Feng was stunned. It turned out someone really was spreading news about him. The crowd erupted and many looked at Lin Feng with barely concealed anger. Lin Feng himself was indifferent as long as it didn't affect his spirit stones. He said, think whatever you want. I'm leaving now. Stop. Bai Xiao's words were frosty. Take off the mask, return the spirit stones earned to those who challenged you and failed, then get out of my Jiuxin city. Under normal circumstances, the 4 young ladies, including Bai Xiao, would never have bothered with Lin Feng's deceitful antics. Even if Jin Yan suffered setbacks because of Lin Feng, they wouldn't have made such a fuss. After all, Jiuxian City was not known for its good law and order. However, with the 9th princess arriving in Jiuxian City, the 4 young ladies could not help but step forward upon witnessing the scale of the rumors surrounding Lin Feng. At the very least, they could not allow Lin Feng's baseless rumors to give the 9th princess a negative impression of Jiuxian City. On the arena, hearing Bai Xiao's cold words, Lin Feng's brows furrowed beneath his mask. What if I say no? Then I will take off your mask and let everyone see this so-called Ancient Millennium handsome man of yours. Bai Xiao said, transforming into a white figure and instantly appearing before Lin Feng. So fast. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. Indeed, those in the top 10 of the talented list were all extraordinary. He had no time to evade. With a lightness on his face, the mask was directly removed. The moment Lin Feng's appearance was revealed, the originally cold Bai Xiao was momentarily stunned. On the arena and below, the chaotic sounds suddenly fell silent. Everyone felt as if a holy arrow from Cupid had pierced their hearts. What an exquisite face it was. The perfectly proportioned lips bore no flaws, and the strong nose framed deep, captivating eyes that drew one in. He resembled a work of art crafted by the gods, with dark brows partially obscured by a few strands of black hair, and his flawless face was beyond reproach. A glance that could last a millennium. A Ancient Millennium encounter. With a gentle breeze, a stray black hair fell, and Lin Feng sighed inwardly. System activate, skill heartbroken. In an instant, Lin Feng's eyes, which should have been filled with joy, were instead filled with melancholy. He stared intently at Bai Xiao before him. You did it, you unveiled my mask. The man's words were laced with self-mockery. As he spoke, Lin Feng tossed the storage bag containing spirit stones onto the arena. Since Jiuxian City does not need someone like me, you'll take my leave. With those words, Lin Feng turned to leave. Wait. Bai Xiao blocked Lin Feng's path. Looking into the man's melancholic eyes, she felt a surge of regret. She had misjudged the situation and hurt this man's feelings, and her attitude should not have been so harsh. Apologize. Retain him. Bai Xiao wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. What? Does Bai Xiao City Lord intend to imprison me? Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged, but inside, he felt a twinge of panic. If they truly wanted to detain him, he had no way to resist. He couldn't fight, nor could he run. It's all the system's fault for not giving him some strength. How could he be so passive? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Bai Xiao looked at his impeccable face, her gaze momentarily faltering. This? Your mask. Bai Xiao handed Lin Feng the mask she had removed. Taking the mask, and putting it on, Lin Feng said nothing and walked away. Wow! After Lin Feng left, the crowd below the arena erupted in excitement. A stunning beauty. Absolutely exquisite. If such a man could spend a night with me, I would gladly lose 10 years off my life. Truly a unseen millennium encounter. Just one glance made my heart surge. I must go to the brothel tonight, and find 2 men to relieve myself. What a sham. What an ugly man. The moment they saw Lin Feng's appearance, everyone discarded that thought. This was the unseen millennium handsome man. Meanwhile, on the arena, the 4 young ladies from Xian City had varied expressions. I told you not to act impulsively, we should solve it another way. Wearing a golden embroidered long dress, Ye Tian's beautiful face was filled with sadness. You shouldn't have told them, you've ruined my chances. After seeing Lin Feng's looks, Ye Tian was filled with regret. What a fine young man, and now he had been driven away. The other 3 ladies were too embarrassed to speak. After all, the plan was conceived by the woman in the black dress, supported by the woman in red, and executed by Bai Xiao in white. No, I must go after him. You all help me say goodbye to my family. The more she thought about it, the more she felt wronged. Ye Tian no longer hesitated. Oh, as a woman, if she did not take the initiative, she would never have a story with that man. Are you crazy? Bai Xiao furrowed her brows. Do you know where that man is going? Oh, who cares where he's going? Am I afraid he will eat me? I actually want him to. You. Bai Xiao was left speechless. Bai Xiao, I think Ye Tian's idea is quite good, said the woman in red, her gaze still fixed on the direction Lin Feng had gone. You support Ye Tian's idea? Bai Xiao frowned. The woman with slightly red eyes, Hong Ling, squinted. Do you believe in love at first sight? What do you mean? Bai Xiao's heart skipped a beat. I want to pursue that young man. Hong Ling did not hide her intentions. Ye Tian grew anxious. Hey, that young man is mine. Ha ha, you two are something else. The woman in black chuckled and shook her head. A graceful, handsome man, a woman's good match, count me in. You guys. Bai Xiao felt as if she was meeting these 3 sisters for the first time. On the flat road, Lin Feng looked at the 3 women surrounding him, feeling a strange sense of incongruity. He had only just left Xian City, and the 3 young ladies from Xian City had already caught up with him. After confirming he was heading to the capital, the 3 of them immediately spoke, as if by coincidence, merging into a group with Lin Feng. He couldn't shake them off. Young Master Lin, are you going to the capital for something? Hong Ling rode beside Lin Feng. Among the 3, only she had never clashed directly with him. I'm going to participate in the handsome man examination. Lin Feng thought of the 40,000 spirit stones he had to compensate along with these 3 plus Bai Xiao. He planned to temporarily not hold these people accountable. Participate in the handsome man examination. Hearing this, Ye Tian, who had perked up her ears, turned her horse's head. Lin Feng, do you want to marry the rulers of the Tianwu Empire? Do you have insights? No way. How can you marry those female ministers? Ye Tian felt anxious. The Tianwu Empire is in turmoil, who knows how many will die. You can't get involved in this. Oh, Lin Feng was somewhat surprised to hear about the internal situation of the Tianwu Empire. The woman in black also spoke up. The Tianwu Empire is barely holding itself together now. Oh, a man as handsome as you should come with me. After all, I'm a disciple of the Xuanwu sect. Hearing this, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. As Lin Feng left Xian City, the topic of the unseen millennium handsome man only rose in prominence. Hundreds of women who had witnessed Lin Feng's appearance were already firmly convinced of his title as an unseen millennium handsome man. It was as if he had become a loudspeaker. Lin Feng himself was unaware that his name had already spread to several surrounding cities. The abyssal forbidden zone. One of the most dreaded places among all cultivators. The deeper one ventures, the deadlier it becomes. Rumor holds that not even nascent soul masters can endure the length of a single stick of incense within this region. At the very center of the forbidden zone, atop a churning black spring, a woman sat cross-legged. The space shivered out, a dense black mist coalesced beside her. What is it? Any developments? The woman, still in meditation, slowly opened her eyes. The golden lotus beneath her gleamed like a beacon in the dark. Report, Demon Lord. There is indeed some news. The great demon prelate bowed to the woman to show respect. Speak. When the demon lord permitted, the prelate spoke softly, relating the broad strokes of what Lin Feng had done and the misfortunes he had encountered these past 2 days in Xian City. Ha ha ha. That little man even conferred upon himself the title of a Onsen Sandier's handsome fellow. Ye Tian smiled and shook her head, her words turning icier. The people of Jiuxin City should consider themselves fortunate they did not let him be harmed, though otherwise the city would have been wiped out. Demon Lord. Those youths circling Lin Feng, shall they be slain? Having seen the Demon Lord's attitude toward that man, the great demon prelate knew full well that Lin Feng was the Demon Lord's cherished favorite. No. Elian shook her head. That man will remain chaste and untouchable. Send someone down to continue watching him. When I emerge from seclusion and my strength ascends another step, I shall seek him in person. Yes. In the rolling mountain ranges Lin Feng and the others quicken their pace. This is the Tianling mountain range, a place infested with bandits. We must pass through as swiftly as possible. Wu Yin's normally impassive, delicate face grew serious. Beside her, Jin Yin scoffed with indifference. Bandits. Let them come. I Miss Jean will cut down however many there are. No sooner had the words fallen than a line of felled trees barred the path ahead. Before those trees stood a large contingent of female brigands. Miss Jean, perhaps it would be wiser not to speak. Hong Ling covered her brow in helplessness. Masked Lin Feng stared at the scene before him, feeling a twinge of nausea. These brigands were nearly bare-chested. Do not imagine that being female made them beautiful. Their greasy noodle-like hair slung over their shoulders almost made Lin Feng retch up last night's meal. Sizing up Lin Feng and his three companions, the roadblock ruffians grinned and shouted, "Sisters, business has arrived. The men will stay as stronghold husbands, the women will be slain." The bald female leader waved a cleaver and issued orders to those behind her. Had Lin Feng and his group been many, they might have bargained for safe passage with coin. But there were only 4 of them now, in the brigand leader's eyes they were easily prey. The brigands surged. The 3 young ladies from Jiuxin City stepped forward without hesitation. Wu Yin's cultivation was foundation establishment perfected. She was a name on the heavenly prodigy ranking. Hong Ling stood at late foundation establishment with strength poised to challenge the heavenly prodigy ranking. Jin Yan's cultivation completed the trio. Together their prowess marked them as an exceptionally gifted peer group for their age. At the moment of collision, the brigands were swept away, as if withering before a gale. They are foundation establishment cultivators. The bandits finally realized, but it was already too late. As Wu Yin's long sword prepared to finish off the brigand leader, Lin Feng called out, "Let her lead us to her lair." About half an hour later they arrived at a deserted mountain stronghold. Those who had come down to block the road were in fact the entire bandit gang from the stronghold. Inside the bandit vault, among a heap of rusted axes, halberds, and a few paltry trinkets, Lin Feng clicked his tongue. Truly impoverished. System. The valuable items in this stronghold were devoured and converted into points, weren't they? Ding. Host gained 10 points. Only 10 points. Lin Feng shook his head at the waste of youth. Ding. Host looted a bandit stronghold. System subfunction activated. Loot the house. Function loot. Description. Each successful loot increases the host's corresponding strength. A new function. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Feng shivered with excitement. Looting can raise strength. System, why did you not reveal this earlier? He bristled with hope. With such a feature, growth would surely follow. Opening the loot panel, a map unfurled centered on Lin Feng. Points of light appeared across the terrain, each a place to be looted. The intensity of each light indicated the richness of its vault. Moving the map, Lin Feng discovered that the capital was a cluster of small sun vaults. His eyes sparkled. There were also many targets worth looting in the Tianlang range. You should have opened this ages ago, system. Lin Feng straightened with pride, while Ye Tian shook his head in silence. Emerging from the stronghold, Lin Feng was buoyant. The 3 women looked at him with puzzled expressions. Come, I will teach you to wield a weapon that requires no spiritual energy and can deal with any cultivator below perfected foundation establishment. With a grand gesture, Lin Feng handed 3 AK-47s to the women before him. Only effective against those below perfected foundation establishment. Then perhaps I need not this at all. Wu Yin pointed the muzzle at the sky as she inspected the strange weapon. Isn't this the weapon you used in the arena? Jin Yin examined the rifle in her hands and glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, a man like you should not be seen using so crude an implement. I have cruder weapons still. Would you like to see? Lin Feng retorted irascibly. His words failed to stir much interest. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. If you all learn to handle them, I will remove my mask. The 3 women immediately lifted their heads, emerald light brightening their eyes. Is that for real? That would be wonderful. Let us begin training at once. System, bear witness. I have not betrayed my dignity. I only. Host, I understand. Lin Feng, cultivators indeed. With no prior basis, after only the time it takes for 2 sticks of incense, they had mastered recoil control. When Jin Yan fired the last magazine, all 3 of their gazes fell upon Lin Feng's mask. There could be no ambiguity. Lin Feng removed the mask, a broad-chested, unabashed man who had no fear of showing his face. Jin Yan swallowed audibly. Wu Yin's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Hong Ling stared without blinking. With a helpless sigh, Lin Feng distributed a dozen magazines to each. I intend to stand for justice and purge the entire Tianlang range of bandits. If anyone regrets this, now you may step back. Such tempting words, Hong Ling murmured as she watched Lin Feng's face, clearly on a different wavelength. Lin Feng underestimated the power of beauty and charm. The reason these three women followed him out of Zhou City was simply because of his looks. Even Bai Xiao had considered chasing after Lin Feng. However, as the young city lord, she couldn't leave. Among the three women, Lin Feng chose to remain silent. He opened the map of the target location and walked in a certain direction, with the three following naturally behind him. He traversed mountains and hills. Lin Feng arrived near a medium-sized bandit stronghold. Black Tiger's stronghold, notorious for its many crimes, worth rating: Foundation Establishment Late Stage 1, Foundation Establishment Mid Stage 2, Foundation Establishment Early Stage 3, Uchi Refinement Stage 10, Regular Members 100. After reviewing the information, Lin Feng realized that this stronghold was manageable. There was no need to hide anymore. He boldly approached the entrance of the Black Tiger stronghold. The female bandit on guard was the first to spot Lin Feng. At first glance, she rubbed her eyes, and on the second glance exclaimed, "Sisters, there's a top-tier beauty outside. Super top-tier. Where? Where?" Hearing that there was a man, several women in sleeveless tops rushed to the entrance. "Wow, he's way more handsome than the brothel head I saw last time. What are you waiting for? Quickly capture him and present him to the chief." "Huh. Don't rush, let's first see what this little man wants in our stronghold." "What do you think I want?" Listening to their words, Lin Feng raised the AK in his hand. Rat-a-tat-tat. Amidst the gunfire, numerous female bandits fell into pools of blood. What kind of weapon is that? The surviving bandits were filled with terror. How could a companion who was alive just a breath ago suddenly be dead? Before they could question further, another shower of bullets rained down. It was the three women from behind. "Let's go inside." Lin Feng signaled to the three women. When the four entered the Black Tiger stronghold, the surviving lackeys stood behind several tall figures. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble for our Black Tiger stronghold?" A cold-voiced middle-aged woman in the lead said, "Do you know that our Black Tiger stronghold is backed by the Black?" As she said this, the woman glanced warily at Wu Yin, then focused her gaze on Lin Feng. "If you leave this little man behind, I can pretend today's events never happened." Licking her lips, the chief's eyes sparkled. Bang! Lin Feng shot directly at the chief of the Black Tiger stronghold. A stream of blood flowed down from her head, while the stronghold leader's face still bore the lingering greed as she fell heavily to the ground. "Such a scumbag still dared to desire me. The chief is dead." The other bandits momentarily failed to react. Once they did, it was as if a tree had fallen and the entire stronghold's members scattered in a panic. That saved some trouble. Looking at the empty stronghold, Lin Feng walked straight towards the treasure vault. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful raid, earning 100,000 points. Ding! The host receives feedback. Realm reached Foundation Establishment. Feeling the nearly tenfold increase in true energy within his body, Lin Feng glanced at the completely devoured treasure vault, feeling satisfied and content. This was the system he had always dreamed of. Coming out of the treasure vault, Lin Feng saw that a crowd had gathered in the open space of the stronghold. These people, both men and women, old and young, were all captives of the Black Tiger stronghold. What will happen to them? If we leave them be, they will definitely be taken away or even killed by other strongholds. Hong Ling approached Lin Feng. "Let everyone rest for a bit. Later I'll give them each a gun, and we'll go clear out the bandit lairs together." Lin Feng's words left Hong Ling and the others astonished. Isn't this a bit too crazy? The entire night passed until deep into the night. Including the Black Tiger stronghold, Lin Feng had now raided 7 strongholds. Moreover, his team had grown to over 300 people. Lin Feng's own strength had directly risen to the Foundation Establishment mid-stage, and his points had reached 1.2 million. As for the consequences that followed, every one of those 7 strongholds had backing, and Lin Feng had offended 7 sects akin to the Heavenly Demon sect. Regarding this, Lin Feng was unperturbed. First, he would go for a 7th level lottery. The 7th level lottery worth 1 million points was Lin Feng's first foray into this realm of lotteries. The items on the roulette made his eyes shine. Cloud Explosive Bomb, Golden Core, Enlightenment, 7th level Magic Book, Teleportation, Furnace Body. All these items except for the 5th one were desirable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Furnace Body. Item: Furnace Body. Description: the stronger the host's strength, the greater the attraction of the Furnace Body to the opposite sex. Furnace Body. Furnace Body. Hearing Ye Tian's voice, Lin Feng took a deep breath, his mind spinning. 1 million points, and he only got this thing. Well, Lin Feng should have been used to it by now. The next day, Lin Feng was just about to continue his raiding journey from yesterday, when unexpectedly the sects behind the destroyed strongholds came knocking. In the pitch black clouds, a powerful golden core expert released intense pressure towards the ground. Is it you who destroyed our sect's stronghold in the Tianlang mountain range? In the sky, the stout woman's voice boomed like a bronze bell. Lin Feng's gaze was filled with seriousness, but at that moment Ye Tian stepped forward, her long hair flowing. I am the young master of the Ye family from Jiaoxian City. If I destroy your trash stronghold, do you have a problem with that? Ye family. The woman in the sky's eyes ignited with fury. Coincidentally, our ghost shark sect and your Ye family are mortal enemies. Today I will kill you, the young master of the Ye family. Boom. The entire sky seemed to collapse. The woman in the sky was definitely not a simple golden core expert. She might even be a high-tier golden core expert who had reached the 7th level or higher. Run, disperse. Lin Feng, wearing a mask, shouted at the crowd. As for the captives he rescued yesterday, Lin Feng couldn't save them. He himself might not even escape. After Lin Feng's command, Yin Hongling, Wu Yin, and the others all understood and ran in different directions. Lin Feng's speed was not slow either. Fortunately, he had broken through to the Foundation establishment mid-stage due to the raids yesterday. However, that woman in the sky didn't care about the others, as she was coming straight for Lin Feng. In response, Lin Feng moved even faster, his heart growing increasingly anxious. That fatty woman just said she'd kill Jin Yin first, didn't she? That idiot Jin Yin attracted so much hatred, it did she just attract it for herself? Perhaps it's because of the host's furnace body which caught someone's eye. Ye Tian commented. You've caused me a great mess. Quickly think of a way to help me get out of this. Lin Feng shouted anxiously at the system. Shaking his head, Ye Tian was about to covertly use some means when he suddenly sensed something and paused. Host, why not take off your mask? Perhaps it will help you escape. What? Lin Feng didn't quite understand. There's an extraordinary beauty nearby spying on you. You might have to sacrifice a bit of your charm. Ye Tian said this, leaving Lin Feng utterly speechless. What does sacrificing a bit of charm mean? What does he take him for? When has he ever needed to rely on his looks? You cannot escape. The elder of the Ghost Shark sect, a high-level golden core expert, appeared above Lin Feng. A gust of wind swept by, blowing away Lin Feng's mask. Seeing this man's appearance, the elder woman in the sky was increasingly satisfied. Come back to the Ghost Shark sect with me, and I will take you as my concubine. Lin Feng felt a chill. The women in this world seemed to be creatures ruled by their lower instincts. Once he became powerful, he would incite a revolution among all the men in the world. Whoosh! A massive hand formed from true energy descended upon Lin Feng, shrouded in shadows. Just as Lin Feng was about to be at their mercy, a beam of golden light suddenly rose from behind. The elder's assault melted away like ice and snow. Even the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart by the golden light at that moment. For a moment, the world fell silent. Tap, tap, tap. Soft footsteps echoed from behind. Ghost Shark sect. You are not from the demonic sect, yet this is not the first time you've forcibly taken men, is it? The woman's leisurely voice carried an undeniable authority. Who are you? The woman in the sky, upon seeing the woman appear behind Lin Feng, spoke with a hint of caution. The one who just broke her true energy was not weaker than her. You are not worthy to know my identity. The woman stopped beside Lin Feng, casually waving her hand behind her. Li Gongong, kill her. Yes, your highness. As the voice fell, Lin Feng could clearly see a man appear behind the elder woman in the sky. The man raised the whisk in his hand towards the elder of the Ghost Shark sect. Nascent soul expert. The woman in the sky was filled with terror, having no chance to evade. With a sweeping motion of the whisk, a cloud of blood mist appeared in the sky. Gulch. Lin Feng was more shocked than anything else upon witnessing this scene. The one who had just been like a thunderbolt fell with a single whisk. Beside him, the woman looked at Lin Feng's expression and smiled. You must be Lin Feng, right? Do you know me? Lin Feng looked at the woman for the first time. She wore a golden robe, and her gentle change eyebrows highlighted her pair of phoenix eyes with a unique charm. Her slightly plump red lips below a delicate nose gave her egg-shaped face an enchanting elegance. I have heard of Lin Gongzi's reputation in Jiaoxian City. It is indeed thunderous. The woman chuckled lightly. Today, I finally meet you. Lin Gongzi is indeed more handsome than ordinary men. A beauty like you is truly no exaggeration. Jiaoxian City. Lin Feng felt a bit awkward. After all, everyone should think that the news was released by him intentionally. He still didn't understand who had helped spread that news. Polite yet evasive, Lin Feng smiled. Thank you for saving me. May I ask who you are? Hearing this handsome man's question, Jiyoyu, with her hands clasped behind her back, did not hide. I am Jiyoyu, the 9th princess of the Tianwu Empire, that is me. 9th princess. Lin Feng was slightly astonished. As a princess of a nation, it was no wonder she had such a formidable guard. Lin Gongzi need not feel restrained because of my status. Since we have met and become acquainted, just treat me as a friend. Saying this, Jiyoyu bent down to pick up Lin Feng's mask from the ground. Lin Gongzi, you must be heading to the capital, right? How do you know? Ha, Lin Gongzi, do not think too much of it. Ji Youyu pointed towards the distant official road. After passing through the Tianlang mountain range, it leads directly to the capital. I deduced Lin Gongzi's journey from this. Since you are going to the capital, if you do not mind, may we travel together? But Lin Feng thought of Jin Yin and those guys. Ding side quest released reached the capital within 3 days. Quest success reward divine level culinary skills. Quest failure no punishment. Great. Let's travel together. Lin Feng turned to look at the 9th princess in front of him, his face serious. Time is of the essence, let's depart now. In the relatively smooth golden dragon jade carriage, Lin Feng gazed at the scenery outside, lost in thought. If I am not mistaken, Lin Gongzi's reason for entering the capital this time is for the male talent assessment, right? The 9th princess, noticing Lin Feng's silence, took the initiative to bring up the topic. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. This response caused Ji Yu's gaze to flicker slightly. Actually, I do not want you to participate in today's male talent assessment. Oh. Lin Feng perked up. Previously Jin Yin and the others had also mentioned the male talent assessment, and now the 9th princess expressed her disapproval. This made Lin Feng truly realize the unusual nature of the male talent assessment. Why do you say that, 9th princess? What is different about this year's assessment? This year's assessment. Ji Youyu pondered for a moment before sighing. To be honest, our Tianwu Empire is now in a dire situation. On the outside, we are pressured by 2 nations and the demonic path. Internally, the royal family is in chaos due to power struggles. Ji Youyu shook her head, expressing her concerns without much worry for Lin Feng. Before last year, our Tianwu Empire had already had many anchor points which have now fully erupted. As for why I advised you not to participate in this year's male talent assessment, Ji Yuyu's expression turned despondent. It is because this year's male talent assessment has attracted some VIPs to the capital. VIPs. Lin Feng caught this crucial piece of information. Yes, VIPs. Ji Youyu sighed. The western region's Buddhist kingdom, the northern region's Xiongnu, and over a dozen first-rate demonic sects have all arrived in the capital this year. These fellows are eyeing our royal family, waiting for us to fall apart. With the male talent assessment approaching, those ambitious guys are all very interested. At this point, Ji Youyu looked up at the man before her, who seemed to have stepped out of a painting. Not only do you possess a celestial appearance, but you are also a furnace body. If you participate, you will undoubtedly be among the top 3 in the male talent assessment. However, if it truly comes to that, under the watchful eyes of these demons, it will be difficult for our royal family to protect you. After hearing Ji Yu's words, Lin Feng's gaze flickered. He didn't expect the situation to be this dire. Going to the capital at this time would likely be in vain. However, looking at the system's interface, the task of obtaining first place in the male talent assessment was still there. Lin Feng felt helpless. Did he really have to back down? The cost was a kidney. With a sigh, Lin Feng ultimately could only speak against his conscience. Thank you, 9th princess, for your concern and for informing me of the truth, but participating in the male talent assessment is my dream, and I do not wish to back down at this time. These words left Ji Youyu momentarily stunned. Lin Feng, you are truly very different from other men. The next 2 days passed peacefully with no pursuit and no bandits. Everything went exceptionally smoothly. Indeed, the 9th prince's golden dragon carriage symbolized the direct lineage of the royal family of the Tianwu Empire. Within the Tianwu Empire, who would dare to block the way? As the evening sun cast its slanted rays, Lin Feng finally caught sight of a colossal city in the distance, resembling a giant dragon lying on the ground. This was a grand city of the mystical world. At first glance, the city walls were as magnificent as mountain ranges. The faint smell of smoke and fire gave this imperial city a vibrancy unlike that of modern cities from his previous life. Ding! The host has completed the task. Reward godly culinary skills. Ye Tian surfaced for a moment before diving back down. As the 9th prince's carriage arrived at the city walls, the guards respectfully bowed their heads. Sister Jiao is back. The one welcoming Ji Youyu was not a soldier from the city, but a woman with a gentle demeanor possessing a kind of sickly beauty. In this world, any woman who steps into the realm of cultivators nurtured by continuous true qi is generally beautiful. Of course, some cultivation techniques can affect one's appearance, but that's another matter. 5th sister, Ji Youyu stepped out of the dragon carriage. Why aren't you taking care of your injuries and running out like this? Alas. Something happened. The 5th princess slightly furrowed her delicate brows, looking somewhat lost. Hearing this, Ji Youyu glanced at the city gate, her eyes flickering. Let's talk about it later. In the capital city, in an elegant pavilion, Ji Youyu, the 5th princess, Ji Youjiao, and Lin Feng, who wore a mask, were all present. Your Highness, this is. Ji Youjiao looked at Lin Feng with a hint of inquiry. Let me introduce, this is Lin Feng, a friend I met on the way. Ji Youyu said, patting her elder sister's shoulder. Don't worry, young Master Lin, is one of us. Feel free to speak openly. Yes, one of us. In the past 2 days, Lin Feng and Ji Youyu had become quite familiar with each other. Perhaps it was also because Ji Youyu did not address him with terms like little man or young master. Lin Feng was more than happy to chat with her. Well, alright. The fifth princess Ji Youjiao shifted her gaze from Lin Feng's masked face back to Ji Youyu and said, "The Empress issued a decree not long ago. The position of the imperial daughter crown princess will be officially determined in 3 days. Oh." Upon hearing this, Ji Yu's heart tightened. Who will the imperial daughter position be given to? No one yet. Ji Youjiao shook her head. The Empress said that the position of the imperial daughter is directly related to the handsome men's assessment. Handsome men's assessment. Ji Youyu felt a bit puzzled. How could this matter be linked to the imperial daughter? Ji Youjiao promptly explained. Because our Tianwu Empire's handsome men's assessment has intrigued the other 2 nations, and the demonic sect, they also want to participate. Based on the criteria of this assessment, the 2 nations and the demonic sect have each sent 1 man, and they allow our Tianwu Empire to send 3 men to determine which country's handsome man ranks first in the competitions. If we lose, we will have to cede Nanjingzhou to be divided among the 2 nations and the demonic sect. And if we win, then? Ji Youyu suppressed her rising anger. Ji Youjiao sighed. They agreed to refrain from interfering with our Tianwu Empire for a month. What a pair of 2 nations and 10 demonic sects. Ji Youyu was filled with rage. How could that woman agree to such an unequal arrangement? The 5th princess silently nodded. The Tianwu Empire is weak. We must accept this challenge even if we don't want. The Empress has entrusted the 3 spots for the men representing the Tianwu Empire in battle to our princes. She knows we have already split into 3 factions, so we and the 13th sister have 1 spot together. Upon hearing this, Ji Youyu realized. Then among us 9 princesses, whoever sends out a man that can shine brightly against the 2 nations and 10 sects, that woman will pass the position of imperial daughter to whom? Ji Youjiao nodded. When does the assessment start? Ji Youyu inquired. Tomorrow is the first round, which will eliminate 2. So soon? Ji Youyu felt a sense of urgency. Have you found a man to represent us yet? I and the 13th sister invited a man. He is recognized as the most handsome man in the entire Zhongzhou region. As she said this, Ji Youjiao glanced at Lin Feng and then whispered to Ji Youyu, I've seen him. That little man indeed has some potential. In terms of appearance. Ji Youyu looked at Lin Feng, who had been silent. If it weren't for the vast difference, it wouldn't be of much use in the assessment. In this competition among nations, what should be compared is talent. That first handsome man from Zhongzhou, bring him to me tonight. I need to have some understanding. All right. Ji Youjiao nodded. You take care too. The capital has become even more chaotic recently. After saying this, Ji Youjiao hurriedly left. And with the departure of the 5th princess, Lin Feng couldn't remain calm. System, didn't you say to let me complete the task of becoming the top handsome man? What is the current top handsome man status? Is it the kind that those 2 princesses mentioned, comparing against foreigners? Host understands perfectly. Ye Tian spoke up, calming Lin Feng's mood. But, Lin Feng pondered. If that's the case, then don't I have no chance to compete at all? The host can strive for it. Wow, system, you aren't secretly coveting my kidney, are you? Lin Feng now wanted to see what level of lottery could restore his kidney. Of course, this was just a thought. Under the system's coercion, Lin Feng had to humbly approach the 9th princess, Ji Youyu. Youyu, I think it would be better for me to participate in that handsome men's assessment for you. Lin Feng's words made Ji Youyu pause. No need. Her tone was somewhat serious. I'm serious. Look, my strength is at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. I can compose poetry and write lyrics. That's enough. Ji Youyu rarely intensified her tone. Do you, a man, know how dangerous the handsome men's assessment is? Countless hungry wolf-like eyes are watching you if you were to appear and get taken away by someone else. What should I do? Stunned Lin Feng was left speechless. This woman seemed to have developed different feelings for him. But that's my dream. Lin Feng thought of the system's task and went against his conscience. His eyes also dimmed, activating the sorrowful skill sadness permeating the air. The moment this skill was released, it deeply affected Ji Youyu. The consequence was, Lin Feng was deeply embraced by Ji Youyu. Her substantial bosom pressed against Lin Feng as she whispered in his ear, once I obtain the imperial throne, I will give you anything you want. In that moment, the 9th princess, Ji Youyu, unabashedly revealed her inner ambitions to Lin Feng. It was night. The high-hanging full moon cast a silvery glow over the entire capital city. In a certain room of the courtyard, a gentle knock echoed on the door. Inside, Ji Youyu paused her brush strokes and said, "Come in." Creak. The wooden door always made a strange sound when it opened. After the door opened, a figure wrapped tightly in layers entered cautiously. This small man, Wu Tong, greets His Highness the 9th princess. You are the most beautiful man in Zhongzhou, Wu Tong. Ji turned around, her brows slightly furrowed as she looked at the man before her, who was tightly wrapped. Remove those wrappings. Yes. The man replied softly, pinching the fabric on his body with his thumb and index finger, carefully peeling it away. It took a considerable amount of time, almost half a stick of incense. Only then did the man finally remove the excess layers from his body. As he was about to remove more clothing, Ji waved her hand and said, "That's enough." Looking at the man's delicate face before her, Ji momentarily lost herself in thoughts about Lin Feng. If it were in the past, this man would indeed be a rare gem in her aesthetic view. But now looking at him, she felt an indescribable sense of discord. "Do you have any talents?" "I can." The man stood in front of Ji somewhat shyly, clutching the hem of his clothing. "Show me a dance." Ji's expression was mostly impassive. "All right." Wu Ting nodded and took out a sound stone from his body. Gentle music wafted from the stone, and Wu Tung began his performance. He tugged at his collar, pulling it to his shoulders, his eyes revealing desire as he flirted with Ji. His body swayed like water plants, biting down on his lower lip, and this man even emitted an inexplicable softness in the midst of his dance. Panting, gradually the man danced closer to Ji, shedding his clothing piece by piece. "All right." Ji pursed her lips, her brows tightly knitted. However, the man seemed not to have heard. Continuing his, with his collar opened, Wu Tung leaned closer to Ji. "Your Highness, why not allow me to serve you?" Wu Tung was confident that no one could refuse such a handsome man. Women were like pigs' trotters, and with just a little temptation, none would say no. "If you don't stop now, I will throw you out." The brush in Ji's hand had already cracked under her restraint. Upon hearing this, Wu Tung immediately quieted down. Looking at Ji, tears welled in his eyes as he said, "Your Highness, the 9th princess, did I perform poorly?" Taking a deep breath, Ji closed her eyes and pondered for a long time. "Go back and rest, prepare for tomorrow." "Okay, I understand." Wu Tung lowered his head, a hint of resentment appearing in his eyes. On the somewhat dimly lit street, Wu Tung was still tightly wrapped. After glancing around to confirm that no one was following, Wu Tung arrived at a hidden attic. Here, 3 women dressed in golden robes sat around a round table. Is shouting back. The 3 women smiled upon seeing him. "So did Ji believe you?" "Don't worry, Your Highness, the first princess, he completely trusts me now." "Ha ha, good. The 3 princesses smiled broadly. "Tomorrow you will go from replacing them to representing us. I can't wait to see what expression Ji's arrogant little sister will have." Yu is indeed still a sister, she is too innocent for the palace's struggles. The 3 princesses laughed heartily, and Wu Tung feigned a pitiful expression. "Your Highnesses, I was scolded by Ji for this. Do you have any rewards?" "Rewards? Ha ha, there will be a big reward." The older princess with dark skin pulled Wu Ting closer. "Tonight, I will reward you well." Wu Tung. The next day? It was the day of the contest between the Tianwu Empire, 2 other nations, and the Demon Path. In the central area of the Tianwu Empire. This was an expansive venue. The 9 princesses, accompanied by their respective attendants, arrived here early. Lin Feng followed closely behind Ji, fortunate to have come along. Yesterday, due to the quota issue, Lin Feng frantically searched for reasons, and his final fate was to be embraced by Ji, who wore thin pajamas and spend the night in her arms. Though the night was filled with a milky fragrance, it was humiliating. "Are you still angry with me?" Ji looked at Lin Feng, her voice gentle. After making that overstepping move yesterday, Ji initially felt a bit regretful, but now she had unconsciously begun to regard Lin Feng as the man behind her. "If you let me go on stage now, everything can be discussed." Beneath the mask, Lin Feng still sought to negotiate. After all, not being able to participate meant mission failure. And mission failure meant losing a kidney. That's a kidney. How many kidneys can a man have? No. Ji shook her head without hesitation. At that moment, 3 women, each at least a year older on average, walked past Ji. "Oh, isn't this the... We just returned to the capital yesterday, and we thought you wouldn't come back. Where do you find such elegant interests, sister?" Ji smiled slightly. "This kind of life of eating and sleeping like a meat pig, I can't envy." "Ha ha, very good night, sister, you live up to your name. No matter when you are always so unyielding." The eldest princess sneered, "I hope later you can still have that defiant attitude." Meanwhile, as the princesses chatted with their attendants or fellow princesses, the imperial court welcomed several groups of people. There were female monks wearing prayer beads, holding golden bowls draped in robes. There were women in mink fur, each with braids and arms as thick as barrels. The remaining large group primarily wore black, divided into several factions. These groups were like a pack of hyenas, essentially driven by nothing but greed. "The Empress has arrived." After everyone gathered, the voice of the old eunuch was clearly heard in the palace. Amidst the grand fanfare, a heavily covered palanquin slowly revealed itself to everyone's eyes. Behind the palanquin, a large number of attendants and guards followed closely. What a spectacle! After the Empress disembarked, the 9 princesses in the open field bowed, and said we greet the Empress Mother. Let's begin. It should have started long ago. In the demon path area, a woman thin as a rake laughed sinisterly. With the Tianwu Empire looking like this, the Empress is quite imposing, making us all wait here. You. So ugly, and you dare to speak. Among the princesses, the youngest 13th princess puffed up her cheeks and stepped out from behind Jiyoyu. This remark caused many to stifle their laughter, while the thin woman shot a fierce glare. However, she closed her mouth. The eunuch from the Tianwu Empire began to explain the rules of the contest for the male performers in a croaky voice. Each contestant had to showcase their talents within an hour. Afterward, the holy artifact of the Tianwu Empire, the Wanxiang Mirror, would evaluate the male performers based on the subtle expressions of those present and provide a unified score. It's that simple. The stage is before you. You need to rely on yourself regardless of the talent to captivate the audience. Please have each male contestant come on stage. The eunuch placed down the rulebook and turned his gaze towards the 9 princes. 2 male performers immediately stepped out from among the other 6 princes. Wait, why did Wu Tung go over there? Jiyu's gaze sharpened. How did their male contestant end up over by the eldest princess at this moment? 9th Princess Jiyoyu, where is your male contestant? The old eunuch looked at the 2 male performers on stage, then shifted his gaze to Jiyoyu. On the side of the eldest princess, a few people watched the show with great interest, their smug expressions utterly unhidden. Jiyoyu fell silent. Is the 9th princess planning to give up? Upon hearing this, Jiyoyu and the 5th princess and 13th princess behind her instantly became the focus. Giving up before it even starts. The Tianwu Empire is indeed far-sighted. From the demon path side, that thin woman mocked again. This time the 13th princess gritted her silver teeth, but could not speak. She and the 5th princess glared at Wu Tung on stage, filled with rage. Even if they weren't the brightest, they understood that Wu Tung had betrayed them at a critical moment. Give up. Jiyoyu clenched her fists slightly. Though she had other ways to ascend to the position of empress, it was best not to use such means if possible. And just as the entire place fell silent, a figure brushed past Jiyoyu, stepping onto the high platform. It was Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Come down. The 9th princess Jiyoyu narrowed her eyes in surprise, not expecting Lin Feng to step onto the stage directly. Trust me. Lin Feng's words carried a hint of dominance, leaving Jiyoyu momentarily speechless. What's going on? Why are there still people? In the camp of the 1st princess, several princesses expressed their surprise at Lin Feng's appearance. He must have been brought in at the last minute. The 3rd princess shook her head disdainfully. Look, this man even wears a mask to hide his face. He must be nothing special. The princess is absolutely right. The 1st princess nodded in agreement with the 3rd princess's analysis. With the most handsome man from Zhongzhou representing them, the other 2 princesses' choices posed little threat. Next, as long as they eliminate the men from those 2 countries and the demonic sect, the position of the imperial daughter would naturally belong to them. The 3 men representing the royal family besides Lin Feng and Wu Tung included a man adorned with delicate makeup. On the side of the 2 countries, there was a monk twisting his waist and a burly man strutting like a cat. This sight sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. The only man who felt somewhat normal to him was the one sent by the demon sect. He was a man cloaked in a cape, holding a longsword and wearing a straw hat. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. The old man waved his dust whisk, causing seats to rise around the 6 men centered on Lin Feng. The representatives from the demon sect, the 2 countries, and the royal family all took their seats. How did we end up with such a man on stage? In the demon sect area, the leader of the Hahuan sect lazily reclined in his chair, his curves on display. In response to the Hahuan sect leader's words, the leader of the fox demon sect adjusted her tail and said, indeed, he lacks any manly charm. What do you know? A man brimming with heroism cannot be compared to those ordinary pretty faces. The leader of the Black Snake sect, habitually flicking his long snake tongue, added, moreover, this man is a pet of the Black Rat Demon Lord. You don't utter mindless words. The competition officially began. Lin Feng glanced at the side. Wu Tung had already started showcasing his striptease. Another man sent by the royal family was also dancing in a flamboyant manner. The representatives from the 2 countries also joined in the dance. What was it like to be surrounded by 4 flamboyant dancers? Lin Feng had a fleeting thought of wanting to escape. He looked at the man representing the demon sect. The latter removed his straw hat and began to dance with the sword. Phew, at least that sword dance was somewhat pleasing to the eye. As the other 5 men began their performances, the onlookers around them either shook their heads or nodded in I didn't expect our demon sect's Yuan Kai to be so handsome after taking off his hat. Watching him dance with the sword makes me feel a bit uncontrolled. The leader of the Hahuan sect licked his lips. It seems there's no one left from the royal family of the Tianwu. The leader of the fox demon sect shook her head lightly. Although the two men look extremely good, none of them are virgins. However, the one wearing a mask is somewhat special. Special. Indeed, very special. Under the focused gazes of the audience, Lin Feng bypassed the few men flaunting themselves and found an empty spot. Need to showcase some skills. What skills does Lin Feng have? Eating. That's an understatement. He opened his personal panel on the system. Host Lin Feng. Cultivation level foundation establishment midstage. Appearance 16,016. Charisma 14,042. Skills eating illusion Kato eagles, hand melancholy god level culinary arts. Items masculinity metal worn. Physique cauldron body. Points 200,000. After arriving in the capital yesterday, I acquired god level culinary skills. Today, I can show off. Looking at the empty space before him, Lin Feng waved his hand. Instantly, several barbecue grills appeared. The charcoal ignited. Taking out skewers and seasonings from his storage bag, Lin Feng became the barbecue master, busily tending to dozens of grills. What is he doing? Many onlookers were taken aback watching Lin Feng. He can't be cooking right. The first princess spoke exaggeratedly, glancing over at Ji Yu nearby. You're killing me. Ninth princess, why did you bring a cook on stage? Perhaps the princess thought we would be hungry and prepared in advance. Another princess chimed in. Many around them burst into laughter. To them, the man on stage wearing a mask was nothing but a clown. Ji Yu remained silent, her gaze towards the first princess and her entourage gradually turning cold. At that moment, Lin Feng on stage was already busy to the point of flying. With dozens of grills, if it weren't for his cultivation reaching the midstage of foundation establishment, he wouldn't have been able to manage it at all. Thanks to the enhancement of his god-level culinary skills, not a single skewer was burnt among the hundreds he prepared. Seasonings continued to be sprinkled. Gradually, an extremely enticing aroma wafted across the stage. The scent even drifted to the distant spectators. Gulps. The rich fragrance made many instinctively swallow. This clown seems to be quite remarkable. On stage, the other 5 men were greatly affected. With the boost of his god-level culinary skills, the skewers Lin Feng grilled released a fragrance that clawed at the hearts of those present like a cat's paw. The actions of the dancing men and Yuan Kai, who danced with the sword, became stiff as they frequently glanced towards Lin Feng's barbecue stall. Before long, all the skewers were cooked. Channeling his true energy, one skewer after another flew towards the audience. Everyone, feel free to try some. How good can a skewer of meat be? The first princess turned her head dismissively. She didn't eat, while many from the demon sect eagerly grabbed skewers and took a bite. The leader of the fox demon sect held the grilled meat in her mouth, her eyes sparkling. The exquisite tenderness and non-greasy roasted oil as she bit down the fibers of the meat seemed to come alive, bursting open like tender bamboo. The ultimate flavor exploded on her taste buds, causing the tail of the leader of the fox demon sect behind her to stand up uncontrollably. Delicious. Finishing the skewer in a few bites, the leader of the fox demon sect looked at Lin Feng with lingering desire. The others who had tasted the skewers were no different from her. In this fantasy world, people had little expectation for the taste of food, because the ingredients were the key to determining the flavor. However, Lin Feng transformed ordinary meat into a delicacy akin to dragon and phoenix blood, profoundly shocking everyone. Lin Feng didn't keep those eagerly awaiting people waiting long, presenting the second batch of grilled meat. As half an hour passed, the entire handsome man evaluation had taken a turn. One by one, leaders of the demon sect and officials from the empire waited like children waiting for feeding, eagerly watching Lin Feng grill batch after batch of skewers. This was no longer a handsome man evaluation, it had completely turned into a grand barbecue feast. After an hour passed, the examination time came to an end. The myriad mirror in the sky, after analyzing the expressions of all the spectators, provided the scores for the 6 individuals below. Lin Feng ranked first without a doubt. Next was the representative of the demonic path, followed by the representatives from the Western Buddhist Kingdom and the Northern Hans. The last 2 eliminated were surprisingly Wu Tung and another representative from the Tianwu Empire. This result caused both the Grand Princess and the 7th Princess to wear solemn expressions. Eliminated in the first round, the position of the Imperial Princess vanished before their eyes, an outcome they least wanted to witness. Ha, Tianwu Empress, you truly have no one left. Think about how to push out Nan Xiongzhou. On the arena of the Northern Huns, the great Chanyu beamed with pride. I am naturally delighted that the great Chanyu won, but there is still one more day. If you stay another day in the capital, I can extend my hospitality further. Inside the delicate carriage, the Empress' aged and hoarse voice carried a hint of flattery. Ha, it is wonderful to have such a good Empress in the Tianwu Empire. The great Chanyu laughed heartily. The people from the Western Buddhist Kingdom also lazily rose, saying, since it's over, we shall meet again tomorrow. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Feng observed the man in front of him with a strange expression. He was the male representative from the demonic path. He leaned in closer to Lin Feng, furrowing his brows. Why do you carry the scent of the demon lord on you? His words were laced with anger. What? Yuan Kaijuo's aura leaked out. What is your relationship with the Golden Lotus Demon Lord? Who is the Golden Lotus Demon Lord? Lin Feng completely did not understand what this guy was saying. She is the woman who almost overpowered you last time, Ye Tian reminded Lin Feng. This statement caused Lin Feng's right hand to tremble. The commotion drew the attention of the ninth princess immediately. She flew in front of Lin Feng, separating him from Yuan Kaiduo. Are you planning to attack him? Yuan Kaiduo looked at Lin Feng, who stood behind Ji Youyu, and said, Don't think you can evade this question. I will find the answer. With that, he followed the departing crowd of the demonic path. Are you alright? Ji Youyu grasped Lin Feng's hand and asked. I'm fine. The night was enchanting. Deep within the palace, Ye Tian's figure appeared. According to the original text, the source of the dragon vein of the Tianwu Empire should be in the Qiankuan Palace, and it should be here. Ye Tian strode towards the massive plaque that outlined Qiankuan Palace. He had thought of coming here since the day he arrived in the capital, but had not found an opportunity until now. As he moved, Ye Tian's appearance kept changing. Finally, he transformed into an old woman. Anyone in the palace would recognize that the old woman Ye Tian had transformed into was indeed the current empress. Arriving at the entrance of the Qiankuan Palace, the two guards on duty thought they had misseen Ye Tian at first. Your Majesty. The two guards hurriedly bowed respectfully. Ye Tian coldly nodded, and then walked towards the Qiankuan Palace. During this time, the guards did not dare to obstruct him. As Lin Feng left, the two guards at the entrance wore puzzled expressions. Your Majesty, wasn't she already terminally ill with no hope for recovery? How could she suddenly arrive? Moreover, she seemed in such good spirits. The robust female guard first expressed her doubts. The lean female guard pondered, is she really the Empress? Are you foolish? The Qiankuan Palace has already imprinted the Empress aura. If that person is not the Empress, how could she possibly enter? The robust female guard worried for her companion's intelligence. Meanwhile, after entering the Qiankuan Palace, Ye Tian followed the flow of spiritual energy to the core area of the palace. Here lay a gigantic formation within which was the dragon vein of the Tianwu Empire. Tentatively stepping inside the formation did not reject Ye Tian. The system's replication function, aside from his own strength, completely replicated the Empress in all aspects. In the original text, the current Empress of the Tianwu Empire bears little difference from Cixi in the historical world. Looking at the dragon vein within the formation, Lin Feng activated the devouring function. Let me help you ignite the fire. It would be quicker to deal with the current Empress than to rebel. A nation's dragon vein. Ye Tian could clearly sense that the energy contained within was astonishing. In the previous world, even when the protagonist was absent, one could only steal millions of points through the loopholes of the heavenly way. In this world, however, a single dragon vein was estimated to be worth 200 million points. An hour later, before leaving, Ye Tian took one last look at the location of the palace treasury. The restrictions there were too strong for him to touch at this moment. But it would be soon. Returning to Lin Feng's mind, Ye Tian, within the vast system space, glanced at the accumulated points and began to consider the subsequent plot points to consume. The next day, at the same time in the same place, Lin Feng and Yuan Kaiduo arrived at the familiar. On the high platform, the eunuch, using his unique voice, shouted, Today's rules are that you cannot repeat yesterday's talents. You must show your true selves, and the scoring will be the same as yesterday, evaluated by the myriad mirror. This completely targeted the modified competition rules for Lin Feng. After all, his culinary skills yesterday left no space for others to perform. Moreover, showing their true selves was explicitly aimed at Lin Feng, as he was the only one wearing a mask among the contestants. With such modified rules, the Empress showed no sign of strong opposition in the Tianwu Empire's home ground, leaving Lin Feng puzzled as he looked towards the Empress palanquin. The palanquin remained tightly sealed, revealing nothing of her true form. You cannot go on stage. Ji Youyu grasped Lin Feng's arm, her tone serious. If you wear a mask, I might let it slide, but if you must show your true self, I absolutely will not allow it. Lin Feng let go of my hand. After this round, I can place first. First? Hearing this, Ji Youyu felt immensely satisfied, but also grew more resolute in her stance. You don't need to compete for this first place for my sake, as the imperial daughter. Who said it was for you? I just want to preserve my dignity. Lin Feng, don't worry, we will forfeit the competition, leave the rest to me. Ji Youyu gently rubbed Lin Feng's hand, her face filled with affection. Your Highness the Ninth Princess, it is time for someone to take the stage. The old eunuch on the stage, not understanding the situation on Lin Feng's side, said this to Ji Youyu. In response, Ji Youyu shook her head. We forfeit. What? Forfeit. What is going on? The Grand Princess was the first to murmur. If Ji Yoyu forfeited at this moment, the Empress would definitely be furious. The position of the imperial daughter might not belong to Ji Yoyu anymore. Is that man really so ugly that he dares not even take the stage? Interesting, is the Tianwu Empire going to hand over a continent to us? The great Shan Yu of the northern Huns wore a broad smile on his plump face. Just as the scene grew increasingly chaotic, from within the golden dragon palanquin, the Empress' hoarse voice emerged. With so many friendly nations watching a Jew, do you want me to lose face? Let that man take the stage. Mother Empress. Ji Yoyu looked toward the ornate sedan, her eyes awash with fierce emotion. If he goes up there, can your majesty guarantee his safety? The Empress in the sedan answered in a hoarse voice. Everyone present is a friend of our Tianwu Empire. You worry our friends might do something untoward to our people. Listening to the Empress's words, not only did Ji Yoyu knit her brows, but Lin Feng's expression soured as well. For a sovereign to grovel before coercive powers, this Empress was shamelessly flattering them. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Lin Feng patted Ji Yoyu's shoulder. Relax. I know my limits. He had to step forward now, otherwise Ji Yoyu and the Empress would be left without a graceful exit. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Feng was the fourth to ascend the dais. Let the contest begin. On the stage, a man from the Western Buddhist realm plucked a zither, while another from the northern Xiongnu blew a horn. From the demonic path, Yuan Kaiduo danced with a long spear. Gazes flicked past the three handsome men on the dais and finally settled on Lin Feng. With a soft sigh, Lin Feng glanced at the women surrounding him. He pressed his palm to the mask and slowly removed it. When that face, like an exiled fairy, was revealed, every woman present felt her heartbeat skip. The celestial Wanxiang mirror overhead, as if tallying impressions, began to lavish Lin Feng with points in response to the expressions on every face below. Soon Lin Feng's scores surged far beyond the other three, even shattering the record he himself had set yesterday. Lin Feng had no wish to rely on looks, but these people were pitifully superficial. I have lived for millennia and never seen such beauty, exclaimed the Black Snake sect leader, his serpentine features full of astonishment. The leader of the Hehuan sect, with her pink pupils, revealed an intense longing. Desire poured from her words to possess a Furnician cauldron body and such handsomeness. This man I must have. Beside her, a fox spirit crossed her long legs, as if caressing some thought. An hour later, with nothing required of him, Lin Feng won first place among the handsome men, securing a precious month for the Tianwu Empire. A pleasant chime announced, "Ding. Host task complete. Congratulations, you have earned a single chance at an 8th-tier lottery." Most eyes still lingered on Lin Feng. The contest ended, but his circumstance began to sour. Under Ji Yoyu's vigilant protection, Lin Feng departed amid the covetous glances of other imperial daughters and those demonic cultivators. Watching Lin Feng leave, Yuan Kaiduo's expression darkened. He snorted scornfully, as if some private thought had crossed his mind. Back in Ji Yoyu's compound, Lin Feng was locked in a chamber by her orders. I must go to the palace to see the Empress. You must not set foot beyond this door. Ji Yoyu left that command and stationed eunuch Li, a nascent soul stage attendant, as guard. Lin Feng could only accept the situation with a helpless shrug. He passed the time watching art films on the system. Evening came, yet Ji Yoyu did not return. Instead, a purple-lipped, silver-haired eunuch appeared at Lin Feng's door. This eunuch was not Ji Yoyu's eunuch Li. From his memory, Lin Feng recognized him as Zhao Gonggong, the attendant of the Empress. Behind Zhao Gonggong lay eunuch Li, unconscious on the floor. Lin Feng, Her Majesty requests your presence. Come with me. What is this about? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, mistrustful. You will know after you meet Her Majesty, Zhao replied curtly. There was no negotiation in Zhao Gonggong's tone. With a flick of his duster, Lin Feng lost consciousness. Zhao lifted him and left directly. Silence filled the room. Minutes later, with a ripple of space, Ye Tian's figure appeared within the chamber. Watching Zhao Gonggong's retreating silhouette, Ye Tian narrowed his eyes. All is expected. It seems my system's prophecy function can be activated in this world once this is over. As he spoke, a slip of paper appeared in Ye Tian's hand. After verifying its contents, he placed it on the desk in Lin Feng's room. When Lin Feng slowly regained consciousness, two figures stood before him, Zhao Gonggong and a wrinkled old woman. The old woman lacked any trace of beauty. Her pallid skin and dead fish eyes could silence a crying child with fright. Clearly this old woman was the reigning empress. No wonder she had sat in a sedan twice during the viewing. Her true appearance was hideous. You are Lin Feng, yes. The empress blew on her tea. You won first place for me today, very commendable. She waved to Zhao Gonggong as she spoke. Zhao presented a tray that held 100 taels of gold. Lin Feng stared at the contents in stunned silence. 100 taels of gold. Such mundane coin was worth less than 100 low-grade spirit stones. After such a pivotal contest, this was the prize. Lin Feng did not truly care for rewards. He wanted to know why they had abducted him behind Ji Youyu's back and brought him here. Your Majesty, you brought me here only for this, he asked. No wonder you are our empire's foremost beauty. You think deeply, the Empress remarked. She looked at Lin Feng. Actually, I have a task for you. What is it? She set down her tea and said slowly, tomorrow the two allied nations and our demonic friends will depart. I want you to entertain them for one night. Entertain them? Lin Feng could not fathom. Did they specifically request you? The old woman shook her head. They lost today and are in ill humor. I decided you should keep them company to cheer them. Lin Feng, do not blame me. This is for the Tianwu Empire. Preposterous, Lin Feng thought. He could not comprehend what breed of lickspittle filled the Empress's mind. A sovereign's spine softer than a caterpillar's. What? You dare speak back to Her Majesty? Zhao Gonggong barked, eyes wide. Take him and give him the medicine, the Empress waved to Zhao. She was issuing an order, not asking Lin Feng's opinion. Night fell cool and thin. Ji Youyu returned to her compound in a foul mood. The whole afternoon, instead of receiving an audience, she had not seen the Empress at all. Her stepmother seemed intent on feigning ignorance and breaking her promise. Indeed, she never intended to pass the imperial daughter title to Ji Youyu's line. Though mentally prepared, Ji Youyu's heart still overflowed with disappointment. Fortunately, she had Lin Feng, the handsome man who soothed her and brightened her spirits. Ji Youyu was determined not to surrender the imperial daughter position, as she would do anything for Lin Feng's best interests. She hurried to Lin Feng's door. Seeing eunuch Li collapsed on the floor and the chamber door ajar, her heart plunged. She dashed inside. Lin Feng was gone. She kicked the fallen eunuch Li hard, rousing him. What happened? Where is Lin Feng? Your Highness, forgive me. I failed in my duty. Zhao Gonggong took Master Lin away. Eunuch Li knelt, terror etched across his face. Zhao Gonggong. Ji Youyu's hidden true chi churned as she bristled. Your Highness, it seems Master Lin left a note. Eunuch Li eyed Lin Feng's room and apparently found a slip of paper. Ji Youyu snatched it up at once. Youyu, when you read this letter, I will likely already be dead. The first line drove Ji Youyu to the brink of collapse. No. Suppressing her fear, Ji Youyu continued reading. Yesterday, I met with the Empress. She said I am handsome, the nation's treasure, the Wanxiang mirror most covets as a sacrificial offering. If I willingly become that offering, the sacred device will be transformed. The Tianwu Empire will be restored to glory. She promised that if I agreed to be sacrificed, she would confer the imperial daughter's position upon you, otherwise she would conspire with the other princesses to eliminate you. You must understand, I consented. I wanted you to live. Me. I am worth this for you. No, that can't be true. How could you be so foolish? How could they possibly kill me? Ji Youyu's eyes brimmed with tears. She had never imagined the Empress would do such a thing, nor that Lin Feng's devotion to her would reach the point of self-sacrifice. Pain and fury warped into madness. Her emotions surged to a fever pitch, and her true chi exploded outward. Layers of seals that had suppressed her strength for 10 years shattered one by one. Golden core, third layer. Golden core, fifth layer. Nascent soul, first rotation, second rotation. She ascended to transforming spirit. The power she had hidden for a decade now blasted forth in a single uncontrollable eruption. Eunuch Li stared with wide eyes, too afraid to utter a sound. Summon our 200,000 forbidden troops, recall 50,000 brocade-clad guards, and every loyalist within the court. Ji Youyu's silver teeth ground and shattered. Ji Tongshan. Out of lingering affection and for the nation, I could have waited for you to step down. But you have provoked my wrath, I will rebel. That night, chaos engulfed the imperial city. On the bustling streets, battalions of the Imperial Guard rapidly gathered. Many citizens of the capital were horrified to discover that the direction these troops rushed towards was the royal palace. Such a grand movement was hardly concealed, as if a declaration of war had been made. Looking at the still prosperous royal palace, people could faintly sense the impending storm. A change was coming. In the royal palace, the main hall was alive with song and dance. The practitioners of the demonic path and the northern Huns of the western regions were seated around tables laden with exquisite delicacies. At the head of the table, Empress Ji Tongshan sat comfortably. Such exquisite offerings are they to be presented to us. The leader of the Fox Demon sect gazed at the unconscious Lin Feng in the hall, licking his lips. In response to the leader of the Fox Demon sect, Ji Tongshan flattered, our humble nation cannot present anything of value to entertain you all, so we offer this handsome man, hoping you will not find it lacking. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. The great Khan of the Northern Huns nodded. You are quite understanding. Though this handsome man is as beautiful as a celestial being descended to earth, how can we divide him among so many of us? The leader of the Black Snake sect transformed his serpent tail into a pair of delicate web-wrapped legs. This question caused a slight hush in the room. However, it was broken by the light laughter of the leader of the Harmony sect. Why don't we share him? I possess a technique that can allow us all to enjoy this man's cauldron body together. Share together. The leader of the fox demon sect's furry tail wagged joyfully. That sounds quite appealing. At this moment very few knew of Lin Feng's predicament. The great demon lord was one of the few who understood. The demon lord had sent her to protect Lin Feng, and now it seemed she had to take action. In the void demonic mist surged. The great demon lord manifested her tall figure, a bunch of trash, simply seeking death. Remembering the golden lotus demon lord's attitude towards Lin Feng, the great demon lord swiftly made her way to the royal palace. However, a calm voice suddenly echoed in the great demon lord's ear. This is not the time for you to appear. The man's voice came without warning. The great demon lord's pupils trembled deeply. Who? There was someone beside her, yet she had not sensed him at all. As the great demon lord's words fell, Ye Tian's tall figure slowly appeared not far from her. Who are you? As she gazed into the man's profound pupils, a sense of gravity gradually rose in the great demon lord's heart. A man whose strength she could not fathom. In this world there were only a handful of women whose strength eluded her understanding, but there had never been a man she could not see through. Hearing the question from the female demon lord, Ye Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. You may call me Ye Tian the demon lord. Demon lord? Impossible. In this world there are only 6 beings at the level of demon lords and saints. How could you be a demon lord? And a man at that? Ye Tian was not surprised by the great demon lord's expression. If it were yesterday, he would have only been a nascent soul. However, after acquiring a large number of points from the dragon vein, considering the potential upcoming events, Ye Tian continuously improved his strength. With 200 million points, though barely enough, he had reached the level of a demon lord through the cultivation system of the ancient Black Spring Emperor. Whether you believe it or not, it depends on you. Ye Tian's deep gaze showed little emotional fluctuation. What I must say now is you should not take action. As the great demon lord listened to Ye Tian's words, the demonic mist around her tore through space. Stop pretending. When a demon lord is born, how can there be no proof of the heavenly tribulation? You are not even at the level of a demon lord. Step aside. Boom. Behind the great demon lord, an enormous 100-meter Rakshasa seemed to crawl out from the abyss, overshadowing the moon in the sky. Are you planning to fight me? Lin Feng smiled faintly at the commotion caused by this fellow. Had he not timely raised his strength, he would have truly been unable to handle this great demon lord, who was a level below the demon lord. He extended his palm. Buzz! At that moment the entire imperial city seemed to be imprisoned by a mysterious force. If a powerful being looked down from the 10th centimeter sky, they would clearly see a colossal hand spanning thousands of meters descending like a collapsing sky, bringing with it an overwhelming pressure. Though the difference between a demon lord and a great demon lord was merely one realm, that gap was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Watching the giant hand cover them, the shock in the great demon lord's heart was indescribable, as her true form of Rakshasa began to crumble in less than a breath. Crash! Like countless mirrors shattering at once. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and the great demon lord's figure was sent flying back 1,000 meters. Enduring the pain with great difficulty, the great demon lord looked at the man before her, her trembling pupils struggling to regain their composure. She believed that he truly was at the level of a demon lord. With that hand, had he not held back, she would have perished directly. You may leave now. Ye Tian lifted the confinement in the void. The recent battle, though earth-shattering, went unnoticed by the people in the imperial city, due to Ye Tian's. Taking a deep look at the man in the void, the great demon lord left without uttering a word, quickly departing. In the capital, the royal city had 4 gates. The Vermilion Bird Gate, the Black Tortoise Gate, the Azure Dragon Gate, and the White Tiger Gate. Now beneath the Black Tortoise Gate, Jiyu sat on a white horse with her eyes closed, her aura cold to the extreme. Beside her was the somewhat worried Jiu. Royal sister, do we really choose to act tonight? Is this not an unwise consideration? Listening to Jiu's words, Jiu slowly opened her eyes, which were a deep crimson. Tonight either Ji Tongshan dies, or I Jiu perish. The uncompromising tone made Jiu close her mouth. Your Highness, 200,000 Imperial Guards have all gathered at the Black Tortoise Gate. A female general in black armor respectfully saluted Jiu. Another figure clad in a flying fish uniform also approached Jiu, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness, 30,000 Imperial Guards have arrived. They have all arrived. Hearing the words of the Imperial Guard leader, Jiu turned her horse's head to look at the grand gates of the Black Tortoise Gate. Imperial Guards, heed my command. Here. The synchronized voices echoed loudly across several streets. Enter the Imperial City, anyone we see kill, without mercy. Yes. The Imperial Guard army responded, and almost in the next moment figures in flying fish uniforms surged into the Imperial City. Imperial Guard commanders, heed my command. We are here. 20 Imperial Guard leaders knelt on one knee. Follow this princess into the Imperial City and straight to the royal palace. Yes. The rebellious army moved like a cold machine, charging directly into the Imperial City under Jiyu's lead. In the Imperial City, the continuous screams had not ceased. The thick scent of blood and warm patches of fresh blood on the ground had rendered this sacred Imperial City akin to a hellish battlefield. The Jinyui are highly competent executioners. The aftermath of the 30,000 Jinyui's raid leaves only a ground littered with corpses. Those who survive temporarily cry out in terror, "Princess 9, what are you doing? Are you rebelling?" A eunuch in a purple robe approached Jiyu, his duck-like voice carrying a powerful wave of true qi. Eunuch Zhao. Tilting his head slightly, a murderous intent flickered in Jiyu's eyes. "Is it Lin Feng, the one you took away?" Lin Feng. Eunuch Zhao's gaze sharpened, disbelief etched on his face. "Is it because of that man? You are indeed involved." Jiyu opened her hand towards the void, and a long spear crackling with lightning slowly materialized. "I give you a chance, tell me what has happened to Lin Feng." "Your Highness, that is Her Majesty's intention. Oh, as a princess you should not interfere." Eunuch Zhao looked at Jiyu, his tone carrying a hint of threat. "If you do not cease your actions now, I will have to take measures on behalf of Her Majesty. I believe Her Majesty would not blame me if she knew." "Ha ha ha," joke. Although Jiyu laughed, the murderous intent in her eyes had reached its peak. "Your Highness, I must take offense now." A streak of purple shadows swiftly approached Jiyu, and Eunuch Zhao shook his head. "You should not be unprepared in front of a transformation realm expert." "Oh, an expert of the transformation realm." Jiyu smirked, her spear striking out like divine thunder. Boom! The entire sky resonated, erupting with a thunderous roar. The sharp spear pierced through Eunuch Zhao, leaving him chilled to the bone. Eunuch Zhao stared at the spear in his chest, struggling to point at Jiyu, his face filled with horror. Transformation. Completion. Ignoring Eunuch Zhao, Jiyu casually flicked her wrist, shattering his physical body and nascent soul, without leaving him a chance to survive. Continue advancing. Leading 200,000 Imperial Guards, Jiyu's scale of action could completely surround the entire palace hall. In the palace, the main hall, the leader of the Fox Demon sect, who was helping the unconscious Lin Feng undress, felt a slight tremor in her ears. "Why is it so noisy outside? It seems there is some commotion." The leader of the Huffa sect narrowed her charming eyes. It was at this moment that the situation in the main hall fell into an eerie silence. A small eunuch came rushing into the hall, rolling in panic. "No, it's bad, Your Majesty." The small eunuch gasped for breath, his face full of terror. This sight deepened Ji Tongzhan's frown. "What is it? Speak." "Your Majesty, there is a rebellion. Princess 9 is rebelling." The small eunuch caught his breath and hurriedly reported the incredible news. Bang! Suddenly standing up from his seat, Ji Tongzhan's murky eyes erupted with sharp light. "Impossible. How dare a Geo rebel?" "It's true," the small eunuch affirmed. "Look at her pace. Princess 9 is leading hundreds of thousands of Imperial Guards marching directly towards the palace." Upon hearing this, Ji Tongzhan's gaze gradually darkened. The surrounding demon cultivators and people from the two nations exchanged glances. "She actually dares." Ji Tongzhan looked at those present, forcing a slight smile. "Let me take care of that troublemaker, and then I will join you all for a drink." "Interesting." The chieftain of the Xiongnu in the northern region took a sip of wine. "You go ahead, we will." Completely lacking any intention of helping, those whom Ji Tongzhan entertained were nothing but hyenas. They only feast on flesh, and will not remember any kindness. "All right, I will return shortly." Ji Tongzhan's gaze flickered slightly. Meanwhile, Jiyu encountered the first decent line of defense within the palace. The Tianwu Imperial Army. A total of 500 men, each possessing high-level golden core strength. This is the strongest army of the Tianwu Empire, under the control of the Empress, serving as the entire palace's safeguard. Princess 9 rebelling is a great act of treason. Stand down. The leader of the Tianwu Imperial Army, a nascent soul female leader, tried to dissuade her. "Get out of the way." Jiyu pointed her spear diagonally to the ground. "If you obstruct me, the Tianwu Imperial Army will be eliminated tonight." Upon hearing this, the leader of the Tianwu Imperial Army sighed. "We exist to protect the palace." Jiyu no longer spoke, waving her hand towards the back. Instantly, powerful soldiers with formidable auras stood forth. The Tianwu Imperial Army is a public display of power by the Tianwu Empire. Jiyu had long targeted this army, training a group of strong warriors years ago. "I leave it to you." Jiyu glanced at the 50 nascent soul experts. These nascent soul cultivators nodded confidently. "Your Highness, rest assured." Even the Tianwu Imperial Army did not pose much of an obstacle for Jiyu. Watching Jiyu lead the 200,000 Imperial Guards approach the palace, the Tianwu Imperial Army wanted to intervene, but as soon as they moved, the 50 nascent soul experts blocked them. Looking at these nascent soul experts before him, the leader of the Tianwu Imperial Army felt a surge of complex emotions. Tonight the heavens would truly change. Qiankuan Palace. In front of the palace, a golden dragon carriage quietly occupied the center of the road. Behind the carriage were thousands of palace eunuchs and maidens. As Ji Youyu arrived, the aged voice of Ji Tongshan slowly emerged from the carriage. Ajio, do you know what you have done? You have slaughtered throughout the imperial city. You have caused blood to splatter the palace. You are rebelling. Ji Tongshan lifted the curtain of the carriage, speaking as he slowly stepped out. No emperor of the Tianwu Empire has ever attained the throne through rebellion. Ajio, you have disappointed me greatly. During your time ruling the throne, did you ever realize the people's disappointment in you? Ji Youyu said, pointing her spear at Ji. During your time ruling the throne, did you ever realize the people's disappointment in you? Ji Youyu said, pointing her spear at Ji Tongshan. The throne is not a seat for you, you short-sighted old hag. Simply outrageous. Ji Tongshan shouted in anger. After calming her emotions somewhat, Ji Tongshan bared her toothless grin. Ajio, you may not know why no ruler of the Tianwu Empire has ever ascended the throne through rebellion. Ji Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, remaining silent. Ji Tongshan continued. In fact, the entire palace is a grand dragon formation. As long as I rely on my own seal to manipulate the dragon vein's origin, the grand dragon formation activates. Even if you are a void refinement or even harmony Dao expert, you cannot escape. At this point, a cold smile spread across Ji Tongshan's old face. Thus those who rebel throughout history all meet their demise. The grand array of the ancestor dragon with the dragon vein as its eye. Hearing this from Ji Tongshan, Ji Youyu felt a surge of seriousness within her. Now you can't even run away if you wanted to. Ji Tongshan slowly raised his head, and a seal was cast into the nearby Qiankuan Palace. Damn it! Ji Yuyu's heart tightened suddenly. Indeed was the rebellion not carefully considered. Just as she was thinking this, she was about to loudly call for the forbidden army behind her to retreat. Across from her, Ji Tongshan's face became somewhat stiff. Where is the dragon vein? Why is there no response? He whispered, casting another seal. Crow, where is the dragon vein? Where is the dragon vein of the Qiankuan Palace? At this moment, Ji Tongshan finally realized that the grand array of the ancestor dragon existed, but for some unknown reason the dragon vein that activated it was gone. Huh? Ji Youyu inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, then coldly laughed. It seems that even the heavens are not on your side. Impossible, how could the dragon vein be absent? Ji Tongshan shook his head vigorously, unable to accept this reality. Capture him, Ji Youyu said coldly. As her words were spoken, two generals at the nascent soul stage from the Forbidden Army immediately stepped forward to apprehend Ji Tongshan. Ji Tongshan, with only a perfected golden core cultivation, had no means of resistance against this. Watching the current empress being taken away by the 9th princess, the thousands of palace maids and eunuchs on the road ahead knelt in fear, yielding the way. On horseback, Ji Youyu glanced at the unconscious Ji Tongshan and thought of Lin Feng, who had died for her, and a wave of sorrow surged in her heart. I avenged you, can you come back now? In the palace, the main hall. It should have been a place for the leaders of the two nations and the demonic sects to drink and enjoy the beauty of Lin Feng. At this moment, however, it was a scene of blood everywhere. In the quiet main hall, the great Chanyu of the northern Xiongnu, the chief of the western Buddhist kingdom, and the leader of the demonic sect, all lay in warm pools of blood. They were dead, all of them dead. Most of these people were still staring wide-eyed, as if witnessing some extremely terrifying existence in their last moments. After a cup of tea's time had passed, Ji Youyu and the 5th princess along with other generals arrived at the Tianwu Empire's main hall, a symbol of authority. The smell of blood, oi. Ji Youyu frowned slightly as she stepped into the main hall. The moment she arrived, she froze as if cast under a spell. The entire main hall was filled with blood, resembling a hell on earth. However, a man in the corner stood out, like a flower blooming from a blood spring. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Ji Youyu rushed to the man's side, trembling as she embraced him. Feeling the heartbeat of this man in her arms, an unprecedented joy surged in Ji You's heart. This man was far more important than the throne. Ji Youyu did not notice a man emerging from the shadows. If he is not treated in time, he may remain in a coma for a lifetime. From the shadows, the man's words startled Ji Youyu. Looking up, the person in the shadows did not have a stunning appearance like Lin Feng. However, the unique and mysterious aura he exuded had a far stronger impact than mere looks. Who are you? Ye Tian, said the man, pointing around. These people are all killed by me. The implication behind this sentence was that he saved Lin Feng. Ji Youyu clearly heard this and felt a hint of gratitude towards Ye Tian. Thank you. Then she recalled what Ye Tian had said earlier and asked, you mentioned that if Lin Feng is not treated in time, he won't wake up. Yes, his soul and spirit were already extracted before. Ye Tian nodded, secretly relieved to have hit the main point. Both his soul and spirit have been extracted. Then how do we save him? Although Lin Feng was not dead, this state was clearly not what Ji Youyu wanted to see. I can save him, but I need some compensation. You can ask for anything as long as I have it. Ji Youyu said earnestly. I want the entire treasure house of the palace, Ye Tian said, looking at Ji Youyu. Hearing the man's words, Ji Youyu first glanced at Lin Feng, then nodded without much hesitation. Okay. I somewhat envy this guy Lin Feng now. With a light laugh and a shake of his head, Ye Tian casually snapped his fingers. Lin Feng, who was unconscious, gradually stabilized his erratic breathing. He was not in a coma, but merely asleep. The next day, when Lin Feng woke up, he found himself embraced by Ji Youyu. Both of them were completely unclothed. He glanced at the blanket and his head buzzed, blanking out. You're awake. Ji Youyu yawned lazily, and then nestled Lin Feng's head closer to her bosom. Lin Feng couldn't quite believe it. Looking into Ji Youyu's eyes, she seemed a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry. I was too captivated by you yesterday, so you really slept with me? Or did you take me yourself? I'm sorry. Ji Youyu looked at Lin Feng's expression, also secretly regretting her lack of self-control. Damn. You went too far. Lin Feng picked up the clothes beside him and left the room in a bit of disarray. Watching the man leave, Ji Youyu was momentarily stunned. It seemed Lin Feng was sulking. Well, that kind of thing shouldn't come so muddled. After all, he was still a man, and the first time was precious. In the streets of the capital, Lin Feng shouted in his mind. System. System. Handsome guy system. Ye Tian's handsome guy. Repeated muttering transformed into shouts and finally into low roars. System, where are you? TMD, come out. From now on I won't touch women anymore, okay? Speak. Acknowledge me. Lin Feng's voice was already You just came here so muddled, leaving without a word. You leave me all alone in this world. Until night. Ji Youyu with a pained expression came to Lin Feng's side. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You can hit me or scold me, I won't resist. In Ji Youyu's view, Lin Feng had been sad all day because of what she did last night. Lin Feng remained silent, his mood very low. Seeing her beloved man in this state, Ji Youyu was about to speak of ascending the throne, but stopped herself. For 3 consecutive days Lin Feng locked himself in his room. On the 4th day, Ji Youjiao also came to persuade him. Young Master Lin, it must be hard to stay cooped up in the room. Today is the day of the Empress Ascension, why not go take a look? There was no response. Ji Youjiao sighed slightly. After she left, the tightly closed door opened. Lin Feng's handsome face had grown a beard, adding a touch of rugged charm. On the street, the capital was already decorated with lanterns and festoons. With the new emperor's ascension, the citizens were all wearing smiles of joy. Ji Youyu, as the new emperor, held far more weight in the hearts of the people than Ji Tongshan. In the imperial city, crowds of citizens gathered in the large training ground, eagerly watching the noble figure of Ji Youyu appear on the high platform amidst the grand music. In an instant, the citizens erupted in excitement. Among the cheering crowd, Lin Feng smiled slightly at the scene. Actually, you are already very fortunate. Suddenly, a man's voice beside him made Lin Feng stiffen. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. He whirled around abruptly. A man stood before him, wearing a faint smile. You are. Lin Feng parted his lips, recognizing too much familiarity in this stranger. To be honest, Ye Tian exhaled softly. I thought it best to bid you farewell. Make the most of your level 8 lottery draw. We shall meet again, lucky young man. As he spoke, Ye Tian's figure gradually faded into translucence. Watching the man vanish before his very eyes, Lin Feng slowly realized his identity, the system. High above the heavens, Ye Tian gazed toward a distant horizon. There remains one final matter. In a single fluid motion, he vanished from the imperial capital. Within the abyssal forbidden zone, the Golden Lotus Demon Sovereign was surging toward a higher realm of cultivation, while the great demon lord beside him brimmed with restless urgency. After Ye Tian had forced her retreat, she had rushed back to the abyssal forbidden zone to report the incident to the demon sovereign. Yet fate intervened. Just then the sovereign had entered deep seclusion. Tap tap. Unconcealed footsteps drew the great demon lord's full attention. It's him. The moment she laid eyes on Ye Tian, her vigilance spiked to its utmost. What do you intend? Have you prepared yourself to bear the Golden Lotus Demon Sovereign's wrath for trespassing here? Her voice carried unmistakable warning. Yet such a warning proved hollow, utterly powerless. I mean no harm. Ye Tian replied calmly, then withdrew a golden card from his system space. This is for you. For me? What is this? The great demon lord relaxed slightly at Ye Tian's demeanor, yet remained wary. She also felt deeply puzzled. Why would a cultivator of such stature bypass the sovereign himself and seek her instead? This is my legacy. Ye Tian spoke gently, and those words sent a tremor through the great demon lord's pupils. Only when a sovereign condensed their entire life's cultivation into a single artifact could such a legacy exist. In other words, this man intended to bestow all his power upon her. My legacy. Her voice wavered, her pale violet eyes wide with disbelief. Why grant me your legacy? Because of love. Ye Tian declared it with solemn sincerity, melting the ice that had long sealed her heart. For once the formidable great demon lord, her figure statuesque, her presence commanding, stood flustered and speechless. From appearance to aura this man was flawless, yet he offered her something of immeasurable worth, so much so that she wondered whether she dreamed. If anything felt amiss, it was the sheer speed, as though he pursued some hidden purpose. Ye Tian granted her no time to voice further words. He simply extended the golden card, then departed, leaving her behind caught between awe, confusion, and dawning emotion. Inside a modest rental apartment, a shimmering light curtain rippled, and Ye Tian materialized. Sigh, were it not for the world's will looming like a predator, would I ever part with a legacy worth 10 billion, handing it over to another? It's just exploiting me, a mere system. Glancing at his interface and sensing his own diminished strength, Ye Tian found the situation even more absurd than tax deductions. His remaining points totaled 80 million, but due to the legacy card, his personal cultivation had regressed to that of an ordinary mortal. The world's will, now possessing nascent divine awareness, forbade the extraction of excessive power from its domain. Precisely for this reason, Ye Tian converted the bulk of his points into the demon sovereign's legacy and entrusted it to the great demon lord. Of course, nothing came free. He was no philanthropist. Embedded within the legacy card was Ye Tian's system summoning sigil. Now opening his interface, he saw, clearly displayed on his custom-designed summoning panel, the great demon lord's name. Name: Ye Tian. Cultivation rank 9 stars. Disposition: affection, quietly blooming. Should he face insurmountable foes in future realms, he could summon her aid. Indeed, this was the most prudent course. Had he attempted to return bearing, all his gains, half, or more, would have been stripped away by the world's will. This world's encounter had starkly revealed how tenacious and vigilant the Tao will of Xuanhuan realms truly was. Fortunately, he had anchored himself to Lin Feng, the world's chosen protagonist, ensuring smooth guidance throughout. Beyond point accumulation, Ye Tian's greatest acquisition remained the complete cultivation system now embedded in his system interface. He stretched lazily, glancing at the spacious bed in his rental apartment. Fatigue washed over him. The next day, he rose from bed. After washing up, he scrolled idly through his phone. Celebrity scandals still dominated headlines. Quietly savoring the gossip, he felt genuine ease in this tranquil, ordinary reality. At noon, Ye Tian powered up his computer. With master-level hacking prowess, he executed a seamless sequence. His account balance instantly surged by 100 million yuan. With that sum, he purchased a villa, located in the suburbs, fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. The villa drew no attention in this prosperous age, precisely why Ye Tian chose it for its serene seclusion, untouched by intrusion. Reality held little melodrama. In the days that followed, Ye Tian tended flowers, pruned shrubs, resting quietly for 7 or 8 days. One day, within his quiet room, he picked up a novel. Ordinary life required only brief respite. Deep in his bones, however, he yearned to immerse himself once more in grand fictional worlds, to live lives beyond imagination. The Tao will of this world should be rather sluggish. Murmuring inwardly, Ye Tian dissolved into radiant light and vanished. As the book closed, its title emerged behind the scenes: I, the creator of monsters, herald the age of monsters. Rongqing Evening News: a fish-headed monster has appeared at Baiou Harbor, over 10 dead. Citizens urged to take precautions. Urgent alert: the fish-headed monster has infiltrated Rongqing proper. Police and military forces deployed. Citizens advised to remain vigilant. Beneath a somber, starless night, the entire city of Yangqing seemed shrouded beneath a veil of black silk. Silence felt absolute and suffocating. Online, across forums and platforms, scrolling posts and comments pulsed with raw, unmitigated terror. What's happening? How did such monsters appear in our world? Heavens! Is the world transforming? Just 1 week ago, everything was normal. Why now? Where did these beasts emerge from? Wolf-head slaughterers wiping out villages, malevolent spirits haunting classrooms, and now this bloodthirsty, fish-headed horror. How suddenly the world feels alien, unrecognizable. Fear spread like wildfire through. Inside a dingy rental apartment, a seemingly unremarkable young man watched fear points surge relentlessly across his system interface, and slowly curled his lips into a grin. Almost there. 1,000 fear points, my 4th monster. Rong City. A battalion of armed police searched everywhere. The appearance of the fish-headed man has set off alarm bells throughout the entire city. in a high-end residential area. The lights were on in a house. However, it was eerily quiet inside. Chop chop chop. Thick blood flowed on the floor, and bits of flesh splattered against the walls. This was not the butchering of pork, it was the dismemberment of a human. In the living room, a fish-headed monster towering over 2 meters and covered in bulging muscles wielded the knife like a butcher. Next to this fish-headed monster, a young man casually recorded the scene on his phone. Another piece of footage. I wonder how many fear points this will earn me when I post it. The young man grinned, a hint of anticipation in his tone. Not long after, a man in a hoodie carrying a cake returned home with a beaming smile. It was his daughter's birthday. In back, the man pushed open the slightly ajar door. But he was immediately stunned. The room was splattered with bright red blood. In the living room, 2 dismembered corpses were strikingly conspicuous. Such a shocking scene nearly caused Wang Kunhu to faint. Chop! Chop chop! The fish-headed monster's slicing did not cease. Xiao Ling, holding the phone, turned to look slightly surprised. What have you done? The man trembled as he yelled. Just filming a video to help get your family on the headlines, Xiao Ling casually replied. They'll make you pay. The man's eyes turned bloodshot as he charged straight at Xiao Ling. Bang! Without a doubt, Xiao Ling kicked him away effortlessly. The cake scattered, soaked in the cold blood of his wife and daughter. I will kill you. The man before he could steady himself, Xiao Ling transformed into a shadow, delivering a fierce kick that sent the man rolling into the corner. He walked step by step towards the man. Xiao Ling stepped on his head. Don't be so sad. You'll soon be able to join your family. Huh? The man's mouth was filled with blood. Why? Why did you kill my family? We didn't do anything wrong. It was clear that the man realized the fish-headed monster and Xiao Ling were in cahoots. Why? Xiao Ling chuckled and shook his head. Grabbing the man's collar, he lifted him up. Survival of the fittest. Stronger beings kill. What need is there for a reason? Blame it on your family's bad luck, I guess. His nonchalant words carried a sense of indifference. I'll kill you. The man's heart surged with endless murderous intent. But in the face of absolute power disparity, he had no chance to resist. Xiao Ling grabbed the man's head and slammed it against the wall. Bang bang, once, twice, 3 times. When the man was bleeding profusely and his breath was faint, Xiao Ling dragged him to the floor-to-ceiling window. Goodbye, weakling. Saying this, Xiao Ling punched through the floor-to-ceiling window. The cold wind rushed into the more than 20-story building, and a sickly smile appeared on Xiao Ling's face. This world is too mundane. I will make it interesting. With those words, Xiao Ling directly threw the man. Bang! The man did not crash to the ground. He was caught by a figure standing below. This scene made Xiao Ling's pupils shrink slightly, and the expression on his face gradually faded. At a distance of over 20 stories, the figure under the streetlight slowly looked up, revealing an innocent face to Xiao Ling. Neither side exchanged words, they merely collided in gaze. After a few seconds, Ye Tian smiled faintly and took the man away. Meanwhile, inside the tall building, Xiao Ling felt a bit uneasy. Creator system, who is that? Are there really superpowers on Blue Star? Replying to the host, there are no supernatural powers on Blue Star except for the host. But, thinking of the man from just now, Xiao Ling's brows remained tightly furrowed. Nearby, in a park not far from the residential area, Ye Tian placed the dying man on a park bench. I want revenge. Wang Kunhu's breath was faint, but his hatred had already become an obsession. Listening to the man's unconscious mutterings, Ye Tian reached out slightly, and a crimson watch appeared. He placed it on the man. A rich glow enveloped him, and his injuries visibly healed. Meanwhile, the man's consciousness was pulled into a space. Is this the world after death? Looking at the surroundings, Wang Kunhu appeared dazed. You have arrived, the summoner of the red tiger armor. A man's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Wang Kunhu abruptly turned around, facing a figure shrouded in mist. Where is this? This is the training space of the armor summoner, Ye Tian said with a sigh. After 1,000 years, you are the first to awaken the armor summoner. Young man, the world is about to face catastrophe. I hope you can take on the responsibility of protecting it. Me? The armor summoner. Wang Kunhu's bewilderment was evident. Who are you? What is going on here? How do I go back? His mind was filled with questions, but received no answers. As the space became blurry, Wang Kunhu's consciousness returned. The night was slightly cool. He was on a park bench, and there was not a soul around. My injuries. Looking at his fully healed body, Wang Kunhu's gaze finally settled on the armor summoner on his wrist. Inside the residential area, Xiao Ling left satisfied with the recorded video. Creator system, are there any scarier creatures out there? The fish-headed monster was just average. Flipping through the system interface, Xiao Ling walked along the quiet street with the fish-headed monster. Based on the host's total points, the system has listed the following creatures for the host. As the voice echoed in Xiao Ling's mind, 3 creatures appeared in the light screen. Fear scarecrow, cackling clown, cat-faced madam. Not bad. Xiaoling nodded. Unfortunately, all require over 1,000 points. I'm still a bit short. Tomorrow should be just enough. As Xiaoling discussed with the system, the fish-headed monster who had been following closely suddenly stopped. The fish-headed monster's gaze turned toward the end of the street. Is someone there? Following the fish-headed monster's sight, Xiaoling looked into the shadows ahead. Under the dim streetlight, a man in a tattered hoodie appeared in sight. As the man got closer, Xiaoling's brows furrowed. Oh, wasn't this the guy he had thrown down just moments ago? Not only had he been caught by that mysterious man, but he had also completely recovered. The unfamiliar sensation made Xiaoling, who was used to manipulating everything from behind the scenes, feel very uncomfortable. Kill him, Xiaoling signaled to the fish-headed monster beside him. Hearing the order, the fish-headed monster raised the large knife in his hand, and with heavy steps charged toward the man ahead. The distance was closing rapidly. On the shadowy road, Wang Kun, who covered in blood, looked at his enemy, slowly clenching his fists. Looking at the summoner on his wrist, he silently chanted, "Armor fusion." Roar! A huge tiger's phantom immediately protected Wang Kun. At the same time, pieces of magnificent armor perfectly fitted into him, merging completely. I want revenge. At this moment, looking at the massive fish-headed monster, Wang Kun raised his fist, which glinted with a cold metallic sheen. Boom! A heavy punch struck the fish-headed monster's abdomen. A powerful shockwave shattered nearby light bulbs. The street was suddenly engulfed in darkness. In just a moment, with that one blow, the fish-headed monster, which had always killed without hesitation, was sent flying. Warning: the hosts created monsters, fish-headed monsters' health reduced by 80. Warning: the hosts created monsters, fish-headed monsters' health reduced by 90. Warning: the hosts created monster, fish-headed monster has died. The deluge of system notifications in his mind left Xiaoling's brain nearly blank. How is this possible? How could he kill the fish-headed monster? Still with one punch. Unbelievably, he stared ahead at the man in the red glowing armor, and Xiaoling's emotions fluctuated intensely. And you? Wang Kun looked up at Xiaoling. Under the other's gaze, Xiaoling felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. He immediately summoned two creatures. These were the wolf-head man who had slaughtered the village days ago, and the malevolent spirit that had killed a student in a classroom 2 days ago. Stop him for me. After saying this, Xiaoling turned and left without a moment's pause. You can't escape. Anger surged within Wang Kun as he charged straight at Xiaoling. However, the two monsters instantly blocked his path, fleeing down the road. It wasn't until Xiaoling reached the suburbs that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting for a while, only one severely injured malevolent spirit returned. The wolf-head man was dead too. System, what on earth is going on? Didn't you say there were no supernatural powers in this world? What was that guy? In this world, apart from the host, there are indeed no supernatural powers. The system continued its mechanical responses like a rigid artificial intelligence program. Damn it. Cursing in frustration, Xiaoling glanced at a villa not far away and headed there with the malevolent. The next day, in a certain alley, the bodies of the fish-headed monster and the wolf-head man were discovered by the police. They immediately cordoned off the area with a long tape. Meanwhile, the top list of a certain blog was directly dominated by the related news. Incredible. They are dead. These two monsters are really dead. I hope monsters don't appear again in the future. Quickly drag the monsters away for dissection and research to see how they came to be. In a quiet tea house, Ye Tian put down his phone, which was displaying some social media, and opened the system panel in front of him. It showed that Xiaoling's protagonist luck was down to 99. By merely reducing one of the protagonist's luck, Ye Tian had seized nearly 1,000,000 points from the world's will. Having been in this world for just one day, Ye Tian had not yet chosen a host. There were two reasons for this. First, there was no suitable host. Second, in this world, the rejection from the world's will towards him was very weak. Every day consuming just 10,000 points could counteract the rejection of the Daos will. No wonder. After all, the world's will in this realm was rather foolish. In the author's pin, the blue star in the original work was just like Ye Tian's main world. It was plain and ordinary. However, once Xiaoling obtained the creator system, chaos ensued in the world. From the initial minor monsters to later SCPs, and then the emergence of the Gitangier, a once mundane world descended into a hopeless apocalypse due to the protagonist's belief that disaster could lead to the evolution of civilization. Throughout this process, the world's will did not take any action, and when the fire burned at their rear, it was all too late. Ye Tian was astonished when he read this novel. The author was undoubtedly a remarkable person. It only depicted destruction, offering not a shred of hope to the people of Blue Star. Shaking off his thoughts, Ye Tian considered the present situation. If he wants points, weakening the protagonist's halo to create loopholes in the world is undoubtedly essential. Wang Kun, who provided the summoning device yesterday, was merely a pawn. However, that was still not enough. Reducing the protagonist's halo by just one was proof enough. He pulled out his computer. Ye Tian's hands quickly covered the keyboard. Master-level hacking skills were unleashed. Knowing he had to deal with Xiaoling, Ye Tian would not give him the slightest chance to breathe. As lines of code danced across the screen, information and data were compiled by Ye Tian. If these documents were opened, one would see. Within them were many records of Xiaoling interacting with monsters like the wolf-head man, evil spirit, and fish-headed monster, even including photographs. Gaining this information, Ye Tian infiltrated the military district system. Yangcheng Military District. The commander of the military district was a vigorous middle-aged man. At this moment, the commander was reviewing various documents concerning monsters. After finishing the last document, Yang Jun let out a slight sigh of relief. The fish-headed monster and wolf-head man have finally been dealt with. But I wonder what entity resolved these two monsters. I hope it's not another more powerful monster. The commander displayed a clear sense of worry. The documents also stated that both monsters had been killed with a punch or a kick. Could it possibly be humans who could kill monsters with mere punches and kicks? The nearby chief of staff sighed. The surveillance within the city has been fully operational. I believe we will find out who killed the two monsters soon. But I wonder if other monsters will emerge afterwards. This situation is too passive. Commander Yang Jun took a deep breath. After so many years as a soldier, he had never encountered such occurrences. Monsters. Those should be things that exist only in fantasies. Buzz buzz, just when Yang Jun felt somewhat powerless, a file popped up unexpectedly on the desk computer. The file unfolded by itself. The open document fully presented an individual's personal information. Xiaoling male. Age, 25. After the personal information, several pictures of Xiaoling with monsters made Yang Jun and the chief of staff's gazes sharpen. The last line of the document brought an unprecedented gravity to both of them. Note, Xiaoling possesses the ability to create monsters. People's fears can provide him with the energy to create monsters. What exposure truly means. Ye Tian had just shown the depths of the matter. The only downside was that he hadn't revealed the person's system. The entire document. The two old generals reviewed it back and forth several times. Finally, Yang Jun turned to the chief of staff and asked, "Old Bai, do you think this information is credible?" "Whether it's credible or not, we will understand once we investigate this kid named Xiaoling." The document even provides his location. The chief of staff offered his opinion. Commander Yang Jun's eyes glimmered with intensity. "I will send someone right away." Neither of them ignored the information provided by Ye Tian. Instead, they took it very seriously. In the villa, the sage time of Xiaoling saw him comfortably lying on the bed. The female owner of the villa lay naked on the other side of the bed, having already lost her breath. On the floor, the male owner lay on the brink of death, his eyes having long been stained red with blood. "You shall not die well." The hoarse words were the last expression of his hatred, and after that the man heavily closed his eyes. Xiaoling paid no mind to the man's words. He was focused on the system screen before him. "With 1,000 points, I can create a second-level monster now. Which of the fourth monsters should I create?" Xiaoling hesitated. His encounter last night made him realize that this world was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. He could not solely develop along the lines of fear. He also needed to create monsters with a certain level of strength. At the very least, he would not have to flee when encountering that guy from yesterday. While contemplating, the evil spirit at the door suddenly began to howl. "My." Glancing at the evil spirit, Xiaoling instantly sprang up from the bed. Upon reaching the window and seeing the situation outside, his frown deepened. A large number of soldiers had inexplicably appeared outside. They were surrounding the area. "Let's go." He signaled to the evil spirit, temporarily storing it within the system space. Following that, he quickly made his way to the back door of the villa. Just as he was about to leave, he unexpectedly bumped into a large group of soldiers. They had long been lying in ambush here. How could this be? So many people. Xiaoling remained relatively calm as he still had the evil spirit in his system space, as well as second-level monsters he could create at any time. What puzzled him was why his whereabouts had been discovered by the army. Moreover, the army had dispatched so many troops in response so quickly. "Xiaoling, you are suspected of committing murder. Come with us for a while." A large group of police officers flooded into the villa directly surrounding Xiaoling. Looking at the surrounding police and soldiers, Xiaoling realized the situation was unusual. If it was merely to deal with a murderer, how could so many troops be mobilized? But now, what could he do? In front of all these police and soldiers, let the monsters take him away. Wouldn't that mean he was openly admitting to being the creator of the monsters? At that point, the entire world would have to hunt him down. It seems I can only wait until I get on the police car or into prison before I make my move. Thinking this, Xiaoling extended his hands with a somewhat grim expression. Through the cameras, he saw Xiaoling being escorted away from the villa. Ye Tian wore a faint smile at the corner of his mouth as his hands once again covered the computer. In the following time, the entire internet was flooded with news about Xiao Ling allegedly murdering a woman. Xiao, are you really leaving no pixelation at all for others? Damn it, how can such a person appear in Rome City? We must impose a heavy penalty. Except for a few who care about who spread the news, most people are taking the content of the news very seriously. At a certain high school in Rome City, in the teacher's office, dressed in an OL professional outfit, the voluptuous Xiao Yuanyuan looked at the content on her phone, covering her cherry lips in disbelief. Repeatedly glancing at the picture of the rapist on the internet, a wave of unease surged within her. Ding ling ling. The phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Xiao Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment before answering. Yuanyuan, what happened to your brother? Is what's reported online true? Her mother's voice on the phone was filled with strong agitation and disbelief. Mom, don't believe those reports. The authorities haven't even reported anything. It must be fake. Xiao Yuanyuan said frankly. But those messages all say that Xiao Ling has already been taken away by the police. But what's going on? The old woman felt very uneasy. Meanwhile, the woman in the office with her exquisite features slightly furrowed her brows. This must be a misunderstanding. Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely find someone to rescue my brother first. All right. Xiao Ling has always been so well behaved. He could never commit a crime. You must clarify things with the police. The old woman repeatedly emphasized until the call was disconnected. Xiao Yuanyuan stared at her phone, sinking into prolonged silence. Such an occurrence was simply too sudden. Just a couple of days ago she had met with Xiao Ling, and now this happened. It was hard for anyone to accept. Looking at the numbers in her phone contacts, Xiao Yuanyuan suddenly didn't know who to turn to for help. She was just a teacher. Where would she find the connections to speak at the police station? Moreover, it was still uncertain whether Xiao Ling had truly committed such an act. If it were true, ding ling ling. A string of numbers appeared on her phone at that moment. Seeing the caller, Xiao Yuanyuan paused slightly. Ye Tian. He was a man who had been pursuing her persistently. He was handsome, but a notorious playboy, and Xiao Yuanyuan had never paid him any attention, yet he had always been pestering her. Now seeing this person, Xiao Yuanyuan suddenly remembered that Ye Tian's father was the head of the Rome City Bureau. Although it wasn't very honorable for the sake of her brother Xiao Ling, Xiao Yuanyuan answered the call. Your brother is in trouble. The man's words on the phone got straight to the point. This left Xiao Yuanyuan, who had been trying to steer the conversation in that direction, a bit stunned. Do you need my help? Your brother might be wronged. The man on the phone said something that touched Xiao Yuanyuan's heart. Hesitating slightly, she asked, is that possible? Don't worry, leave it to me. Ye Tian's voice was full of assurance. Then thank you in advance. Xiao Yuanyuan felt a little more at ease inside. Although the man on the other end of the phone had always left a bad impression on her, this time, she felt a surge of gratitude. Wait for my news. In the room. After Ye Tian said this, he hung up the call. At his feet, the real Ye Tian had been dead for a long time. Ye Tian was considered the only antagonist in the entire book. Ye Tian needed his identity to control the relationship between Xiao Yuanyuan and Xiao Ling. And Xiao Yuanyuan. She was the only female lead in the entire book, a crucial person naturally involved with a lot of the main characters' fortunes. Collecting Ye Tian's corpse into the system space, Ye Tian opened his computer. Locating Xiao Ling's real-time status. Xiao Ling was being taken onto a police car. However, Ye Tian was very clear that this could never confine him. At this moment, Xiao Ling, sitting in the police car flanked by police officers watching him like hawks. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. As someone with a system, how could he, the creator, suffer such humiliation? He glanced at the outside environment. They happened to be in an area with sparse population surrounded by rice fields. System: create a level 2 monster fear scarecrow. Host consumes 1000 points. Successfully created fear scarecrow. Monster fear scarecrow. Level. Ability: steel needle, straw, deceptive clone. As points were consumed, Xiao Ling could clearly sense the location of the monster. As expected of a level 2 monster, once I escape, I will make you a nightmare for the people of Rome City. The fields on both sides remained vast and endless, and after a few minutes of smooth driving, creak, the police car in front came to a halt. Whose scarecrow is that ahead? It's obstructing the road. The police officer driving looked ahead, where 7 or 8 scarecrows were blocking the road for some unknown reason. 2 police officers approached. When the gaze of one slender officer landed on the face of the scarecrow, an indescribable sense of horror slowly crept up his heart. Don't dawdle, hurry up and clear the roadblock. His slightly plump partner called out. Okay. The slender officer nodded and picked up the scarecrow. It's really heavy, how can it feel like a person? As the officer spoke, he subconsciously looked up at the scarecrow's face. A cold breeze blew by. Suddenly, the scarecrow's button-like eyes moved. Oh. Even with strong psychological resilience, the slender officer panicked. Not good. The person is gone. Xiao Ling has escaped. Behind his partner suddenly shouted, startling the entire police force. Immediately the police team and the army on standby quickly sprang into action. Several small teams swiftly arrived at the police car, transporting Xiaoling. Inside the car, for some unknown reason, there was a heap of straw, and the police officers in the cabin were penetrated through the skull by needle-like straw. Xiaoling himself had already vanished. Bastard. The police chief looked at the state of his brother's death, his heart bleeding. Search. We must find him no matter what in all of Rong City. Indeed escaped. The surveillance perspective on Ye Tian's computer recorded the entire process of Xiaoling's escape. It's time to take credit. Pulling out his phone, Ye Tian dialed Xiao Yuanyuan's number. The call was connected immediately. Hello Xiao Tian, what happened? I've helped you secure the person. Ye Tian took a deep breath, appearing somewhat fatigued. Really? Thank you so much Xiao Tian. Xiao Yuanyuan finally felt relieved, even more grateful towards Xiao Tian. She hadn't expected him to act so swiftly. Moreover, from his tone it was evident that he had put in significant effort to achieve this. Is my brother really not a criminal? After expressing her gratitude, Xiao Yuanyuan became even more concerned about the matter. After this question was asked, there was a moment of silence on the phone. This made Xiao Yuanyuan's breath slightly hold. Don't worry, your brother hasn't committed any crime. Really? Xiaoling really didn't commit a crime. Upon hearing this answer, Xiao Yuanyuan didn't feel much joy. The hesitation in Xia Tian's voice on the phone made her realize that he was concealing something from her. Yes, don't worry. How about we arrange a time for the three of us to meet? Ye Tian said straightforward. Regarding the proposal from Xia Tian on the other end of the phone, under normal circumstances Xiao Yuanyuan would certainly refuse. But today, since he helped her rescue her brother, what harm is there in meeting him just once? Moreover, it would be together with her brother Xiaoling. What could possibly go wrong with the three of them? Alright, let's do it tonight. He'll contact Xiaoling to thank you in person. Xiao Yuanyuan was quite clear about gratitude and grudges. After hanging up the phone, she looked at her phone, and then dialed her brother Xiaoling's number. Hello sister. Xiaoling's tone was relaxed over the phone. What on earth did you do today? Finally getting through, Xiao Yuanyuan's anger poured out completely. Me? Xiaoling was a bit puzzled by his sister's tone. I was just having a perfectly normal day, right? A perfectly normal day. Xiao Yuanyuan's tone intensified again. Do you think I don't go online? Did you really engage in any criminal activities? Tell me the truth. What? At the mention of his predetermined wife, Xiaoling's heart skipped a beat. What are you talking about? Xiaoling had not been paying attention to his phone, so he momentarily couldn't react to Xiao Yuanyuan's words. Still playing dumb. Xiao Yuanyuan felt a bit disappointed. Tonight at the Nantali Hotel, don't make excuses not to come. With that, she directly hung up the phone. In the vibrant city of Rongqing, there was a sense of warmth and comfort. The news that both the fish-head monster and the wolf-head man had died also made many residents of Rongqing unable to stay home. On the streets, the bustle was only half of what it used to be. In a luxurious Western restaurant, on the top floor, a gentle breeze ruffled the tablecloth and the elegant sound of a violin relaxed everyone. At a table, Ye Tian and Xiao Yuanyuan sat opposite each other. Xia Tian, thank you for saving Xiaoling, Xiao Yuanyuan said, taking out a wad of cash from her bag. This is a token of my gratitude. Looking at the money offered by the other, Ye Tian waved his hand. No need to be so polite. I helped you not for money. This statement warmed Xiao Yuanyuan's heart. After glancing at Xia Tian, for some reason this man seemed not so unpleasant today, or instead, he had a sense of familiarity. Then may I propose a toast to you? Xiao Yuanyuan felt the need to do something to show her gratitude. Ye Tian smiled slightly, not stopping her. Just as Xiao Yuanyuan was about to down her drink, a hand grabbed her wrist. Who do you think you are to have my sister toast you? The suddenly appearing man was none other than Xiaoling. He looked at Ye Tian, his eyes filled with intense anger. If it weren't for this being a public place, he would have definitely let the evil spirit kill Xia Tian. Regarding the sudden appearance of Xiaoling, Ye Tian opened his mouth, but hadn't said anything when Xiao Yuanyuan directly pushed Xiaoling's hand away. Xiaoling, how can you speak like that? Looking at Xiaoling, Xiao Yuanyuan's beautiful eyes widened slightly, apologized to Xia Tian immediately. Apologized to him? Xiaoling seemed to have heard a very funny joke. On what grounds? On what grounds? Xiao Yuanyuan seemed to be seeing this brother of hers for the first time. Without Xia Tian, you would already be locked up. How can you still confront him now? What grounds do you have? Locked up? Xiaoling had already seen the information on his phone before coming, and he had already thought of his response. I wasn't guilty to begin with. Once the police investigate, clearly they would just let me go. What does this have to do with Xia Tian? You still won't admit that Xia Tian saved you? Xiao Yuanyuan didn't expect Xiaoling to have such an attitude. In that situation online, even if you weren't guilty, do you really think you could have gotten away so easily? As the conversation reached this point, Xiaoling gradually began to reflect. You say Xia Tian saved me. He took me away from the police. His gaze shifted between Xia Tian and Xiao Yuanyuan, and Xiaoling couldn't help but scoff. Let me clarify, I clearly escaped from the police by my own strength. Ye Tian. I didn't see him lift a finger. After Xiao Ling said this, unexpectedly a slap landed hard on his face. Sister you. Covering his face, Xiao Ling's expression twisted. It was his sister who had been fondling him since he didn't know how to express his anger. Xiao Ling, I am very disappointed in you. Xiao Yuan's chest heaved with rage. Do you really think you are Superman? Facing the police you can escape by your own strength. Do you know the risks Ye Tian took to save you? Not being grateful is one thing, but now you even slander him. In her words, Xiao Yuan revealed a profound disappointment. Don't you believe me? Xiao Ling's emotions were on the verge of exploding. Xiao Yuan did not care about Xiao Ling's emotions at all. You should reflect on yourself, or did you really commit a crime? Once you figure it out, let me know. With that, Xiao Yuan could no longer stay and left early. Seeing this, Ye Tian also got up and followed. On the balcony, only Xiao Ling remained, his expression as gloomy as possible. He wouldn't take his anger out on Xiao Yuan, so his wrath successfully shifted onto Ye Tian. Ye Tian. I want you dead. In the passenger seat, Xiao Yuan looked at Ye Tian, who was driving, and felt very apologetic. I'm sorry, I didn't expect my brother to have such an attitude. It's alright, I actually find your impartial and objective attitude quite charming, Ye Tian generously complimented. This made Xiao Yuan's oval face blush shyly. Stealing glances at Ye Tian, Ye Tian felt genuinely different from before. Just then, ding-ling-ling. As Ye Tian drove, his phone rang. Xiao Yuan looked over curiously. Ye Tian also answered without hesitation. Hello, Dad. Ye Tian. What did you do? You bailed out such a criminal. Are you looking for death? A loud voice came through the phone. Whether intentional or not, Ye Tian's phone was on speaker. Xiao Yuan, who was sitting beside, heard everything clearly. Her expression stiffened. I am willing to bear all consequences. Ye Tian took a deep breath as if he had been prepared for this. Then you can go to jail for him. This charge of harboring someone will put you behind bars for 3 years. With that, the call ended abruptly. Did Xiao Ling really commit a crime? What? A criminal? Xiao Yuan's voice changed. Ye Tian sighed, sadly not saying much. I'm sorry. I dragged you into this. Xiao Yuan looked complexly at the man beside her, who willingly bore the burden of 3 years in prison just to help her save her brother. Why would you bail him out knowing my brother committed a crime? Her words were filled with deep gratitude, but also with intense disappointment towards her brother Xiao Ling. Regarding Xiao Yuan's words, Ye Tian turned to look at the woman in the passenger seat. That deep, silent gaze had already conveyed the answer to her without words. In an instant, Xiao Yuan felt the weight of Summer's feelings towards her. I have a gift for you. Ye Tian suddenly spoke, pulling Xiao Yuan back from her thoughts. In her gaze, Summer took out a jade pendant. You may not know, but I can actually do some carving. This jade pendant was crafted in your likeness. Ye Tian said, the exquisite figure on the pendant shining brightly, causing Xiao Yuan to gasp and cover her mouth. It took me over a year to complete this piece. I always wanted to give it to you when I confessed, but thinking back, you wouldn't agree to my confession, so consider it a gift from a friend. Please accept it. In these words there was a profound sense of emotion and regret. This deeply moved Xiao Yuan. A year spent carving for me. After she accepted the jade pendant, Ye Tian smiled faintly. Who would have known that this jade pendant was a positioning device crafted specifically by him as a system? After explaining all this, Ye Tian looked ahead at the road, his eyes slightly lowered. As expected, a scarecrow appeared ahead on the road. Still unable to keep calm, wanting to kill so soon, Ye Tian, for such a useless host, Ye Tian felt pity for that fellow system. What is that? Xiao Yuan in the passenger seat also noticed the scarecrow on the road ahead. It's a scarecrow. I have no idea how it ended up in the city, Ye Tian said, feigning ignorance as he drove past the scarecrow. After driving for a while, Xiao Yuan pointed again at the dark roadside. There's another scarecrow over there. Ye Tian continued to drive. Another one. The light illuminated the scarecrow's terrifying face, casting a distorted shadow on the ground. By now Xiao Yuan sensed that something was amiss. These scarecrows, seen multiple times, all had the same movements and faces. It was as if they were all just one. But how could that be? When the fourth scarecrow appeared, it stood in the middle of the road. Ye Tian also stopped the car. I'll go take a look. Let's go together. I feel a bit scared being alone in the car. Though the scarecrow ahead was frightening, the thought of being alone made Xiao Yuan feel even more uneasy. Alright. Once they reached a consensus, Ye Tian and Xiao Yuan got out of the car together. The car lights cast a long shadow of the scarecrow. Creak, creak. As they approached, the scarecrow ahead began to move, twisting its joints. Up. Xiao Yuan suddenly grabbed Ye Tian's shirt, having never seen such a scene before. Cackling. The eerie sounds emerged frequently as the scarecrow's horrifying face grew even more unsettling. But in the next moment, one of the scarecrow's arms stretched out and pierced through. Run! Ye Tian shouted. At that moment Xiao Yuanyuan was unexpectedly tripped by something. She looked back. The extending straw was almost in front of her. Just when she thought she was about to be killed by this monster, a man stood in front of her. Thud! The straws pierced through this man like steel rods. Summer. Xiao Yuanyuan was stunned, completely in shock. Until the man fell into her arms, the scarecrow that had completed its task disappeared into the distance. Only then did Xiao Yuanyuan gradually come to her senses, looking at the gasping Summer in her arms, her tears flowing incessantly. No, don't do this, don't die. Why did you help me? Xiao Yuanyuan felt as if a piece of her heart was missing, as she never expected Summer would willingly sacrifice his life to save her. In this moment, she realized how precious this man in her arms truly was. But it was already too late. Not far away, Ye Tian watched as Xiao Yuanyuan wept over Summer's body, then turned his gaze towards a certain darkness. Having consumed 1,000,000 points, Ye Tian first raised his strength to the peak of golden core. With a flash, he appeared in front of a scarecrow in the field. Cackling, the fearful scarecrow slowly looked up at the presence before it. The suddenly appearing Ye Tian was somewhat beyond its understanding. You little guy, in the last fantasy world you were just a minor ghost demon. Ye Tian spread his hands. The explosive flames instantly engulfed the fearful scarecrow. In an internet cafe, Xiao Ling was browsing posts about monsters on the web. Looking at the time, the scarecrow should have completed its task by now. Xiao Ling stopped moving the mouse and opened the creator system panel. Upon seeing a line of scarlet letters on the panel, Xiao Ling froze instantly. Warning: the secondary monster created by the host, the fearful scarecrow, has suffered damage, and its life value has decreased by 70. Warning: the secondary monster created by the host, the fearful scarecrow, has suffered damage, and its life value has decreased by 90. Warning: the secondary monster created by the host, the fearful scarecrow, has suffered fatal damage, and is now dead. Dead. Watching the fearful scarecrow's health bar empty, Xiao Ling was on the verge of madness. How is that possible? Did the scarecrow encounter an army? That shouldn't lead to its death. Is there someone in this world who can kill a fearful scarecrow? It had only been less than a day. An existence created with 1,000 points just vanished. This made Xiao Ling deeply doubt the system's capabilities. On the other side, in the hospital morgue, Rongcheng's headquarters looked at his son's cold body, veins bulging to the extreme. Scarecrow, I swear I won't be human if I don't kill you. Tonight, Yang Jun received another message from the mysterious person on his computer. It was information about the newly appeared monster codenamed Scarecrow. In a document, there was a video showing the Scarecrow rescuing Xiao Ling in the field. Seeing the scene of the Scarecrow saving Xiao Ling, Yang Jun's expression gradually turned serious. He called the chief of staff and several generals overnight. When Xiao Ling's data was presented on the screen, everyone in the conference room wore a solemn expression. What do you all think about this issue? After the video and data presentation, Yang Jun asked the generals present. An elderly general with gray hair spoke first. From these materials, it is evident that this young man Xiao Ling is indeed directly related to those monsters. With so many murders, he certainly cannot escape responsibility. This statement made many present nod in agreement. What we really need to consider is whether this Xiao Ling truly possesses the power to create monsters. The sky was beginning to brighten. An official announcement shocked the entire nation awake. Wanted person: Xiao Ling. Gender: male. Age: 25. Danger level: extremely dangerous. Note: according to reliable information, this wanted criminal is highly likely to possess the ability to command monsters. A reward of 5 million is offered for reliable information. As soon as the news was released, it stirred up a huge uproar online. It wasn't just because of the exorbitant 5 million reward, but because no one could have imagined that this wanted criminal was actually connected to monsters. Morning. Inside a certain mall, Xiao Ling covered himself tightly, observing the passers-by around him, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He should have been the one orchestrating everything from the shadows, unleashing terrifying monsters one after another. Who could it be that provided the authorities with information exposing him so brazenly? Last night's hotel is clearly no longer an option. Now facing a nationwide manhunt, he couldn't find a temporary place to stay. Taking out his phone, Xiao Ling hesitated at his sister Xiao Yuanyuan's call. However, during this moment of hesitation, she called him instead. After picking up, he said, "Hey sis." There was a brief silence on the other end before Xiao Yuanyuan responded, "Xiao Ling, tell me seriously, can you really command monsters? You don't believe the rumors online, do you? In being wronged, those fabricated things are completely false." Xiao Ling's emotional defense sounded particularly weak. Hearing her brother's words, Xiao Yuanyuan's eyes filled with tears again. Holding the jade pendant he gifted her last summer, Xiao Yuanyuan repeatedly recalled the scene of Summer sacrificing himself for her last night. If Xiao Ling could truly command monsters, then Summer's death. The authorities have reported it. Xiao Ling, just turn yourself in. If you're innocent, you have nothing to fear. Xiao Yuanyuan's tone had turned somewhat cold. How can you ask me to turn myself in? I'm your brother. Xiao Ling lowered his voice, the suppressed anger revealing intense agitation. We have no brother like you. Xiao Yuanyuan snapped. We have no blood relation. From now on, no matter what you do, please do not interfere with my family's life. With that, Xiao Yuanyuan hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone, Xiao Ling's expression darkened like water. Where did it all go wrong? He should have been on the path to becoming the supreme god. Why had he fallen to such depths now? System, what should I? The host can earn fear points to create powerful monsters to escape from this predicament. Earn points. How do I earn them? I only have an injured, evil spirit in hand. What good is that? Xiao Ling's anger instantly shifted to the system. I see you're completely useless. The monsters you've created are of no use at all. Hearing Xiao Ling's words, the system fell silent. Ding ding ding, a call was coming in. Xiao Ling glanced at it. Xiao Gu, it's me, Sido Lai. The entire city is hunting for you. I know. Xiao Ling replied flatly. The man on the other end was a younger brother he had taken in a while back, who was also a gang leader. Do you have a place to stay? Why not come hide here for a few days? Situ Lai clearly wasn't one to beat around the bush. In response, Xiao Ling's eyes flickered. All right. If Ye Tian saw this scene, he would surely marvel at the charm of the protagonist's halo. A few hours later, Xiao Ling arrived at a bar. Xiao Gu, a bald, muscular man with a scar on his face, opened his arms wide upon seeing Xiao Ling, giving him a big hug. Behind the muscular man, a woman in a cheap house smiled. Xiao Gu, it's been a while. You look even more handsome. Hello, Xiao Gu. On the other side, a dozen younger brothers respectfully greeted Xiao Ling. To this, Xiao Ling merely nodded in acknowledgement. To him, this kind of treatment should be taken for granted. Xiao Gu, you can stay here for the next few days until the storm passes. Situ Lai said after dispersing his young. Can you guarantee it's safe? Xiao Ling glanced at Situ Lai, then shifted his gaze to the woman in the cheap house behind him. Rest assured, Xiao Gu, it's absolutely safe here. Situ Lai patted his chest in assurance. Xiao Ling nodded and said nothing more. Inside the bar, as Situ Lai settled, Xiao Ling and a younger brother immediately approached. Boss, that guy is worth 5 million now. Why don't we report him? Slap. Situ Lai directly slapped the younger brother's face. Xiao Ling is my benefactor. If you speak like that again, I'll cut your tongue off. Do you believe me? Yes. The younger brother nodded in fear. At that moment, a graceful woman in a black cheapao approached. All right, don't let this matter upset you. As she spoke, the woman caressed Situ Lai's chest while handing him a cup of tea. Looking at his woman, Situ Lai's anger dissipated. Xiao Li, you are so understanding. Having you as my woman is a blessing I've accumulated over several lifetimes. Stop being so sweet. Xiao Li lightly punched Situ Lai, her smile radiant. Over the next few days, the authorities did not give up despite being unable to track Xiao Ling's whereabouts. On the contrary, they took this matter even more seriously. It was precisely because of such commotion that foreign nations began to take notice of the monster incidents. On the international internet scene, many countries' attitudes toward monsters were entirely different from that of Xia country. In the Eastern Japan internet scene, I never expected that what we longed for would actually appear in Xia country. Fish-headed monsters, wolf-head people, oh my. I really want to see them in person, but alas, Xia country has killed them. Perhaps they are the last remaining monsters in the world. Why eliminate them completely? If someone can truly create monsters, they should be thoroughly protected instead of kept. Inside the bar, Situ Lai looked at the reported news. Although he was somewhat worried, he still insisted on keeping Xiao Ling's whereabouts hidden. Are you going to deliver food to Xiao Gu again? Situ Lai glanced aside. Xiao Li was packing food into a lunchbox. Yes, today there's fish, meat, and vegetables, all made by me. You're so virtuous, my woman. Situ Lai said, pulling her into his arms. Actually, you don't need to deliver it personally. Oh, I could just have someone else do it. How can that be? I'm your woman. Shouldn't I perform well in front of Xiao Gu to give you face? Ha ha, you're so considerate. Situ Lai was satisfied, caressing Xiao Li's smooth legs. His gaze fell on Xiao Li's knee, and he frowned. What happened to your knee? Why is it all bruised? I accidentally fell yesterday. How careless you are, Simu Lai murmured, his voice thick with concern. It's fine. I don't feel any pain, Xiao Li replied softly, picking up the meal tray. They'll go ahead. Otherwise the food will grow cold. All right, just watch your step. He watched her walk away, then sank into a quiet tide of self-reproach, convinced he had failed to protect the woman he loved. Big brother. A young underling burst into the bar, breathless. Big brother, someone's causing trouble. Trouble? Simu Lai's brows knotted sharply. What happened? Didn't I tell you all to lie low lately? Avoid any provocation. Big brother, this truly wasn't our doing. The youth choked out tears and snot streaming down his face. If you weren't provoking anyone, how could someone possibly target you? It's true. The youth pointed behind him at several others who'd followed in his wake. Dogsy and I were walking peacefully down the street, when suddenly a single man struck me across the face. As he spoke, he gestured toward his own cheek. The right side burned with a vivid crimson handprint. Was it just one person? You. So many of you. And yet none dared strike back. Simu Lai seethed, barely containing his fury. How could he command such spineless subordinates? We couldn't fight him. Behind him the others lifted their faces, each bearing an identical fresh red imprint on one cheek. Simu Lai's temples throbbed with bulging veins. He surged upright, voice thunderous, worthless. Take me to him, now. At that very moment a figure appeared at the bar's entrance. The slanting light from outside stretched his shadow long and sharp across the floor. Boss, it's him. That's the one, the youth roared. The others recoiled half a step, bracing, as if facing mortal peril. So, you're the one who struck my men. Simu Lai studied the man before him, strikingly handsome, yet otherwise unremarkable, his surprise palpable. No blows, no bond. Ye Tian smiled, stepping forward. Hearing those words, the underlings beside him felt as though they'd swallowed bile. You slapped each of them, and call that no blows, no bond. Simu Lai was unmoved by the flippant charm. Since you admit to striking my men, name your terms for compensation. How about 5 million? Ye Tian offered. Simu Lai's eyebrow arched faintly. Not bad, you've got some sense. Hand over the money. No rush. Ye Tian reached for a bottle atop the bar, uncorked it. Truth is, I came here to meet you. Let's share a drink first, before settling accounts. As he spoke, Ye Tian filled 2 glasses. Simu Lai glanced at the half-filled glass, then at Ye Tian, before lifting it and draining it in one smooth motion. In that same instant Ye Tian sensed it. The rage gene he'd engineered had been ingested by Simu Lai. A quiet, knowing smile flickered across his lips. Time to pay up, Simu Lai said, his gaze sharpening with warning. He'd granted this courtesy only because payment had been promised. Ye Tian remained utterly unruffled. I possess intelligence worth 5 million. Surely it offsets the debt. You're playing me, eh? A surge of rage ignited in Simu Lai's chest. Hot, chaotic, spiraling like wildfire through. It coiled tighter, threatening to erupt, fanning his fury to unbearable intensity. Ye Tian swirled the crystal-clear liquor in his glass, and said, calm as still water, "You're sheltering Shaoling." That single sentence froze Simu Lai's gaze, hardened into ice. I haven't called the police. That alone is worth 5 million, isn't it? Simu Lai abandoned pretense, yanked a pistol from beneath the bar, and leveled it at Ye Tian. You wanna die? Ye Tian didn't so much as glance at the weapon. Rising slowly, he said, let's drink again sometime. Then he walked straight out the door. Simu Lai stood frozen, watching him vanish, his finger trembling on the trigger, yet never pulling it. After a heartbeat's hesitation, he snatched his phone and scrolled frantically to Shaoling's number. Someone knew he was hiding Shaoling. Even if Ye Tian claimed he wouldn't report it, trust was already ash. He had to warn Shaoling immediately and urge him to flee. Ring, ring. Inside, a quiet, on the floor lay a black qipao and lace undergarments. In the bathroom beneath cascading water, 2 silhouettes moved, one behind the other. Meanwhile, on the bedroom nightstand, Simu Lai's incoming call glowed faintly, unanswered. Why won't he pick up? Simu Lai paced the bar, anxiety tightening his throat. He gunned the engine, racing towards Shaoling's hideout. Arriving at the apartment building, he rushed upstairs, pushed open the door. Brother Shao, something's wrong. But the sight inside silenced him mid-sentence. What in the hells are you doing? They're kneeling on the floor, Shaoli. And behind her, Shaoling. Simu Lai's vision blurred, vertigo crashed over him like a tidal wave. Shaoling, you defiled my woman. His pistol cleared its holster in a flash, aimed squarely at Shaoling's temple. No more gratitude. No more brotherhood. Only the raw, roaring urge to tear him apart. Caught red-handed, Shaoling flushed, but only briefly. After all, he was the protagonist. And protagonists possessed armor-thick skin. Snatching a towel from nearby, just a woman. Take her. Find another. I'll find your mother. Rage boiled. Not as emotion, but as substance thick, scorching alive. Simu Lai surrendered, his finger clenching, the hammer falling. Bang! A bullet tore through air, hurtling towards Shaoling's skull. At the last possible breath, a towering figure stepped between them. Uffed! The lethal round punched only a fingertip-sized wound into the giant's shoulder. You dare fire upon me? Shaoling's eyes turned glacial. It seems you've forgotten how I saved your life. Then today, let Wolfhead reclaim what he once gave you. With a curt gesture, Shaoling signaled the beast forward. This was a new Wolfhead, a creation forged in recent days, painstakingly assembled from fragments of fear earned in hiding. Obeying instantly, the Wolfhead strode to Simu Lai, lifted him off his feet, and locked fingers around his throat. GHK. Veins erupted across Simu Lai's forehead, not from suffocation, but from something far more primal. The contorted visage of pure, incandescent wrath. SHHH. His blood roared like molten mercury, visible plumes of vapor steaming from his pores rising like ghostly breath. His hands, swollen to monstrous size, clamped onto the wolfhead's arm. His eyes blazed with white-hot fury. Xiaoling, I shielded you with everything, gave you shelter, loyalty. Yet you repay me like this. Each word cracked like shattering glass, charged with manic desperation. Crack, crack, crack. In Xiaoling's stunned disbelief, Simu Lai wrenched the wolfhead's thigh-thick arm, twisting it into a grotesque spiraling knot. Aark, the savage beast crumpled to his knees. Impossible. Where did you get this strength? Xiaoling's composure shattered. Simu Lai seized the wolfhead's skull and yanked. Up. Xiaoli, clutching her towel, watched a geyser of crimson erupt, splashing walls, floor, air. The sheer visceral horror sent her reeling, then plunging into merciful unconsciousness. Your turn. Situ Lai glared at Xiaoling. Had this occurred in the past, even if he possessed the power to kill Xiaoling, he would most likely have spared him, leaving their debts settled forever. But now, stimulated by the rage gene, Situ Lai craved only release. And Xiaoling was unquestionably the perfect target. Damn it. Witnessing Situ Lai rip the wolf-head man's head clean off, Xiaoling felt his worldview shatter once more. How could anyone he casually crossed possess such supernatural power? Has this world truly descended into an age where superhumans roam unchecked? And what of me, the very architect of monsters? Am I even allowed to survive? Xiaoling flicked his hand. A wraith materialized before Situ Lai. He knew full well that even a perfectly conditioned wolf-head man had fallen in less than one exchange against this foe, so the wraith stood little chance of victory. Yet it might buy him precious time. The moment the wraith manifested, Xiaoling steeled his resolve and leapt from the third-floor window. With a sharp crack, a towering tree caught him perfectly. Glancing back up at the building, Xiaoling fled in utter disarray. Beneath the shade of the trees below, Ye Tian summoned his interface as Xiaoling vanished into the distance. The display read protagonist fortune value, 50 remaining. At a certain sports park, Xiaoling wrapped himself in a towel, still unable to comprehend the origin of Situ Lai's abilities. System, what other supernatural forces remain hidden in this world? You're overthinking it. Aside from you, no one else possesses supernatural abilities. The system's reply remained coldly mechanical. Xiaoling gripped his hair, barely containing his fury. Didn't you see? The armored man who slaughtered the fish-headed monster, the inexplicable death of the scarecrow, and today's man who tore off the wolf-head man's head. The world has reached this point, and you claim no one else wields supernatural power. Do you take me for blind or foolish? Faced with Xiaoling's seething rage, the system fell silent. Not long after, Xiaoling sensed the wraith utterly torn apart by Situ Lai. So much for that. Not a single creature remained under his command. Gone, all gone. What now? Nowhere left to hide. The police will surely track me down soon. You may develop your influence abroad, host. The system interjected once more, and at that instant projected a luminous interface before him. Within the interface shimmered a live feed of the real-world network. When Xiaoling saw Japan's assessment of him on the international tennis circuit, his eyes gleamed with sudden interest. He hadn't expected this nation to welcome him so fervently. Indeed, compared to Xia country, where he was now nationally wanted, Japan offered the ideal ground for growth. Days later, Ye Tian glanced toward a distant direction inside a tea house. He's already left. It seems this world is nearing its end. A world without its host. How profoundly dull. On his first day in Japan, Xiaoling drew little attention. By the second day, a mutated fishman appearing along the coast sparked localized commotion. On the third day, a corpse bale entity, its face deliberately obscured, slaughtered an entire town. By the fifth day, a female ghost crawling from a village while plunged an entire Japanese county into abject terror. On the 10th day, a spectral wrecked vessel emerged off Japan's coastline, severing all maritime routes abroad. In just 10 days. For Xiaoling, it was like a carp leaping into America, experiencing explosive, unbridled growth. And yet, rather than collapsing under these horrors, many Japanese citizens grew exhilarated. Monsters had finally arrived in their homeland. Numerous groups sprang up in open worship of monsters, venerating them as divine. If they could decode the monster's nature, Japan would wield a deterrent far surpassing nuclear arms. Becoming the world's supreme nation would be but a matter of time. This was no fringe belief. It reflected the deeply ingrained mindset of generations of Japanese elders, now shared by the majority. Yet even as they dreamed fervently of this future, destruction had already silently encircled the nation. Inside a modest house, Xiaoling sat upon tatami mats. Behind him, one monstrous form after another assembled. In his hand rested an object. Item T-Virus. Rank 8 star. Description: the genesis of catastrophe. The one creation most indelibly etched in the memory of gods. The genesis of catastrophe. Xiaoling marveled at the azure spiral vial in his palm. He tossed it to the nearby ghoul behind him. Go forth and spread it. I trust tonight's news won't disappoint me. Hours later, black blood flooded a major shopping mall in Sakata City. Zombies surged violently toward crowds ravenous and relentless. 2 days later, Osaka City fell. On the third day, Japan's armed forces entered the fray. By the fifth day, uncontrollable hordes of zombies poured into neighboring prefectural districts. By the 10th day, 1/3 of Japan lay submerged beneath a crimson tide of zombie dominion. At last, the few surviving Japanese could no longer believe monsters were divine gifts bestowed upon them. Monsters were monsters, nothing more, nothing less. How could they ever be objects of faith? How could they ever deserve worship? The Japanese people regretted their folly, yet the zombies granted them no time for remorse. By the 20th day, zombie legions had seized nearly half of Japan. Now, the entire world watched, eyes fixed solely upon Japan. No one could have imagined. In less than 2 months, one of the world's great powers, Japan, had already edged perilously close to annihilation, just as other nations secretly rejoiced. Countries led by the United States began reporting zombie outbreaks of their own. Only then did humanity grasp the truth. This was no isolated national calamity. It was a global cataclysm. 1 month after the outbreak began, the world turned its gaze eastward, to Xia country. Strangely, however fearsome the zombie tides grew, they unfailingly veered clear of Xia country. To this day, Xia country remains serene and untouched, as though all monsters instinctively recoiled from its borders. A room in Rongqing City. Where am I? Ye Tian surveyed her surroundings, then turned her gaze to Ye Tian beside her. You may consider this a quiet, forgotten corner of existence. This place holds almost no spiritual energy. Why have you come here? What need prompted you to summon me? Her pale violet eyes held quiet curiosity, though she'd subtly sensed the binding contract. She bore no resistance toward it. Ye Tian had bestowed upon her the complete legacy of the demon sovereign, a mere mark paled in comparison to the demonic curse imposed upon servants of the Golden Lotus demon sovereign. Indeed, I require your assistance. Ye Tian transmitted the relevant information directly into Ye Tian's mind. Zombies. Such frail creatures, capable of threatening an entire civilization. Can you eradicate them entirely? Ye Tian asked. It's somewhat troublesome, but not difficult. Ye Tian slowly closed her eyes. Had anyone been aboard the space station, they would have witnessed it beyond Earth's atmosphere. A colossal, boundless Rakshasa phantom ascended, vast beyond measure. Expanding her Dharma form to such magnitude diluted its raw power across infinite scale. Yet even so, annihilating zombies proved effortless. As vast waves of violet light cascaded onto Earth, people watched in awe as zombie after zombie dissolved into ash. Japan. From his attic, Xiaoling too beheld the sky awash in violet radiance. I knew it. I knew this world ran infinitely deeper than its surface suggested. Xiaoling slammed his fist hard into the floor. No matter, it's fine. I've already earned enough points to create a level 9 beast. He grinned, glancing at his system interface. Xiaoling slammed his fist hard into the floor. No matter, it's fine. I've already earned enough points to... As the last of the zombies perished, the entire world fell into a brief moment of shock. Soon after, humanity began to restore their respective cities. Looking across the globe, apart from the Xia Kingdom, all other regions were engulfed in desolation. Meanwhile, in the East, Japan, their calamity did not end with the elimination of the zombies. Grinning Joker, Silver Mercury, Infant Spirit, Organ Fabricator, Yamada no Orochi. These monsters against whom no one could contend had turned the entire East Japan into their playground. In such a desperate situation, many nations proposed to drop atomic bombs on East Japan to contain these monsters, ensuring that no global spread akin to that of the zombies would occur. However, as the target of the attack, East Japan was naturally unwilling to accept this. And what country would willingly become the executioner? Yet without action, the consequences were unpredictable. Just as everyone was hesitating, they suddenly discovered that those monsters seemed to have received some kind of command and were rushing towards the Xia Kingdom. As the monsters surged into the Xia Kingdom, city blocks were subjected to devastating assaults. In less than a day, the losses in the Xia Kingdom had sent chills across the world, leading to despair. With the Xia Kingdom struggling to resist, which country on Blue Star could possibly punish these beings? In some city of East Japan. Xiaoling felt the destructive power of the hundreds of monsters under his command in the Xia Kingdom, a strange smile gradually rising at the corners of his mouth. I thought the Xia Kingdom was extraordinary. I was too cautious before. The monsters were rampaging and slaughtering. Just as everyone was sinking into despair, a voice echoed in the ears of all humanity. Do you believe in light? A voice like an auditory hallucination manifested in everyone's ears. Many of those in motion paused momentarily. Did you hear anything? A man and a woman exchanged glances. Inside a tea house, Ye Tian stared at the news articles about the monsters, his gaze flickering. He whispered to himself, "Did you really think I've done nothing these days? Monsters. Let them come to the Xia kingdom. They can leave with as many as they bring." In the magic city, a bustling city on the edge of the ocean, it was one of the first cities to fall victim to the monster invasion. Under the dim sky at an intersection, dozens of vehicles lay overturned. Amidst the cacophony of car alarms, a clown with a face painted in vibrant colors stood atop a car in the center of the road. Wu, the clown on the roof, held a bloody dagger, his expression twisted and frenzied. Surrounding him, a large group of armed special police had encircled the overturned vehicles. Around the clown lay numerous bodies sprawled on the ground. Numerous journalists were filming the scene from a distance. Millions of viewers in the live stream felt a chill. Why aren't they shooting? This is outrageous. Oh, just take him down. Bullets won't work on him, he doesn't die. This clown has the ability to create clones. The special police can't deal with him. This is sacrificing lives to buy time for civilians. The entire live stream was filled with a sense of despair. Not long after, the clown on the car turned his gaze towards the special police surrounding him. "Retreat, draw him outside the city." The entire special police team quickly mobilized. At that moment, the clown split into dozens of clones. The speed was so fast that even if all the special police were prepared, they could not escape. All the viewers in the live stream could only watch helplessly as those dozens of clown clones with manic smiles plunged their bloody daggers towards the throats of the special police. "Stop! You bastard! Stop, don't kill anymore. Is someone going to sacrifice again? How many is this now?" The barrage in the live stream flooded as no one wanted to witness the scene unfolding before them. "Amitba." A sudden voice appeared, like the true words of a holy monk, clearly resonating in everyone's ears. The entire street seemed to freeze for a moment due to this sacred utterance. Then whoosh, people were astonished to see the grinning clown clones vanishing as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Only the remaining clown, who could barely manage a smile, was left. The livestream camera adjusted slightly, focusing on the end of the street where a monk appeared before the people. The monk, dressed in a simple gray robe, stood before a striking greenstone tablet. Step by step, the monk approached with his hands clasped together. "You have committed heinous acts. Let this humble monk guide you." Woo-hoo, the clown, as if discovering something amusing, wore a smile once again. Wobbling, he walked towards the stone tablet monk. Despite his awkward gait, the clown seemed to teleport directly in front of the monk. With his dagger raised, he thrust it towards the monk's eyes. This scene made the special police around them shudder, wanting to stop it, but they had no power to do so. Just as people dared not watch the situation unfold, the clown's dagger halted. Buzz, 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 a massive golden bell slowly circled around the monk. Then the monk slowly raised his hand, and a gigantic golden palm imprint took shape in an instant. Like a true Buddha descending to the world, the clown, who had instilled fear in countless hearts, displayed a face of terror at that moment. Oh! Amidst the screams, this terrifying being vanished. "He's dead, he's dead. My God! Is he a god? The true Buddha has descended, the Buddha has come." Millions in the live stream were shaken, while the journalists and special police who had witnessed the scene were left in shock. However, this situation was not a singular occurrence. In Kaifeng, not a coastal area yet today, it was also graced by the arrival of a monster. As dusk approached, people saw a streak of a shooting star appear on the horizon. However, as time passed, they gradually realized that the star was getting larger. What is that? Is that a meteor? Under people's gazes, a rapidly enlarging crimson meteor crashed heavily into the city center of Kaifeng. The entire city trembled. Just as everyone believed, it was merely a meteor. This burning lavard meteor gradually unfurled. A super lava giant towering over 100 meters slowly revealed itself, like a supreme demon. As the people of the city looked up, they could see that colossal being piercing the clouds. "It's a monster. Such a gigantic monster. Is it going to destroy our entire Kaifeng?" Countless people were engulfed in fear. The vast majority lacked even the courage to flee. Under satellite monitoring and live streaming, the enormous lava giant with a single step cracked the ground and caused buildings to collapse. No one could stand against him. What is that? Is it a person? Suddenly, many people clearly saw a figure emerging 1,000 meters in the sky. It was an elderly man riding a sword with white whiskers flowing in the wind. How can he fly? Is this man traveling on a sword truly a celestial being? Countless people were utterly astonished. The elder, flying on his sword, halted in midair. With a wave of his hand, a long sword appeared in his grasp. "Zhongzhou is not a place for you to rampage." The chilling yet aged voice echoed as the elder's sword slashed forth, releasing a visible sword light that spanned kilometers. The terrifying onslaught sent shivers of extreme threat through the magma giant. Roar! With a furious howl, the magma giant reached for the sword light. With a thunderous roar, the kilometer-long sword light cleaved through the magma giant without a moment's pause. The dark clouds in the sky slowly parted. The magma giant below was swept apart by a gust of wind, crashing to the ground in two halves. A single sword's cold light shattered the heavens. Such a shocking scene made everyone in Kaifeng feel as though they had entered a fantastical world. I kneel, my entire family kneels. Is this the true foundation of our Xia country? Everyone quickly. In the coastal city of Rongqing, the eight-headed serpent appeared, but we also have the Dragon King over here. The live stream was abuzz. The entire Xia country was in an uproar. Simultaneously, the other countries, keeping a close eye on Xia country, learned that those monsters had been eradicated one by extraordinary beings finally grasping the situation. No wonder the zombies deliberately avoided Xia country back then. I truly envy that Xia country has such extraordinary beings. Compared to the monsters rampant in Dongying, Xia country is simply another extreme. Just one day later, all the monsters that invaded Xia country were completely annihilated. The sword cultivator who shattered the heavens with his sword, the Dragon King, who summoned wind and rain, the monastic stone tablet, the wine-drinking Taoist, and the armored figures all elevated Xia country's international status to unprecedented heights in people's hearts. Witnessing all this, Xiaoling looked at the system interface where all the monsters he had painstakingly created had once again perished, filling him with a surge of rage. It's fine, let you all enjoy your happiness for a little longer. Xiaoling sneered. As the monsters were completely wiped out, humanity gradually returned to normalcy. Time passed steadily for a week. Just when people thought that the turmoil had completely subsided, a sudden wave of natural disasters erupted across the world. In the United States, the largest earthquake in history occurred. In Kangaroo Country, an unprecedented super drought emerged. In the land of the morning calm, the largest tsunami ever recorded struck. One after another, these sudden natural disasters seemed to herald the arrival of some impending catastrophe. On this day, several extraordinary beings who had not appeared for a week resurfaced. A great calamity is coming. The stone tablet monk's voice resonated with gravitas. I didn't expect this. The sword cultivator slowly shook his head. This scene was captured by reporters and broadcasted frantically. Within just a few hours, the information spread across the globe. A great calamity is coming. What does that mean? Could something major be about to happen? My idol, the sword cultivator, has this expression. The four characters "a great calamity is coming" were deeply analyzed by many internet experts, turning them into several lessons. An unsettling atmosphere gradually enveloped everyone. After several days, amidst the thickening unease, a disaster struck Dongying. According to reports, a terrifying monster appeared there. It was this monster that caused the entire Dongying to submerge into the sea. Dongying is no more. Such a situation left the world in an uproar. Although the series of events that occurred previously were horrifying, they had not reached the level of a nation's annihilation. What kind of monster could it possibly be? As the gaze of the entire nation focused on this day, towering waves surged along the coast of Xia country. Boom! In the sky, dense lightning cascaded down like a waterfall. From the roiling sea, a colossal figure slowly emerged. What is that? A monster? The people on the coast were filled with shock. Just a distant glance at this monster sent chills down their spines. Has it appeared? In his room, Ye Tian's hands covered the computer keyboard. Information regarding the coastal situation was broadcast live across various channels. What is this? Many people who were forcibly pulled into the live stream wore puzzled expressions. However, when they saw the live stream title, they were all deeply shaken. The Dark Overlord Gatengir, born to engulf the world in darkness. It's him, that's the monster that obliterated Dongying. It's come to our Xia country. The entire live broadcast was exceptionally clear. People could distinctly see that the once clear sky was now shrouded in darkness due to Gatengir's appearance. What should we do? How can we stop it? How could such a monster exist in our world? The comments were rolling in. Amidst the worries and discussions of everyone, a massive golden palm imprint of Buddha descended from the dark sky with tremendous force. It's that stone tablet monk. Yes, our Xia country still has those extraordinary beings. Upon seeing the golden palm imprint, countless people felt a surge of hope. However, when the immensely powerful true Buddha's palm struck the monster in the sea, it only caused a burst of electric sparks without much effect at all. Instead, the monster in the ocean suddenly extended a tentacle towards the monk carrying the stone tablet, sweeping across. Clang! The golden bell, as sturdy as a mountain, tightly shielded the monk. But just as everyone sighed in relief, they clearly saw that the golden bell on the monk began to show glaring cracks. Bang! In the next moment, the golden bell shattered, and the monk was sent flying crashing onto the shore. How is this possible? Watching the stone tablet monk fall, the hope that had just risen in people's hearts dimmed instantly. Aang! Gatengir roared recklessly. The swirling black mist in the sky spread wildly in all directions. Roar! In the ocean, a giant dragon soared into the sky. It's the Dragon King, the one who devoured the eight-headed serpent. Upon seeing this figure, people were once again stirred with excitement. At this moment, a brilliant sword light crossed thousands of miles and struck down upon the monster in the sea. A burst of fire erupted, and the figure of the sword cultivator slowly appeared. Here he comes, the sword cultivator has arrived, and the wine-drinking Taoist too. As people looked on one after another, the extraordinary beings who had previously resisted the entire monster tide appeared on the coast. The battle erupted instantly. The sword cultivator wielded his sword through the formations. The Dragon King engaged in close combat, and the other extraordinary beings unleashed their utmost powers. The black mist churned. Before long, the Dragon King, covered in wounds, was blasted out of the ocean. The sword cultivator, holding a broken sword, flew out just like the holy monk did at the beginning. One after another, they exited the battlefield, and no one could defeat it. Can't we stop it? Not only the people of Xia country were watching the live stream. Under Ye Tian's control, the gaze of people from around the world was focused on this place. Although the faith brought Ye Tian only a small amount of points, it was now increasing at a rate of 10,000 per minute. Someone has stood up. It is that holy monk. In the live stream, the holy monk on the coast, clad in tattered robes, stood up once more. At this moment, he removed the steel from his back. Immediately, the Dragon King soared into the sky. The sword cultivator discarded his long sword enveloped in sword energy. They joined the battlefield once again solely to block that evil god. However, the power gap between both sides still seemed like a chasm. Roar! Gatangier let out an impatient roar, a rich purple light slowly gathering from its body. A dense purple light carrying a lethal aura suddenly enveloped everyone. In an instant, all the extraordinary beings striving to resist turned to ashes. Are they dead? Impossible, this can't be real. Did they all die? Died for blocking the monster for us. Grief engulfed countless people, and the entire world fell silent. Only Gatangier continued to roar in the sea. Without any extraordinary beings to obstruct it, this evil god, carrying endless darkness, set foot on the land of Xia country. No one could continue to stop it. Wherever the black mist passed, all electronic devices were destroyed, and even missiles could not be used. People could only watch helplessly as the opponent released darkness, gradually engulfing the central continent. This sense of powerlessness drove countless people into despair. Do you believe in light? Suddenly, a familiar voice reappeared in people's ears. This time it was much clearer than the last. Light, can it bring hope? Light is hope. In an instant, people seemed to see something. They realized that when the world was shrouded in darkness, something needed to be sacrificed. In a daze, faint points of light began to rise from each person's body. In the room, Ye Tian looked up at the dark sky, feeling a hint of comfort. Through his relentless efforts, the will of this world finally awakened. If the world's will did not awaken, he would not be able to gather the light provided by the people. Point by point of light gathered towards the long sky in people's gazes. One by one, people raised their heads. In the dark sky, streams of radiant light began to converge. The entire world seemed to come alive. On the coast, the outline of a giant gradually took shape from the light of hope. The light giant. This was the first time people recognized him. He was so majestic in this world enveloped by darkness. The light he possessed was enough to pierce through despair. The light giant stood in front of Gatangier. Roar! Upon seeing this existence, Gatangier, the master of darkness, became extremely irritable. Tentacles and pincers surrounded him, pouring directly towards the light giant. In response, a rich golden light enveloped the light giant. The attacks that could defeat the sword cultivators only caused ripples when they struck the giant. Roar! Gatangier became even more frantic, a dense purple light emerging from its body. It was about to unleash its ultimate move, just like it did against the stone tablet and the holy monk. Facing the accumulated attack from the opponent, the golden glowing light giant spread its arms wide. A dense white light continuously gathered in front of the light giant. Like Gatangier, it too was charging up its ultimate move. At this moment, countless people were practically glued to their screens. They stared intently at the scene before them. Win? You must win. Suddenly, a loud bang. The purple beam of light collided directly with the white light. A thick cloud of dust enveloped both beings. Who won? Why is there no sound? Countless people stared intently. In the thick dust, the light giant, glowing with white light, appeared before everyone. It's him. The light giant has won. In an instant, the entire livestream room ignited with excitement. Yet at that moment, the light giant whom everyone had been watching seemed to have completed its mission, transforming into countless points of light, disappearing from sight. Countless people cheered with joy. The light giant was etched deep into the memories of many. However, Xiao Ling, who had been observing the livestream, found it hard to accept. No, this can't be real. That is an evil god, how could it lose? If you were going to win, do you think I would give you the opportunity to release Katangier? Behind him, a man's voice caused Xiao Ling to stiffen. He turned around. This was a man dressed in a well-fitted suit, whose looks were even more striking than his. Who are you? Xiao Ling felt a slight sense of familiarity. Don't you remember me? Ye Tian was slightly surprised. 2 months ago you threw a man off a building, right? I saved him. The power to kill the fish-headed monster was given by me. And that scarecrow was also killed by me. With every word Ye Tian spoke, Xiao Ling's expression darkened further. And this Katangier was also guided to kill by me. Demon, you are simply a demon. Xiao Ling trembled as he looked at Ye Tian. How could there be such a person in the world targeting him for no reason? Haven't you created enough demons yourself? Ye Tian's gaze became somewhat sharp. I create demons to forge the era of monsters. Only through destruction can human civilization grow. Xiao Ling roared back with his theory. If it weren't for you, if not for you, the future of the world would only continue to progress. Ridiculous. Ye Tian didn't want to waste any more time listening to this guy's nonsense. With a swift motion, he grabbed Xiao Ling by the neck and pinned him against the wall. Bang! The entire wall caved in. Without hesitation, Ye Tian directly snapped his neck. The protagonist's luck had run out, and he naturally wouldn't give him any time. Feeling the world's will pouring forth, Ye Tian closed his eyes and began to absorb it. After a long while, when Ye Tian opened his eyes, a female voice in his mind made him pause. Ding, the creator system has detected the host. Would you like to bind the system? What the hell? The protagonist's system no longer has a host, and is treating him as the new host. Closing his eyes, Ye Tian immersed his divine sense into the system space. With a slight pull, a blue light orb appeared. Do you want to bind me? Ye Tian looked at the orb. Upon entering Ye Tian's system space, the creator system seemed a bit chaotic. She didn't expect that this new host was appear. Oh my, how dare he move freely in the world without knowing the repulsion of the world's will. So are you planning to stay here permanently? Ye Tian vaguely understood her thoughts. The external repulsion was too terrifying for her little system. Since you want to stay with me, then become my subordinate system. Ye Tian opened his system panel and designated a system area. As my subordinate system, all the points you earn must be handed over to me. You must not defy me, and you must not deceive me. If you can do that, jump into the subordinate system area. If you can't, I will devour you. After this speech, the creator system in the system space trembled slightly. I am willing to become a subordinate system. With this, the creator system jumped into Ye Tian's subordinate system area. At the same time, he also acquired all the abilities of the creator system, synthesizing monsters and creating monsters that could be somewhat useful. However, I already possess all your abilities. Your usefulness seems minimal now. A casual comment from Ye Tian made the already frightened creator system tense up instantly. I can synthesize world currency for you. Please don't devour me. World currency. This was a new term for Ye Tian. The creator system quickly explained, world currency is the currency produced by the world's will during emotional fluctuations. Its purpose is to make the world better. Make the world better. Ye Tian looked skeptically at the creator system on the subordinate system page. You destroy the world, and it's also for world currency. Yes, when the world is better, the energy fed back to me is the purest. You destroyed the world like this, then made it better. Ye Tian found it contradictory and amusing. Can it really go back to being good? Oh, not quite like. The creator system explained seriously. After destroying the world consciousness produces world currency. Based on negative emotions, this type of world currency can also stabilize a damaged world. In other words, this type of world currency can stabilize a collapsing world and reshape a new era of civilization in this damaged world. Just like flowers and lava, they represent different things, but both have their beauty. Listening to the little system's words, Ye Tian understood a bit. In other words, just as he did not stop Xiao Ling, allowing him to continue to consume and spend some world currency to stabilize the entire world on the brink of collapse, could indeed step into the era of monsters. This made Ye Tian think of the original world. If he brought the good aspects of world currency to the original world and consumed it there, the world would likely develop in a positive direction, and as the local system there, he wondered what kind of feedback he would receive. How many world coins do you have? 1. The creator system said timidly. For defeating Ye Tianji, this world coin symbolizes light. Only I can make world coins. If you swallow me, there won't be any other systems that can do it. The creator system. Ye Tian was slightly surprised. I will try the effect of the world coin first, and then decide how to deal with you. Are you going to use it here? The creator system did not expect Ye Tian to use it immediately. You must know that each world coin is incredibly precious. How could it be used here? Ye Tian shook his head. As a flash of light flickered, he returned to the villa. The creator system was dumbfounded. This is another world. How did you do it? Ye Tian did not answer, but reached out to the auxiliary system and said world coin. As a white light rose, a palm-sized world coin landed in Ye Tian's hand. The moment he held this item, he could sense the intense desire of the entire world. Crush. Boom, in a burst of light, the world coin vanished. It seemed nothing had changed. Night fell. The ground was tinted with a layer of starlight, as Ye Tian felt compelled to look up at the sky. The sky was filled with stars as clear and dazzling as a canvas painted by someone. This city where he was located could not be called a top-tier city, but it was still one of the best cities in the nation. The smog in the sky had lingered for 5 or 6 years. Today it had actually dissipated. The current sky resembled the beautiful, brilliant skies of over a decade ago during the rural period. In other cities such as Kyoto and Haidu, where smog was severe, tonight's starry sky appeared like a clear mirror dotted with twinkling stars. The rare auroras also displayed their brilliance in certain cities. Is this the effect of the world coin? Realizing the changes happening in the world, Ye Tian opened the system panel with a sense of awareness. This percentage that popped up on a certain panel made him understand that this was the world's feedback. Once the percentage reached 100, he would be able to fully upgrade, gaining the ability to truly enter the realms of journey to the west and the primordial world. I told you the benefits brought by the world coin are enormous, right? A slightly proud voice of the creator system echoed in the system space. After all, only she could create world coins. Ye Tian chuckled and said nothing. If there was anything good to gain from the last world, it was probably this little system. In the next 2 days, Ye Tian checked the growth of the flowers in the garden and introduced a batch of small fish into the fish pond, feeding them a bit. Ye Tian flipped through his phone, and a piece of news made him raise an eyebrow. In the past few days, news about the disappearance of smog and the reappearance of stars had been continuous. The night sky of the world suddenly became beautiful, and people's attention to the natural environment surged instantly. In the reports about the environment, one piece of news sparked widespread interest. The news analyzed the reasons for the beautification of the world sky. Eventually, it meandered to discussions of gods and demons, as the suddenly beautiful sky could no longer be explained scientifically. When science couldn't explain, theology filled in. It was also this piece of news that led many to believe in the existence of gods and demons. In short, there were more superstitious people in the world. This was not a good thing. Ye Tian smiled wryly. Little system, can the world coin allow them to bypass these things? Ye Tian called out to the creator system in the system space. The other party clearly understood what Ye Tian was referring to. This requires going to a world related to gods and demons to obtain the corresponding world coins from the will of the world. In these 2 days, she had understood that Ye Tian's ability to traverse any world was something she sincerely envied. Why as a system did he possess such exceptional talent and could transform into human form at will? To the corresponding world. Ye Tian took a deep breath and said it's about time to move on to the next world after these 2 days of rest. In the room, Ye Tian closed a book and slowly shut his eyes. After a flash of white light, Ye Tian disappeared and the book closed. Entering the demon's live broadcast room from the Book of Transmigration. The neon lights illuminated the city and demons attempted to consume in the darkness. Welcome to the demon's live broadcast room. This is the 9th issue and the live broadcast is underway. An extravagant and eccentric voice rang out, and this live broadcast was simultaneously aired on various platforms. It has begun again. The live broadcast has started again. The viewers sitting in front of the television were filled with fear and helplessness. Of course, some were also excited and eager. The demon's live broadcast room. This was a bizarre live broadcast that suddenly appeared 9 months ago. It gathered criminals in one place, allowing demons to slaughter them for people's viewing. No one knew how it was born, nor did anyone understand the purpose of this demon's live broadcast room. Even less did anyone know whether the being controlling the broadcast was human or demon. In a brightly lit hotel lobby, more than 50 men and women gradually woke from their stupor. Upon realizing where they were, the omnipresent demonic announcer's voice made many break down on the spot. Why was I chosen? I merely killed unintentionally, and I have already turned myself in. How could this happen? I didn't commit any crime. I have never killed anyone. Why was I chosen for the demon's live broadcast room? Most people found it hard to calm down. As the footage of the broadcast room became clear, the faces of those inside made many tremble. Why is Min Min also here? She is my favorite star and I was supposed to go to her concert in a few days. And Fan, how could he be chosen for the demon's live broadcast room? He couldn't possibly be a criminal. Apart from a few fans, the relatives of those in the lobby were even more emotionally agitated, unable to believe what they were seeing. At that moment, a scarlet light screen descended from above the lobby. On the screen, the names of over 50 Fu Yu's a male crime arson in the mountains. Wu Fan, male crime rape. Shin minor female crime killing fish. Choose a male crime killing 5 people. Names were listed one after another. Everyone who saw this was emotionally stirred. Killing fish. Is killing fish considered a crime? How could they wrong Min like this? I also saw one crime listed as Sea King. Is that also counted? Among the 50 or so individuals, nearly 10 had not reached the level of being hated by heaven and man. This greatly exceeded the expectations of the audience in front of the broadcast room. If even such people could be taken in, then it meant that no one in the world was safe. Killing. Choose actually killed someone. In front of the television, a stunning woman revealed deep disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Under her watchful gaze, the man on the television, who showed no signs of fear, lifted his head. His black and white eyes stared at the blood-red light screen. The 5 people I killed were all heinous criminals. Does that still count? The man's voice was clear and steady, drawing the attention of many. A moment of silence fell over the space, then a strange voice emerged. You have no right to be the enforcer of those criminals. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. Then do you have the right to be our enforcer? His words, unrestrained, immediately garnered applause from many viewers. Exactly. Why does the demon live stream get to be the enforcer? There are still many who haven't committed serious crimes. Dragging them in is clearly murder. This statement by Choose allowed many to vent some frustrations. However, the subsequent words from the demon live stream once again tightened the relieved hearts. Indeed, I possess the power of enforcement. Strength is the true voice of authority. Humans, you may receive special attention in this episode of the demon live stream. The voice gradually faded away. Everyone's mood grew heavy once more. People looked at Choose. The man still showed no sign of fear, instead appearing contemplative. I never expected that I would end up in the world of the book, entering the demon live stream right at the start. Choose murmured softly, glancing at his palm. A dark red marked the thing that brought him to this world. Its purpose was uncertain, as those around him gradually became engulfed in fear. In the hall, an eerie voice slowly emerged. Attention, the hide and seek game will begin in 3 minutes. Please make sure to hide well and avoid being found by the ghost. Hide and seek. What should we do? Where should we hide? I'm done for. I don't want to die. I just had too many women around me. Is that a crime? The entire hall instantly fell into chaos. Those who reacted quickly rushed around the hotel, trying to find a safe haven. Choose's gaze flickered slightly. In the original story, the protagonist perished during this round of hide and seek. If he wanted to survive, he couldn't repeat the protagonist's actions. Right, there was a passerby mentioned in the original story who found an excellent hiding place during this round. Choose's mind sparked with a thought. Looking at the chaotic hall, he immediately shouted, "Who is Jiang Yi?" This question caused a brief silence among the crowd. A handsome young man wearing black-rimmed glasses, about 17 or 18, instinctively raised his hand. Choose immediately approached and pulled him from the crowd. "I'll protect you. Let's find a hiding place together." Really? Jiang Yi looked at Choose somewhat apprehensive. After all, this person had a record of killing 5 people. Unlike him, his crime was just letting a cactus die. "Stop talking. We only have a little over 2 minutes left. Hurry and find a place." Choose urged anxiously. "Do you want me to find it?" Jiang Yi asked, lacking confidence. "Yes." "Oh." After glancing at the hotel layout, Jiang Yi headed towards a certain corridor. Choose closely followed behind the young man. In the original story, this kid found one of the best hiding spots among everyone. The hotel was large. Those who had scattered were mostly running around like headless flies. In the corridor, the eerie voice had already begun the countdown. 10, 9, 8. "Hurry up." Choose pushed Jiang Yi, his brows furrowed. Jiang Yi pushed off balance, adjusted his glasses, feeling equally anxious. 3, 2, 1. "Time's up." As the eerie voice fell, a chilling wind clearly swept through the entire hotel, and bright lights exploded one by one. Darkness descended. In the blink of an eye, the cackling, ghostly laughter faintly emerged. Off. Instantly, some who hadn't hidden well were found. The viewers in the live stream saw it all clearly. The first person found by the ghost was devoured whole, the horrifying scene sending chills down the spines of countless viewers. What should we do? There are still many people who haven't hidden well. They are all going to die. There are indeed quite a few who deserve to die, but there are also several innocents. In an instant, people began to die tragically. This situation made Choose in the corridor increasingly anxious. Did he remember wrong? Or was Jiang Yi not the one he was looking for? At the same time that such thoughts arose in Choose's mind, a distorted, ghostly figure was illuminated by the lights behind them. The ghost had already appeared near them. "Damn it. Can you find it or not?" Choose questioned Jiang Yi while looking back. If the situation deteriorated, he would immediately use Jiang Yi as a shield to buy time. While Choose felt uneasy, Jiang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. "Look over there, there's a cabinet." Those who had watched the previous episodes of the Demon live stream knew that as long as you hid in the cabinet, the ghost wouldn't be able to find you. Choose's eyes clearly brightened as he strode forward. He opened the cabinet and squeezed inside. Just as Jiang Yi was about to follow, he was stopped by Chu Zhe. This cabinet can only hide one person. You go find another place. Well, what? Jiang Yi's eyes behind the black frames showed disbelief. Clearly, just moments ago this man had pulled him out claiming to protect him, and they were supposed to go together. However, Chu Zhe simply closed the cabinet door, ignoring Jiang Yi completely. This scene was also reflected in the live stream. Many who witnessed this moment began frantically typing on their keyboards. What's wrong with this man? Isn't this murder of that young man? Earlier I thought he was someone powerful for directly addressing the existence behind the demon live stream. I didn't expect him to have such character. The cabinet can definitely fit another person. Some scorned while others countered. This is what it means to be a true powerhouse. Only those like him can survive to the end. One must act for oneself. He is merely ensuring his own survival. That kid is too naive. He probably won't last long. The viewers in the live stream were chattering away. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, who had been pushed aside by Chu Zhe, was completely exposed outside the cabinet. Woo, the ghostly eerie laughter grew clearer. Run left. Suddenly a mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Yi's mind. Looking at the empty corridor to the left, Jiang Yi glanced back. The distorted, ghostly figure was about to emerge from around the corner. Without delving into the voice in his mind, he immediately took a step and ran left. The obvious footsteps attracted the ghost around the corner. Suddenly a long-haired female ghost with her head down floated to the corner. At the same time she spotted the fleeing Jiang Yi. Woo-woo. Amidst a cacophony of ghostly sounds, the female ghost rapidly closed in on Jiang Yi. The ghost's speed was terrifying, arriving at Jiang Yi's back in mere moments. Just when everyone thought the boy would become prey for the long-haired female ghost, he made his move. Turn right and break through the door next to you. Following the voice echoing in his mind, Jiang Yi glanced at the door beside him, seemingly bolted shut, and steeling himself hurled his body against it. If he failed to break through that door, the long-haired female ghost behind him would instantly ensnare him in her serpentine tresses, crushing and severing him limb from limb. Viewers watching the live stream felt their hearts lurch in unison. He's going to ram the door? Is he insane? That door is clearly locked. He should sprint. Don't stop for a second. It's over, utterly over. There's no escape. Even running won't save him. It's a ghost. How could any mortal outrun death itself? As viewers watched, sorrow darken their eyes. Yet the door, apparently sealed beyond force, gave way beneath Jiang Yi's impact. There's a cabinet nearby. Hide inside. The voice in his mind spoke again. Behind him, the ghost's hair, now rigid as steel wire, brushed against his skin. In that breathless instant, Jiang Yi lunged with unprecedented speed, yanked open the cabinet door beside him, and tumbled inside. Bang! As the cabinet slammed shut, a torrent of metallic hair froze midair. The long-haired ghost paused, then drifted uncertainly around the doorway, circling twice before vanishing into the shadows, baffled. He evaded her. Heavens, he actually escaped. I call it nothing short of a miracle. I was certain this boy was doomed. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine this. The live stream erupted in frenzy. Of all the episodes of Demon live stream, few had ignited such visceral intensity from the very first moment. Inside the cabinet, Jiang Yi gasped, violently drenched in cold sweat. Once his pulse steadied, he whispered hoarsely, "Who are you?" Clearly he addressed the voice newly awakened within his mind. Ding, host detected. Eligibility confirmed. Bind to Ye Tian's puzzle-solving system. Ye Tian's puzzle-solving system. Jiang Yi frowned, bewildered. Systems were utterly alien to him. Novelty incarnate. Ding, host has spoken. Binding criteria met. Initiate binding. 100. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi's binding succeeded. Instantly, an overview of the system's capabilities flooded his consciousness. It grants foresight, even bestows ghostly power. So this is the puzzle-solving system. Stunned, Jiang Yi absorbed the revelation. He, of all people, had been chosen by something so... System, why me? Adjusting his glasses, Jiang Yi wondered how such a formidable system could possibly select someone who seemed devoid of any distinguishing talent. Because you obey. Ye Tian smiled inwardly. Ding, host possesses numerous virtues. Only you have yet to recognize them. Really? Do I truly possess so many merits? Jiang Yi chuckled shyly. Then he asked aloud, by the way, I reviewed the system interface. The shop offers many items, but they require points. How do I earn them? Points accrue when you impress the livestream audience. Ye Tian defined it plainly, a conclusion reached after deep consultation with the junior system. This demon live stream, in the original narrative, existed solely to elevate Chu Zhe's grandeur. Guiding Jiang Yi to eclipse that spotlight would subtly erode Chu Zhe's protagonist aura. Ye Tian could have manifested far greater system functions, but the creator system warned that doing so would disrupt the world while jeopardizing world coins. Thus Ye Tian deliberately restrained his system's scope, though the compromise posed no critical impediment. Impressing others earns points. Jiang Ye's eyes gleamed faintly. Who wouldn't seize such an opportunity? I also noticed Demon Lottery. How do I acquire lottery tickets? Ding exchange ghostly remains for tickets. I see. Jiang Yi nodded silently, heart steadying. Across previous seasons of Demon Livestream, not a single survivor had emerged. Now in Season 9, with this system at his command, he believed with quiet certainty he would walk out alive. Ding newcomer gift package available. Claim it. A newcomer gift package too. Jiang Yi brightened. Claim it. Ding congratulations host. You have acquired 1 cubic meter of storage space. Instantly Jiang Yi sensed a subtle resonance. A spatial anchor now tethered to his being. A 1 cubic storage space, so rare it was unavailable even in the shop, obtainable only via Demon Lottery. He hadn't anticipated such an opulent welcome gift. As time passed, screams multiplied across the hotel, shrill, desperate, relentless. One by one victims were discovered and torn apart. Those who'd hidden outside cabinets trembled, uncontrollably paralyzed by terror. 10 minutes later, a chilling voice intoned. Okay, congratulations to those still breathing. You've won hide and seek. Proceed to the first floor dining hall. Demon Livestream has prepared a lavish feast for you. The eerie proclamation faded. Every surviving guest exhaled in unison, relief washing over them like cool water. Jiang Yi opened the cabinet, stepped out of the room, and drew a long, deep breath. En route to the lobby, Jiang Yi encountered Chu Zhe once more. Seeing him alive, Chu Zhe's expression flickered with surprise, then dismissed him entirely as though gazing upon a stranger. Watching Chu Zhe's retreating back, Jiang Yi clenched his fists, fury blazing in his gaze. Earlier that man's actions had amounted to outright murder. And now, no remorse, no regret. This indifference seared Chu Zhe's face into Jiang Yi's memory forever. Upon reaching the first floor dining hall, the metallic tang of blood gradually dissipated. The dead were removed without delay. Only 20-odd survivors gathered, fewer than half the original number. Thank goodness, Minmin's safe. My Fanfan made it too. Fanfan can wait. Minner was wrongly taken while gutting fish. Fanfan, however, was always destined for the stream. What did you say? Dare you question Fanfan? With hide and seek concluded, the stream's tension finally eased, igniting heated quarrels. In the dining hall, as survivors assembled, most scanned the room warily, finding only empty tables stretching into silence. Where's the food? You promised a sumptuous banquet. I haven't eaten since noon. I could devour half an ox. Exactly. We survived hide and seek, yet not a morsel appears. As the 24 survivors clamored, figures appeared at the dining hall entrance, waitresses, slim, graceful, masked, each bearing a silver tray. Few found them enchanting. Instead, a quiet dread settled over the crowd. Veterans of Demon Livestream knew well these attendants, the infamous split-mouth waitresses. Under their silent direction, each survivor claimed a vacant table, 1 per person. 23 survivors. 23 waitresses. Most eyes fixed on the trays cradled in those grinning, lip-split hands. When lids lifted, astonishment rippled through the room. No delicacy graced the plates, nor grotesque dismemberment. Only 5 crimson chilies rested in each dish. Are we meant to eat chilies? Is this what passes for a banquet? Better skip it. Chilies will wreck your stream. Chat exploded, yet some viewers squinted closer. Those chilies don't look ordinary. Gah? One's unmistakable, Carolina Reaper. The world's second hottest chili. Not just that, the world's hottest dragon's breath sits among them. The other 3, ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th globally, each a legendary super chili. Chat ignited in furious debate. Then a distorted voice murmured, please enjoy your meal. Consume every last shred. Not a speck may remain. Waste incurs punishment. The voice of the demon was filled with mockery. The survivors in the restaurant looked at the chili peppers on their tables, none showing any signs of happiness. Just the sight of those chili peppers brought tears to many eyes due to the intense spiciness. If these peppers were to be eaten, the possibility of death was certainly not small. But could they not eat? One of the 23 people, a burly white man, became the first to try. The Scorpion Butch, the 5th hottest chili in the world with a spiciness level of 146,000. Picking up the small chili pepper sharp at the end like a lantern, the burly man looked at the waiter and asked, do you have? There was no response. He could only eat it raw. Gritting his teeth, the man in the black tank top directly shoved the whole chili into his mouth. Ugh. In an instant, a strong spiciness filled his entire mouth. Everyone could clearly see the man's neck and face turning completely red. He could no longer speak as he felt thousands of fiery needles piercing wildly in his mouth. Even screaming was a luxury. All who watched this scene felt their hearts tighten. The viewers in the live stream were even more terrified. This is just the least spicy among the 5 peppers. How does it feel like this guy has lost half his life? Did you see that? His tongue is covered in blisters. Without water or milk, what about the other peppers? Watching the burly man's reaction, the surrounding survivors dared not attempt the peppers on the table. But at that, a bespectacled handsome young man picked up the scorpion bush after the white man. Looking at this chili, Jiang Yi opened his mouth and placed it inside. A rich spiciness surged. With a thought, the chili appeared in his storage space. Indeed it works. With a jolt in his heart, Jiang Yi pretended to chew the air, then swallowed it down amidst the astonished expressions of everyone. He can eat it without changing his expression. Oh my, does he have no sense of taste at all? Is he from Sichuan or from Hong City? In the demon's live stream, everyone was particularly shocked by Jiang Yi. Meanwhile, in Jiang Yi's mind, the mechanical voice of Ye Tian kept echoing. Points 1 points 1 points. The expressionless Jiang Yi, who ate a chili, instantly became the focus. The others looked at the chili peppers on the table, feeling a bit tempted to try. However, upon seeing the nearly unconscious white man, the survivors fell into hesitation. However, the demon would not give them time to hesitate. In the restaurant, a strange tone of voice echoed again. From now on, you have only 5 minutes. If you don't finish, punishment will come. The one who eats the most will receive a reward. As this voice fell, a countdown appeared in the restaurant. The 5-minute time limit completely panicked the survivors who were still hesitating. However, some quickly found a loophole in the demon's earlier statement. The demon said we must finish eating and that the one who eats the most will receive a reward. This means we can eat not just the 5 peppers on the plate, but also help others eat. Or we can let others help us eat the peppers. This interpretation caused a slight commotion in the restaurant. A man approached Jiang Yi's table and said, "Brother, help me eat everything on my plate, and he'll give you a million. Jiang Yi frowned. Did this person think he looked young and was an idiot? Because of Jiang Yi's extraordinary performance, 2 more people immediately surrounded him. "Little brother, as long as you help me eat these, I'll give you 100 million when we get out. I have money too, oh, I can give you a lot, little brother. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. I'm from Yang City, I really can't handle spicy food." Seeing 7 or 8 people gradually surround him, Jiang Yi glanced back at Chu Zhe. "I can help you eat these peppers, but I don't need money. You should know that money has no meaning here." "Then little brother, what do you want?" The group of people nearby, seeing that there was room for negotiation, brightened up. Jiang Yi pointed at Chu Zhe at the back table and said, "Hit him. A slap, a punch, or a kick, it'll help you eat 1 pepper." The candid words drew everyone's attention to Chu Zhe. Chu Zhe immediately turned his gaze toward Jiang Yi. This guy is looking for death. The live stream instantly became lively. While using someone else's hand to kill this kid is impressive. Amazing, that guy almost got the cupboard all to himself and nearly harmed others. This young man is openly saying this, oh, won't he be resented by others? Meanwhile, in the restaurant, after Jiang Yi's words fell, one person nearby sneered and cracked his knuckles. "I remember how difficult it was for me. Don't worry, little brother, I'll give him a few punches right away." As he spoke, the man strode towards Chu Zhe. Watching the other man approach, Chu Zhe's gaze turned cold. "If you dare to move, I'll make you lie on the ground." Though the original host was still within the realm of an ordinary person, he previously had the physique to kill 5 people. But just as he made that fierce statement, someone behind suddenly kicked him. At this moment, "Are you still pretending?" With a crash, the chair toppled over. Chu Zhe's physique was not weak, but he was still an ordinary person and was directly kicked to the ground. Following that, 1 foot after another began to stomp down on him. This included even those women. Jiang Yi was leisurely eating the chili. Watching this scene, his gaze behind the glasses was filled with malice. Was he doing this just to vent his anger? No, it was more than that. In the demon's live stream, sometimes having companions is very important. Now that he had instigated this, Chu Zhe had basically become the target of everyone's rejection. After they beat Chu Zhe, would they associate with him? Perhaps realizing that Chu Zhe would harbor resentment against them, they themselves would find a way to resolve this unstable factor. The waiter did not stop the situation of these people beating Chu Zhe. Originally, according to the rules, the situation in the restaurant should be that some people hold someone down and force him to eat peppers, thus reflecting the darkness of human hearts. But the current situation was quite unexpected. The viewers in the live stream were particularly shocked by Jiang Yi, who was calmly eating the chili. Those peppers that could send someone to the hospital or even the ICU seemed like mere snacks to him, without any lethality. Boom. Suddenly, Chu Zhe, surrounded and beaten by a group of people, inexplicably emitted a heavy red light. With a loud bang, everyone around was pushed back. A fierce killing intent surged forth, leaving those around in shock. What was wrong with this guy? How did he possess such power? As everyone watched helplessly, Chu Zhe's hand slowly tightened. Just when it seemed the man was about to be choked to death, a cold hand from the nearby waiter gripped Chu Zhe's wrist. With a crack as he merely squeezed, Chu Zhe's wrist bone shattered. "You cannot kill him. The icy word seemed capable of freezing one's heart. Chu Ze was drenched in sweat, but his mind gradually calmed down. One more minute, make it count. The 5-minute countdown had reached the final 60 seconds. In the restaurant aside from Chu Ze, there were 4 others at the table with chili peppers. These individuals were intent on eating the peppers themselves. However, the consequence was that 2 of them fainted from the spiciness, their bodies twitching slightly. The other 2 were a pair of twin sisters in their 20s. They had only nibbled on a bit of chili skin and were unable to recover for several minutes. These 2 could have handed the peppers over to Jiang Yi. All they needed to do was slap Chu Ze a few times. But they didn't. As for the reason, aside from Ye Tian, no one knew. This was simply the protagonist's fortune. In the original work, these 2 women were part of the protagonist Chu Ze's harem. Time passed by slowly. In the final minute, Chu Ze directly put the chili peppers from his plate into his mouth. It was spicy, yet not overwhelmingly so. He slightly opened his palm, the red mark in his palm becoming increasingly prominent. The mark was aiding him, even repairing the injury on his wrist. The power that had just enveloped him came from this symbol. After chewing a few times, Chu Ze sweating swallowed. This ability astonished many. Who would have thought this guy could handle spicy food? After Chu Ze finished eating 5 chili peppers, only half a minute remained. People's gazes fell on the remaining 4 individuals in the arena. Aside from the 2 who were unconscious, there was no hope for them. The 2 sisters could still find a way. If they were to eat themselves, it would definitely not work. They had to get someone else to eat for them. Although both women were extremely beautiful, the remaining survivors were not drawn to them. In a dizzying situation, those few chili peppers were not something they could handle. With only 20 seconds left, a man stepped forward and picked up the chili from one of the women's plates. This man was Chu Ze. Taking 1 chili at a time, those around him began to sweat slightly. Unlike Jiang Yi, who took it lightly, people could feel the spiciness he was enduring. After considerable effort, he finished eating. Chu Ze looked at the chili on the plate of the other woman, hesitating slightly. He could sense that the power of the mark in his palm was noticeably weakening. If he hadn't used the mark's power when he was beaten earlier, eating a dozen or 20 peppers wouldn't have been a problem. But now he seemed to have reached his limit. The power of the mark had a daily limit. If he continued to eat, the mark would no longer protect him, and the true spiciness of the peppers would explode in his mouth. His clear hesitation made those around him shake their heads. The 2 hopeful sisters also looked dim. Sister, don't eat. The woman with a teardrop birthmark at the corner of her eye cried as she pulled at the other woman beside her. This woman was the older sister. After seeing Chu Ze eat the peppers from her plate, and realizing time was about to run out, she grabbed one from her sister's plate and stuffed it into her mouth. Just as the woman was about to eat the chili, a young man snatched it from her hand. It was Jiang Yi. With 1 bite, he consumed the entire chili, his manner of eating always leaving people in shock. In just a few seconds, Jiang Yi finished the peppers from the younger sister's plate. This situation left both sisters stunned as they looked at the bespectacled young man. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. After the final countdown, everyone's gaze focused on the 2 unconscious individuals on the ground. They saw that beside these 2 people, their waiter with a gaping mouth removed his mask, revealing a wide grin that struck fear into everyone's hearts. Crack! With a sudden bite, the heads of the 2 on the ground were bitten off by the waiter. The timid screamed, with many others vomiting from the intense visual shock. This was the punishment, the death penalty. A somewhat special little fellow, this is your reward. A strange voice fell as a paper ball landed in Jiang Yi's hand. Many gazes turned towards him. The reward items from the demon livestream were quite rare. You cannot share this, it's a reward just for you. As the voice faded, the waiter who had cast a shadow over everyone finally began to leave one by one. The lighting in the entire hotel changed from dim to bright. Thank you. A sweet voice floated beside Jiang Yi. Turning slightly, it was indeed the 2 sisters from earlier. Thank me, eh? Jiang Yi shifted his gaze to the other side at Chu Ze, pointing at him. He and I are enemies, he saved one of you. Shouldn't you thank him too? We have already thanked him. The 2 sisters glanced at Jiang Yi with complex expressions, then said, We're really sorry, we can't repay you for anything. It's fine, just knowing I saved one of you is enough. Jiang Yi smiled lightly. He already knew from the system that these 2 women were related to Chu Ze as the protagonists. That was the reason for his earlier intervention. Why intervene and only help one of them? The reason was that Jiang Yi didn't want burdens and didn't wish to have enemies. According to the system, they should have teamed up with Chu Ze. But Jiang Yi saved one of them and made it clear that he was enemies with Chu Ze. With such words, if they truly sided with Chu Ze, they would certainly have reservations due to Jiang Yi. Similarly, if they wanted to rely on Jiang Yi, they would feel guilty towards Chu Ze. In this way, regardless of whom the 2 women chose to ally with, they would not consider the 2 of them. Ye Tian inwardly nodded at Jiang Yi's actions. Although this host was still somewhat inexperienced, his intelligence and methods were not lacking. No wonder he could finish the entire Conan series. Next, what will happen? He whispered to himself. In the hotel, a chaotic voice echoed through the various, "Dear guests, after dinner it's time for bed. Please choose a room you like to sleep in." Sleeping. Upon hearing this, an uneasy atmosphere once again enveloped the hearts of the survivors. After witnessing so many episodes of the Demon livestream, the hotel room was empty, allowing for free choice. When Jiang Yi arrived at one room, he was surprised. It was a double room, at least a twin. One person was not allowed to check in. This meant that the 21 of them had to team up. Everyone clearly realized. In the hall, small groups quickly formed. Chu Zhe stood alone in a corner, completely ignored by others. The most sought-after teammate was Jiang Yi. By previous standards, even if Jiang Yi could handle those spicy peppers, he still looked too frail to be the first choice for teaming up. However, Jiang Yi had just received a reward from the demon. That was the main reason everyone wanted to team up. Little brother, team up with me. I am a boxing coach, I can guarantee your safety. Little brother, come with me, we can sweat together tonight. There are also 3-person suites available. How about the 2 of us ladies join you? People surrounded Jiang Yi, eager to recommend themselves. Scanning the faces before him, Jiang Yi pulled out a beautiful woman. Let's team up together. Really? The woman seemed a bit incredulous. Jiang Yi nodded affirmatively. When choosing a temporary partner, he considered her abilities as secondary. The most important factor was character. From his memory, this somewhat attractive woman had only accidentally broken an antique. Compared to those who sold human organs, committed murder, or trafficked children, this woman was naturally a relatively good partner. At least he didn't have to worry too much about being stabbed in the back. Everyone found their partners for the shared room. In the end, only 2 people were left. Chu Zhe looked at the QJ offender, despised by everyone, his gaze flickering with some disdain. But there were only the 2 of them left, and not teaming up would undoubtedly be suicidal outside the room. Hello, my name is Wu Fanfan. You can sleep on the sofa or the floor, I'll take the bed. Chu Zhe didn't give this guy much chance to speak and headed toward a room. Your name is Qiuji. Jiang Yi opened the door to room 201 and asked the woman behind him. Yes, I'm 18, 160 centimeters tall with measurements of 85, 60, 87, and I'm still a virgin. The woman looked down and Jiang Yi was left speechless by her string of words. Do you think I chose you because I'm attracted to your body? Jiang Yi glanced at the woman. While she wasn't stunning at first glance, she belonged to the kind that looked prettier the more you looked. No, is that not it? Qiuji seemed to have mentally prepared herself. After all, among so many partners, choosing her must have some other ulterior motive. Then alright, we'll sleep in the same bed tonight. Jiang Yi chuckled, his tone carrying a profound meaning as he stepped into the room. Compared to the outside, the decor of the entire room resembled a Western apartment from the 1980s or 90s. It had a sense of age. On the shoe rack by the entrance, a few old leather shoes were placed. Walking inside, the space was surprisingly spacious. There was a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. In the living room, there was an old sofa with an old television in front of it. After Jiang Yi and Qiuji entered the room, the television powered on automatically, but all that appeared was static. Skipping past the living room, there was only one room behind. In that room, the bedding was slightly yellowed, and on the bedside table, there was a black landline phone. The walls were decorated with various colorful patterns along with several portrait paintings. I'm going to take a shower first. Qiuji clearly hadn't noticed the peculiarities of the room's facilities. Her mind was preoccupied with tonight and this man. Watching Qiuji head to the bathroom, Jiang Yi observed his surroundings, then clenched his pocket. A ball of paper appeared in his hand from the storage space. This was the reward given to him by the demon. He had no idea what it was. Unfolding the paper, he found a string of numbers. 00000000. Jiang Yi didn't understand what this reward meant. System, do you know what this means? Ye Tian, I don't know. You don't know either? Looking at the paper in his hand, Jiang Yi fell into deep thought. Having seen the entire plot, Ye Tian naturally knew the significance of the string of numbers. But he chose not to say anything. As the host, how could he lack the ability for independent thought? After pondering for a long time, Jiang Yi really couldn't figure it out. Sighing, he put the item away and opened the system panel. Just now, he had earned over 500 points by pretending to eat spicy peppers, which might be useful tonight. Ding! In the dimly lit hotel, a bell rang out. It was exactly 8 o'clock. I wonder how tonight will unfold. I'm so scared, even though I'm just watching the live stream. God bless, may Fan survive. The outside world had reached 11 or 12 o'clock, and the atmosphere was felt even more keenly. In the demon's live stream, the camera moved from a first-person perspective. People could see the camera stop. As the live stream progressed, the situation inside the room gradually revealed itself. An orange-yellow vintage lamp emitted a faint light. In the room were 3 men. One was sleeping while the other 2 were keeping watch on the living room sofa. Bro, is this plan really okay? As long as someone keeps watch, the ghosts won't come. The buzzcut man on the sofa looked over at the chubby guy beside him, asking with a hint of concern. Don't worry, I've watched so many episodes of this show. Oh, every night the ones who get into trouble are those who sleep too soundly. Just stay awake tonight. The middle-aged chubby man spoke confidently. Huff. The buzz-cut man exhaled a smoke ring. It really takes someone to keep watch. Ooh, I can't dare alone. Come on. The middle-aged chubby man shook his head. Tap tap. Suddenly a series of footsteps emerged from the shadows behind the two. The already timid buzz-cut man trembled all over and instantly looked back. The middle-aged man beside him also leaned forward to look. As the footsteps drew closer, a lean man emerged under the lamp. Oh, it's Shaoli. The middle-aged chubby man cast a disdainful glance at the buzz-cut man, who blushed slightly. He patted the incoming Shaoli. Damn it, you walked without saying a word. How can I talk when it's so dark? I'm scared too, Shaoli said with a hint of grievance. Alright, Shaoli, you're awake to take over. Buzzcut, why don't you go get some sleep? I don't really dare alone. The buzzcut man felt a bit embarrassed. Two people kept watch while one person slept. No matter the situation, he was more afraid of being alone. Alright, stay alert. I'm going to sleep now. If something happens, call me immediately. The middle-aged chubby man shook his head. With such cowardice, he somewhat regretted teaming up with this guy. But it was fine, it allowed him to sleep a little longer. From the living room to the bedroom, the middle-aged man yawned, lifted the blanket, and lay down. The blanket was still warm, and as he moved in, he seemed to touch something. Turning on the bedside lamp, he focused his gaze. There was someone in the bed. Shaoli. Seeing the person in front of him, the middle-aged man screamed. Huh. Perhaps startled by the lamp, the soundly sleeping Shaoli yawned. Uncle Amo. Is it time? What shift change? Who are you? The middle-aged man stared intently at the person in the bed. What? I'm Shaoli. Shaoli sat up. Isn't it time for the shift change? Were you calling me to get up? At that moment, the middle-aged chubby man was stunned. The person before him was Shaoli. Who was the Shaoli that had been with the buzzcut man? Oh. A voice filled with terror echoed from the living room. Shaoli and old Mo exchanged a glance, not even bothering to get dressed before rushing towards the living room. When the two arrived in the living room, the man with a buzz cut stared blankly, his expression dazed. Buzz cut. They rushed to the man and shook him vigorously. As the shaking continued, the man gradually began to regain his senses. What's happening? What did you see? The middle-aged fat man shouted into the ear of the buzz cut man. Ghost. There's a ghost. The buzz cut man was in a state of panic. Shaoli and old Mo quickly glanced around. Aside from the area illuminated by the table lamp, the entire house was engulfed in darkness like an abyss. Don't be afraid, as long as you're safe, we won't sleep either. The three of us will stay up together. Old Mo quickly made a decision. In this situation, it was clearly not the time to disperse. Yes, we'll stay together right here. Shaoli also seemed visibly shaken. The orange table lamp only cast a glow over a radius of 2 to 3 meters. The three of them sat on the sofa feeling a bit more at ease. Want to smoke a cigarette to calm down? Old Mo took out a cigarette and handed it to the buzz-cut man. The latter shook his head saying, I can't. Then Shaoli, you smoke. Old Mo's gaze flickered as he handed the cigarette to the young man on the other side, while he took one for himself. Old Mo took out a cigarette and handed it to the buzz-cut man. The latter shook his head saying, I can't. Then Shaoli, you smoke. Old Mo's gaze flickered as he handed the cigarette to the young man. Shaoli, go accompany him. This guy's more timid than a mouse. Old Mo patted the young man beside him. Sigh, what a hassle. Shaoli complained softly. Watching the two get up to head toward the bathroom, old Mo took a deep drag of his cigarette. Shaoli, don't blame Uncle. Oh, everyone wants to live. As he murmured to himself, old Mo glanced at the door not far away, a hint of determination appearing in his eyes. Off. In the bathroom, Shaoli's cries echoed. Uncle Mo, help me. The buzz cut is fake. He is a ghost. A brief scream abruptly cut off. Then a dark, ghostly figure appeared in the living room without disguise. However, there was no sign of old Mo. Turning back, he saw the hotel room door slam shut as old Mo fled the room. In the corridor, it was pitch black. Old Mo didn't know if the ghost from inside would chase after him, but he understood that he could not linger in the dark corridor any longer. Relying on his fleeting memory, old Mo arrived at a door, banging on it frantically. The sound of his pounding echoed far and wide in the quiet, chilly corridor. Bang! The door opened, revealing a cold-looking man who showed half of his body. Are you looking for death? Brother, have mercy, let me in. I have no way out right now. Why should I let you in? Chuse's voice was icy. If it weren't for an inexplicable feeling, he would have kicked this man away immediately. I know information about ghosts, so I understand how to deal with them. Old Mo lowered his voice, speaking rapidly. His eyes flickered, and Chuse stepped aside, saying, come in. This scene was filmed comprehensively in the Demon's live broadcast room, causing a great uproar among netizens. This guy actually took it upon himself to let this man in. He's simply insane. To save himself by pushing others into the fire pit, how can such a person be sheltered? By the way, this guy named Chu Zhe treated Jiang Yi the same way when they played hide and seek. Are these two in cahoots? Woo, poor our fan, now she has to be with these two demons. The camera in the demon's live broadcast room gradually shifted. It focused on Old Mo's room. The door opened from the inside and a dark, ghostly figure emerged. It glanced around before heading to the adjacent room 304. Time gradually passed into the late night. On the second floor, room 201, the first room on the second floor, Jiang Yi was in a light sleep. At this time, all the survivors in the hotel were either lightly sleeping or staying up late. However, as time passed, light sleep gradually turned into deep sleep. A strong wind blew outside the window. The curtains inside swayed slightly. Faintly, Jiang Yi felt as if a soft body was pressed against him. A chill brushed across his cheek. He suddenly opened his eyes. A face was inches away, imprinting itself in Jiang Yi's vision. His breath caught sharply, and only after recognizing who was on him did he finally relax. What are you doing? Seeing Xiaozhi lying on him, Jiang Yi felt a bit parched. There's someone under our bed. Xiaozhi expressed her fear. This statement immediately cleared Jiang Yi's mind. Someone is under the bed. Is it really a person? He turned on the table lamp, holding a dragon's breath chili pepper in his hand. The system had told him that this level of chili could cause chemical harm to ghosts, and this was his only means of attack. He crouched down to look under the bed. Indeed, he saw a person. However, this person looked exactly like she was trembling all over, and the moment she saw Jiang Yi, she grabbed him tightly, shouting, "Jiang Yi, there's a ghost on the bed." At that instant, upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's head snapped up. A pale face suddenly loomed closer. Feeling the chilling aura, Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and pressed the chili pepper he was holding against the ghost's eye socket, squeezing out its juices. What happens when a chili pepper with 248 million Scoville heat units meets a ghost? It's pain. In the blink of an eye, the evil ghost let out a sharp wail. As Jiang Yi prepared to take out a second chili pepper to press the advantage, the ghostly woman on the bed vanished. Outside the window, a cold wind carrying a damp, bloody scent blew into the room. Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Yi's body, evaporating as he shivered. Are you okay? Xiaozhi crawled out from under the bed, looking quite disheveled. How did you end up under the bed? Jiang Yi asked in confusion. They had clearly been sleeping in the same bed. I don't know. When I opened my eyes, I was under the bed. I couldn't move or speak at the time. Recalling it, Xiaozhi was terrified to the extreme. Did you drive that ghost away? I guess so, Jiang Yi replied, the cold sweat on his forehead still not dissipating. Will it come back? Definitely. Jiang Yi gave Xiaozhi no glimmer of hope. He then said seriously, we might as well not sleep. Let's stay up tonight. Will it come back? Definitely. Jiang Yi gave Xiaozhi no glimmer of hope. He then said seriously, we might as well not. The humid air indicated that there would likely be heavy rain tonight. Suddenly, a clear ringing of a phone echoed from the black landline on the bedside table. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang loudly and sharply. It even made Jiang Yi and Xiaozhi suspect that this sound had traveled beyond the room, echoing throughout the second-floor corridor. So noisy. Should we answer the phone? Xiaozhi asked Jiang Yi. Looking at the black phone, Jiang Yi turned to the system. System, what should I do? Ding, it is suggested that the host consume points to activate the system's decryption mode. Decryption mode. Jiang Yi was slightly taken aback, remembering that the system was indeed called the decryption system. After glancing at the function introduction, Jiang Yi did not hesitate. Give me 10 seconds first. Ye Tian. This was the first time he encountered a host that left him somewhat speechless. This was a situation where one buys 10 seconds to solve a problem. Ye Tian was not a mechanical system, and he was not going to take this lost-ing decryption mode available for purchase by the hour. Well, although he had anticipated this, Jiang Yi was still filled with heartache. 100 points were deducted, and the decryption mode was activated for 1 hour. At that moment, a faint light curtain appeared before Jiang Yi. Looking at the bed, a line of text materialized. There have been 277 people who have exercised on this bed. This prompt froze the expression on Jiang Yi's face. He actually took a nap on this bed. Ding ding ding, the phone by the bed rang, pulling Jiang Yi's thoughts back. Turning to look, a line of prompts appeared on the decryption light curtain. The phone of the ghost grandma. If you answer, she will come. Not answering. Although he somewhat believed the system, would this bright ringing really not attract anything? Suppressing his irritation, Jiang Yi shook his head at Xiaozhi, signaling her not to answer. About a minute passed. The ringing abruptly stopped. The room once again fell into a long silence. Jiang Yi's gaze returned to the black phone. You did not answer the ghost grandma's phone, so she has come. When Jiang Yi saw this line of decryption prompt, he nearly cursed. Damn it. So regardless of whether this phone is answered or not, that so-called ghost grandma will come. If a ghost really came knocking, he did not believe he had the ability to drive them away with chili like last time. He opened the system mall. There were still 400 points. But the most powerful item he could buy for 400 points was merely a gun. Looking at various films, to deal with ghosts, a gun was the most useless thing. As his gaze swept around, just when Jiang Yi fell into deep thought, a message popped up on the decryption light curtain, startling him. Album ghost, it will come out of the album at midnight, currently in slumber. It turned out to be a ghost. The several portrait paintings hanging on the wall were all ghosts. This room was basically a ghost den. If those ghosts awakened at midnight, wouldn't he be completely finished? Ding, the host can exchange for a devil lottery before they awaken. Ye Tian's words left Jiang Yi momentarily stunned. Is that possible? Yes. But they are sleeping, can I exchange them? Not very good, right? Jiang Yi was a bit surprised. But soon after, the eyes under the frame squinted. He found a stool. Jiang Yi stood on the stool under Qiu Zhi's worried gaze, and took down a portrait from the wall. Holding the portrait, he felt a chilling heaviness, as if grasping a piece of human bone. Enduring this strange sensation, Jiang Yi silently chanted system exchange. As the words fell, the heaviness in his hand suddenly vanished. In a vague sense, Jiang Yi could even hear a piercing shriek. He opened the system panel. The devil lottery, which had never been opened, now had a lottery opportunity. Gray lottery. This was the lowest level lottery, but undoubtedly a way to access extraordinary powers. Jiang Yi did not use the lottery immediately. His gaze turned to the other two portraits on the wall. Under Qiu Zhi's puzzled gaze, Jiang Yi took down the 3 paintings and hung them back up. System opened the devil lottery. Jiang Yi murmured in his heart. Compared to the system mall, his anticipation for the devil lottery was undoubtedly higher. According to the system, that unknown ghost grandma would definitely come over, hoping to get something truly valuable from the devil lottery. Silently praying, Jiang Yi murmured, system, use the lottery. In a haze of faint light, the items from the system appeared. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning Wolf's Sense of Smell. Item: Wolf's Sense of Smell. Description: after equipping, the host will possess a sense of smell like a wolf. Wolf's Sense of Smell. Seeing this item, Jiang Yi's eyes slightly brightened. Although it wasn't extremely good, it was still decent. Equip. As the words fell, Jiang Yi suddenly felt a myriad of mixed scents wafting through the air. Layer by layer, Jiang Yi could even smell a strong bloody odor faintly emanating from the corridor outside the door. An ordinary person's olfactory cells number only around 5 million, whereas a wolf's olfactory cells can number as many as 200 million. With such a nose, he could discern the general situation inside the room and the hotel vividly in Jiang Yi's mind. Indeed, it lives up to the devil lottery. System: continue the lottery. Seizing the moment before the bad luck arrived, Jiang Yi quickly initiated the second lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning Rapid Recovery Physique. Item: Rapid Recovery Physique. Description: compared to ordinary people, your recovery speed is significantly faster. This is also acceptable if system continue to draw. For the last lottery, Jiang Yi closed his eyes and prayed. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Sprint Champion Medal. Item: Sprint Champion Medal. Description: the medal embodies the lifetime honor of the world's fastest sprinter. Wearing it will grant you all of their sprinting techniques. A new item appeared in his palm. Jiang Yi held it in his hand. This item should be the most precious one among the 3 lotteries. However, although he had conducted 3 devil lotteries and obtained good items, could he really overcome the upcoming challenges? Qiu Zhi cautiously leaned against Jiang Yi as they waited in silence. The system's 1-hour decryption mode was also approaching its final minutes. Outside the window, light rain began to fall with a tendency to grow heavier. By the way, what exactly is this? Remembering the capabilities of the decryption mode, Jiang Yi recalled that crumpled piece of paper. On the paper, 8 zeros were written, which were given to him as a reward by the devil when he ate chili. Looking at this, Ye Tian also helplessly provided an explanation. Phone number can be dialed at midnight 000. So it's a phone number. Who should it be called for? Suddenly, Jiang Yi's nose twitched. At that moment, he caught a whiff of a decaying scent. This scent was in the living room. Zizizizi, the television in the living room, turned on without warning. In the quiet room, Jiang Yi and Qiu Zhi heard it exceptionally clearly. The woman stared wide-eyed at Jiang Yi. There were only the 2 of them in the house. The suddenly activated television in the living room was clearly not turned on by them. It was the ghost grandma. Creak, creak, the clear sound of the rocking chair swayed slowly. Sweat broke out on Jiang Yi's cheeks. Through his sense of smell, he could feel that the ghost grandma in the living room was extremely dangerous. As the 2 of them held their breath, the creaking of the rocking chair in the living room gradually came to a halt. The sound of cloth slippers on the floor echoed. Following the increasingly clear scent, Jiang Yi could distinctly sense that the ghostly old woman was approaching their room. The ghostly old woman is coming to check if the child is asleep. In the last few seconds before the decoding mode ended, Jiang Yi saw these words. He instantly picked up Qiu Zhi beside him, and they rolled onto the bed, covering themselves with the blanket and turning off the bedside lamp. Don't speak, no matter what, don't move. Lowering his voice, Jiang Yi said earnestly to Qiuji. Move. Qiuji felt so tense that she could turn into a mummy. On the bed, the two of them closed their eyes. Creak, the door gradually opened. A hunched figure slowly stepped into the room. 1 step, 2 steps. The old woman arrived at the head of their bed. A pair of dead fish-like eyes fixed on the two of them lying on the bed. No words were spoken. After standing for a long time, the old woman turned and walked out the door. A few minutes later, the room fell silent, and a heavy darkness enveloped the entire space. Phew. Qiuji beside him let out a sigh and patted Jiang Yi, saying she should be gone. The bedside lamp turned on. Just as Qiuji was about to nudge Jiang Yi awake again, she suddenly froze. In the orange glow of the bedside lamp, she saw it. By the bed, the hunched, ghostly old woman had been standing there for who knows how long. Dong! The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing slowly. Jiang Yi opened his eyes. Looking beside him, Qiuji was gone. Based on his sense of smell, he had previously sensed that the ghostly old woman was nearby, which was why he hadn't moved an inch. The woman beside him had too much confidence. It was only when the clock struck 12 that the ghostly old woman finally left the room. He vaguely understood. Whether he answered the phone or not, the ghostly old woman would come, but the nature of her visit was different. Perhaps in the former case, she came to kill. In the latter case, it was like this, concern for the child's sleep. It's 12 o'clock. He glanced at the clock on the wall and at the few paintings. If he hadn't exchanged those paintings for sleep earlier, he would have been in an incredibly difficult situation now. He took out the crumpled piece of paper from his body. Since this was a phone number, and the time had come to 12 o'clock, Jiang Yi had no reason not to try. He picked up the landline phone on the bedside table, feeling somewhat unfamiliar. 8 zeros. He dialed the number. Beep beep. After 2 rings, the call was immediately connected. Little friend, you're quite impressive. You managed to last until now, and still know that this is my phone number. A strange, yet familiar demonic voice echoed in Jiang Yi's ear. Little friend, you're quite impressive. You managed to last until now, and still know that this is my phone number. No, the demon lowered its voice. Your reward is a message, and I'll tell you now. It's 12 o'clock, the cleansing has begun. Run, get out of this hotel within a minute, or you will never be able to leave. As the words finished, the call was cut off amidst eerie laughter. A minute. Escape the hotel. Jiang Yi's brow tightened. He closed his eyes. His sense of smell expanded fully. Indeed, at the moment midnight arrived, many strange auras appeared in the hotel. This demon livestream is going to leave all the survivors here tonight. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi opened. In the cold corridor, there was only darkness. Jiang Yi was unaware that after the demon finished its call with him, the large screen of the livestream had locked onto Jiang Yi from Chu Ze's side. That's the guy who ate the chili pepper? He's still alive. Oh my, I thought only those 3 people with Chu Ze were left. What is this guy planning to do? He's actually running out of the room, and there are ghosts everywhere outside. Is he throwing away his life? Many viewers watched in astonishment. Jiang Yi ran straight down the stairs. The first floor was also engulfed in darkness. Thud, thud, thud. A head, muscular and gruesome, slowly rolled to Jiang Yi's feet. Without looking back, he knew that a figure emanating a strong stench was striding toward him. Hiss. It's over. The little brother has walked into the barrel of a gun. This big guy loves to dismember bodies. If the little brother gets caught, he's definitely finished. As they watched the huge rotten humanoid creature reach out its hand toward Jiang Yi's head, the audience couldn't bear to look any longer. However, Jiang Yi, the center of everyone's attention, remained calm, his legs slightly bent. The power in his chest flowed down to his waist, thighs, and calves. In an instant, Jiang Yi, adorned with the short-distance running champion's medal, underwent a change in aura. Bang! The ground erupted in a small wave of air. The huge hand reaching for Jiang Yi missed completely. He actually dodged. What speed is this? As people discussed, they saw Jiang Yi had already run dozens of meters away. Is there any expert in the live stream who can explain this? Can a little brother's speed be achieved by an ordinary person? I only saw a shadow. I am a provincial-level track and field sprinter. This kid's speed and startup momentum are definitely at the level of a world-class athlete. I misjudged. I really misjudged. It turns out this bespectacled little brother is the hidden boss among all the survivors. In the corridor of the first floor, after narrowly evading the attack from behind, Jiang Yi did not feel proud. On the contrary, sensing a more severe situation ahead through his sense of smell, he grew increasingly serious. There were 2 ghosts ahead. One was a long-haired female ghost. She was the one he encountered during hide and seek. As for the other, Jiang Yi could already see what it looked like without relying on smell. It was a spider monster made up of various human limbs. It was crawling on the ceiling, rapidly approaching Jiang. The 1 minute the demon mentioned only had about 30 seconds left, and they were at least 200 meters away from the hotel entrance. Jiang Yi knew there was no time for hesitation. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Yi took out a syringe from the system space. This was adrenaline he had purchased for 100 points. He injected the entire syringe of adrenaline into his neck, and his breathing became rapid. Blood surged through his body with every vein exposed at the surface. He felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. I must run out. Under the effects of the adrenaline, Jiang Ye's speed instantly matched, or even surpassed the world record. Bang! The shockwave even ripped open the cuffs of his pants. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ye dashed past the spider monster on the ceiling. The 200 meters distance quickly shrank. Everyone in the livestream watching this scene was utterly stunned. What kind of drug is he on? He's simply a sprinting superhero. People were amazed. But at that moment, many viewers in the livestream were taken aback and stood up. They saw that Jiang Ye, who should have dashed out of the hotel in just a few seconds, was instead pierced through the lower leg by a mass of hair like steel wires. It was the long-haired female ghost. Just when everyone was worried sick for Jiang Ye, he grinned maliciously. A man determined to leave cannot be held back by anyone. Relying on the pain-relieving effect of the adrenaline, Jiang Ye disregarded everything and sprinted toward the door. The flesh on his leg was completely torn apart by the strands of hair, but his gaze grew more resolute. After being timid for so many years, he was determined to go crazy this time, to take a gamble. Finally, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Jiang Ye crashed through the hotel door. Splash, splash, splash. Torrential rain poured down, and Jiang Ye lay on the ground, as if undergoing some kind of baptism. Meanwhile, the hundreds of millions of viewers in the livestream were also stunned at this moment. They saw on the demon's livestream screen a line of blood-red characters appear. The first human to successfully challenge the demon's livestream. Jiang Ye. This line marked a recognition, the demon's acknowledgement of humanity. Everyone was filled with joy had they defeated the demon. However, that was not the case. The next line in the livestream made the smiles on everyone's faces freeze. The 10th demon livestream will start 3 hours later, summoning 1,000 newcomers. 3 hours. In the pouring rain, Jiang Ye also heard the words of the demon. He still had not escaped this demonic live broadcast. In fact, everything was only just beginning. With a bang, amidst the torrential rain, a clear sound of shattering glass echoed in his ears. Jiang Ye looked over. He saw that in the area of the 3-story hotel, a window in a certain room had been smashed by a beam of red light. Then 2 men leaped down. From the height of the 3rd floor, directly jumping down. The condition of these 2 men was far from optimistic. In the unfinished live broadcast, 2 figures rolling in the rain revealed their faces. It was Chu Zhe and Old Mo. After Jiang Ye, they had also escaped from this nightmarish hotel. Oh. Old Mo, who jumped down from above, clutched his broken left leg, suppressing his cries of pain. Beside him, Chu Zhe coughed up blood, looking quite disheveled. However, the mark in his palm was constantly providing energy, healing his injuries. Though this Chu Zhe is not particularly admirable, he does have some skills. He was able to smash the hotel window, while I saw other survivors trying to escape through the windows, but they couldn't shake them at all. Though he has some skills, it pales in comparison to Jiang Ye's performance. The audience offered their comments in a few words. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye and Chu Zhe, caught in the rain, locked eyes. They looked away, not saying much. The train is about to arrive, get ready to board. The location for the 10th session of the live broadcast is in the city center. In the torrential rain, the demon's voice followed like a shadow. This statement also raised doubts in the hearts of many. In previous seasons of the demonic live broadcast, the venues were either in a castle or in an apartment school, etc. Now the broadcast location is set in the city center. With a slight grip, Jiang Ye discovered a train ticket had appeared in his hand. A standing ticket, car 07. Glancing back, he indeed saw a dilapidated entrance illuminated by faint light. Chu Zhe and Old Mo supported each other as they walked past Jiang Ye. Looking at his torn calf, Jiang Ye bore the pain and took a step forward. After the effects of adrenaline faded, the pain became quite clear. However, the recovery from the system's lottery continued to heal his injuries. Upon reaching the station amidst the heavy rain, an old green train under dim yellow lights and with bright whistling slowly arrived at the platform. Chu Zhe entered car 6, Old Mo went into car 8, and Jiang Ye glanced at his car 7 before stepping inside. It was at this moment that the demonic live broadcast came to a pause. Countless people watching in front of their televisions were not happy. The thought that in 3 hours 1,000 people would be selected to enter the demonic live broadcast cast an unsettling atmosphere over everyone. The vast majority had already begun to equip themselves, preparing weapons, gear, potions, talismans, and in case they were truly selected, they could enhance their chances of survival slightly. In the difficult wait, time ticked by second by second. When the clock struck 3 o'clock in the morning, 1,000 people vanished from the world. In the sky, a scarlet crescent moon loomed high, yet not a single beam of moonlight fell upon the earth. The silence was palpable, with a chill in the rolling mist. This was a large passenger station. Inside the station, exactly 1,000 people lay unconscious. Among these people there were Asians, Caucasians, and Africans, fully encompassing individuals from across the globe. As a cold wind blew, some in the crowd gradually began to awaken. "Baka, how could I end up here?" A thin man in white shorts shouted in panic. Just a moment ago he had been in a bubble bath, and now he was here. What a 1 in 10 million chance that it fell to him. As if letting the people of Long Country into the demonic live broadcast was fine, why drag us into this? Those who woke up one after another were all screaming in terror. The mingled sounds of different languages created a cacophony. "Stay quiet or something bad will happen." The demon's eerie voice appeared at just the right moment. At that moment the waiting hall fell silent. They all had some understanding of the demonic live broadcast. They were all filled with fear of this terrifying existence. There really are 1,000 people. The reactivated demonic live broadcast allowed many to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Although there was some sadness, they were also fortunate that they, the viewers, had not been selected. As the audience watched the live broadcast through the camera, the demonic live broadcast room was divided into 1,003 segments on various platforms. This scene was happening simultaneously in other countries. 1,003 rooms captured everyone. This demonic live broadcast is completely different from before. They shouldn't have committed any crimes, right? Is this a comparison between nations? As the people in the live broadcast room were puzzled, a dedicated ranking live broadcast room derived from the demon was presented. Tigan country, 1 person. Ice country, 1 person. Chieftain country, 1 person. This is a very special ranking. The fewer people in the demonic live broadcast room, the higher the ranking. While everyone was confused, the demon provided his answer. "First, let's talk about the rules. After the 10th live broadcast begins, you'll only say it once." The demon chuckled eerily, then spoke softly. "All countries of humanity will have representatives come to my live broadcast room. People among you will continuously die. When a representative from a certain country dies, I will randomly bring in newcomers. For every death, that country will lose 2 representatives in the demonic live broadcast room. The number of people who enter the demonic live broadcast room defines your ranking. The bottom 3 countries will face punishment, while the top 3 will receive rewards." I clearly explained the situation, and the once dim waiting hall became somewhat chaotic. Some sharp-minded individuals had already realized that this had escalated to a disaster for all humanity. There would be 2,000 newcomers entering, thereafter 4,000, 8,000. This exponential There would be 2,000 newcomers entering, thereafter 4,000, 8,000. This exponential increase would eventually drag every nation into the demonic live broadcast room. Of course, if you lack confidence in yourselves, you can offer one of your 2 lives to someone you trust from your own country. If you die, a newcomer will come in, but only 1 person will replace you. After the demons calm and steady in the waiting hall, everyone began to look around. Where are the free citizens of the United States? And those from the Republic of Korea over here? Asherba. In setting aside humanity's collective predicament, nations worldwide had clearly recognized the vital importance of mutual aid among their own people. Meanwhile, viewers across the globe swiftly identified their respective national contestants, those who mattered most to them. It's uncertain. Though Jiang Yichu Zhe and Mo Chiuwei all survived the 9th episode's demon live stream, each bears grievous injuries. 13 participants remain. We Longhua now rank last. May our representatives hold steady. Across Longhua's major live streaming platforms, 13 screens lit up simultaneously. 3 of them remained pitch black, yet within moments light flickered into those dark feeds. They're here, the 3 most dazzling figures in the arena, all Longhua nationals. And the audience erupted in exhilaration. Jiang Ye's stream instantly surged past 1 million concurrent viewers. Still unmatched, Brother Jiang reigns supreme. Nint. Though the other 2 are also Longhua nationals, their conduct leaves much to be desired. After Jiang Yi and the others entered the waiting hall, 1,000 pairs of eyes converged upon them in an instant. And, over here, Jiang Yi. Not far away, a 10-member delegation waved eagerly toward Jiang Ye's group. Hearing their fluent Longhua dialect, Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses and approached with a gentle smile. After 3 hours, the alarming wounds on his leg had nearly healed. As he joined the contingent, all eyes turned instead toward Chu Zhe and Lao Mo, who stood motionless, hesitant to advance. They did not move toward their compatriots. Instead, under the bewildered gazes of everyone present, they parted the crowd and walked straight toward the delegation of another nation. "Long time no see, Sakura-san. In Chu-san. I never imagined I'd see you again." Na, woman clad in traditional kimono, choked back tears and rushed into Chu Zhe's arms. This scene stirred mixed reactions. N, is she Chu Zhe's girlfriend? And before their screens, some viewers furrowed their brows. N, I don't object to dating someone from Dongying. But in this context, let's hope it doesn't jeopardize the mission. Exactly. Those from Dongying harbor treacherous ambitions. Chuze must remember where his loyalties lie. In, and Lao Mo, utterly subservient, squandering a brilliant mind. Amidst Longwa's collective unease, Chuze ultimately remained with the Dongying delegation. Though his nationality remained Longwa, seeing him stand among the Dongying contingent, laughing and conversing warmly, cast a pall over many hearts. Within the waiting hall, the frigid air refused to warm, not even beneath the press of so many bodies. And once Jiang Yi, Chuze, and Lao Mo arrived, the demon's voice echoed anew. Now begins each participant's randomized personal task. You must complete it. Upon uttering these words, a luminous interface shimmered into existence before Jiang Yi. Huang Liao Long, male, 36, in task, pick up Wu Mama's child from school. Mo Chiawei, male, 42, in task, assist driver Li in unloading cargo. Shu Zhe, male, 24, in task, distribute 5 flyers on Wangsalu Street. Jiang Yi, male, 18, in task, repair the air conditioner at Ms. Zheng's residence. In the interface displayed the 13 tasks assigned exclusively to Longwa's participants. Studying the task list, Jiang Yi gleaned critical insight. Many assignments instructed them to assist specific individuals. Yet those individuals were almost certainly no longer human. He reached into his pocket, and there, cold and violet, lay a single coin. Fare for Ms. Zheng's residence. In expanding his task interface, Jiang Yi found a detailed bus route map, including the exact number of the required vehicle. Beep beep beep. Beyond the glass doors in the parking lot, a battered bus rumbled to life, signaling that departure had begun. Brother Jiang, Na, broad-shouldered man with sun-darkened skin, clapped Jiang Yi on the shoulder. Jiang Yi turned his head. My bus is coming. I'm not sure I'll survive this round, so I'd like to entrust you with one of the 2 lives I carry. The man's gaze was earnest. In a life quota. Jiang Yi exhaled slowly, recalling the rules of the demon's 10th episode. Relatively speaking, his possession of a system did grant him higher odds of survival. Yet accepting another life quota imposed silent, weighty pressure upon him. Yes. Jiang Yi nodded. Brother Jiang, may I add mine too? A youth near Jiang Ye's age spoke, tear streaks still glistening on his cheeks. Clearly bearing 2 lives weighed heavily on everyone. Very well. Anyone wishing to transfer their life quota may submit a request via my channel interface. I'll approve them all. What had felt burdensome moments earlier now eased. His words rippled outward, and Jiang Ye's quota count instantly surged to 8. Ding host successfully impressed, points 111. That wasn't showing off, Jiang Yi retorted inwardly to his system. Ding not showing off, point rebate issued. Current points 1200. Ye Tian's mechanical voice faded, and Jiang Ye's points reverted to the amount he'd earned escaping the hotel. His expression froze mid-thought. He opened his mouth, to protest perhaps, but found no words. Because he now bore 8 life quotas, Jiang Ye's livestream viewership surged anew. Should Jiang Yi perish, 8 Longwa nationals would immediately enter the demon's livestream. Bearing such a burden testified not only to others' trust, but also to Jiang Ye's formidable capability. As buses and coaches rolled out one by one, the waiting hall gradually emptied. When only 200 souls remained, figures began entering the hall, somehow unnaturally. In each emanated an indescribable chill. At their arrival, the remaining 200 tensed, as if facing mortal peril. Some were corpse-pale, utterly bloodless. Others shriveled like blackened firewood. And they were not human. As expected, the city center is in truth a metropolis of ghosts. And this sight confirmed Jiang Ye's deepest suspicion. Most of these specters regarded Jiang Yi and the others with blank indifference. Though most did not mean all. Na man in a tailored suit and gentleman's hat sat beside Jiang Yi. Brother Jiang, run. He's a ghost. And viewers watching live screamed in panic. Surely the demon's live stream enforces safeguards. Won't it prevent other ghosts from harming Jiang Yi right now? Audiences panicked. Yet Jiang Yi gleaned something new. A delicate, unspoken equilibrium prevented these ghosts from directly harming humans. Hello, I am the painter. Here is my business card. Looking at the business card being handed over, Jiang Yi hesitated as he glanced at the man with high cheekbones. When in doubt, one must rely on the system. Ding, 1,000 points, deducted 1 hour decryption time. He forgot. The previous hour of decryption had used a new user discount, thinking that this 1,000 points could buy 10 hours. The system is quite strict with point deductions. Decryption mode is now activated. A light screen appeared before Jiang Yi, and his gaze fell on the business card presented by the man. An ordinary business card. Seeing the line of text, Jiang Yi accepted the card amidst the audience's barrage of don't comments. Name painter. Industry art gallery. Location Feng City District outside the South Station. My friend, would you like to visit my art gallery? The ticket is very cheap, just outside the station. The painter grinned. This smile was nothing short of eerie. As the gallery owner, he personally came to solicit customers. No thank you, Zhang Yi displayed a normal person's rejection. Don't be too quick to refuse, the painter said, opening a human skin bag from the seat beside him. He pulled out a portrait. Look how beautiful my work is. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, intending to maintain some distance and not engage with this greedily revealing ghost. However, his gaze was fixed on the portrait in the man's hand. This painting style this scent. Zhang Yi thought of the 3 portraits hanging on the wall in the hotel room. Did you sell this painting to a certain hotel? Oh. The painter's grin became even more unsettling. Have you seen my other works? I have. Then you should definitely visit my art gallery. My best works are there. Hearing the painter's words, Zhang Yi looked at the painting in his hand, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. Why are you so eager for me to go? No way, Zhang Ge, don't act impulsively. They say ghosts speak nonsense. Can you trust a ghost's words? Don't go. Absolutely don't go. I just returned from a certain contestant's live stream in the United States. He believed a female ghost who said she could clap with him, and after going home with her he was eaten. Ghosts can't attack humans under certain circumstances, but in their homes they can eat people. How much is the ticket to your art gallery? Zhang Yi's words left many viewers in front of the screen in shock. Heavens, big brother, you have 8 people's spots on you. Be careful. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, the painter's cheekbones lifted, his mouth. 5 yuan. He took out a bill from his pocket. This 5 yuan was for the bus fare as well as for the trip to Ms. Zheng's home. Then I will go take a look after all. It's hard to refuse such hospitality. Handing the money to the other party, Zhang Yi adjusted his glasses with a meaningful look. Are you crazy? Zhang Yi, that money is for transportation. Without it, how can you complete the task? Or are you planning to walk there? You will encounter ghosts along the way. More importantly, Zhang Ge, how can you agree to go to a ghost's place? The audience was all puzzled by Zhang Yi's series of actions. Tisk, is this really one of the seed representatives of Long Country? Other viewers from different countries arrived at the livestream. Laughing to death, is this Zhang Yi a great artist? Can a single painting really lure him away? Let's not talk about America. Your people are just thinking about that, which is why they deserve to die. At least that was a normal manifestation. This contestant from Long Country disregards the lives of the 8 spots for a single painting, breaking my understanding entirely. Zhang Yi's livestream room was in chaos. However, even so, it was still one of the rooms with the highest number of viewers among the thousands of live streams. Stepping out of the waiting hall, the painter led the way ahead. Zhang Yi could clearly see the appearance of the city. The cold streets were utterly deserted. The streetlights on both sides illuminated very few areas. The dead silence and darkness were the main features of the entire block. Following behind the painter, Zhang Yi arrived at his art studio's entrance. Go in. The painter's tone carried a hint of eeriness. Zhang Yi raised his eyes to look at the front door. The decryption mode system provided an introduction. Art gallery, the ghost lair of the painter. Wise people do not enter. Taking a couple of steps forward, Zhang Yi arrived at the glass door of the art gallery. A portrait near the entrance caught his eye. Portrait: ghosts awaken from their slumber at midnight for 1 hour. Zhang Yi checked the time. It was 3 in the morning. Can I have a look alone? You stay outside. Zhang Yi turned to the painter. What are you talking about, my friend? It seemed that was not possible. His gaze fell on the painter before him. Painter, a black-clad, evil ghost who enjoys framing smiling living people. Can you buy me a bottle of water? Zhang Yi made another request. The painter remained silent, but that grinning mouth and his unspeaking gaze held some peculiar meaning in the darkness. If I have water, I'll be very happy. Zhang Yi's words contained no logic. However, upon hearing this, the painter responded, really? Friend, you will be very happy. Really? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's affirmation, the painter grinned and turned towards the distant supermarket. A wave of relief swept through the livestream room. Phew, you scared us to death. Zhang Yi is still clever. Seize this opportunity and quickly run back to the station to shake off that guy. You've distracted that guy, Zhang. Go awesome, now run. Just when everyone thought Zhang Yi would run, he directly walked into the art gallery. What is he doing? Why go into someone else's home? The millions of people from Long Country, still in relief, were completely baffled. To them, it was like a lobster voluntarily jumping into the pot. Arriving in the art gallery, Zhang Yi understood the urgency of time. His hand swiftly covered a painting in the corner. Ding, exchange successful, gained 1 gray lottery draw. Nice. Hearing the reliable voice of the system, Zhang Yi's gaze settled on the other paintings inside the art gallery. Each of these paintings was a great treasure for him. His hand touched the second painting, then the third. 7 paintings in total. After exchanging all the ghost portraits on the first floor, Zhang Yi looked towards the second floor. The store was not nearby. The painter would take some time to return with water. He strode up to the second floor. His gaze fixed on a painting hanging on the wall. Oil painting: ghosts awaken from their slumber at midnight for 2 hours. The ghosts in these paintings on the second floor were evidently much more powerful. Without daring to hesitate, Jiang Yi grasped the sleeping ghost in this painting. The first one. This time it took much longer, even exceeding the time it took to exchange all the ghost portraits downstairs. The sleeping ghost was not like a dead ghost. The stronger the other party was, the longer the time required. This broke some of Jiang Yi's previous assumptions. Originally, after understanding this function of the system, he even had the idea of secretly exchanging for the red-clothed ghost while it was asleep. But it seems that now, not to mention that level, even the yellow-clothed ghosts cannot exploit this loophole. After a difficult wait, Jiang Yi could even smell the painter's scent. He was not far from here. A slight sweat appeared on his forehead. Finally, before the painter returned, Jiang Yi heard the final scream of the ghost within the painting in his hand. Ding exchanged successful. Congratulations, host, for gaining 1 white demon lottery draw. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Yi didn't even have time to put the oil painting back in place and directly ran downstairs. The portrait gallery is not large. Jiang Yi accelerated to full speed and instantly burst out of the gallery's main door. However, just as he thought he could leave without a trace, the suited portrait artist stood firmly in front of him. Sensing the rising killing intent from the other party, Jiang Yi remained silent, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. He stepped back. Bang! He brushed past the portrait artist. To Jiang Yi, he was now on the street, and the portrait artist should have no way to stop him. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. After Jiang Yi passed by the portrait artist, the man in the dark suit smiled, donned a gentleman's hat, and walked back into the gallery. Jiang Yi and the portrait artist seemed to have missed each other. Yet a wave of deep darkness surged out from behind the portrait artist like tentacles. In an instant it wrapped around Jiang Yi's limbs as he was running. Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned, being pulled back toward the gallery. The dark tentacles that ensnared him were not very powerful. In an instant it wrapped around Jiang Yi's limbs as he was running. Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned, being pulled back toward the gallery. The dark tentacles that ensnared him were not— It shouldn't be. Why did he not flee earlier, but instead entered the gallery? This truly confounds me. Alas, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Why must it be this way? In Jiang Yi's live stream, the vast majority of viewers were utterly disappointed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was struggling as the chaos in his mind made it hard to distinguish north from south. A wave of shadows enveloped him, trying to drag him back into the gallery. The dark, ghostly figures truly revealed their terror to the world. Just as his mind was about to completely crash, Jiang Yi bit his tongue, regaining a semblance of clarity. I'm going all out. He understood deeply that once dragged into the gallery, he would surely face irretrievable doom. Jiang Yi reached out and summoned a chili pepper into his hand. Unexpectedly, this item might actually be useful. He shoved the 1.46 million Scoville heat unit chili into his mouth. The terrifying spiciness exploded in his mouth. In an instant, Jiang Yi's nearly dormant brain was awakened by the stimulation of countless pain receptors. The massive black shadows became taut. Jiang Yi's body halted, and he had never felt his mind so clear before. Then, this young man, under the incredulous gaze of nearly 10 million viewers, began to stride forward. He's walking, he can walk. Oh my God, what am I seeing? He's resisting the ghosts. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step he took, several shadowy tentacles binding him snapped, until Jiang Yi broke the last tentacle. Breathing heavily from a distance of 20 meters, he turned to look at the portrait artist standing at the gallery entrance, and smiled broadly. He raised his hand and gave a middle finger. Ding! Host show off successful, points 111. The original score of 200 instantly surged to 2,000 points. Is this the seed player of our Dragon Nation? This is the first person to pass the 9th round of the Demon live stream. That middle finger is quintessentially Jiang Yi. In front of the gallery, the portrait artist silently watched Jiang Yi leave with flair, without saying a word. After a long while, he returned to the gallery, sat down, and took out paint and a canvas. Jiang Yi's likeness was gradually sketched out by him. This human would not die, he would always be remembered. The orange-yellow light could not dispel the darkness of the street. After escaping the portrait artist, Jiang Yi faced a new problem. No money. He needed to go to Ms. Zheng's house, and would have to take the bus, but he currently had not even a penny for the fare. It would take about 40 minutes to walk. Time was not a big issue. The crux of the problem lay in the fact that on this 40-minute journey through the early morning streets, it was hard not to encounter something. After all, this was a city of ghosts. 7 gray demons for a chance at a white demon. I hope the system gives me some luck and produces something good. Opening the system panel, Jiang Yi could only place his hopes on the demon lottery. This was something he had considered early on. The tasks assigned by the demons were definitely not easy to complete. Without reliable strength, Jiang Yi wouldn't dare to guarantee he could complete the tasks. Hence, he went to the gallery with the portrait artist. It proved to be a good decision. Now he awaited the favor of luck. System, let's start with a gray demon lottery. Jiang Yi muttered. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 pounds of ghost muscle. Upon hearing Ye Tian's voice, Jiang Yi was somewhat puzzled. He then opened the relevant description of the item. Item: ghost muscle. Description: muscle from a fitness ghost containing strength that ordinary people find hard to achieve. The system can integrate this item for the host. It seems this will greatly enhance my strength. Glancing over the description, Jiang Yi showed no hesitation. System integrated for me. Ding. Integration begins. 1, 2, 3. 100. As the mechanical voice of the system in his mind announced that the integration was complete, Jiang Yi closed his eyes to carefully sense it. At this moment, he felt as if his body concealed a living being without consciousness the moment he thought of it. Wow! Jiang Yi's body slightly expanded. A surge of immense power gave him the illusion that he could overturn a car. With a mere thought, the ghost muscle retracted automatically, and his slightly expanded body returned to normal. Good stuff. Compared to the previous 3 demon lotteries, this gray demon lottery was evidently better. System: continue gray lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 pounds of ghost muscle. Another one of these. Seeing the item, Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback, then said system integrated. After a bit of time, integration complete. Continue gray lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 pounds of ghost muscle. Still this item. Seeing the lottery item, Jiang Yi had an inkling of what was coming. 10 minutes later, all 7 gray lotteries were used up. Feeling the 14 pounds of ghost muscle within him, Jiang Yi felt both amused and exasperated. Taking a deep breath, he finally shifted his gaze to the remaining demon lottery. The white demon lottery. He had nearly risked his life for this lottery. System: use it. Jiang Yi said, nervously glancing at the lottery page. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a demon body. Item: demon body. Description: this is a forbidden power. At the moment of release, all your attributes can increase 10-fold with the duration of each fold, depending on the host's constitution. A golden legend. Jiang Yi murmured. Fengju's South Road. Like other streets in the city, it was cold and desolate. At the end of the street, a Japanese man with a samurai sword at his waist glanced at the mission hologram in front of him and walked with great caution. His task was to help Mr. Matsushita buy a box of condoms at the supermarket. He thought it was a rather ordinary task. But the moment he saw Mr. Matsushita, the Japanese man realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. Mr. Matsushita emanated a strong stench of decay, with large patches of dead skin on his face and neck. This indicated that the other party was not human at all. Only now did he come to this realization. In this city, so-called people were likely not human. Fortunately, he had already received money from Mr. Matsushita to buy things at the supermarket. Now he only needed to go to the supermarket, buy the items, and deliver them to Mr. Matsushita to complete his task. This man was unaware. His efficiency had already far surpassed that of many people in his own country. Naturally, he was also the focus of attention among the Japanese populace. Jingshaken truly deserves to be a soldier of our Japan. Looking at the situation, we might be the first to complete the task among everyone. Of course, many representatives from other countries have already perished, unlike us. Not only is there no death, but some are even close to completing their tasks. The first to complete the task should also receive a reward, right? While the people in the live stream were collectively getting excited, Jingshaken, who was on the dark street, suddenly stopped in his tracks. The audience fell silent. Before Jingshaken, an old man slowly emerged from the darkness. The old man wore tattered clothes, and his severe hunchback made it difficult to see his face. As if he had noticed Jingshaken, the old man halted his steps and slightly raised his head. What a face it was! Stiff, like dry and cracked wood, lifeless and devoid of any vitality. With animal-like yellow pupils fixed on Jingsha, the old man raspy said, "Young man, do you know where Lin's coffin shop is?" "Lin's coffin shop, do you know it?" The old man's voice sounded like 2 pieces of noisy bark rubbing together. "It's over there." With the desire to avoid further contact with the stranger, Jingshaken casually pointed in a direction. The old man nodded slightly, saying, "Thank you." Watching the old man walk away, Jingshaken inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the distance and continued toward the supermarket. Influenced by the old man, his speed increased considerably. But just when Jingshaken and the viewers in the live stream thought the matter with the old man had come to an end, an elderly figure appeared from the darkness, ahead, moving slowly. It was the same old man who had just asked for directions. "Young man, do you know how to get to Lin's coffin shop?" The old man's voice echoed in his ears. Jingshaken's mind jolted. Having some understanding of the demonic live stream, 3 words filled his mind in this situation. Ghost asking for directions. In the quiet urban area, Jiang Yi was not moving slowly. Occasionally 1 or 2 buses passed by on the road, but there were no other sounds. Glancing at the nearby buildings, Jiang Yi's eyes revealed lines of decoding mode descriptions. Wang's meat processing plant supplies meat to the entire city. Ghost City no. One middle school hoping the host never has a day there. Tian bus is an important part of the city's transportation, a formidable force. Only while walking on the street did Jiang Yi truly experience the terrifying aspects of this world. Like the portrait artist he had just encountered in this city, he should be just a laborer with a small property. There were many things that were even more terrifying than him. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi became increasingly cautious. After more than half an hour, Jiang Yi checked the route map on the hologram. Fengzhou South Road, Happiness Community, it should be this way. He looked around and stepped forward. He was unaware that at this moment the millions of people watching his live stream were frantically flooding the bullet screen. Don't go. There are ghosts asking for directions on this road. Many people have died here. Hurry up, Jiang Yi. Another compatriot from Dragon Country has died here. You cannot die too. Damn it, why can we only watch? Why can't the demonic live stream let us warn our people? Everyone was filled with indignation. Why give Jiang Yi such a task? Coming to this road means facing that ghost. No one has ever seen him and left safely. Jiang Yi had no idea about the frenzied screams of his countrymen in the original world. According to the information, he soon pinpointed the location of Happiness Community. It was at this moment that from the darkness an old man dressed in tattered clothes slowly emerged. Young man, do you know how to get to Lin's coffin shop? The old man's weary voice reached Jiang Yi's ears. Looking at this obviously non-human figure before him, a line of text appeared on Jiang Yi's decoding mode hologram. Asking Ghost he likes to ask for directions. No matter whether the route you point out is correct or not, as long as you answer him, he will kill you. Is there really such a ghost? Jiang Yi glanced at the figure and chose to ignore him, heading straight towards the nearby community. However, with a sudden shift, the old man appeared before him again. Young man, do you know how to get to Lin's coffin shop? The repeated question now carried an inexplicable heaviness. If he were an ordinary person, he might have instinctively given the answer. But Jiang Yi still ignored him. He intended to bypass the old man and leave. Yet at that moment, Jiang Yi felt a dry claw grasping his arm. Young man, do you know how to get to Lin's coffin shop? It's over. Brother Jiang is really done for this time. This ghost has already killed 7 people. Will Jiang Yi become the 8th? The viewers all held their breaths in anticipation of something. Whether it was the previous escape from the hotel or breaking free from the portrait artist's clutches, it was a miracle for them. Would a miracle happen again in this situation? Could Jiang Yi escape once more? Escape? Would Jiang Yi even escape? Looking at the old man's withered hand gripping his arm, Jiang Yi finally spoke calmly. Let go, or he'll twist your head off and smash it. His nonchalant tone almost made it hard to discern the meaning behind his words. The old man slowly lifted his head, looking at the man before him, and a cold smile crept across his stiff face. This human sparked a bit of interest in him. Don't believe me? Jiang Yi smiled. I am a man of my word. System. Activate triple demon physique and engage all ghost muscles in a thunderous rhythmic pounding. Boom, 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 resounded deep within. Jiang Yi's body swelled gradually, one bulging muscle, then 2 massive corded slabs erupting across his frame. His slender frame inflated as though filled by an unseen breath. The elder watched frozen in disbelief as this human underwent such a grotesque metamorphosis, the smile on his face hardening into rigid stillness. I told you, I would wrench your head off and shatter it. With overwhelming force, Jiang Yi's massively enlarged hand seized the old man's skull. The floor beneath the path-seeking ghost shattered with a deafening crash. He tried to flee, but could not break free. Before him stood a towering colossus of muscle, his strength far beyond mortal comprehension. SSSSS. Crushing pressure bore down upon his skull, so fierce it threatened to pulverize bone and brain alike. For the first time, the path-seeking ghost, who had always regarded humans as mere playthings, felt true terror rise within him. What monstrous entity had he just provoked? Your head, come off now. Triple demon physique combined with 14 gene of ghost muscle granted Jiang Yi the equivalent of 42 gene of raw ghostly power. Such magnitude was utterly beyond any ordinary ghost's capacity to resist. Ryup. Like torn leather, sinew and flesh tore apart. Amidst the path-seeking ghost shrieking wail, Jiang Yi ripped his head clean from his shoulders, then slammed the severed skull onto the ground. Thud. It burst like a watermelon, pulped and splintered. All of this unfolded in mere seconds. Yet those fleeting moments shattered the worldview of millions as utterly as that ghostly cranium. Host successfully displayed overwhelming presence. 1.1.1. As Jiang Yi reverted to his lean, unassuming form and calmly adjusted his spectacles, many bystanders swallowed hard. Is this really Brother Jiang? No, he is no longer Brother Jiang. He is Divine Jiang, And he's dead. No, he killed a ghost. Killed one outright face-to-face. Has the world gone mad? Or have I? Can mortals truly overcome ghosts? In silence blanketed the street, broken only by the faint sickly stench of decaying flesh. Gazing at the path-seeking ghost's corpse at his feet, Jiang Yi gauged his newfound strength. Triple demon physique could be sustained for 10 seconds. At quadruple demon physique, he estimated 3 seconds, his absolute limit. End system, reclaim this corpse. Ding, reclamation successful. Host has earned 1 white demon lottery draw. Ye Tian's voice echoed, a sound that startled Jiang Yi. So this was a white cloaked level ghost, yet its strength seemed mediocre. And he chose not to use the lottery draw. And after reviewing his mission, Jiang Yi entered Xingfu Residential Complex. His personal assignment from the demon live stream was to repair Mrs. Zhang's air conditioner, an entry into her home. And given the choice, Jiang Yi would have gladly swapped tasks. Xingfu Residential Complex, Building 1, 7th Floor, Unit 703. And guided by precise coordinates, Jiang Yi arrived at the building, where unexpectedly the interior glowed with stark, blinding whiteness. Though brightly lit, the fluorescent chill cast an unnatural sterile cold, making Jiang Yi pause, faintly unsettled. To his surprise, the building even housed an elevator, and he pressed the button for the 7th floor. And moments later, the empty cabin slid open, its lights flickering, faintly humming with electrical static. Jiang Yi did not step in immediately. Ni's decryption interface shimmered, and over the elevator doors crimson letters appeared. In uncanny elevator, it transports the living to floors that do not exist. Indeed, even with newfound power, vigilance remained paramount in this realm of dread. None misstep, and he would drown without trace. The elevator was unusable, only stairs remained. In where the elevator lobby radiated sterile light, the stairwell plunged into absolute, suffocating blackness, as if crossing into another dimension. Yet climbing posed no real challenge. And he had already walked 40 minutes along the desolate street, every step guided by his decryption interface. Naturally, this held no difficulty for him. In emerging from the silent, lightless stairwell, viewers blinked in confusion. And how had a tool belt suddenly appeared at his waist? And how had he donned a crisp technician's uniform, transforming instantly into a humble air conditioning repairman? And this ensemble had been purchased outright from the system shop using accumulated points. He had also exchanged points for a technical manual on air conditioner maintenance. And he possessed no prior expertise, but learning while repairing would have to suffice. Before Unit 703, Jiang Yi rang the doorbell. And he waited quietly. Then the door opened. A woman stood before him. She wore a thin sweater, her figure strikingly graceful. Her clear, contrasting eyes framed a soft, supple mouth beneath a delicate nose. "Are you Master Jiang, the air conditioner technician?" she asked. And Jiang Yi nodded slightly, yet his gaze sharpened with quiet astonishment. And from appearance and tone alone, she seemed wholly human. Could she truly be human? And even as the thought formed, his decryption interface flashed, and Mrs. Zhang, a black cloaked level female ghost bound by profound obsession. Jiang Yi stiffened instantly. And this adversary rivaled the portrait painter in potency, and he had nearly been deceived by her flawless porcelain beauty. The demon live stream's assignment, to interact directly with a ghost of this caliber, was unmistakably deliberate. "And please come in. The air conditioner has been broken for quite some time." And Mrs. Zhang opened the door. Jiang Yi hesitated, but stepped across the threshold. And to his surprise, her apartment was immaculate. A large sofa leaned against one wall, opposite it sat a television. Beyond, a vast floor-to-ceiling window, half shaded by curtains, dominated the view. 2 narrow corridors branched left and right, each leading to 3 or 4 rooms. In following her into one chamber, Jiang Yi noted walls adorned with tender, cheerful photographs and plush toys, pink bedding lending a gentle, youthful warmth. "This unit has been faulty for ages," Mrs. Zhang said, pointing to the wall-mounted air conditioner. And Jiang Yi followed her gesture with his eyes. It was a yellowed relic, its plastic casing cracked, and peeling filters long vanished. And from afar it resembled not an appliance, but a skeletal ruin. Even master technicians from Neon Nation would stand helpless before such decay, its utter uselessness undeniable to any discerning eye. Viewers witnessing the unit's pitiful state burst into laughter and, unseemly as it is, I'm absolutely hysterical. Is there anything left to repair here? Viewers witnessing the unit's pitiful state burst into laughter and, unseemly as it is, I'm absolutely hysterical. Is there anything left to repair here? And can it be fixed? Mrs. Zhang asked. And her question triggered 1,000 possible solutions flashing through Jiang Yi's mind. And yes. Excellent. Then please begin. I'll prepare some light refreshments for you. And as she spoke of cooking delight, barely concealed, lit her eyes. Watching her retreat toward the kitchen, Jiang Ye turned his attention fully to the decrepit unit. In he strode into the room, and at that instant in Demon Livestream's feed abruptly shifted, focusing instead on Mrs. Zhang. Huh, why did the feed cut away from Divine Zhang? Never seen this happen with any other contestant. What's going on? I sense something significant about Mrs. Zhang. Can't articulate why, but I feel it too. And no one suspected Ye Tian had subtly redirected the broadcast, protecting a host's most guarded secrets. Such discretion was part of his duty. And inside the room Jiang Yi studied the derelict unit, then spent 200 points in the system shop. An identical brand-new air conditioner materialized before him. And, if repair is impossible, then replacement it is. And 20 minutes later, Jiang Yi emerged, the air conditioner is repaired. In AS he spoke the live feed snapped back to his perspective. When viewers glimpsed the pristine new unit inside, disbelief rippled across the stream, and repaired. It looks over-repaired. What the hell? I swear that unit was rotting seconds ago. And audiences cried out to the moral celestial lord in stunned awe. Mrs. Zhang emerged from the kitchen. Fixed, and she glanced into the room, surprise flickering in her eyes, then fixed her gaze on Jiang Yi. Here, payment for the repair. She handed him a wad of cash. And Jiang Yi exhaled slowly, relief warming his chest. And thanks to the system shop, he'd passed the test, where any ordinary man would have failed utterly. May I leave now? Jiang Yi asked, turning toward the door. Wait, Mrs. Zhang caught his arm. You've done me such a kindness. Please stay for dinner. Dinner? Jiang Yi longed to refuse. But before he could speak, she guided him to a small table. And before him sat a bowl of jet black broth. Start with this soup. Later a full imperial banquet awaits. Mrs. Zhang settled silently, waiting, for him to lift his chopsticks. Ni's eyes fell upon the broth, and his decryption interface flared with urgent text. Item fish broth and potency, biochemical weapon class and palatability, 9 stars maximum, and this embodies the obsession of a black-cloaked level malevolent ghost. Refusal to consume it will cause the ghost to consume you instead. You expect me to eat this? Jiang Yi nearly snapped. Just kill me outright. No need for theatrical cruelty. And even if he choked it down, the imperial banquet awaiting him promised far worse. System, can I store this inside my system space? Ding. This food carries her ghostly aura. Pretending to eat may provoke immediate hostility. Jiang Yi understood instantly. In repairing the air conditioner was trivial. The true trial lay in swallowing her meal. So her obsession demands that others taste her cooking. Correct host. And then what do I do? Jiang Yi glanced sideways at Mrs. Zhang, motionless expectant. Even if I force it down, my body won't survive the after effects. Host retains one remaining lottery draw. Perhaps fortune favors the bold. Does that white demon have a lottery? Looking at the devil's lottery area in the system, Jiang Yi took a deep breath. This is the only lottery I have left. Honestly, I don't even know what to draw to escape my current predicament. Something to enhance my strength. A mere white lottery, can it really help me deal with this black-robed evil spirit? If not for enhancing strength, what else is there? As his thoughts raced, the system's lottery result emerged. Ding, congratulations host, you've obtained the stomach of an evil starving ghost. Item stomach of an evil starving ghost. Description: this is the stomach of an evil starving ghost, a stomach that can never be satisfied. Stomach of an evil starving ghost. Why aren't you eating yet? Beside him, Miss Zhang, who had been staring at Jiang Yi, spoke with a hint of confusion, yet it was a curious kind of confusion. Even within this seemingly innocent expression, her demeanor began to twist. Do you think what I made is hard to eat? Of course not, it looks quite appetizing. Jiang Yi forced a smile. Only now did he truly feel the oppressive presence of the evil spirit in the ghostly realm. Originally hesitant upon seeing the item he had drawn, he could no longer afford to hesitate. System, fuse the stomach of the evil starving ghost for me. Ding, starting fusion. 100. As the fusion percentage rapidly jumped to 100, Jiang Yi suddenly felt a churn in his abdomen. It felt as if a living thing had suddenly been stuffed inside his stomach. His gaze shifted to the bowl of soup before him. To his astonishment, after fusing with the stomach of the evil starving ghost, the data of this bowl of soup had changed completely. Item fish meat soup, nutritional value highly nourishing, taste difficulty level 10 stars. This is the obsession of a black-robed evil spirit. If the host does not eat it, the evil spirit will eat you. The biochemical weapon level lethality had transformed into highly nourishing sustenance. Jiang Yi let out a sigh of relief. However, the previously 9-star difficulty level of taste had unexpectedly risen by 1 star. He glanced at Miss Zhang beside him. The brown sweater she wore was gradually being overshadowed by black. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Jiang Yi steeled himself and picked up the bowl of dark soup. In his view, having consumed even the most terrifying chili, how could this nourishing soup be worse than a scorpion's terrifying brew? However, as the soup approached his lips, the overwhelming stench almost made him faint. The wolf's sense of smell automatically analyzed the fish bones, fish eyeballs, and fish tongues within the bowl of fish soup. Even the stomach of the evil starving ghost churned, indicating that even if it was hungry, it did not want to digest this. But at this point the moment had come. Opening his mouth, Jiang Yi gulped it down. 2 gulps, 3 gulps. Every cell in Jiang Yi's body trembled in rejection and despair, yet the little remaining rationality overcame his instincts. In just 2 seconds, Jiang Yi began to regret having taste buds. Burp. He set down the empty bowl in his hands. You ate so cleanly. Ms. Zhang exclaimed, seeing the empty bowl. Her evil spirit's aura dissipated entirely. So how was it? Was it good? Ms. Zhang leaned closer to Jiang Yi, eagerly awaiting his evaluation. Good, very good. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and nodded. That's wonderful. Ms. Zhang clapped her hands, then ran to the kitchen, bringing out a large pot of fish soup. There's plenty more here. Eat up, I'll go prepare a feast. Jiang Yi could consume 100 points to activate taste and smell shielding. Ye Tian's voice was like an oasis in the desert, giving Jiang Yi hope of leaving this apartment alive. System, your timing couldn't be better. After trying that small bowl of soup, hearing that Ms. Zhang wanted to feed him more, Jiang Yi had already considered escaping despite potential injuries. Fortunately, the system stepped in at this moment. You should eat, Ms. Zhang said, squeezing her apron, appearing as gentle as a devoted wife. Jiang Yi activated the taste and smell shielding, smiled politely, and took a spoonful of the soup. Compared to before, he now truly seemed to be savoring a delicacy. Although this dish was excruciatingly unpalatable, it was undeniably nourishing. Within no time, the entire pot of fish soup was swallowed by Jiang Yi. With his eyes closed, Jiang Yi could clearly feel that the stomach of the evil starving ghost had begun to digest. Waves of clear nutritional energy were continuously transforming. The energy transformed from the stomach of the evil starving ghost surprisingly aligned with his ghostly muscles. In a fleeting moment, within just a few minutes, Jiang Yi discovered that the weight of his ghostly muscles had increased from 14 pounds to 14.3 pounds. That bowl of soup had actually allowed his ghostly muscles to grow. Is this what it means to be nourishing? The effect was astonishing. He looked over at Ms. Zhang, who was busy in the kitchen, and felt the tides turning. The subsequent feast was a biochemical weapon for ordinary people, but for him, who possessed the stomach of the evil starving ghost, it was a fortune. Minutes later, Ms. Zhang brought a basin of creatures Jiang Yi had never seen before and placed them on the dining table. Then several plates of dark or vividly purple dishes followed. When the dining table in the living room could no longer accommodate the food, Ms. Zhang finally stepped back and looked at Jiang Yi. Aren't you going to eat? Jiang Yi glanced at the woman. You eat. Ms. Zhang smiled, staring at Jiang Yi. All right. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi dove into the feast. For a full hour after Jiang Yi finished everything on the table, the true capabilities of the stomach of the evil starving ghost began to manifest. Plates of nourishing food converted into strength, feeding back into his ghostly muscles. Originally 14 pounds of ghostly muscle surged directly to 20 pounds. He glanced at Ms. Zhang beside him. She was closing her eyes, and a faint red glow radiated from her body. A line of text appeared in front of him on the decoding screen. Obsession fulfilled, seeking the opportunity to break through to the redrobed level. He had thought he had gained a great opportunity, but Ms. Zhang's situation was even more outrageous. Obsession fulfilled to enhance strength. This made Jiang Yi think of the initial portrait artist. If they could find a few humans and paint several portraits of smiling people, they should also be able to rise to a higher level. The ghost seeking directions on the path of sealing also similarly. If he kept asking for directions, and killing his realm would inevitably rise. Killing ghosts does not require being indoors. It is their rules, the rules born from their obsessions. So it was like this. Not long after, while Jiang Yi was in deep thought, Ms. Zhang slowly opened her eyes. Half body and red, no longer just following obsessions, possessing a certain ability for self-reflection. Master Zhang, why not stay for the night? Ms. Zhang began to tidy up the plates on the table, her tone carrying a hint of liveliness. No, maybe we'll meet again in the future. Finally able to leave, Jiang Yi dared not linger for a moment. Within her ghostly realm, he felt no sense of security. Of course, if he encountered such a being outside, he would never feel secure, no matter the setting. Jiang Yi gave a soft, amused chuckle and flicked her hand. A business card materialized before Jiang Yi. This is my card. You help me break my shackles. If you encounter matters you cannot resolve, come to me. Jiang Yi watched the floating object and took it. Name Zheng Yi. Occupation teacher. Workplace Goicheng No. 1 middle school. Could this be the emergence of a patron? Since even the red-clad half-figure put it that way, Jiang Yi had no grounds to refuse. He accepted the card, hesitated for a moment, then said, "Teacher Zheng, may I ask you a question?" Zhang Yi tilted her head, and in an instant voiced Jiang Yi's question for him. "About the being who brought you humans here." "Yes." Jiang Yi nodded. "He is extremely mysterious and immensely powerful. Even our chairman treats him with profound reverence." Zhang Yi did not shy away from the truth, though the fear in her eyes could not be hidden. "Is he a ghost?" Jiang Yi asked, frowning slightly. Zhang Yi shook her head. "I cannot be certain." "Then why did he bring us humans to this place?" This was the question that troubled Jiang Yi the most. As expected, Zhang Yi shook her head again. After all, she had formerly been a spirit of the black-clad tier, at best a mid-ranking existence in the entire Ghost City. Very well. Jiang Yi was not disheartened, it was all within his expectations. "Thank you for your hospitality today. Farewell." He waved, exchanged final greetings with Zhang Yi, and opened the door. He was about to leave, yet after opening the door, he stepped back and closed it again. Peering through the peephole, Jiang Yi felt a bead of sweat form at his nostril. To his surprise, diagonally opposite Zhang Yi's home was the residence of an acquaintance. Through the peephole, Jiang Yi saw a man in a black suit and gentleman's hat open the door. It was the portraitist. How uncanny that the man lived right across from Ms. Zheng. He had come so close to meeting the portraitist's gaze. "You know him?" A soft, cool breath brushed his ear. Jiang Yi glanced aside to find Zheng Yi leaning half her weight against his back. She even rested her pale chin on his shoulder. Yes. Thinking of his prior entanglement with the portraitist, Jiang Yi nodded slightly. "You do not dare meet him, so you two are not on friendly terms." Zheng Yi instantly discerned the relationship. "What a pity that fellow has a red-clad half-figure female ghost at home, otherwise I would have taken care of him for you. There is no need to trouble Teacher Zheng. I can handle my own problems." Seeing the man had entered his home, Jiang Yi prepared to leave. As if struck by a thought, Jiang Yi turned to Zhang Yi and asked, "Does this man always come home at this hour?" Zhang Yi nodded slightly. "How long does he usually stay at home?" "Usually about 5. Zhang Yi had some impression of that. "Are you planning something?" "Nothing." Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses, his eyes narrowing, as if plotting. Leaving Zhang Yi's gated community, a crimson banner belonging to the Devil livestream shimmered before Jiang Yi and slowly displayed a line of text. "Mission complete. Proceed to Qingshan Passenger Station to purchase a ticket. Take the 901 to Fengshan campus." Glancing at the banner, Jiang Yi paid it little heed. After finding his bearing, he walked in the opposite direction from Qingshan Station. This act entered the viewer's blind spot. Where is Jiang Shin going? Is he plotting something again? Why is there a faint sense of anticipation? Apart from some newcomers, few viewers were troubled by why Jiang Yi had not immediately bought a ticket. From his feats at the hotel to completing Ms. Zheng's task, one shock after another had left them utterly in awe of Jiang Yi. The livestream followed Jiang Yi. Everyone could see he had arrived at a bus stop. Is he taking the bus? But according to the Devil livestream, returning to Fengshan campus requires taking the 901 and regular bus stops do not serve the 901 long-distance route. Viewers were puzzled. Jiang Yi had already boarded a bus. At that moment, his livestream ended for his task. Inside the bus, apart from the driver, there were only 2 or 3 passengers. He found a quiet seat. The doors closed, and the bus moved off. Darkness slid past outside. Lost in thought, a child took the seat beside him. "Big brother, will you play a game with me?" The child's face was deathly pale, as if painted white. Only the eyes were hollow darkness, and the cracked lips held a faint smile. Jiang Yi glanced at the little fellow clutching a football and paid him no heed. "Big brother, play with me." The boy lazily tapped the football twice within the aisle. The bus lights began to flicker. As the lights sputtered, an icy hand reached from behind Jiang Yi and settled on his shoulder. "Play with me." The child's grotesque head suddenly pressed against Jiang Yi's ear. The manic shout blurred any sense of gender in its tone. With a sharp slap, Jiang Yi seized the little ghost's head. The flickering lights fell silent. "Did your family never teach you manners?" In his placid voice, Jiang Yi's gaunt frame seemed to swell monstrously in the unsteady light. A tearing, rushing sound filled the cabin. Seats warped under the force. Holding the child's head, Jiang Yi hurled it against the bus window with brutal force. A heavy thud followed. The glass did not shatter, but the little ghost's skull was crushed. "Let Big Brother teach you what manners are." Hoisting the child, Jiang Yi slammed him down onto the floor. "A dull concussion. Play with you. I will play with you now." With another crash, Jiang Yi ground the little ghost's head through a row of seats. "Nanhu Station." The announcement rang out cold and impersonal. Jiang Yi let go of the mangled lump in his hands, glanced at 2 figures cowering in a corner, and stepped off the bus. Only after the vehicle resumed its route did the little ghost, now a ruined heap, begin to convulse weakly. After leaving the bus, Jiang Yi stood before a shop front. This place was to his surprise the portrait studio outside the station. Since the portraitist had gone home to rest, Jiang Yi saw no need to be courteous. At the shop door there hung a lock. However, before Jiang Yi the lock seemed a trifling impediment. He gripped the lock with both hands, patches of ghostly muscle rippled across his arms. Bang! The chains were forcibly torn apart. Pushing open the door, Jiang Yi once again entered the portrait gallery. Glancing at the portraits on the first floor devoid of any ghostly energy, Jiang Yi strode up to the second floor. On the second floor there were 3 more paintings. According to Jiang Yi, the portraitist needed to rest for 5 to 6 hours at home, which was enough time for Jiang Yi to clear out everything here, especially after taking a bathroom break. Taking down one of the oil paintings from the wall, he said, "System activate exchange." A few minutes later, ding. Exchange successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a white devil lottery draw. Next, Jiang Yi immediately picked up one of the remaining 2 paintings. Not long after, all 3 paintings on the second floor were exchanged by Jiang Yi, and he successfully obtained 3 white devil lottery draws. Although it was late at night, and entering someone else's gallery to steal was wrong, it was all for the sake of survival. Glancing at the empty second floor, Jiang Yi turned his attention to the third floor. That was the last floor of this portrait gallery. There might be something inside, or there might be nothing at all. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi stepped up. Upon reaching the third floor, he immediately saw a gigantic oil painting. In the painting was a woman. The ghost in the painting, yellow grade, can move freely within 10 meters of the canvas. She is the portraitist's most proud work. Seeing this introduction from the system in decryption mode, Jiang Yi was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that a black-grade evil spirit could create a yellow-grade ghost that was only 1 level lower, limited to a 10-meter area around the canvas. After seeing this information in the system, Jiang Yi, who initially felt it was a bit tricky, suddenly realized something. System, how many points do I have left? Ding. Host has 1,500 points remaining. Throughout the night, although he had shown off many times and earned many points continuously running the decryption mode, had consumed points quickly, but fortunately there were still some left. In that case, exchange 499 points for gasoline and a lighter. Jiang Yi spoke directly. Hearing the host's request, Ye Tian understood this guy's intentions. Ding. Exchange successful, host, please check. As Ye Tian spoke, shadows appeared beside Jiang Yi, discreetly revealing several barrels of gasoline. The 499 points of gasoline were enough to fill the entire 3 floors. Jiang Yi did not hesitate. Barrel after barrel of gasoline was poured onto the floor. The strong, pungent smell immediately affected the seemingly quiet portraits ahead. Hiss! Amid the hissing sound from the huge painting, an oil painting ghost woman twisted and emerged. Strange sounds emanated from her mouth. The ghost woman, covered in oily wax, slowly walked towards Jiang Yi, the living person. However, upon reaching 10 meters from the painting, the ghost in the painting stopped. Standing in that area, she looked coldly at Jiang Yi. In response, Jiang Yi nonchalantly opened the second barrel of gasoline. The warm gasoline flowed to the feet of the ghost in the painting. Third, fourth. Over a dozen barrels in total. The rich smell of gasoline had enveloped the entire 3rd floor. In the stairway area, gasoline dripped continuously, even flowing down to the 1st floor. Taking one last look at the oily wax ghost woman, Jiang Yi waved goodbye and went to the 1st floor. He lit a fire. Roaring flames. In an instant, the raging fire engulfed the entire portrait gallery. Just a moment later, flames filled the entire 3rd floor. Oh! Standing on the street, Jiang Yi could clearly hear the sharp screams of the ghost in the painting from the 3rd floor. The yellow-grade ghost was indeed not weak, but unfortunately she couldn't escape. Limited to a corner, a fire was the best method. Sitting on the street, Jiang Yi exchanged for some beer and roast duck, eating while watching the fire in the portrait gallery. At first, the ghost's screams were extremely sharp, but after a while she could no longer scream. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Yi looked at the portrait gallery, now reduced to a fiery ruin, and strode inside. On the cracked floor of the 3rd floor, he found the ghost in the painting, now charred to a crisp. System exchange. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a yellow-grade evil devil lottery draw. 1 yellow-grade draw, and 3 white draws. This was the greatest harvest of the early morning. Just as Jiang Yi was feeling excited, the holographic screen of the devil's live broadcast room appeared before him. Friendly reminder: the tickets for long distance 901 have sold out. Sold out. Does that mean I can't take the bus to the destination? Looking at the map of Fengshan campus, it was more than 100 kilometers away. If he were to walk, an ordinary person would need at least a whole day. Moreover, in such a world, how could one walk? Jiang Yi began to consider whether to simply ignore the devil's live broadcast and manage to survive in the ghost city. However, recalling Zheng Yi's description of the devil's live broadcast, he could not help but endure. At least now was not the time for him to confront the devil's live broadcast. The host can always trust the system's devil lottery. Ye Tian's voice broke Jiang Yi's frown. Yes, he still had the devil lottery. Qingshan bus station. In the dilapidated waiting hall there were only about 80 people left. Out of 1,000, only these remained. The tasks given by the devil were not easy for ordinary people. Among these 80 people, some were favored by the goddess of fortune, while others relied on their strength and intelligence. At this moment, everyone gathered together. The waiting hall was quite chaotic. The reason was the bus tickets. Only 80 tickets for 901 were sold, yet there were 85 survivors here. The current situation was not that the tickets were evenly distributed, since buying tickets did not require real name registration. Most tickets were concentrated in the hands of a few. In Chuze's hands there were as many as 50 tickets. As the protagonist, he had befriended a powerful yellow-grade ghost during the task thanks to his protagonist's halo. That yellow-grade ghost had given him quite a bit of money, which led to Chuze's current actions. Tickets were a necessity, and monopolizing nearly all the tickets meant he had the right to price them as he wished. Anyone needing tickets, come to me, 50 yuan each. Chuze held up the tickets, his voice echoing throughout the 50 each. Isn't that too exorbitant? Asaba, the tickets originally sold for 20, how come you're selling them for more than double? Dissatisfied murmurs began to arise. Each of them had received a certain reward for completing their tasks, but clearly not much. Chuze, however, remained calm. If you don't buy now, in 10 minutes the price will go up to 60. The tickets in his hand were necessities. If it dragged on, the first to crack would be the buyers. After he finished speaking, a white man could no longer hold back, and took out money. I want one. Okay. Chuze nodded slightly. The first ticket was sold. As time passed, the crowd gradually became less calm. The second ticket was soon bought by another person. Also, because of these two leading the way, the 50 yuan tickets quickly became a matter of course. People rushed forward to try to buy a ticket. No money. Then pull it together. Understand this, there are 85 people in the waiting hall, but only 80 tickets. If they hesitate any longer, no one can guarantee whether they will be among the 5 left out. Each person who got a ticket let out a sigh of relief. The 50 tickets were soon depleted. At this moment, a stout, dark-skinned man finally squeezed his way up. Brother Chu, can you make it cheaper? The 3 of us only have 90 yuan and want to take 3 tickets. The stout man said while smiling at Chuze. 90 can only buy 1, but seeing that you are from Long Country, let's make it 100 each. Chuze said indifferently, glancing over the people in front of him. Well, what? The stout man did not understand what Chuze meant. I remember you all handed over one of your 2 lives to Jiang Yi, right? Chuze counted the tickets in his hand. Since you trust him so much, go find him for a way out. I still want to make some money with these tickets. Chuze, how can you do this? A man squeezed forward, his face full of anger, but unable to vent. Must I be responsible for your lives? Everyone here wants to live. If I save you, does that mean giving up another? Chuze retorted loudly. These words drew the attention of a visibly more composed man in military uniform who approached. Chuze, we are here not just to represent ourselves. Have you considered that by giving those living chances to people from other countries, we who die are not worth much? What will happen to Long Country if we rank last? The man said, looking deeply at Chuze. If you don't want to give us the tickets, that's fine, since they are yours. However, compared to Jiang Yi, you truly fall short. What did you say? Chuze seemed to have hit a nerve. I am stating a fact, said Wang Liao Long in a flat tone. What a fine statement of fact. Chuze raised the ticket in his hand. Do you see this? The ticket is in my hand, not in Jiang. Yes, he exclaimed. Daring to speak to me like this, you, and that Jiang Yi, wherever he may be, are destined not to board the bus. Over 100 kilometers you can walk on foot. With that cold remark, Chuze turned and began selling the ticket to others. Watching the scene before him, Wang Liao Long felt a chill in his heart. A few minutes later, Chuze had sold all the tickets in his hand. Only Wang Liao Long and his 2 companions from Long Kingdom remained, along with 2 others from Bear Country who had no tickets. As the clock struck 6 in the morning, the entire city remained shrouded in darkness. It was also time for the 901 long-distance bus to depart. Good luck to you. The demon live stream didn't say Jiang Yi was dead, so perhaps you'll still have a chance to encounter him. As the exhausted crowd moved toward the bus door, Chuze coldly laughed at Wang Liao Long and the others. They watched helplessly as 2 901 buses filled with passengers, while the 5 of them in the waiting area wore varied expressions. Dragon Brother, what do we do now? Asked the 2 men behind Wang Liao Long. Apart from Jiang Yi, Chuze, and Mo Chiu-wei, these 3 were all that remained. The 10 people from Long Kingdom who had come to the demon live stream were now down to just the 3 of them. Listening to the words of the 2 behind him, Wang Liao Long gazed at the departing cars and took a deep breath as Chuze said, we will walk there. Walk there? The sturdy dark-skinned man behind expressed clear worry. It's over 100 kilometers, and in a world like this, can we really make it the whole way? There is no other way, Wang Liao Long sighed. If we don't reach our destination, we will be eliminated by the demon live stream and will surely die. If we succeed, not only will we save ourselves, but will also prevent the next person from Long Kingdom from entering this world, he said with a sense of resignation mixed with determination. Dragon Brother has a point, but it's just 100 kilometers. I ran that distance when I joined the army, said the lean man with a buzz cut, his tone filled with a reckless spirit. No time to waste, let's set off now. Wang Liaolong, having been a squad leader before coming here, naturally took charge of the two. Wait, friends from Long Kingdom, can we join your team? Two sturdy men from Bear Country stepped forward. Having no tickets themselves, they felt a sense of camaraderie with Wang Liaolong and the others. Wang Liaolong looked at the two's build and nodded, sure, the more the merrier. Thank you. If we manage to return to Fengshan campus, we will make that selfish Chu Zhe pay the price. The two expressed their righteous indignation. They could still afford the original price of the ticket, but after Chu Zhe raised the price. After exiting the waiting area, the dark street resembled a gaping abyss, quietly awaiting the intrusion of humanity. On the street, the sound of 5 large men walking instinctively softened. Their luck was good. They encountered nothing on the road from the urban area to the suburbs. However, their good fortune could not last. The quiet road was devoid of sound, and the unknown black trees on either side resembled ghostly claws. When Wang Liaolong and the others arrived here, an old car from the 70s or 80s in the west appeared in front of them. The old vehicle had only one headlight, its weak glow offering no illumination. The vehicle continued to drive smoothly. Finally, under the watchful and tense expressions of Wang Liaolong and the others, the car stopped beside them. They could clearly see that the driver's seat was occupied by an old man wearing a hood. The visible parts of his clothing were covered with patches of dried blood. His sunken eyes seemed as if they had been taken from a corpse, creating a deeply unsettling feeling. Would you like a ride, everyone? The old man's lips parted slightly, revealing a row of pitch-black teeth, which conveyed a sense of terror. Wang Liaolong shook his head gravely at the others. They understood and did not respond to the old man, continuing to move forward. Completing the tasks assigned by the demon was not an easy feat. Everyone understood that ghosts needed certain conditions to kill. Not provoking or ignoring them was a good strategy. They watched as the 5 of them moved further away. The ghostly old man in the driver's seat had deep wrinkles appear at the corners of his eyes, and a sinister laugh erupted from his mouth. The car turned around, and seeing the 5 living beings ahead, the old man pressed the accelerator to the floor. Boom! With a wave of ominous energy, the old vehicle crashed into Wang Liaolong and his companions. The imagined scene of being thrown away did not occur. When the front of the car made contact with the 5 of them, they instantly found themselves inside the vehicle. Looking at himself and the others beside him, Wang Liaolong's expression turned grim. It's over, Dragon Brother, we are in this old ghost's car. The dark-skinned man beside him struggled to maintain his composure. Bang, bang, bang. From the rear compartment came the sounds of fists colliding with metal. The 2 men from Bear Country were locked in the car trunk. The doors were securely locked and could not be opened, and even the windows felt as impenetrable as bulletproof glass. None of the 5 could have imagined it would evolve into this. Stop struggling, stay with me, and become one with my car forever, won't you? The old man driving the car slightly turned his head. His gravelly voice, reminiscent of metal grinding, left the 3 men from Long Kingdom feeling increasingly hopeless. ZZZ, the seat belts automatically secured the 3 in their seats. The coldness of the belts was like a pair of icy ghost hands severing any last chance of escape. They never expected that even before truly escaping the ghost city, they would already be trapped. They had been overly optimistic. The expressions of the people in the car reflected their helpless despair. Ghosts are invincible. This seemed to have become a truth. Dragon Brother, look. Suddenly someone beside Wang Liaolong gestured for him to look out the window. There ahead on the dark, silent highway, another vehicle appeared. It was a van, its orange-yellow headlights shining directly toward them. The old man in the driver's seat slowed down a bit due to the glow. It must be another ghost. Wang Liaolong sighed as he truly could not think of any other way to escape their current situation. The gap between humans and ghosts was too vast. Just as he pondered this, the old man in the driver's seat suddenly pressed the horn. The low humming horn seemed to serve as a reminder, or perhaps a warning. A warning about what? Before anyone in the car could react, the rapidly approaching van, like a runaway husky, charged straight toward them. Boom! Amidst the old car was sent tumbling out, accompanied by a shower of sparks. At the moment of impact, the 5 captured humans instantly found themselves back on the highway. A few people exchanged glances, all in disbelief. They had exited the vehicle. Run! Wang Liaolong shouted at the others. Heaven had given everyone a chance, and they must cherish it. Yet as the 5 fled without looking back, the van that had overturned the old car turned around and pursued them. Watching the van approach, despair flickered in the eyes of the 5 once more. Was it not true that having escaped the wolf's den, they had now entered the tiger's lair? The pursuing vehicle did not crash into them like the old car. Instead, amidst the sound of tires grinding against the road, it matched the speed of the running Wang Liaolong and the others. The window slowly rolled down, and Jiang Ye's voice emerged. Do you think I'm a ghost? Why are you running? Don't you want to get in the car? The amusing words appeared. This remark drew the attention of the five to the man in the driver's seat. Jiang Ye. Upon seeing this man, Wang Liaolong, who had been serious, was instantly taken aback. This remark drew the attention of the five to the man in the driver's seat. Jiang Ye. Upon seeing this man, Wang Liaolong, who had been serious, was instantly taken aback. The old car that had flipped was already lost in the darkness. The five climbed into the vehicle. A deep darkness quickly enveloped the van. Inside the van, looking at the man in the driver's seat, everyone finally felt a strong sense of relief. Jiang Yi, how do you have a car? It's a gift from a ghost, Jiang Yi replied without hesitation. A ghost actually gifted a car. Jiang Yi, you truly are the number one in the 9th session of the Demon Live broadcast. The burly man Yang Tiehu beside him expressed his admiration. The others also sincerely admired him. Having entered the Demon Live broadcast like Jiang Yi, why was there such a disparity? It's just luck, Jiang Yi remarked. The others also sincerely admired him. Having entered the Demon Live broadcast like Jiang Yi, why was there? Jiang Yi glanced at the disheveled group through the rearview mirror. This statement immediately infuriated them. If it weren't for that scoundrel Chu Zhe, how could we not have tickets? It's infuriating that we completed the task too late, allowing Chu Zhe to succeed. If only I could have been faster. Amid their back and forth, Jiang Yi understood the situation after a few minutes. No wonder Chu Zhe would change his nationality. Chu Zhe changed his nationality. Jiang Ye's words startled the others in the back seat. They opened the panel of the Demon Live broadcast. To their shock, they found that Chu Zhe, originally a citizen of Long Country, had become a citizen of the Easting. How could he change his nationality? The anger brought on by this scene even surpassed their previous fury when Chu Zhe had raised the prices for tickets. He must have concluded that the four of us couldn't take the bus and would all die outside. Jiang Yi immediately grasped the reason. If we all die, Long Country would have lost 11 people, ranking death. Having a girlfriend from East Ing and now believing that Long Country would be last, he would face the punishment of the demons. Jiang Yi mused. In this light, it's understandable that he would change nationalities to save himself. In just a few sentences, the crux of the matter was laid bare. This clear line of reasoning led the other citizens, including the two burly men from Bear Country, to nod in agreement. To abandon one's country for self-preservation, such a person will be despised by us for a lifetime, remarked the two burly men from Bear Country without hesitation. He is a clever man. Jiang Yi recalled the moment he first found the wardrobe for him, smiling wryly. He is also a selfish person. Don't have too high expectations of him, that will only bring more disappointment. As these words fell, Wang Liaolong and the others sighed, and a slight silence fell over the vehicle. On the pitch-black silent road, Jiang Yi did not drive fast. The orange headlights illuminated the cold road. During the journey thus far, they had not encountered any unfortunate situations. Even if they occasionally spotted some suspicious figures by the roadside, those guys revealed no desire towards Jiang Ye's van. The vehicle he was driving was won through a yellow-level demon lottery. Initially, he felt the description was mediocre, but now that he was driving it, he understood the power of this vehicle. Item: Ghost Driver's Van. Description: this is a fully functional van. You can consider it a living pet. Inside the van there exists a ghostly spirit, a small, yet manipulable ghostly entity, by Jiang Yi. At the same time, this van exudes the aura of a yellow-clad ghost. This is also one of the main reasons why the occasional suspicious figures do not dare to provoke Jiang Yi. With this divine vehicle, reaching the Fengshan campus 100 kilometers away would be no trouble at all. Aside from the yellow-level lottery, the other three draws were also impressive. Ghost Heart 1 shares of Changhong Convenience Store 1 ton of TNT. Inside the cabin. After a night of desperate fleeing, everyone had fallen asleep out of exhaustion. At the current speed, they would arrive in just 2 hours. As they moved further away from the city center, the desolation on both sides intensified. A light drizzle began to fall, and the windows grew increasingly cold from the raindrops. The rain gradually intensified. Jiang Yi turned on the windshield wipers, maintaining speed. It was during this mundane drive that he suddenly felt something flash by. In an instant, bang! A ghastly greenish face collided with the windshield without any warning. Those two bulging eyes were more terrifying than the eyes of a dead fish. Boom! Squeal! The van came to a halt. The contorted, ghostly figure was violently thrown away. Amidst the heavy rain, the orange headlights flickered as the windshield wipers slowly moved. On the windshield, streams of yellow mud and rainwater were scraped away. Ahead on the road lay a twisted, ghostly figure that had been hit. The ghost was covered in yellow mud, unkempt, and at the gray-clad level. How could a gray-clad minion ghost dare to provoke his van? Jiang Yi felt something was amiss. But given the current situation, he couldn't get out of the car. There was a ghostly entity in the vehicle ensuring absolute safety inside. However, if he got out, who knew what awaited him outside? What's wrong? What happened? The 5 who had been asleep in the cabin were startled awake. It's nothing. Glancing past the ghostly figure in front, Jiang Yi continued to start the vehicle. He said nothing, but the others sensed something unusual. They had mostly lost their sleepiness. In the curtain of rain in the darkness, the orange headlights appeared so faint. As the vehicle gradually moved forward, Jiang Yi sensed the emotions of the van beneath him. It was uneasy. The van refused to go down the road ahead. After checking the map, it became clear that this route was essential to reach the Fengshan campus. Reluctant to go, but it was a necessity. Jiang Yi steeled himself. This desolate wilderness devoid of any structures often felt more terrifying than the ghost city. The vehicle drove steadily. The scenery on both sides of the road transformed from dense forest to rolling hills. The torrential rain had escalated beyond normality. Suddenly a loud crash. A massive landslide appeared before Jiang Yi, completely blocking the road ahead. The way was blocked. What a time to encounter a landslide. The few people in the van felt it was troublesome. Jiang Yi, let's get out and clear it up. Wang Liaolong spoke up. Despite the dire situation, the only way to resolve the issue was to remove these obstacles. This landslide wasn't caused by nature. Jiang Yi said calmly, his gaze shifting to the landslide ahead. Amid the rumbling thunder and lightning, a large number of decayed coffins became visible. It seems we are being targeted. Indeed they were. A little over 10 minutes ago, when 901 passed by, this place must have been peaceful. They dared not offend 901 and had come to bully them. You all stay in the car, I'll go take a look. At this moment, unless he turned back if he needed to move forward, he must deal with the landslide ahead. He opened the car door. The cold, damp air rushed into the vehicle. Jiang Yi opened an umbrella and stepped out. Bang! Just as he got out of the car, a twisted arm reached out from under the vehicle and grabbed Jiang Yi's pant leg. A ghost covered in yellow mud struggled to crawl out. Jiang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he lifted his leg and stomped down. Before he even got out, he had already sensed the little ghost lurking under the van. Bang! The waterlogged ground cracked under pressure. The ghost covered in yellow mud had its head shattered. Ding, the host has received a gray demon lottery draw. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Yi looked at the pile of yellow mud from the landslide, his expression still grave. He stepped closer to the landslide. As he approached, Jiang Yi could clearly see that buried within the mound of dirt were numerous corpses. Not just corpses, these beings were ghosts, slumbering spirits. The yellow mud was soaked with filthy blood. It would be impossible to move these bodies away using mere human strength in such a short time. Perhaps relying on human power was exactly what some hidden observer would like to see. Since that's the case, Jiang Yi rummaged through the system space. He pulled out one package, then another of TNT. These were rewards he had obtained from his white demon lottery. Compared to other items from the demon lottery, this was surprisingly the least valuable. After all, this could also be purchased with points. Thus, Jiang Yi felt no burden in using it. Who would have thought that the ghost targeting him would expect him to carry a ton of explosives? Fearing that some explosives might not clear it properly, Jiang Yi used all the bombs available. He returned to the van, driving it back a distance, system assist in detonating it. Ding, 100 points deducted from the host as a service fee. Ye Tian's words were straightforward. In just the next moment, the 5 people in the van, including Jiang Yi, could clearly see a massive fireball rise into the sky under the dark curtain of rain. Boom, boom, boom. The entire ground shook violently. Jiang Yi had underestimated the power of this calculated bomb. Such a quantity of TNT was enough to level a 3-story building. In an instant, countless clumps of mud mixed with the anguished screams of ghosts scattered everywhere. The road ahead was cleared. In this situation, the 5 passengers in the back seat were left with their mouths agape, almost capable of fitting an egg inside. How did Jiang Yi manage to blow open that road? Boom, boom, boom. The 2 high hills behind, affected by the ton of explosives, continuously collapsed with loose yellow earth. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 high hills behind, affected by the ton of explosives, continuously collapsed with loose yellow earth. Coffins and twisted ghostly figures were washed out by the heavy rain. The so-called hills on both sides were actually 2 massive graves. I've caused a disaster. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Yi saw that countless ghosts had awakened from the giant grave behind. The first gaze of these awakened beings was fixed on his speeding van. Hiss, hiss. Ho. Woof, woof. Jiang Yi had heard of a zombie tide, but never expected the first wave he would encounter would be a ghost tide. Countless ghosts surged from behind, filled with extreme danger, rushing towards him like mad. The accelerator was pressed to the floor. Jiang Yi's gaze was more focused than ever. He understood. If he were caught even inside the van, death was inevitable. However, even though the van had reached its top speed, the ghosts behind continued to close in. Time passed. The passengers in the back could only anxiously watch the situation unfold. The pursuers were not zombies, they were ghosts. They had locked onto the aura of Jiang Ye's van. Trying to shake them off. Completely impossible. He could only run endlessly until they could no longer pursue. Half an hour later. Finally, as Jiang Ye gripped the steering wheel and plunged into a deeper, darker area, the muddy, ghostly horde behind finally came to a slow stop. The van had traveled a considerable distance safely. Everyone in the van breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was terrifying. The group clutched their racing hearts. A sense of having survived a disaster. They felt fortunate to have encountered Jiang Ye and hitched a ride with him. Otherwise, reaching the Fengshan campus would have been a true luxury. However, at this moment, Jiang Ye, who was driving, felt somewhat puzzled. Why had the ghosts behind stopped pursuing him? Logically, he had just detonated their dwelling, equating to destroying their home. Such a deep-seated grudge would compel them to chase him for revenge. Why had they ceased? They had originally chased for a full half hour. Suddenly stopping. It felt wrong. Lost in thought, Jiang Ye suddenly realized something. A faint trail of yellow mud appeared on the road ahead. Although the heavy rain tried to wash it away, traces remained. This yellow mud was almost the same color as the dirt on the ghosts behind. Screech. He stopped the car. Jiang Ye glanced at the system panel. There were still 1,000 points left. System activate decryption mode. Ding. Points deducted. Decryption mode activated. With Ye Tian's words, a decryption light screen appeared before Jiang Ye. His gaze fixed on the yellow mud in front of the vehicle. Yellow mud ghost horde traces left during their escape. Yellow mud ghost horde. Hearing this term, Jiang Ye recalled the group of ghosts that had chased him earlier. Each of them was stained with yellow mud, looking extremely fierce. Those beings were indeed the yellow mud ghost horde described on the decryption panel. During their escape, the brief line of text made Jiang Ye think a lot. Could it be that the yellow mud ghosts did not pursue because they had fled from this direction? But this direction leads to Fengshan campus. Such a formidable ghost horde had to escape this way, while the demon live stream compelled all humans to come here. The demon live room exists solely to eradicate humanity. The host need not be surprised. Upon sensing Jiang Ye's emotions, Ye Tian spoke at the right moment. Have you always wanted us dead? Jiang Ye furrowed his brows, slightly perplexed. Then why doesn't the demon live room just kill us all directly? Thinking of Zheng Yi's description of the demon, he did not believe that the demon behind this live room lacked the power to kill them, these humans. Because of the rules. Ye Tian, having read the entire novel, directly pointed out, if the host neglects the tasks issued by the demon, it will be outside the rules, and at that time, he will personally come to take the host's life. On the contrary, as long as the host follows the tasks set by the demon will have no way to deal with the host. But the mortality rate of the demon's tasks is quite high. Jiang Ye drove the car, noticing that the surroundings had grown darker. What the demon can do is limited to this. Ye Tian used his spiritual sense to scan the area, realizing they were approaching the first key node in the entire book. Is that so? Jiang Ye took a deep breath. Then how many tasks do we need to complete? Or is the demon's task endless? There will be a day when it ends. With Ye Tian's words, Jiang Ye finally felt somewhat reassured. Tisk, still a young soul at heart. In the vast system space, Ye Tian could clearly sense the changes in Jiang Ye's mood. Without him to guide, this child lacked self-confidence. But this is also good obedient. The vehicle moved steadily. It was a bus. Some bright headlights dispelled small patches of darkness. In front of the car there was a sign, 901. Inside the carriage, Chu Zhe sat by the window, leaning against Inghua Meizi. Old Mo, aren't you going to change your nationality with me? Chu Zhe's voice reached the ears of the slightly plump, middle-aged man in the front seat. This question left Mo Chiwei silent. It's inevitable that Longwo will be at the bottom, Chu Zhe said with great certainty. At that time, without me, you will face the punishment of the demon live room alone, and it would truly be a matter of life and death. I see your mind is sharp. I can lend you 1,000 to change to Dongying nationality and stay by my side. Changing nationality in the demon live room requires money. The first day is 1,000, the second day is 1,000, the third day is 1,000. The price increases tenfold every day. This starts counting from when one enters the demon live room. If Ye Tian saw this situation, he would surely prepare some seeds and peanuts. In the original work, Mo Chiwei was Chu Ze's #1 subordinate, using his not-so-simple mind to solve numerous troubles for Chu Ze. Even in the end, he died because he blocked a fatal attack for Chu Ze. Now the two were acquainted, and Chu Ze had already developed an appreciation for Mo Chiwei's talent. Logically speaking, Mo Chiwei would follow Chu Ze's wishes in whatever matter. But in the current situation, it was evident that Chu Ze had encountered resistance. In the front seat, Mo Chiwei's face, marked by the passage of time, showed some disappointment. Disappointment in Chu Zhe. His grandfather was a hero in the Long Smoky War 80 years ago, a hero who died on the battlefield. His father was a general who had been in battle. The bloodline inherited from his ancestors was the last line of defense for Mo Chiwei. In the 9th episode of the Demon Live Room, he did not feel much guilt for the death of Xiao Li, who had entered the Demon Live Room due to rape. But now, Chu Zhe wanted him to change his nationality. That was not acceptable. Perhaps Longwo would indeed be the last among all countries in the world. He would also face the punishment of the demon, perhaps with little chance of survival. But at least he wouldn't bring shame to his family. I won't change, Mo Chiwei firmly refused. What a pity. Chu Zhe felt a bit displeased, like a little brother who was being casually ordered around, suddenly having his own thoughts. Beside him, Inghua Maisie saw Chu Zhe's expression and spoke up for him. Everyone from Longwo is dead. If you don't change your nationality, you will definitely die too. Is there anything more important than life? The words reached Mo Chiwei's ears, carrying a hint of sharpness. I have made this decision, and I have already told you what is more important than life. The raised voice drew the attention of people from other countries around them. Moreover, there are still 4 others from our Longwa who have not died. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the people on the bus varied, and Chu Zhe's expression darkened. Do you hope Jiang Yi and the others will survive? They will definitely survive. Since he intended to stand on the opposing side, Mo Chiwei had nothing to hold back. This statement, however, drew laughter from the other survivors. 4 people without even a ticket trying to cross over 100 kilometers in this treacherous world. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? We all entered the Demon Live Room not long ago, and do you think they have any means? Do you really think the first person to break through the 9th episode of the Demon Live Room is some kind of god? God, that's definitely the best joke I've heard all day. In an instant, the entire bus was lively due to Mo Chiwei's words as a Longwa citizen. But at that moment, beep beep. In the darkness, under the rain curtain, a bright honk from a car came from behind. It was obviously seeing 901A. The other party instead accelerated. Upon seeing this van emitting a strange aura, the people in the car gradually quieted down. They clearly all believed that what was behind was a ghostly vehicle. As the van sped up the distance between 901 and it continued to close, until the 2 vehicles were parallel and matched in speed. We are on a long-distance bus. Should there be no other ghosts daring to provoke us? Someone cautiously said inside the car. The others remained silent, tightly watching the van beside them. Even Chu Zhe and Mo Chiwei cast their gaze over. At that moment, the window of the nearby van slowly opened. In the pouring rain, everyone inside the 901 carriage could see clearly. The people in that van. Hello everyone. Yang Tiehu inside the van shouted. Is it them? How is that possible? Is this a miracle? God, what am I seeing? Shocked, unable to believe, struggling to comprehend, they stared blankly at the van moving steadily in the heavy rain, various emotions flooding in. Chu Zhe, sitting by the window, also had his pupils constrict. How is this possible? Staring intently at the van beside him, Chu Zhe's gaze flickered, finally locking onto the driver's seat. Jiang Yi. The moment that young man came into view, Chu Zhe suddenly clenched his fist tightly. The red mark in his palm flickered with his racing emotions. This guy again. Ever since he was tricked by him once at the wardrobe, he had been continuously at a disadvantage. In the original plot, this Jiang Yi was completely a background character who didn't even pass the 9th episode of the Demon Live Room. Fengshan campus. The security booth was empty and the campus appeared utterly silent. However, at a certain moment, it seemed as if the school had come to life. The automatic doors opened slowly without anyone controlling them. A line of bright red characters gradually appeared on the campus gate. Welcome new students. From a distance, the entire campus looked quite normal. Yet if someone gazed for too long, an inexplicable feeling of unease would arise. When Jiang Yi's van and bus 901 reached the Fengshan campus, a surprising scene unfolded. The heavy rain suddenly ceased, and the pitch-black night seemed to realize it was daytime, slowly revealing a faint light. Before long, the entire gray sky became visible. Everyone could then see the situation outside. Overall, the campus was nestled within a large forest of withered leaves with only a narrow path leading directly to the campus gate. Although daytime had arrived, the survivors from various countries felt the quietness accentuated by the surrounding withered leaf forest. Vehicles rolled over fallen leaves. The welcome new students flashing on the electronic boards made Jiang Yi furrow his brows. The nearby bus 901 had already entered the school. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi followed closely behind. As the 2 vehicles entered the school, the automatic doors whooshed shut. The words "Welcome new students" on the door instantly extinguished. Upon entering the school, the car window rolled down, and Jiang Yi's expression turned solemn. His keen sense of smell detected nothing special aside from the foot odor of a few big men in the backseat. After Jiang Yi got out of the car, bus 901 had already returned, and many people who got off from it surrounded him, struggling to understand. While everyone else risked their lives for a few bucks to complete tasks, how could Jiang Yi acquire this ghostly vehicle? Chu Zhe. On the van, Wang Liaolong and a few others, along with 2 foreigners from Bear Country, felt their chests fill with rage upon seeing the man embracing a woman. They strode forward, eager to teach this guy a lesson. However, several pale-faced Japanese men blocked their way. Since Chu Zhe was of Japanese descent, they naturally couldn't just stand by. Baka, what do you want to do? You better not act recklessly, or we will make you regret it. Get lost. One of the Bear Country men slapped down heavily. Smack. The man blocking the front from Japan instantly bore a bright red handprint on his face, tears and snot streaming down. Baka. This slap ignited the anger of the other Japanese men behind. One by one they rushed forward. However, even if we exclude the 2 burly men from Bear Country, Wang Liaolong and his companions were all veterans. Dealing with these guys, they quickly brought them to the ground, crying out in pain. The people from other countries watched this scene from a distance, retreating to protect themselves. Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses, recalling what the system had told him not long ago: the demon live room, hopes for their demise. Thus it seemed. Even if they were killing each other at this moment, the demon live room would not intervene in the slightest, and would even be keen to watch. Stop. Seeing the Japanese men on the ground, Chu Zhe could no longer remain silent. He approached Wang Liaolong and his group with a dark expression. Just because lucky Jiang Yi survived by chance, he thinks he's so amazing. We don't think we're amazing. We just want to beat you, the traitorous scum. Beat me. Chu Zhe scoffed, anger rising in his heart. Then let's do it together and show you what the gap looks like. His palm bore a vivid crimson mark. After this time of exploration, he could draw on a portion of its power. Even when facing ghosts, he could manage and even fight. Ordinary people like them would only find death before him. They'll beat you to death. Hearing Chu Zhe's words, Yang Tiehu was the first to lose control. Tiger. Wang Liaolong exclaimed, about to intervene. Since Chu Zhe had said that he must have some confidence, to charge indirectly would be reckless. Just as Yang Tiehu rushed forward, a mocking smile appeared on Chu Zhe's face, and he cast a reassuring glance at the worried Sakura Maisie behind him. He raised his hand. He planned to grab Yang Tiehu by the neck and throw him aside. However, during this action, Chu Zhe frowned. What was going on? Why could he not mobilize the power of that mark in his palms? Not good. Yang Tiehu's fist was rapidly approaching, and Chu Zhe's eyes widened slightly. Bang! With just one punch, he clutched his bleeding nose, stumbling back several steps. Many onlookers gasped in surprise. They had just seen Chu Zhe so composed, thinking him powerful. But now, how embarrassing. Wang Liaolong also did not expect this. But then he quickly reacted. Brothers beat him up? In an instant, Chu Zhe was completely reduced to an ordinary person receiving a beating. Even Jiang Yi, who was watching from not far away, was somewhat taken aback. He had seen Chu Zhe's power when he smashed the hotel window. He had initially wanted to step in and confront Chu Zhe before Yang Tiehu could, but now. At this moment, only the system space's Ye Tian was chuckling to himself. Earlier, when he was eating chili in the restaurant, he had already started targeting the mark on Chu Zhe, activating a countermeasure. Now temporarily locking down the opponent's mark's power was still within Ye Tian's capability. Under the relentless blows of the 5 men, Chu Zhe finally fainted. At this moment, the demon live room, which had been waiting in the shadows for a fatality, had no choice but to transmit words due to time constraints. 86 survivors, the number is far beyond expectations. The demon's eerie voice echoed. At this moment, countless viewers on Blue Star watching the live broadcast finally saw the demon live room begin. It's coming, I, Jiang Shun, am still alive. Not only Jiang Yi is alive, but also the other 6 from the Dragon Country. Huh. Wait a minute, why is Chu Zhe's nationality listed as from Japan? Is there an error in the live broadcast? Amidst the heated discussions in the live room, the 86 people in Fengshan campus each saw a ranking board appear on their live panels. First, Degan Country, 2 Gua Country, 2 Ice Country, 2. Second, Agate Country, 3 Wa Country, 3. Third, 17th Elephant Country, 18 Stick Country, 18. 18th Mangla Country, 19 Nanuet Country, 19. 19th Mi Country, 20 Tianju, 20 Kangaroo Country, 20. The rankings were defined by the number of people from each country about to appear in the demon live room. For example, in the case of the Mi Country, all 10 of their representatives had died, so they could only be in last place. In contrast, Degan Country, despite losing their representative, still held the first position due to their small numbers. Regarding this ranking, the most infuriated are the countries ranked 3rd from the bottom. Originally, if the Dragon Nation had lost 11 people, they could have avoided the fate of being ranked 3rd from the bottom. But heaven played a trick on them. Have you all seen the rankings clearly? Suddenly the devil's voice switched to the school broadcast. Now let us welcome the newcomers. A chilly breeze swept through and all the attendees momentarily focused, for in their line of sight a number of unconscious newcomers appeared around them. The 86 survivors from various countries also adjusted their mentality and found their compatriots. From the Dragon Nation, 7 newcomers arrived. 6 women and 1 man. As the unconscious newcomers gradually awakened, a wave of panic instantly spread across the venue. There were over 1700 newcomers, far more than the 86 survivors could control. Moreover, some survivors were even more panicked than these newcomers. Please remain silent. The devil's words caused the entire scene to fall into silence. Only a few people continued to sob softly. Have you seen the leaderboard? The devil mocked from the broadcast. The last-ranked countries will go outside the school to rake leaves. As for the second to last, you need to attend evening classes tonight. And for the third to last, in 1 hour some buddies will come to play hide and seek with you. Saying this, the devil added, don't attempt to fool your way through, as that will incur more severe punishments. The top 3-year rewards have been credited, which are some very useful funds. In this pronouncement, the devil directly outlined the rewards and punishments. Subsequently, the devil's voice vanished. It did not provide further instructions or issue any tasks. This left many present looking puzzled. Don't we have any tasks? Great, I can live a few more days. The crowd's emotions slightly stabilized, but Ye Tian shook his head. Perhaps only Chu Zhe, who had read the original work, would understand that the devil's tasks had already begun. Over at the Dragon Nation, the 6 women who gradually awakened all bore evident tear stains in their eyes. They glanced at Chu Zhe in the distant easting camp, then closely followed Jiang Yi. Now that they had arrived at the devil's live broadcast room, they could only accept it. They had seen the live stream watch Jiang Yi twist off the head of the ghost, who showed them the way. They all knew that Jiang Yi was undoubtedly a significant ally. This was also the consensus among the people of the Dragon Nation. Faced with the gazes of these women, Jiang Yi's focus was more on the man who remained silent after awakening. The man wore a leather jacket, and beneath his tousled messy hair a pair of weary eyes seemed to contain a certain sharpness. His golden ratio face, even obscured by stubble and grime, still exuded a certain charm. This guy is not simple. Jiang Yi's mind instinctively flashed this thought. As for Ye Tian at this moment, he also regained some spirit. This book has 2 protagonists. One is the original character from the original work, and the other is the protagonist of the derivative work. In simple terms, the book Ye Tian is a fanfiction. The protagonist inside is Chu Zhe, while the protagonist of the original work is another, namely the guy in front of him. Hello, my name is Jiang Yi. Looking at the man before him, Jiang Yi extended his hand. The man slightly raised his gaze and shook Jiang Yi's hand. Hello. After a brief greeting, the man fell silent for a moment, then added the name he had not used for a full 10 years. My name is Feng Weimian. Feng Weimian. Jiang Yi withdrew his hand. He could feel that there was a layer of thick calluses on the man's palm. It was not the kind of callus from farming. How dare you show your face? Yang Tai's voice caused the people from the Dragon Nation to look over. There, Mo Qiuwu with a troubled expression was being held back by Yang Tiao. Brother Yang, I admit I made some mistakes before, and I apologize to you all. Why say so much? The lean Sun Gon waved his hand. If you like following Chu Zhe so much, then go be his dog. Change your nationality to Easting. This statement left Mo Qiuwu momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Alright, at least he's a citizen of the Dragon Nation. If we don't take him in, he'll be all alone. Wang Liaolong patted the shoulders of the 2 soldiers. Upon hearing this, the 2 remained dissatisfied. Brother Zhang, what do you say? Yang Tiahu suddenly asked Jiang Yi. Wang Liaolong also turned his gaze over. Unbeknownst to them, everyone had started to view Jiang Yi as the leader. Let's follow Brother Long's advice. This statement also represented everyone's reacceptance of Mo Qiuwu. In response, the middle-aged man showed a smile. Jiang Yi, if the devil's live broadcast has no tasks, what should we do next? Looking at the chaotic playground due to the crowd, Wang Liaolong asked Jiang Yi. Next, a light screen appeared before Jiang Yi. The system's decryption mode had only 2 minutes left. In these last 2 minutes, Ye Tian gave instructions. The host needs to find a place to stay. Building 1 second floor is a good spot. Following the system's hint, Jiang Yi led the group to the dormitory building. The empty dormitory building had 7 or 8 blocks, yet no one dared to enter. Stick close to me. As the decryption mode vanished, Jiang Yi glanced back at the women behind him. Without the decryption mode, he also needed to be cautious. Fortunately, their journey to the 2nd floor went without incident. The group relaxed slightly. These rooms have 6-person beds. How about we split into 2 rooms? Wang Liaolong clearly believed that having more people would be safer. I have no objection. Sun Gon raised his hand. The other men also nodded. However, the women were unwilling. But there are 6 of us women. If something happens, what should we do? Saying this, two of them wiped away tears. We're right next door. If anything happens, just shout, and we'll Wang Tiehu blurted out without thinking. No way, Jiang, you must come with us. Listening to the argument, Jiang Yi shook his head and smiled. He approached a door 201. Upon opening it, he was greeted by an elderly man wearing a Zhongshan suit facing away from him. The door and windows let in a hint of dim light, and the old man's back seemed like a deep abyss in slumber. At that moment, Jiang Yi felt as if the entire world had fallen silent, as if he had stumbled into another sealed space. Seemingly sensing the door opening, the other party slightly turned his head, that dark and shadowy back of his head gradually turning around. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, Jiang Yi's heart began to race. His heart, now fused with a ghost's heart, was on the verge of shattering. Staring ahead with wide eyes, Jiang Yi wanted to shout, to step back, to take action, but found himself unable to do anything. He could only watch as the old man's head slowly tilted, and he could even see a glimpse of the side of his face. He had a premonition that the moment he truly saw even a fraction of the old man's profile in the Zhongshan suit, he would die. Slap. A strong hand suddenly slapped down on his shoulder. What's wrong? Feng Weimian's voice reached Jiang Yi's ears. With a slight jolt, Jiang Yi's gaze gradually cleared from confusion. Looking back at the room, the previous elderly man had vanished. After glancing at Feng Weimian beside him, Jiang Yi took a deep breath. I saw a guy. A guy. Seeing Jiang Yi's face filled with shock, Feng Weimian appeared serious. What kind of guy? He is. Jiang Yi was about to describe, but found himself unable to utter a word. He couldn't recall. It was as if the memory of what just happened had been directly erased. The others around Wang Liaolong also noticed Jiang Yi's abnormality. What's wrong? What happened? Nothing. In dormitories 201 and 202, 12 people from Long Country resided. Jiang Yi, being recognized as the strongest, was forced to live with 6 women. Jiang Shun has suffered injustice. These newcomers from Long Country are hard to protect. Sigh, with 6 women, I wonder how many will survive. The audience from Long Country in the live broadcast felt a bit heavy. This time the newcomers were indeed at a disadvantage. The presence of 6 women undoubtedly placed some pressure on Jiang Yi and the others. Among the 7 newcomers, the 6 women had all placed their life quotas on Jiang Yi. Feng Weimian did not give Jiang Yi a life quota, as he did not want Jiang Yi to feel too much pressure. Indeed, now Jiang Yi was already bearing the burden of 14 quotas. With 14 lives at stake, if he were to die, Long Country's ranking would instantly drop to the last place among all countries. To outsiders, this was undoubtedly immense pressure. On the second-floor corridor, Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian leaned against the railing, gazing at the desolate scenery of the campus. You can use a gun, right? Jiang Yi's voice reached Feng Weimian's ears as he glanced over the distant playground. You know? The eyes of the man beneath his tousled hair showed a hint of surprise. The calluses on your hands are too obvious. Really? Looking at his hands, Feng Weimian chuckled self-deprecatingly. After being depressed for so long, I've lost all sense of vigilance. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He saw the bespectacled man beside him pull out a handgun and instinctively taking the gun. Feng Weimian looked at Jiang Yi. Wang Liaolong and the others can use guns too. Why give it to me? I'm watching over you. Jiang Yi did not beat around the bush. This sentence stirred the sealed emotions within Feng Weimian. This world is dangerous. Jiang Yi patted the shoulder of the man beside him, and it's also exciting. Watching Jiang Yi leave, Feng Weimian, leaning on the railing, looked at the gun in his hand, and his silent heart gradually began to stir. 10 years ago, he was the world's #1 super assassin, known to the world as the Azura, having suppressed an era. Just because he mistakenly killed a target, all his family members were found by enemies and met a tragic end. Back then, he was too conspicuous. Even though he eventually eliminated every enemy, instilling fear in countless people, he could not bring back his family. Without family, without friends, ignored by everyone, he wasted 10 years like garbage. Now he had come to, yet he gradually felt a sense of excitement. He represented Long Country. He had Jiang Yi, a friend, even stronger than himself. Looking at the gun in his hand, Feng Weimian murmured, perhaps it's time for the world to remember the Azura of old. Inside the dormitory, Jiang Yi leaned back against the bed while the other women had mostly fallen asleep, leaving a moment of quiet. He opened the panel of the Demon Live broadcast. It displayed 1792 viewers. Yet at this moment, the number began to decrease continuously. 1790, 1785, 1780, 1770. This indicated that people were starting to die. Jiang Yi's nostrils twitched slightly as he distinctly sensed a rich smell of blood wafting in from outside the campus. He opened the lists of various countries. Originally, there were 20 newcomers from the United States, but now only a few remained. The same went for Tianzhu and Kangaroo Country. These countries were all without exception in last place, being punished by the demons. Their punishment was to clean the fallen leaves outside the campus. Now it seemed that the forest of fallen leaves outside was not safe at all. It could even be described as extremely dangerous. When he arrived, he saw that the entire school was surrounded by the forest of fallen leaves. Knock knock, the dormitory door was knocked upon. Jiang Yi glanced slightly. It was Feng Weimian. There's something you need to see. 201. A group of middle-aged men snored thunderously. Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian remained composed, gathered around a small table. On the table lay a worn-out diary. This is something I found in a separate bedroom in that building ahead. Feng Weimian said flatly. The diary. Jiang Yi slowly flipped it open. July 10th, cloudy. It had been 2 days since those children died, yet the people in the school showed no reaction. I found the principal. He was still wearing that Zhongshan suit. I told him that a class of children had been continuously dying, dismembered, and eviscerated, dying like slaughtered pigs. July 11th, cloudy. I couldn't sleep. The cries for help from the students kept ringing in my ears. I seemed to dreaming of them being pressed on a giant cutting board, undergoing slaughter. That night, I was the only one in the teacher's dormitory, but I noticed that I closed the door more times than July 12th, cloudy. I found the principal again. He didn't discuss those children with me. He only said that the people from the meat factory had come. Looking at his back, I suddenly realized that I hadn't seen his face for a while. Fixating on this line of text, Jiang, yes, breathing gradually quickened. For some unknown reason, his heart began to beat rapidly, as if trying to convey some information. Flipping to the next page, the entire diary led to a page. July 15th, oh rainy. The back mountain, do not go to the back mountain. The originally mundane diary, yet on the last page there were only hasty scrawls. From the hurried and chaotic handwriting, it was obvious that the writer was in a rush. Ding system task released, go to the back mountain. Task, go to the back mountain. Description: the diary warns the host not to go as the host and protagonist of the era. It must go against the current. Task success, reward of a yellow level demon lottery once. Task failure, nearsightedness deepens by 100 degrees. The voice of the system in his mind left Jiang Yi astonished. System, can't we be a little lenient? Adjusting his glasses with a 200-degree prescription, Jiang Yi internally cried out. Jiang Yi's words only prompted Ye Tian to add, task time limit is 1 hour. What do you think? Jiang Yi glanced at Feng Weimian beside him. In response to Jiang Yi's question, Feng Weimian expressed his opinion. The diary emphasized 2 things about our campus: one person. One is the student death incident, the other is the principal, and the back mountain is extremely dangerous. I believe that since the Demon Live broadcast has not issued further instructions, we need to proactively investigate some matters. Feng Weimian said, pointing at a certain line in the diary. The student death incident, perhaps we can start our investigation from here, trying to avoid contact with the back mountain as much as possible. All right. Jiang Yi nodded. You investigate this incident, I will go to the back mountain. You are going to the back mountain. Feng Weimian sounded surprised. Jiang Yi stared wearily at the system's task. Go then. I will see to the others' safety, Feng Weimian said, casting a look of trust. The response left Jiang Yi slightly embarrassed. I barely have any confidence myself, yet you trust me so completely. A minute later, Jiang Yi left the dormitory. The system's mission allowed only 1 hour, and the distance to the back mountain was unknown. He could not afford delay. The scene cut to the Dongying faction. In an isolated bedroom, Chu Zhe drifted back to wakefulness. The instant his eyes opened, the memory of being beaten was stamped into his mind. A surge of humiliation and fury instantly filled his chest. The mark on his palm transmitted energy, continuously mending his damaged body. Sensing that power only made Chu Zhe more resentful. Is that all you can do, Heal? When we needed you, where were you? He demanded. His suppressed roar contorted his features into something fierce. Chu Sang, are you all right? A woman's concerned voice at the door drew the edge from Chu Zhe's temper. I'm fine. He drew a deep breath, glanced at the darkening sky, and asked, what time is it? 6 in the evening, the night is falling. Fortunately, you woke up, Chu Sang, Inghua Maisie said softly. 6 in the evening. The time jolted Chu Zhe. He opened the Demon Livestream panel and located the Longhua faction. Seeing the list of 12 names, he found as he had feared Feng Weimian. He rose at once. I'm going to the back mountain. Before I return, none of you step outside your rooms, understand? To the back mountain. Inghua Maisie fretted. Might it be dangerous? Ha Chu Zhe scoffed. Seizing a protagonist's legacy is hardly perilous. When I return, evil will be punished. Stand aside. Inghua Maisie could not make sense of his words. On the tranquil campus path, Chu Zhe looked up at the storm-dark sky, yet his heart swelled with exhilaration. If his memory served him in the original tale, Feng Weimian received that diary today, and only by accident would stumble into the back mountain tomorrow and obtain the legacy. Because of that, he survived the bloody feast the next night. But now circumstances had changed. Knowing how the legacy was obtained, Chu Zhe intended to intercept it. The legacy belonged to the red-clad malevolent spirit. Once he possessed it, the demon livestream that sought to shatter obsessions would be powerless against him. With a repressed but mounting excitement, Chu Zhe hurried to the place. In the back mountain area, there was a small fish pond. Beside the pond, a narrow path strewn with fallen leaves led to a building at its end. The dark structure stood amid the withered leaf forest. It was silent and profound, like an old Republican-era residence. Even knowing what might lie within, a flicker of fear rose in Chu Zhe as he beheld the house. After a few murmured reassurances to himself, he strode forward. Perched on a great tree outside the dark house, Jiang Yi saw Chu Zhe and felt puzzled. Seeing him enter the house only deepened his confusion. The old residence clearly harbored danger. Jiang Yi himself had steered clear of it, yet Chu Zhe walked in without hesitation. He checked the system. He still needed to remain in the back mountain for another half hour before the task would be complete. While he waited, Jiang Yi heightened his attention to the utmost. If anything went awry, he would withdraw without hesitation. Failing the mission might worsen his myopia, but compared to his life, that was a trivial concern. In system space, Ye Tian observed the expected developments and opened his points panel. In this world, he had so far earned just over 5 million points gleaned from the protagonist luck lost by Chu Zhe. That was far less than in the previous 2 worlds. Part of the discrepancy lay in the world currency. To avoid rousing the worlds, Ye Tian had been exceedingly discreet. Having Jiang Yi here was little more than treating him as a Wi-Fi-like tool. By keeping his disembodied self 100 meters away, Ye Tian avoided detection by the will of heaven. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe entered the old house with a prepared route in mind. He passed along the hushed corridor of the first floor and climbed toward the second. His footsteps on the floorboards were distinct and clear. As he reached the second floor, his gaze fell upon a painting hung on the wall. It was a portrait of an elderly man, yet only his back was shown. In the lonely light, the image exuded a powerful eeriness. At once, Chu Zhe knelt with a thud without the slightest hesitation. "Dean, the school is nearly lost. Please come out and save your students," he implored. There was a tremor in his voice, an almost choked quality. Such acting skill was not common. After his words fell, no sound stirred within the old house. He remained kneeling, unsurprised by the silence. After a long while, a hoary voice surfaced slowly from the quiet loft of the second floor. "Who are you?" The question carried puzzlement and hollowness. Upon hearing the reply, a faint smile touched Chu Zhe's lips before he choked on his words. "I am your student, a student of Senior Year 3 Class 3. Senior Year 3 Class 3, the old man recalled. "It was you. You were good children. Are you all gone?" "Yes, the whole class is dead. We are done for. We need you to stop them." "To stop them?" The words seemed to stir a sliver of feeling within the portrait. The painted back turned slowly. Chu Zhe kept his head bowed, not daring to glance up. "But I am old now. Oh, I no longer possess the strength to stop them," the elder said with a wistful emptiness. Then his voice reappeared. "Can you take my place and stop them?" "Me? Can I?" Chu Zhe, his face streaked with tears, answered in disbelief. "Come, I am but a shell. This power should be given to you good children." When the voice fell, ripples spread from the portrait, as if in space linking to another realm. A transmission space for the legacy. Chu Zhe's heart leapt with ecstatic joy. It had worked. He rose and, eyes alight, stepped eagerly toward the enormous painting. Yet the instant he moved, he found he could not. He could not move an inch. His hands, feet, torso, even his eyes were frozen in place. What is this? Panic surged within him. The original story made no mention of any force that would bind someone before receiving a legacy. As Chu Zhe struggled in bafflement, footsteps suddenly rang from downstairs. The sound of shoes striking the wooden stairs was unmistakable. Against the bonds that held him, Chu Zhe strained and turned his head with all his might. The stairwell revealed a man in a suit, a smile playing at his mouth, gradually emerging into view. The man in the suit descended the stairs, the smile at his lips having an odd, almost predatory quality as he entered into Chu Zhe's sight. "Hello, Chu Zhe." Ye Tian stepped closer to the man, his casual words causing Chu Zhe's breathing to grow increasingly rapid. He was certain. The heavy restraints on his body were clearly the work of this man before him. "Who are you?" Chu Zhe asked with great difficulty, veins bulging on his skin. "Me." Ye Tian looked at the wall before him. "I am Chu Zhe, the one about to receive the inheritance of the Ghost Dean." With this statement, Ye Tian's appearance, physique, and even his clothing began to change. In the midst of Chu Zhe's utterly terrified gaze, Ye Tian transformed into his likeness with just a breath. "Thank you for your performance. Bastard, what do you want to do?" Seeing Ye Tian's appearance, Chu Zhe vaguely thought of something. He then watched helplessly as Ye Tian walked toward the inheritance space, his body trembling. No, let me go. The inheritance is mine. You cannot take it from me. It belongs to me." However, the furious cries of fear were merely a manifestation of impotence. Watching Ye Tian enter the inheritance space, Chu Ze's eyes nearly burst. Why is this happening? He clearly had been forewarned and overcame his fear to arrive here ahead of time. His performance of crying and pleading had been so flawless, he was just one step away from obtaining the inheritance of the redrobed vengeful spirit. Just one step, and he would have the power to kill Jiang Yi and wipe out all those who had wronged him in the Dragon Kingdom. Everything was supposed to unfold so beautifully, but now. Who exactly is that man? This person did not exist in the original work. The fluctuations on the wall gradually calmed, transforming into an unremarkable old wall. This signified that the inheritance was gone. Up. The inner fury directly affected the crimson mark on his palm. Boom. In an instant the heavy restraints on Chu Ze were broken, and the mark on his palm spread upward, covering one of his fists. Looking at the wall before him, Chu Ze's aura became chaotic. No matter who you are, I will find you and I will reclaim what belongs to me. On the campus streets, Jiang Yi was not slow in returning to his dormitory, unaware of what his system had done behind his back. It was already past 7 o'clock and the sky had completely darkened. The danger level across the campus must have risen several folds. Before Ye Tian was an old man resembling a marionette. This was the inheritance of the Ghost Dean manifested by Ye Tian, now reformed into the Ghost Dean. This energy, this power of rules. Ye Tian slightly closed his eyes, and under his replication and deduction ability his entire body gradually became enveloped by a strange aura. Before long, as Ye Tian opened his pitch-black eyes, he found himself in a quiet, dark campus. In his line of sight, Jiang Yi was still hurrying along, while he himself felt no impact whatsoever. Rushing from the back mountain area to the dormitory area, Jiang Yi was somewhat taken aback by the situation here. He had originally thought this place would also be desolate like the areas behind it. To his surprise, the two dormitory buildings ahead were filled with commotion. Some were singing, some were dancing, and there was even a brightly lit gathering on the open ground. Close to 2,000 people, all from different countries, including individuals of various ages. In such a situation, it was understandable why it had turned out this way. You're back. After going upstairs, Jiang Yi saw 6 women in the dormitory eating hot pot and barbecued meat. Where did you get all this food? The aroma flooded his nostrils, and Jiang Yi's stomach stirred frantically, relaying signals for nourishment. It was sent by our country. Come on, we've prepared chopsticks for you. A stunning woman in a white off-shoulder dress pulled Jiang Yi to the table. Sent. Yes, the Demon Live broadcast room has opened a connection to the Blue Star. As long as we pay a certain amount, we can receive things sent from our great dragon country. The 5 men next door are now drinking and grilling skewers. The 6 women spoke to each other, making Jiang Yi realize why it was so lively outside, even with instruments present. However, as if recalling something, he slightly furrowed his brows. Meanwhile, all the viewers watching this scene in the live broadcast room were filled with joy. Haha, our Jiang God is confused. Jiang God, just eat. In a place where demons run rampant, you must fill your stomach to have the strength to twist those demons' necks. This time the stuff isn't that great. Next time, let's prepare some 1,000-year ginseng and cordyceps to let Jiang God experience the strength of our dragon country people. Yet amidst every once relaxed demeanor, Jiang Yi spoke up. Where did you get the money? Of course we robbed it. The woman in the light yellow long dress said somewhat proudly. Near the inner wall by the school gate, someone discovered a great treasure. We just dug up the soil and inside was a huge pile of purple ghost money. At that time, everyone went to grab it. We and Wang Liao Long and a few other men managed to seize over 100,000. Listening to this woman's every word, Jiang Yi was stunned. You got over 100,000. How much money was there in total? I'm not sure, but probably around 100 million, another woman estimated. What's wrong? Everyone sensed Jiang Yi's unease. It's nothing. His eyes under the glasses flickered intensely, and Jiang Yi shook his head slightly. Yet inside a storm was already surging. He had only one thought in mind: insane. Truly insane. The currency of this world had purchasing power comparable to that of the Dragon Kingdom for ghosts. This meant that even his ghostly driver's van could be obtained for a maximum of 50,000. The houses in the Ghost City standard for black-clad evil ghosts were only a few million. Yet within this Fengshan school there was buried 100 million. Jiang Yi's first thought was not about how much money this was, or what it could do. His immediate thought was about who possessed this money. Over 2,000 humans, like ignorant children, were dividing the grand cake prepared by the demons. What they would face afterwards was not hard to imagine. Knock knock, Feng Weimian knocked on the door. In the corridor, Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian looked at the raucous crowd outside, even engaging in public coupling, and fell silent. I'm sorry, I couldn't keep an eye on them. Feng Weimian sighed, clearly having anticipated something. Things have happened, and the money has already been spent. Jiang Yi removed his glasses and wiped them. I just hope that the existence behind this money is something we can contend with. Jiang Yi spoke. Feng Weimian rummaged through his belongings and pulled out a piece of paper. The paper was yellowed, and it was easy to see that there were still faint dried oil stains on it. I found this among the money. Looking at the paper handed to him by Feng Weimian, Jiang Yi took it. On the paper a line of text was written. The information on the note read Wang's meat processing plant. It left Jiang Yi feeling unsettled. Yesterday he had witnessed the introduction of this place under the system's decryption mode on the streets of Ghost City. This is a place that supplies meat to the entire Ghost City. It is undoubtedly one of the giants of Ghost City. Not easy to deal with. Feng Weimian noticed the change in Jiang Yi's expression. Jiang Yi nodded slightly. Let's take turns keeping watch tonight. No matter how worried they were it would do them no good, all they could do now was survive. Not for the demon's rewards, but to prevent the newcomers from the Dragon Kingdom from entering this treacherous world. The revelry on the playground continued, evolving into a performance of creation for all. No one expected that they had already committed a monstrous crime. Meanwhile, in the eastern camp, there were 16 people here. When Shu Zhe returned with a grim expression, many came out to greet him. As one of the survivors of the 9th Demon Live broadcast, he had already become the captain of the eastern camp. Chizen, are you? All right. Sakura Miko, who came out to greet him, immediately noticed the difference in Shu Zhe's demeanor compared to when he had. Looking at the people before him, Shu Zhe exhaled a breath of pent-up emotion. Realizing the situation that was to come tomorrow night, he temporarily set aside the matter of the failed inheritance. Before we left I told you not to leave the door right. You didn't sneak out, did you? No, several people from the eastern camp shook their heads. There are many people outside fighting over ghost money, but we didn't go out. That's good to hear. Thinking of the fate of those countries that had touched the ghost money in the original story, a slight smile appeared on Shu Zhe's face. Finally, something pleasant happened. When the time comes, all nations in the world will enter that purgatorial place, but his eastern team, having avoided touching that money, would be the exception and survive. The admiration people had for him would surely reach its peak. With the belief of countless individuals, the mark in his palm would undergo a transformation. When the time comes, the degree of transformation will not be weaker than that of the red-clothed evil spirit's inheritance. If Ye Tian were to know Shu Zhe's thoughts, he would sigh at the fate of the son of luck. Indeed, once Shu Zhe's success in showing off was achieved, his vitality would naturally return to full. Chizen, what should we do next? A middle-aged man with a bit of a mustache beside him slightly bowed and spoke humbly. His name was Buchuan Jianren, the second representative from the eastern camp. He fully supported Shu Zhe as the captain. In his view, since Shu Zhe was a strong person, he should be the leader. Next, let's all go back and sleep. Glancing at the sky, Shu Zhe said. Buchuan Jianren looked a bit surprised. Go back to sleep. Don't we need to leave someone to keep watch? No, there won't be any danger tonight, Shu Zhe assured confidently. Get a good night's sleep. There will be a good show to watch tomorrow night. At 2:30 the night deepened. Chilly winds blew and most people fell into a deep sleep. In the eastern dormitory area, a deep darkness began to swirl, and Ye Tian's figure gradually appeared. After uncovering the ghostly gene of the ghost headmaster, he could now leave the host for a short time without being detected by the will of heaven. Thinking of the plot in the original story, Ye Tian walked slowly toward a certain bedroom before him. Shu Zhe was aware of the issue with the money, so he informed the Dragon Kingdom camp of this news, as well as the eastern camp where his girlfriend was. Unfortunately, at that time, there were still people in the Dragon Kingdom camp who touched that money. This factor led Shu Zhe to decide to abandon the Dragon Kingdom and switch to Eastern nationality. This way, at this critical juncture, he escaped this calamity. He put on a show in front of the whole world, and from then on the mark transformed significantly, and his strength surged. And now, due to Shu Zhe's hatred for Jiang Yi, he had preemptively renounced his Dragon Kingdom nationality. But he would not forget the information about that ghost money. It was clear that he would not let the Eastern people touch that money. If nothing unexpected happened, perhaps tomorrow the 16 people from the East could truly keep themselves safe. However, Shu Zhe never thought that Ye Tian in existence he did not even know would be that unexpected factor. The door before Ye Tian was as good as non-existent. Upon entering the room, he found a middle-aged man snoring thunderously on the bed. He was one of the members of the Eastern camp. With a casual exploration, 2 purple coins appeared in Ye Tian's hand. He placed the 200 on the middle-aged man's body. The wisps of ghostly energy had already bound his aura to that guy. Following the same method, Ye Tian placed several bills on the bodies of the other Easterners, except for Shu Zhe. Now the Easterners were utterly dragged down by him. After completing everything, Ye Tian looked toward the other side of the campus, where the cafeteria area was located. He hadn't forgotten that he still needed to set up one more thing. Transforming his appearance, Ye Tian took on the likeness of Shu Zhe. The quiet school cafeteria was a clear abyss. Even with over 1,000 people who had come to the Demon Live broadcast room, no one dared to step into it, having had their fun all night. Bang, bang, bang. The slow and heavy sound of blades striking against the cutting board resonated in the quiet, damp cafeteria, one sound following another. Under the orange light, a massive shadow exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression and bloodlust. Aside from the humans in the Demon Live broadcast room, there was no one else in the school. However, in the cafeteria, someone was working at this hour close to midnight. Tap, tap, tap. Yet amidst the sound of bones being chopped, a series of unusual footsteps emerged in the empty cafeteria. The somewhat abrupt footsteps. Through the orange light, one could see the tall figure in the kitchen halting its... After a pause, he raised the bone-cutting knife in his hand and turned around. So ugly. Looking at the fat man before him, Ye Tian, disguised as Chu Zhe, frowned. The other party, upon seeing this human man, revealed a wide mouth that stretched back to his ears, displaying sharp teeth interspersed with visible raw meat. Human meat. Processing. The gigantic monster emitted a disjointed series of syllables. At the same time, its bloodstained hand reached straight toward Ye Tian. Crack. Crack. Just standing still, Ye Tian caused the fat butcher's arm to break inch by inch. The butcher stared at his twisted arm, dumbfounded. In that moment of shock, he realized that the knife in his hand was gone. Not just the knife in his hand, but all the bone-cutting knives, meat-cutting knives, and other tools in the kitchen had vanished. Roar. In an instant, the not-so-bright fat butcher became enraged. Giving you a new set, what's there to be angry about? Ye Tian casually summoned. One by one, new knives forged from cast iron appeared in the kitchen. Seeing these tools, the fat butcher became even angrier. Those knives of his had soaked in the blood of countless beings over the years. They had long nurtured a killing aura, and were his most precious possessions. This unknown human was seeking death. He roared as he charged at Ye Tian. The consequence, however, was that he lunged at emptiness. The human vanished directly. Roar. In the empty cafeteria, the fat butcher's voice echoed far and wide. He deeply etched the image of Chu Zhe into his memory. The next day, new arrivals came. The number of humans had increased to more than 2,300. This significant increase in numbers also indicated that an equal number of lives had been lost the previous night. In the Demon Live broadcast room, not a single piece of information had been transmitted. Aside from a few individuals who were somewhat anxious, most people remained relaxed and carefree. Camping outdoor, cooking barbecues. The Demon Live broadcast room resembled a grand outdoor variety show. However, this leisurely time gave a sense of brewing something ominous. While those outside were enjoying themselves, a sudden roar erupted from the eastern camp, even reaching the dormitory building. Where did you get your money from? Oh. Chu Zhe stared wide-eyed at Buchuan Jianren and several other Easterners. In their hands were a couple of purple banknotes. Where did this money come from? Chosen this money, I woke up with it on me, Buchuan Jianren said with a bitter expression, utterly bewildered. Do you take me for a fool, eh? Chu Zhe's teeth nearly crunched together as he exclaimed, did you guys go and rob the money buried in the ground yesterday? No, we didn't even leave our residence, someone emphasized. Enough. Chu Zhe was unwilling to listen to anyone else's words. Now it was very clear that this money was from sources that should not have been touched. The thought that he would be implicated because of these guys made Chu Zhe's expression darken once more. Damn it. A bunch of scoundrels. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhe suppressed his anger. I will go out for a while, you all stay here properly. In the dormitory area of Long Country, Jiang Yi yawned awake only to be greeted by a stack of documents. Feng Weimian was the one holding those documents. I thought about it all night and couldn't understand how the meat processing plant was connected to Fengshan Academy. So I went to the school's archives early this morning and found some things. You? Jiang Yi was unsure whether to admire this guy's bravery or to appreciate his dedication to finding information. As his gaze flickered over Feng Weimian, Jiang Yi's attention was drawn to his forearm. You're injured. Feng Weimian shook his head. Just a minor injury. Did you encounter a ghost? Jiang Yi speculated. The man in front of him chuckled lightly. Actually, from yesterday's search for information to today, I have encountered 5 ghosts. Unfortunately, my methods couldn't harm those things, so I had to leave. Upon hearing Feng Weimian's words, Jiang Yi gained a new understanding of this guy. Though unable to deal with ghosts, being able to escape from them 5 times in a row was no small feat. Not asking any further questions, Jiang Yi took the documents that Feng Weimian had acquired at the cost of his injury. This set of documents contained a lot of information. Opening the first page, there was a transaction list. Class 3 of the 3rd year, 53 people, estimated value 2.65 million, quality superior, sealed, demon market, stamped by the mayor. Gazing at this list, Jiang Yi turned to the second page. Among them was a black and white photo showing a group photo of a class. On the back of the photo was written, Class 3 of the 3rd year. This photo. As his hand touched the photo, Jiang Yi could feel the ghostly muscles, ghostly heart, and ghostly stomach within him surged with ghostly energy. It was as if this photo contained some extremely deep obsession. Just as these ghostly organs within him were pulsating, Jiang Yi suddenly saw the image in front of him gradually change. Feng Weimian, who was beside him, noticed first and looked over immediately. A wave of ghostly energy burst forth uncontrollably, until finally the image of the photo froze once again. The image above left both Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian astonished. They saw that in this photo the original 53 students and their teachers were gone. In their place was a monster. A grotesque creature stitched together with heads and limbs. If one looked closely, they would discover that this stitched-up monster was formed from those 53 students. This should be the work of the meat processing plant, Feng Weimian said with a somewhat cold tone. Jiang Yi said nothing and turned to the third page. Looking at the handwriting, it was indeed from the owner of the diary from yesterday. This was the diary from the 2 lost days. July 13th, Overcast. You all say I'm crazy. You say I fabricated a non-existent class. How could that be? How could it possibly not exist? Class 3 of the 3rd year is my student. July 14th, Bahrain. I know everything. They are controlling everything. The mayor of the demon market sold all 3s to one of us, from Fengshan Academy to the meat processing plant. That's right, I wasn't wrong in my thoughts. Even if I ended up in a mental hospital, I wasn't wrong. July 20th. I am the principal. I accidentally saw Teacher Xia's diary, all updated recently. I am puzzled because these diaries shouldn't exist, as Teacher Xia passed away 3 years ago. The information Feng Weimian gathered was undoubtedly significant. Jiang Yi gradually sorted through his thoughts regarding the hidden more than 100 million in currency within the school. In fact, it was similar to what he had thought yesterday. It made sense that the meat processing plant would put so much money here only if they were buying all the students of the entire school. This also corroborates some of our ideas. The timing should be tonight. I wonder how many will survive. Jiang Yi exhaled a breath of turbid air, glancing at the system, and found a bit of solace only by seeing the system. Before the danger arrives, we should equip ourselves a bit, Feng Weimian said, taking out a photo from a pile of it. It was a butcher holding a knife. The information shows that this butcher used the knife in his hand to kill the entire class 3 of the 3rd year. And class 3 of the 3rd year was a ghost class. Feng Weimian said this, and his meaning was already quite clear. Do you want to get the knife from this butcher? Jiang Yi asked aloud. Yes. Hearing Feng Weimian's words, Jiang Yi waved at him, and then he lifted the bed sheet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Butcher knife, bone knife, meat scraping knife, edge opening knife, hair scraping knife. 6 knives stained with blood, exuding a strong aura of death, captivated Feng Weimian completely. Looking at the old photo, Feng Weimian could be certain that these knives before him were undoubtedly from that butcher. How did you get this? Though Feng Weimian had never been very interested in anything, this scene was clearly an I found them. Jiang Yi smiled. He naturally couldn't say that he had won them from a yellow level lottery. Initially he felt that this was a huge loss. But according to the system's description, this was a precious artifact nurtured for 100 years with the blood of a black-clad, evil spirit. It was one of the few items that could injure ghosts in human hands. Picked up. Feng Weimian felt deceived. There are 6 knives, you can choose 2, and the rest must be given to the other 4 men. Jiang Yi pointed at the knives, already having a distribution plan. Previously he had encountered a sinister presence, and could only avoid it due to a lack of effective means to confront it. If he had something that could harm the sinister being, even a needle, he would have confidence in turning the tables. Moreover, what lay before him now were knives. The name Azura was not merely a title, it symbolized his strength. In the end, Feng Weimian chose the long pointed bone knife from the 6. This bone knife with a double-handed grip and a wooden handle had a blade curved like a crescent moon. For Feng Weimian, it was akin to a large dagger, the type of cold weapon he was most adept at using. After losing so many knives, won't that butcher come looking for them? With a suitable weapon in hand, Feng Weimian made a rare joke. Who knows? Jiang Yi shrugged. In the cafeteria, Chu Zhe arrived here, leading over 30 people. None of them were from the Easting. Among them were survivors from various nations: the Stick Country, the United States, and the Kangaroo Country. Why were they here? It was because Chu Zhe had confidently proclaimed to everyone, he has a way to return to Blue Star. Indeed. Even now these people were still thinking about how to return. With the protagonist's halo, Chu Zhe's words carried significant weight. Looking at the serene cafeteria before him, Chu Zhe suppressed his inner irritation. If it weren't for those few careless fools who took the money, would he have needed to risk coming here to plot for those weapons? In the original text, aside from the inheritance in the back mountain, this cafeteria was the only place with decent resources. Since he couldn't avoid facing tonight's situation, he could only equip himself as much as possible. Turning to glance at the disorganized crowd behind him, Chu Zhe pressed his hands down. Everyone listen to me. After my research, the passage to Blue Star in this school is in the kitchen of this cafeteria. As long as we rush into the kitchen, we can truly cross back and escape from the demonic live stream. With these words, the atmosphere instantly became lively. I knew there had to be a way back. The Kitchen brothers charge and we are going home. Over 30 people surged in. Chuzhe watched this scene with a sneer. Such brainless individuals wouldn't survive long even without him, so it was better to let them serve some purpose now. As everyone rushed into the cafeteria and stormed into the kitchen, shouting about returning to Blue Star, a darkness as thick as ink enveloped them all in an instant. Gulyalu, the ground seemed to transform into a pool of blood. A massive silhouette gradually manifested before everyone's eyes. Ghost, it's a ghost. When the 30-plus people saw the butcher's grotesque face, fear filled their heart. Roar. With all his precious knives gone, the butcher was already in a foul mood. Upon seeing a large group of detestable human ants, his huge hands grabbed two men like they were chicks. The heads of the two men collided with a puff. Red and white fluids splattered everywhere. Someone's been killed. A ghost is killing people. Everyone understood now. There was no passage to Blue Star in the kitchen, only a bloodthirsty evil spirit. Chuzhe had deceived them. The butcher's attention was already captivated by these doomed individuals. This was Chuzhe's intention. In the original plot, the butcher's intelligence was quite questionable. This method of distracting him using lies was indeed effective. As Chuzhe subtly approached the kitchen door, shrouded in darkness, his gaze was instantly drawn to the 6 butchering knives hanging on the wall. These were not ordinary items. They had been nourished by essence blood for 100 years and could inflict a certain degree of harm, even on the terrifying entity known as the Great Red Robe. The mark on his right hand flickered with red light. Chuzhe did not dare to hesitate for a moment. He took a quick step forward, reached out, and the 6 knives were directly drawn into his arms. Roar! Just at that moment, the enraged roar of the evil spirit in the kitchen erupted. It fixed its gaze on Chuzhe. Who did it see? It saw the bastard human who had stolen all its treasures yesterday. That damned fellow, was he here again? To take back those 6 worthless butchering knives was an immense insult to the butcher. He did not even care about the remaining humans. The butcher picked up an axe from the corner and strode toward Chuzhe. This situation made Chuzhe's expression serious. He had anticipated this. After all, he had directly taken the butcher's most prized butchering knives. However, since he had already secured the items in his possession, there was no reason to let them go. A confident smile appeared on his face, and a surge of red light emanated from him. With a swift leap, he dashed out of the kitchen. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps shook the entire cafeteria floor. Roar. As he roared, the butcher chased after Chuzhe from behind. Unfortunately for the butcher, Chuzhe's speed clearly had the upper hand. The butcher could only watch helplessly as Chuzhe ran outside the cafeteria. Upon reaching outside the cafeteria, Chuzhe breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was a close call. Looking at the knives in his arms, he revealed a proud smile. Who would have known? He understood the subsequent plot. Boom. Just as Chuzhe relaxed, a massive axe shattered the air, crashing down toward his head. At that critical moment, a thick layer of red light protection rose up from Chuzhe's body. Thud. The giant axe fell. The ground beneath Chuzhe's feet shattered inch by inch. Withstanding this attack, the energy from the mark within Chuzhe was almost entirely drained in an instant. Struggling to turn his head, he saw the butcher. He had actually chased him out from the kitchen and the cafeteria. Madman. Chuzhe nearly spat blood. It was daytime now, and this guy dared to come out at this time, completely burning his own life. In the original text, Feng Weimian designed to steal these 6 knives, and the butcher had only chased him to the shadow at the cafeteria entrance. Why did it change once it got to him? He had also stolen the 6 knives, or why would the butcher be willing to burn himself just to swing an axe at him? You wait for me. With bloodshot eyes, Chuzhe glared at the butcher returning to the cafeteria, hurling a harsh remark. The events in the cafeteria did not attract much attention. After all, aside from Chuzhe, no one else had left alive. Time passed quickly. When the dark and lightless sky hung overhead once more, the demonic live-streaming room, which had been silent all day, finally emitted words. Interesting, really interesting, The voice of the demon resonated clearly in the ears of all survivors in the Fengshan campus broadcast. In the dormitory area of the Dragon Nation, Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian exchanged glances, their eyes flashing slightly. A grave look appeared in their eyes. Having used so much money from others, they have actually reported to me. Since that's the case, the 10th episode of the demonic live stream will officially begin tonight. Indeed, it would officially begin. Jiang Yi recalled the demonic tasks he had done earlier. The title for the 10th episode is Wang's Meat Processing Plant. Dear humans, you are fortunate enough to visit the largest meat processing factory in Ghost City. From now on, when someone dies, your compatriots will replace you within a minute, and this will not stop until the end of the 10th episode. Cold and trembling. When Jiang Yi opened his eyes, a dark corridor illuminated by an orange light appeared before him. The damp ground was covered with a layer of oil stains, and a strong smell of meat wafted from the shadows ahead, filling the nostrils. On the walls of the corridor hung various blades. He slowly stood up. Looking around, he noticed that other people were lying in this not-so-narrow corridor. Not long ago, after the Demons live broadcast officially announced the start of the 10th episode, everyone fell into a deep slumber. Now opening his eyes is the current situation of Jiang Yi. Clearly the Demons live broadcast had begun. Looking down at his feet, the other 11 people from Longhua were gradually waking up. In the distance there were dozens of people from other countries. Overall the number would not exceed 100. After the people from Longhua woke up, they formed a small group around Jiang Yi. Many frowned at the surrounding environment. As everyone awakened, a line of text appeared on the Demon's screen. Congratulations, you have become Class D employees of Wang's meat processing plant. Please provide a corpse by tonight. Looking at the words on the screen, Jiang Yi suddenly noticed a badge on his chest that read Class D. No. This can't be real. Is it really starting? The Demons live broadcast has truly... Upon realizing their predicament, many people began to scream in panic. As for the survivors this time, aside from Jiang Yi's batch of 86 people, the other 2,000 had never participated in a formal Demon live broadcast task. A day and night of relaxation had nearly made them forget they were in the Demons live broadcasting room. Now as they truly found themselves in this situation, the fear in their hearts was hard to conceal. At least we from Longhua are calm. That's right, with Jiang Shen around and Old Mo doing well, we've made it through the 9th episode of the Demons live broadcast. This episode feels ominous. I saw other broadcasting rooms where more than 2,000 people were scattered. I wonder what will happen next. The number of people in the live broadcast room was rapidly increasing at that moment. This nationwide broadcast was not to be ignored. The task is to provide a corpse. In contrast to the panic of others, Jiang Yi's expression showed little change. System activate 1 hour of decryption mode. At this moment of confusion, he wouldn't easily take action. Ding, 1,000 points deducted. Host has 200 points remaining. After Ye Tian's words fell, a decryption screen appeared before Jiang Yi. Before him lay the corridor. An unremarkable corridor with yellow mud demons possibly reaching out from the cages on either side. What does this task mean? Provide a corpse. What kind of corpse? Where do we find such a thing? At this moment Yang Tiehu spoke up. If we provide something, can we get out? The 6 women all showed signs of fear. They understood that the main reason for being here was because of that. This made them deeply regret. A piercing scream made everyone's hearts tighten. Over 100 gazes turned simultaneously. They saw a white woman accidentally step into the shadowy area of the corridor. A hand from a nearby cage suddenly reached out, grasping her and violently pulling her inside. Crack, crack, crack. The strength of that hand was far beyond that of any human. Under the terrified gazes of everyone, including the viewers of the live broadcast, the woman's clothes were torn, her body shredded, and she was ultimately dragged into the cage. A large pool of blood splattered onto the ground. Inside the cage, a chorus of screams erupted, followed by the unmistakable sound of chewing. Ugh! Many with lower tolerance began to vomit. On the Longhua side, several of the 6 women also felt nauseous, while others, including Wang Liaolong, had pale faces, clearly feeling unwell. My God, I don't want to be here, I want to leave, I want to go. Witnessing the woman's tragic fate, many began to shout. Yet amidst the growing chaos of the crowd, a hand covered in yellow mud and blood once again stretched out from the shadowy cage. This hand picked up an object from the ground. It was a medal inscribed with the words Class D, marking it as a badge of the meat processing plant. This scene, noticed only by Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian, left the others still in terror. There is 1 hour left, hurry up. Those who have not completed the task will have no value. The demon's voice echoed in everyone's ears. This completely made everyone anxious. The demon's warning that failing to complete the task meant no value was clearly a death sentence. The task must be completed. Looking at the line of text on the demon's screen, Jiang Yi recalled the key aspect. The task was to provide a corpse. And in this place there were only 2 types of beings present. One was the yellow mud demon, as hinted by the decryption screen, which he had just seen. The second type of being was these people before him. The demon's live broadcast room did not specify whose corpse was required. A human who dies is also a corpse. This crucial point Jiang Yi knew he could not be the only one to think of. Both the yellow mud demons and humans understood that the latter were easier to deal with. The true purpose of the demon's live broadcast room was to incite humans to slaughter each other. What a cunning strategy. As time passed, the chaotic atmosphere began to quiet down. Everyone remained silent, but many had already reacted to what the task's corpse range included. At this moment, the most intense reactions came from the Blue Star viewers, observing from a god's perspective. Hundreds of millions of Blue Star viewers watched the scenes from various broadcasts, unable to remain calm. Oh my god. I saw that in the American live broadcast room people are already going crazy with killing. Not just in the American broadcast room, other rooms are also embroiled in slaughter. We've gone mad. Why must we humans resort to such self-inflicted violence? This is the demon's scheme. How can we complete tasks in this way? How many people need to be killed? Compared to other areas already in chaos, the people in Longwo's location were also starting to stir. Feng Weimian placed her hand on the pistol at her waist, her demeanor stern. Jiang Ye's gaze swept over the terrified old and young, recalling the system's words. The demon wishes for your demise. Do they want us dead? As grotesque muscle lumps slowly emerged, he declared, but we will not die. After Jiang Ye revealed his ghostly muscles, he grew to a height of 2 meters. To the naked eye, he resembled a human tank. Many who were previously restless now hesitated. Follow me, kill the demons. His undeniable tone left no room for doubt in the minds of those present.